They should have won 3. I'm not kidding.
I know you're.
I think they should have won in 2021 as well. I thought they had the best team, and they should have beaten the Rams, and they would have beaten the Bengals.
Why didn't they win? Why didn't they win those Super Bowls?
All 3 of them, I would say that there was a combination of coaching miscues. I would say that there were situational play calls. There was execution on offensive line. I would say that there was some quarterback play that could have been better. And then defense had horrible miscues. Just big, blundering miscues.
Nope. No, and it all comes
It's never one thing.
It's never one thing in a football game. There's no doubt. There's never one play. There's never one thing. Just like that in basketball. Basketball, there's never, everybody thinks it comes out to the last shot in the fourth quarter, but what happened in the second quarter? Did you give up a 15-0 run before halftime? Did you not finish the first quarter off well? Did you build a big lead? All these plays add up. At the end of the day, now we see the end of the game. We're like, oh, man, that's it. But no, there's a totality of plays. 3rd and 5, fourth quarter. They're not scored after an interception in the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? Christian McCaffrey fumbling on the first possession. There's so many things that go into losing and winning a football game. But Shanahan says we should have won 3 Super Bowls. Now let's play the cut on Kyle Shanahan with Tim Kawakami yesterday on why he felt comfortable reaching out to Tom Brady. Listen to this entire cut. Here's Shanahan on some of the decision-making he's had at the quarterback position and whether or not they should have won despite some of the decision-making at the quarterback position.
I have to feel very confident just from a football standpoint and from just a relationship standpoint and what's right and wrong, kind of, to feel good about doing something. And I felt very good about that and comfortable. So it wasn't a hard conversation for me with Brock. You'd have to ask him about it. It's not always the best thing that you want to hear. But I thought when I explained it, I looked at it as a huge compliment. You know, after the 2019 season, that was Jimmy's first year as a starter in his career. And he did some really good things. And we almost won a Super Bowl. He was a young quarterback. We had only played with 1 year. And to get a call a few weeks after that with Tom Brady wanting to come play for us, that was one of the hardest things I've ever gone through in my life, because Tom Brady is the best quarterback to ever play. He's who I've watched since day one of when my career started, and that was kind of a dream of mine. And I knew how good he was, but I also knew we had a very young quarterback who had got us that far. And to sit and risk that young quarterback with, I forget how old he was at the time, 41 or whatever, I just kept thinking, like, what if he comes in at that age, pulls a hamstring, and now I've messed up Jimmy and all that. So it wasn't a fun decision, but I thought for not only just that year in the long term, it was something that we couldn't mess with. We had to stick with Jimmy at the time. Nothing against Jimmy, but it was hard to avoid Tom. And then watching how that went and stuff, it was tough. And I was like, man, if I ever had a chance again with Tom, that's something I can't pass up. And at the end of the season, when Brock, who we knew was going to be our future, but when he got hurt and no one could guarantee that he was going to be healthy in week 1, that he'd for sure come back the right way. There was a lot of speculation in it, and no one could guarantee it. I did want to reach out to Tom. Now, Tom was the only guy. I was willing to ride it and risk with Brock's injuries. I told Brock that. I said, Brock, in these 7 games, you've shown us, like, you're not going to be competing with Trey next year. If you come back healthy, it is your job. The only way it won't be your job is if Tom Brady decided to come here and play 1 year. And I told him this like a week after the season, which I felt confident with because he was hurt. There was questions with him, and I was telling him about Tom Brady. And so I felt very good when I told him, hey, I know we spent a lot of picks to go get Trey. I know you've only played 7 games, you have a bad injury, but we believe in you, and you are a guy of the future. The only way that won't happen is if Tom Brady comes for 1 year. And so I kind of looked at it as I was giving him the keys. I was telling him how much and saying there's this one outside chance, but I'm going to be dead honest with you. Anything in the back of my head. And that's the only thing in the back of my head. And probably there's not a very high percentage that's going to happen. So I felt like he should be leaving the room thinking, man, they believe in me. Like, the only guy he'd even consider is Tom Brady. So I kind of looked at it as a compliment. And Tom was done. And so it made it real easy. And once Tom told us that, just started counting the days to when Brock could get healthy. We worked really hard with Sam, really hard with Trey, got the depth of our quarterbacks behind Brock well, and Brock did heal up, and he came out and tore it up in training camp, tore it up in week 1, and had a hell of a year.
That's Kyle Shanahan on being comfortable reaching out to Tom Brady.
You think Tom Brady wins that Super Bowl? I hate doing that, but
yes, I do believe that Tom Brady, if he's in that position, he wins a Super Bowl. There's no doubt about it.
And then him saying that, and I'll let you finish, but like him saying, like, you know, what if 41-year-old Tom Brady hurts his hamstring? Tom Brady was not 41. 71-year-old Tom Brady will be healthier than 28-year-old Jimmy Garoppolo.
But you know what, though? always had thoughts about this. And there's another cut here. And Spinoni, I know he's working by himself, but I don't know if we have it. But Shanahan talks about, the quarterback at the line of scrimmage and how he wants his quarterbacks to deal with it at the line of scrimmage. Full autonomy. You talk about it all the time. Will my quarterback audible? Will he not audible? Will he have the power to audible? Well, basically, Kyle Shanahan said that in his system, he takes that away from his quarterbacks. He tries to make it as easy as possible for him. He goes, look, our plays built in can beat all these plays. You don't need to audible. And that leads me to thinking that I don't know if Tom Brady and Kyle Shanahan could coexist, because Tom Brady would have wanted full autonomy. He would have wanted to be able to change his play at the line of scrimmage, do what he wants to do. And how would Shanahan have handled that? We all know Shanahan is a control freak at times. He wants the power. He wants to call his play. He got irate at Brock Purdy on Thanksgiving night for throwing a touchdown pass to Brandon Aiyuk because he wanted the ball somewhere else. It's like the ball's not supposed to go there. Now, as a touchdown, I'm going to relax a little bit. But the fact that he mentioned that he was initially irritated by Brock Purdy's decision to do that because it wasn't what Shanahan wanted to do leads me to think that was Shanahan relented to Tom Brady to let him have all that power? That dynamic between the two would have been fascinating to watch. There would have been some arguments. There would have been some yelling. I don't know what would have happened in that situation.
Who's easier to work with, Shanahan or Bruce Arians?
Oh, great question. See, I think Bruce may be a little easier to work with.
Really?
Yeah.
I was going to say more rigid.
Bruce Arians loves it. He talked about it. Watching his football life, the way he communicated with Peyton Manning as a rookie to what he did with Ben Roethlisberger, I thought he was more quarterback friendly. Now, Bruce Arians, when Brady got down there, Bruce was an OG, talking about, this is the way we do things. And what flipped their season? Bruce Arians is like, I need to take a chill.
Well, after Tom Brady lost his mind.
Yeah, it's like, I need to take a chill. Bruce Arians is just doing too much. That's all that was. He was feeling himself a little bit.
See, I think there would have been a point of inflection, and at that point, they would have figured it out. Like, it wasn't going to be smooth sailing.
Why do you think Shanahan ultimately said no? Now, he told us that, I had a young quarterback in Jimmy Garoppolo. But even during that time, it was obvious he never really trusted Jimmy and that he was irritated with Jimmy Garoppolo all throughout the season.
I think there's
no doubt about it.
I think Kyle and a lot of people in the league assessed Brady's done.
No, but Kyle admitted, and they admitted at the time that, Brady's a little bit better than Garoppolo, but just a little bit to the point where we don't think we need to make a
And how dumb does that feel?
It feels like one of the biggest blunders in the last 15 years in the NFL.
Looking back on it, how many teams should have gone after Brady?
A plethora of teams. If he doesn't win a Super Bowl with the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, we're going to look back at that soundbite.
No doubt.
Say that he took Jimmy, and whether or not you wanted Brady or not, I think that's irrelevant at this point. It's the fact that Brady told Shanahan, I want to come home and play for the 49ers. And you basically said, I'm going to go with the quarterback that I don't fully trust instead of Tom Brady.
Brady was sitting there at 2019 offseason, 2020, and he was basically looking around the league, and he was like, wow, number one defense. Wow, they got Kittle. Wow, I got a great play caller. Wow, they got a young Debo who's a rookie. Yeah, I'm going there.
I'm going there.
And it made all the sense in the world. And that was the time to do it. I mean, I hear you, and I know a lot of people were in the Jimmy camp because I felt very lonely.
I think it's – I
we did these shows at night.
Yeah, but you did them at night. I worked in the afternoon. I talked to a lot of people at Warrior games. I saw the text messages during the afternoons. It was split. You think you were the only one who wanted Tom Brady?
On the airwaves, no one wanted Brady.
Guru wanted Brady. He made the argument for Brady. And then you had a plethora of callers saying, we want Brady too. It wasn't just, hey, we want to stick with Jimmy. There was split. And I thought, boy, you could build off of Jimmy. But at the same time, my position, as always, was, Shanahan, you're the head coach. You're the CEO. You're obviously not happy with Jimmy Garoppolo. So go get your guy. And Brady was sitting right there. So when Shanahan says, I do believe we should have had a couple Super Bowls. Yeah, maybe you had a couple Super Bowls if some of your decision-making was better. Well, and that's saying a lot because over the last 5 years, Shanahan is 54-29. You can't argue with the results. He's been a great coach.
I think the mistake with Brady is going to loom over decisions moving forward in the sense that if he thinks that there's an upgrade out there at any position, he's going to pull the trigger. And what I mean by that is, like, every year they don't win it, everything's on the table.
Yeah. Yeah.
The way we talk about CMC, Debo, the quarterback, Fred Warner, Bosa, I know there's some financial restrictions, but if they can upgrade, they're going to be all in on that. And I think that because of that mistake, he is going to forever overcorrect moving forward.
I don't know if that's the best thing in the world. Let's go to RJ at Fairfield. RJ, is he still on the line? RJ, what's up, man?
Hey, shout out Hilton chocolate chip cookies, man. They hit.
They do hit different. They do hit.
Yep. Hey, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Debo get us to the Super Bowl that year? Because it was Jimmy's play from the whole playoffs. He wasn't balling, and Kyle Shanahan knew that, and he still rode with them after that year. So that's all I got to say. And real quick, three hot takes on training camp. I'm looking at the D-line, the D-line, the few additions we picked up, the Collins, and then I heard, and I got a hot take, Mordecai, the undrafted free agent, will be the starting QB2. Mordecai, I heard, rumor has it, he's been balling out over Dobbs and Brandon Allen. And then I'm also looking at, who is that, the backup? We need a backup tight end, guys. We haven't had a backup tight end.
Logan Thomas. You like Logan Thomas from Washington?
What I heard I liked him in Washington, but Logan Thomas is a big name, but he hurt a lot though.
Yeah.
I heard the younger guys are stepping up. So I listen to Krug and I listen to Lombardi on those things. And another the running back, look, Isaac Garendo, look out for him. Vontae, I heard he's a little speedster, so he looked good out there. So just want to give you all those takes. And Shanahan, your 3rd and 5 play calling in the Super Bowl was unacceptable. You should have ran the ball. I don't know why you would throw fade. I am good with Kyle Shanahan running the ball on 3rd and 5, and then maybe converting it to 4th and 2, whatever. But your Kyle Shanahan, your play calling is horrible in the 4th quarter. I appreciate it, guys. Go eat those cookies, man.
Isaac Garendo, Louisville, 4th string right now on the depth chart. He brought up, we got Logan Thomas, we got Braden Willis, who I like at the H-back. I want to see what he looks like physically. Number 9 for the 49ers. He got some Super Bowl run once George Kittle got hurt that Super Bowl out in Las Vegas this past February. Cameron Latu, who did not impress anybody in training camp. He dropped every single pass. It felt like he was awful. He was on IR, got hurt. But Cameron Latu, he may get cut if he doesn't step up his game to the point where they did bring in Logan Thomas because of the ineptitude of Cameron Latu with the backup tight end spot. Now, I brought up Tanner Mordecai. Look, my Brock Purdy takes, I didn't think Brock Purdy could do what Brock Purdy's doing right now. I didn't see it.
I think the whole
wrong.
NFL agreed with you at the time.
Yes. But Tanner Mordecai, by way of SMU. Oh, he played college football at 3 different schools, Oklahoma, SMU, and the Wisconsin Badgers. He's an undrafted free agent, 6'2", 218, out of Waco, Texas. I don't know if he's looked good yet. I want to see it in training camp. I want to see it in the preseason. I'll hold out judgment on Tanner Mordecai, but I do think the backup quarterback position is up for grabs here. Who's going to back up Brock Purdy? I don't think it's science him to deliver that. Brandon Allen's going to be your backup at number 2 to start the season. I don't know if Josh Dobbs is going to be that guy.
A couple years ago, they gave Sudfeld guaranteed money and then cut him before the season started.
Yeah.
So, to your point, I think it has to play itself out.
It has to play itself out. Now, I want to hear from Shanahan on the offensive line. This was a great take. We don't talk a lot of offensive line play unless we get Baldy on here, Shasky. But a lot of fans have said, well, how come you haven't spent draft capital on offensive linemen? How come you haven't spent big on offensive line? We need an offensive line. Well, the 49ers, they were pretty high up when it came to giving up sacks last season. They didn't give up a lot of sacks. They didn't give up a lot of sacks at all. Brock Purdy was sacked only 25 times last season. So I think that's pretty good for an offensive line. But here's Kyle Shanahan on the philosophy regarding offensive linemen. Go ahead and roll us, Spinone.
We don't have a philosophy to avoid all linemen. We just don't have a philosophy that says we're always going to build inside out because you got to establish that for the run game. And look at our run game everywhere. Look at our run game in Washington. I mean, we drafted Trent Williams. We had the 4th pick in the draft, and we thought he was worth it. We took him. Our left guard was cut from Denver. Our center was a practice squad player. Our right guard was a free agent that we got from Baltimore, and our right tackle we got off the street. And then our running back was a 6th-round pick. We rushed for more yards than the Hogs ever did, or John Riggins, and all those big-time Hall of Fame people. And I hear you. I would love all those people. Like, we want O-linemen, don't get me wrong. But you don't just get to pick whoever you want. And that's why I always go back to, and we have been favored in every game for 2 years in a row. Our roster's damn good. I wish also it looked like we'd invested all the same in O-line. And then I feel like people wanted to ask that question. But I bet we wouldn't be favored in 20 or 34 straight games in a row.
That's Shanahan on his philosophy with the offensive lineman. What'd you take away from that? Because he said, I hear all the rumors, I hear all the narratives, which tells me that he does have somebody looking on Twitter and X. He does have somebody listening to sports talk radio. He does know what's going on in these streets, as the kids would say. He's tapped in. He said, yeah, there's this narrative that I don't invest in offensive linemen. It's not true, but this is how we do things. Well, then he takes double shot into Washington and said, hey, we rush more yards than their hogs. John Riggins, what do you want from me?
Well, look, it's about how you invest into your team, right? Everyone has the same money, the same draft capital, and so he's taking a guy number 10 overall at right tackle.
Mike McGlinchey.
He wasn't that good.
No, he wasn't.
They've swung a trade for Trent Williams. They had inherited Joe Staley. They had a guy in Lakin Tomlinson, and then they let him walk.
Yep.
They drafted Aaron Banks in the second round. They've worked their offensive line. Now, I would say this. Every team in the league wants to have 5 studs at offensive line, and it's just impossible in this day and age. But that being said, you could make an argument that protecting the quarterback has kind of done them in on a couple of certain moments in whether it's the Super Bowl this year, whether it's the NFC Championship game the year before, and then we can get into philosophy and play calling, and there's a variety of things that come up with it. Overall, we're always worried about the offensive line.
Yeah, I mean, nobody talks about the position, but it's kind of like referees, right? If we're never mentioning the offensive line, that means they had a good day at the office. Now, you mentioned those critical situations. They got plays blown up by all-time Hall of Fame players.
Yeah.
Chris Jones on line 1. Philadelphia with Fletcher Cox and that deep defensive line they had a couple years ago.
Hassan Reddick.
Aaron Donald. Hassan Reddick, who's going to be with the New York, maybe he's with the New York Jets.
Yeah, he's not reporting.
For a new deal. But when I look at the numbers here, Sam Howell, who was in Washington last season, got sacked 65 times. Bryce Young got sacked 62 times. Tops in the league. We think about Zach Wilson and Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. They each got sacked 46, 45, 44 times. Baker Mayfield, he got sacked 40 times. Dak Prescott sacked 39 times. Even Lamar Jackson, as he's fleet of foot, and he's so mobile, and he looked like Michael Jordan on grass on Christmas Day here at Levi Stadium. He got sacked 37 times. Now, the Niners don't pass the ball as much as those other teams. They've been in the bottom 5 in pass attempts the last 3 years. But even with that said, Brock Purdy had a generational season throwing the football. Brock Purdy got sacked 28 times last year. So that has to do with some of his footwork, his mobility, but getting the ball out and getting the ball out on time. This offensive line hasn't necessarily hurt the 49ers with the exception of those critical situations. Now, those are generational players. That's what they do. They wreck the game. I wish Nick Bosa wrecked the game like that in the Super Bowl, but I think he's due for a bounce back. He had a good Super Bowl 54. He's had some great games. I'm not trying to dog Nick Bosa here. But in critical situations, sure. You got some things blown up, but for the most part, this offensive line has been really good.
It's been really good.
I mean, you don't have a running back run for the yardage he runs for. You don't have the yards and 1,000 all-purpose yards players. 4 players who goes for over 1,000 yards in all scrimmage yards. Come on, you don't do that with the poorest offensive line.
No, I agree with you. And then also you have a running back who's willing to block. You have a fullback who's a great blocker. And you have a tight end who's willing to block. So it's not just the offensive line. Okay, all of that being said, I would say to you, I want to know, and I know Trent Williams skews this number, when it comes to finances and draft capital on how much you've invested in the offensive line, where are they at in correlation to league average?
Yeah, well, Trent Williams gets all the money.
Absolutely, as he should.
The rest of these guys don't get paid. They get peanuts.
But Aaron Banks is going to be up for a contract.
Going to be up. How much are you going to pay a guard?
Well, that's...
Do they move off a guard?
That's a great question.
Is Trent Williams going to be back next season?
I don't know.
You know what I'm saying?
They filled Colton McKivitz after McGlinchey left, and I didn't notice that big of a drop-off.
It wasn't that big of a drop-off at all. Colton McKivitz wasn't bad.
What was he, a 6th, 7th round pick?
Yeah, you clean it up. I mean, I watched him win a game at the L.A. Memorial Coliseum with 2 rookie tackles with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Justin School?
It wasn't, who was it? Was it Colton McKivitz on the other side?
It might have been
was
School.
Daniel Brunskill.
Brunskill.
But it was 2 rookie tackles.
Yeah.
They had a horrific first possession, and they cleaned things up and won the football game going away 28-7.
Yeah.
So we've seen it without McGlinchey. We've seen it without Staley. Now there's some hairy moments. The quarterback's got to make some plays.
Yeah.
That's today's NFL. I mean, for crying out loud, you got T.J. Watt, Michael Parsons. These guys are 6'5", 240, running 4.3 40s, 4.4 40s. Pass rush. I've never seen pass rushers be better. There's so many pass rushers in the league right now coming off that edge with speed, and they're so athletic that you're going to need a quarterback to make some movement, and that's what makes Brock Purdy special, is that he can extend the play. And that's the difference between him and Jimmy Garoppolo, where his ability to extend the play, continue to look downfield, and make plays either with his legs or arm. Jimmy, it was like, if the play goes awry, if the play breaks down, 1, 2, 3, it's screwed.
You're done. Yeah, I mean, his pocket presence was horrible. The other thing, though, is that I would say in these critical situations where they're, where the Niners offensive line has given up to these elite players, a little bit of movement of the pocket in certain situations isn't the worst thing. Do I like rolling out to the small side of the field and only having 1 or 2 targets? I don't love that. But there is a time and a place to utilize Purdy's legs. And as we talk about like the next step for Purdy and whatnot, I mean, he's great on the impromptu stuff.
Right.
I would like to see them slide him around a little and just be more of a moving target against these elite defenses that are going to light you up in the pocket.
Yep. Now, we got to get back to Brandon Aiyuk, and we touched on him because I think that's the other storyline here as we head into training camp. What's going to happen with Brandon Aiyuk? What's going to happen with Aiyuk? Is he going to report to camp as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, in HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. TJ Houshmandzadeh joined Willard and Dibs yesterday. I thought it was a fascinating interview with TJ Houshmandzadeh. They got a great rapport, Willard and Dibs, with TJ Houshmandzadeh. And he's Brandon Aiyuk's personal wide receiver coach. And we got the alert. This is why I like 10 to 2, because the news broke at 10:40, Shasky. Nobody's watching the clock, but the news did break at 10:40. Brandon Aiyuk reports to training camp. And I'm shocked.
He just wants to show up at 10.
What is going on here?
What? Wait, no, turn around.
This is embarrassing. This is all right, this is bad. This is when fandom goes wrong. So I just watched, folks, as we get to Aiyuk in just a second, I just watched a guy walk past us and go straight to the conference room in a 49er's jersey, which is, you might say, Bonte, what's the big deal? It's a 49er's jersey. It's training camp. We're down here at Levi Stadium. But it's a Cowboy fan wearing a 49er jersey.
A personalized
Guru jersey. Daryl the Guru Johnson wearing a personalized Guru jersey in 49ers red and gold. Now,
smiling.
I get
ear to ear.
I get that a listener hooked them up with a custom jersey. But there could be a listener who sends me a custom Green Bay Packers jersey, a custom Dallas Cowboys jersey, a custom Raiders jersey, a custom Rams jersey. There ain't no way in hell I'm wearing that jersey. No way in hell. Thank you for the jersey, but it will stay in the box. It'll stay in the wrapper. Hell, it may go in the trash can.
Especially when that team beat you 2 years in a row in the playoffs.
And smoked you 42-10 on Sunday Night Football. A Cowboy fan wearing that kind of irritates me. I'm ready to go.
Are you rattled?
I'm just a little words. I just don't. I can't look at too serious no more. I wore a Chiefs jersey because I lost a bet.
Put it on the poll on our Twitter page. Is it appropriate for a Cowboy fan to wear a fan-given 49er jersey?
Oh, that's just embarrassing. He can't walk around the streets of Union City anymore being known as Cowboy Daryl. That's done. I'm stripping that nickname. That is finito.
He knew when he walked by us.
He knew because he kept his head down. He knew.
He was smiling.
It was art. That was acting 101 from Daryl.
I'm the real
Johnson.
LL Cool J.
I'm the real LL Cool J.
Oh my gosh.
The drops are nonstop.
Oh
Wow.
my gosh. Oh my gosh, Goo. Goo's one of a kind. You talk about being one of one. But he's no longer Cowboy Daryl. All right.
Can I ask you this?
Go ahead.
Before we get into anything, let's have fun with this one.
All right.
The Cowboys at one time were the most hated team.
Yeah.
The Seahawks at one time were the most hated team. I think about a year ago was the Eagles. It's the Chiefs.
It is the Chiefs. But, you know, they're so good, I can't hate them.
I have a six-pack. It's just under the dad bod.
Oh, I hate him so much.
Listen, I say the same thing. I got a six-pack. It's under the dad bod. Little eight-pack. I might as well add two to it.
Stop!
I hate the Chiefs. But, like, you know what I hated the Cowboys, Shasky? Like, I really hated the Cowboys. I hated their players. When I hated, you know, the Green Bay Packers, I really hated Brett Favre. I really hated him.
No, I'm with you. Seahawks?
I really hated Russ. I really hated Pete Carroll. It's hard for me to hate Patrick Mahomes because I value the quarterback position in such high. I hold it in such high regard. I love quarterback play. I love it.
That's why you love Brock Purdy.
I do love Brock Purdy. I like Brock Purdy a lot. I do. You know, this guy right here, when you guys all mocked me and laughed at me, said Brock Purdy's going to lead this offense and just go remind us of the Niners in '94, and it did. The guy who hates Brock Purdy said that. I don't hate Brock Purdy. But, with all that said, I do love Patrick Mahomes at the quarterback position. He had a game against Baltimore during the pandemic. There were no fans there.
What are you doing?
And I said, I think I'm watching the greatest living quarterback of all time. And you know what? He may be the greatest living quarterback of all time. I like the Chiefs. I can't stand the team, but I like Fat Andy. I like Kelsey. I like Mahomes. It's hard for me to hate Patrick Mahomes. They're so damn good. And I'm jealous of them.
I hate them.
I don't even hate them. I'm jealous of them. They've got a coach who's super aggressive, who doesn't get tight.
But you have a coach who's super aggressive.
At times.
And you have a young quarterback.
At times. I don't have Patrick Mahomes.
You have CMC. You have a great tight end. You have a great defensive lineman.
I love my team. But it's hard for me to hate Patrick Mahomes. He came to Levi's a couple years ago and may have been the greatest quarterback performance in the regular season history.
Until Joe Burrow showed up.
And then Joe Burrow showed up next year. It's like, damn, now Patrick Mahomes is coming back. You think he's going to want to put on the show? He knows what time it is on the West Coast. So, as much as I can't stand the Kansas City Chiefs, it's hard for me to hate them because they have Patrick Mahomes, and he's must-see TV. You see what he's doing in practice?
I hate them.
Worthy?
I hate them.
You see what he's doing with Rasheed Rice?
And we should have beaten them both times.
The paper airplane, Jet McKinnon now has 2 Super Bowl rings. Who's laughing now? Remember that rant I had on Jet McKinnon?
He's a nobody.
Who's laughing now?
He's a nobody. He did nothing.
Well, he's been doing something with Kansas City.
And nothing.
He's been doing something with Kansas City. So, oh gosh. All right, Brandon Aiyuk. He just went down there. Guru just threw the whole damn show off.
Well, I mean,
he's a Cowboy fan. He a Cowboy fan wearing a 49er jersey?
I lost. I'm out.
That's sickening. Come on. Cowboy fans are probably sitting there rolling over in their graves right now. Think of Cowboy Daryl?
I love how Guru shows up to 49er training camp in a 49er jersey. CeeDee Lamb holds out.
Sports, man.
Sports, man. Oh, man, the Kansas City Chiefs. All right.
I hate the Chiefs.
Dude, it's hard for me to hate Mahomes, man. I'm not lying. That's everything I want in the quarterback. In hell, could have had the guy.
We could be talking about a repeat. We could be talking about a repeat right now if they stopped them on 4th and 2.
Yeah, instead we're talking about a Chiefs repeat. If you stopped them on 3rd and 15 in Super Bowl 54, we may have those 2 or 3 Super Bowls.
Unlimited possibilities.
And Mahomes may be 0-3 in the Super Bowl.
That's why it's so hard for me to hear Shanahan talk about Tom Brady and the woulda, coulda, shoulda.
Yeah.
Because all that being said, yes, I would have taken Brady. You still could have won all those games with the current roster you had. And I feel like it does take a little of the criticism off his plate. And so, like, the follow-ups to all of those things, and I still haven't heard anyone, ask this directly. Have you learned anything from some of these losses?
Yeah, I don't
Have you learned a different lesson or something? Because, like, you do. You file things in the Rolodex when you lose. Like, we all do this in life.
Yeah.
Has he learned anything?
Yeah, it's a great question because...
Or would you do the same thing and just hope for a better result?
It's a great question because when you hear him talk on the TK podcast and you're listening to the discussion they're having, I don't know if he's learned. It's almost like he's doubling down on what his philosophy is. And he's going to say, you know what, I'm going to do it my way. And my way works for the most part, except for a couple games here in the biggest spots. Now, I don't know if fans want to hear that coming off a Super Bowl loss the way they lost when they didn't know the overtime rules. And the coach may or not been, a little tipsy on Super Bowl media day. I don't think fans want to hear like, oh, Brady said he wanted to play for you and you said no?
Well, it comes off, and it's not as severe as Daryl Morey, but you come off like Daryl Morey in the sense of like, we've been charting these plays, and we should have won the game.
And you're taking jabs at great teams like the Hogs with the Washington Redskins. You're taking jabs saying, well, we ran the ball to have more yards than the Hogs.
Yeah, but they won the Super Bowl.
Ricketts. You're taking shots.
Yeah, but they won the Super Bowl.
And they did win the Super Bowl. And it's like, that's why it's like, oh, Shandy, you're feeling yourself a little hard here. And I get it. You're 54-29 the last 5 years. You took over an expansion team. There's no doubt about it. But damn, like sometimes it's like, oh, we're talking a little too much here. Just a little too much information going out there to the masses. So now, sports talk, you don't think every sports show in America now, I bet you Colin Cowherd, Shanahan said no to Tom Brady and picked Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo somehow, some way, by the way, is staying in the news in 2024. And the guy hasn't thrown a pass in a year.
Well, he's also going to be, suspended for a couple games. And his first game active will be against the Niners.
Why does everything come back to Jimmy Garoppolo?
Well, and it's on the same day that Matt Stafford reworks his deal as a Super Bowl champion. It's all of these quarterback transactions that they did and didn't make, they just keep coming back.
They just keep coming back
until they win the big one. And that's the hard part about talking about this team. You have to win the big one for us to move on.
Yeah, no doubt. We do have to move on. All right, Brandon Aiyuk. Let's get to the cut here. TJ Houshmandzadeh, I'm with Willard Dibbs. Again, if you haven't listened to this interview, download the free Odyssey app. Listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. This interview was awesome with Willard Dibbs yesterday. I listened to it twice. It was so damn good. Here's TJ Houshmandzadeh on why Aiyuk reported to training camp. Here's TJ Houshmandzadeh.
For the most part, we are football players and we love the game. We don't like it. We love it. And so it sucks when the business aspect of it comes to the forefront because every player wants to feel rewarded. Oh, we love you. Oh, you're a big part of the team. I see better than I hear. And so he won't show me. And that's all it is for him. And I knew he was going to report, but it's just, I'm sure, very frustrating. But the game of football is something that we love it, man. It's not a like, it's a love.
All right, here's Houshmandzadeh on if Aiyuk doesn't get an extension, will the season be hard on him or not? Here's TJ Houshmandzadeh on that.
It's going to be hard. There's no other way to put it. It's going to be some good days. There's going to be some bad days. And that's about as honest as I can be with you. There's going to be some days where it won't be on his mind. There's going to be some days where you're going to see his body language. You're going to look at his face, and you automatically know. It's just he's thinking about it. And you feel like, I've done this. I led the team in targets. I led the team in yards. I believe he was third in touchdowns. Bro, just pay me. I mean, that's the player. You want to compare me to this player and that player, but when this player and that player signs a contract that you don't want to give me, that comparison is no longer valid. And so there'll be some good days. There'll be some bad days. I'm sure BA will try to be a professional as much as possible, but he's human.
I think what he's getting there is what we've been talking about in every sport now. As much as these guys try to put it aside and be professional, there's a human element that makes it almost impossible.
No doubt.
And it seeps into the professionalism, fair or not, just the reality. And it's hard to not constantly think about, wow, I'm not getting targets in this game. How does my value drop? And blah, blah, blah. I mean, we just saw this play out with Klay Thompson.
So we did.
And Kyle Juszczyk talked about it like, I was hurt when they came to me and asked for a pay cut.
I understand the Warriors' position of not paying Klay Thompson. I think both sides need to move on. And I think overall it's probably the best decision to make. I understand where the Warriors are coming from. I understand where Klay Thompson's coming from. I understand both sides. But emotions played out, and they made the best basketball decision for them. I think the Warriors, they had to move on from Klay Thompson, and Klay Thompson needed to move on from the Warriors. Brady Aiyuk still is entering his prime of his career. I think we haven't seen the best of Brandon Aiyuk. And so when he looks around saying, look, I was in a doghouse. My career didn't get off on a great foot. But yet I fought through adversity. I made myself a valuable member of this football team. I got out the doghouse. I became the number one option. And look what I'm doing with the quarterback who's about to get paid a lot of money. In 22 games I've played with Brock Purdy, I've caught 102 passes on just 145 targets. And I've got over 1,700 receiving yards in those 22 games. And an offense that's in the bottom 5 in pass attempts per game. I'm doing my job at a high level, and I'm looking at all my peers get paid. So to your point, yeah, it does get personal. Like, damn. They're set up. They're set up. Let's continue to talk about Brandon Aiyuk. We got more on him coming up as we're live here at Santa Clara Hilton Hotel. First day of training camp. Practice begins in just over an hour, and the boys are ready to roll, baby. Let's go, baby. More coming up. 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you think about Shanahan saying, hey, we could have had Tom Brady. Tom Brady came to me. Is that going to be the worst decision he's ever made as head coach of the 49ers, saying no to Tom Brady? 888-957-9570. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient.
And who's the number one player?
I'm not saying him. I give credit when it's due, but I'm not saying his name.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Yeah, you do. I'm not saying his name, brother. I'm sorry. I'm not saying that guy's name. He's good. He's amazing. He's good. Not gonna lie. I'm salty, though. I'm a little salty. 2 years in a row. But I'm putting Burrow first.
Now back to the Morning Roast, live from the Hilton Santa Clara as training camp is underway.
Respect Jamar Chase. I'm with him on that. I'm not saying his name no more. I'm with him.
Number 15? What are you going to call him?
I'll give credit when credit's due, but we got Purdy.
They got KD, but we got Jaden McDaniels.
I hate 15.
So it's a 15.
You know, they got KD, but we got Jaden McDaniels.
He wasn't wrong. He was Anthony Edwards is right about that. Said that with a straight ass face. Jamar Chase, I can't.
He's the guy who stood in front of us for 2 of these Super Bowls.
You know,
I'm not saying that guy's name.
but you know what?
I'm not saying his name.
I can't be mad at him because we blew the Super Bowls. The Niners had total control of these Super Bowls. Up 10 with 7 minutes to change.
When he goes to the Hall of Fame and he's standing at the podium and they start playing his montage, how many of those will be against us?
Oh, it'd be against the Niners, the Ravens, the Bengals. But yes, they will be against the Niners in those white jerseys. And then it'll be the Levi Stadium. What did he throw for, like 420 at Levi's?
3rd and 15, the day Jimmy Garoppolo got his ACL ruined.
Oh, my God. No, that wasn't the game. That was against Miami.
No, but I'm saying in 2018.
2018. Yeah.
He also
Arrowhead
put up
Stadium.
like 40 on us.
Oh, yeah, they won 35-24, but it was 35-7 at the half.
Yeah, I mean,
that's why when people were lying and the media said, well, the Niners were starting to rally. No, the game was over at halftime. What the hell are you guys talking about? People were saying like they were starting to rally and, no, they were just trying to get out of there alive. They were getting roasted in Kansas City.
Can we, just for 1 minute before we move on, the way we talked about Jimmy Garoppolo as a media and the fan base, and then now looking back, we were really wrong.
About him?
I mean, Tom Brady's basically disrespecting him in the barbershop. I mean, Shanahan was wrong.
It's 100% confirmed. Tom Brady was talking about Jimmy Garoppolo.
Is there any other? Who's the biggest fugazi when it comes to the quarterback position of the last 10 years? He's at the top.
Jimmy Garoppolo in the league?
I gotta get the out of here before I lose my life. I ain't never been hit this many times in my career. Every game I get up.
Well, something happened to Jimmy that day at Arrowhead Stadium. No. It's serious, though. Because Jimmy, when he tore his ACL in Kansas City, and Patrick Mahomes went back to go, hey, man, it's okay. Remember, he went in the back to say what's up to him. And Jimmy had a lot of respect. He made the top 100. He got the contract. We thought that year we were going to the play. We thought the Niners headed to the playoffs.
Well, I thought they could go to the playoffs.
No, the expectation going into that season was they will be a playoff
from
team.
you.
No, from everybody. I know what the hell I was. I know what market I was in. I was tapped in, and so when he had the 5 games and he lit up Jacksonville, and I kept playing the clip, and I was like, wow, look at Jimmy. He commands the huddle. It was like a pre-snap read in Chicago. They're lining up. The play clock's running down. He tells the wide receiver, get over here. Hurry up. And then he hikes it and throws a quick slide for a first down. And I get a text from the Philly Zoo saying, boy, it must feel good to have your franchise quarterback. And I'm out there Oakland Coliseum getting ready to cover a Raider game thinking, damn, we got a franchise quarterback. Belichick just gave us a lifeline. We have Jimmy Garoppolo. And he lights up Jacksonville. And I can't unsee what I saw from Miles Jack and Jalen Ramsey. They were distraught after Jimmy lit their ass up. Then they beat Tennessee. We did a pregame show together, hyping up Jimmy Garoppolo. We became, instead of 95-7 a game, we became 9-5-7 a game for all the Niner coverage because of Jimmy G. And something happened that day at Arrowhead Stadium where he's never been the same.
Well,
just like Derek Carr. He broke his fibula on Christmas Eve, and he hasn't been the same.
I would appreciate Shanahan 20 years from now when he's sitting there and he's, recapping his entire career and he's doing the NFL Life, on the NFL channel. And he goes, I took Jimmy Garoppolo to the Super Bowl for crying out loud.
Well, you know what?
I mean, that's like...
well, you know what, though?
I might start my resume there.
But you know what? Shanahan should maybe be careful about that. He should be careful about
Why?
that. Because he just admitted yesterday with Tim Kawakami on this podcast that he said no to Tom Brady.
I know.
So you want to rip on Jimmy Garoppolo? Hey, man, Tom Brady called you to come to San Francisco and play for you, and you said no. So I would be careful with the little Jimmy G jokes and the little snickers about Jimmy Garoppolo. You won a lot of football games with Jimmy. Let's move on from Jimmy. But if I'm Shanahan, I would be careful going down that road when you're the guy who passed up on Mahomes and Watson, and you're the guy who passed up on Tom Brady. Now, all that's irrelevant if Brock Purdy helps us win one, and Brock Purdy had a spectacular season. So it's all a moot point. But if we look back at this era, and Shanahan does not get to hoist a Lombardi trophy, what he said yesterday about Tom Brady and saying no to Tom Brady will loom large and follow him wherever he goes.
It will be it'll be worse than Mike Nolan not taking Aaron Rodgers.
Oh my gosh, worse.
Because it was on a platter. Like the team was ready.
Right there.
You know, like who knows what Aaron Rodgers ends up developing on that expansion team.
Right there. Right there. So I would be careful with the Jimmy G jokes. You know what I'm saying? We could say the Jimmy O no throw, which is crazy. Like, now I'm thinking about this.
But you coined the phrase?
Well, no, I do get credit for that. I should. But
just like I should get credit for being all alone on an island saying, take Tom Brady.
You were not on an island with Tom Brady.
It was me and a volleyball.
You have to be delusional if you think you're the only guy in this region who wanted Tom Brady, the greatest quarterback of all time. You have to be delusional.
On air.
Let me check your water.
On air.
Oh, come on.
On
come
air.
on, stop.
It's creatine in that water.
Guru wanted it too. Is it creatine?
Yeah.
Dude, look like the cats are looking good.
I know, bro. I've been working on them.
Hashtag pause. Listen.
Thank you. I've been doing a lot of the standing calf lifts, and then where you got the weights on the top, and then I've been doing the sitting ones. So you got to do with the
size
bike thing.
It does matter. It does matter a lot.
It's been helping my feet.
It does matter a lot. Where are we at right now?
Well, you were complimenting my body.
Oh, no. The Jimmy no throw. The fact that I had to sit here with a straight face. I was on the airway saying, hey, Niner fans, look, there's going to be 3 to 5 throws that make us go, oh, boy. Like, telling you that the roller coaster ride was going to be a little rocky. You may get some whiplash, but it's okay. The Jimmy no throw will happen. You'll get 3 to 5, but can you withstand the Jimmy no throws? Isn't that sad? I don't do that with Brock Purdy.
No, and I mean, Brock is just so much better than Jimmy at so many things. It's just that's why I get mad when people compare Jimmy G to Brock Purdy, because Brock Purdy pre-snap is better, post-snap is better.
Yeah, he's a better
with guys in his face is better. I think he's more accurate. He's accurate on 3 different levels: short, intermediate, deep. I mean,
Jimmy got timid in the pocket,
and it feels like his demeanor on the sideline is actually. I actually like the way Brock handles Kyle Shanahan better than Jimmy. Jimmy was kind of like, whatever, I go over here.
Well, also, it just seems
Brock's got a little more fire.
But it also seems like the team galvanizes a little more around Brock Purdy.
Well, when he goes, when he throws a touchdown and he starts flexing, the guys get fired up.
The way Bosa's on the sideline saying, boy, we got a quarterback.
Yeah.
He never said that about Jimmy. And on YouTube, by the way, shout out to YouTube. It's back up here. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And we could have had him is a catchphrase my boy coined in my family because of all these missed draft opportunities. So is that going to be a new T-shirt here when it comes to Tom Brady and stuff? We could have had him. Mahomes could have had him.
Like Vladimir
Watson
Guerrero.
could have had him.
You know, for Sabian, Vladimir Guerrero could have had him.
Matt Stafford could have had him.
Stafford.
Could have had him.
Stafford getting another big contract.
I know. Isn't that crazy? And he won a Super Bowl that year when I said the Rams were done. That's a terrible take right there. See, I can live with my terrible takes. The Rams are done, Shasky.
They're cooked.
Finish them. They're cooked. After Monday Night Football, they're cooked.
And I love the Von Miller acquisition. You were like, he's done. He had like the 1 sack in the playoffs.
1 sack in the playoffs.
And the Buffalo Bills paid him.
And they went on that run. And I can't believe they went on that run and won the damn Super Bowl right in front of our face.
What does the beginning of football practice mean to you? As somebody who grew up loving the Niners, playing football, what does it mean to you?
You know what it means? Reliving the misery of what's happened in the last 5 years. That's where my sick can is at right now.
Is this the most toxic relationship of your sports life?
Oh, there's not even, no question.
Bonte with the Niners as a whole?
They do something to me. You know, I remember my little sister Bonita. The Niners had opened up in Green Bay. She was living with me for a little bit, going to SF State. She was in an apartment, and it's the first year of football. Harbaugh's second year. They're in Green Bay. And I'm in the living room, and I watched a lot of
Was that when David Akers hurt his hip on the kick?
No, it's when he made the 63 yard.
Yeah, I know. He hurt himself on that play.
He did hurt himself.
And Kaepernick ran. They subbed out Alex Smith.
Yeah, he set him
what
up.
A game.
They went 5 wide. They did the quarterback draw. They set up the field goal. And I remember there was a play where Alex Smith threw it into the dirt and Harbaugh's like taking the other sideline. He's just looking like exasperated, like, damn, dude, throw the ball right.
In his spikes.
In his spike. The game was, Aldon Smith got a 15-yard penalty on first possession because, like, he ripped his helmet off after a sack. He was like, man, we should have got the signs there. He was out of his mind. It's like, dude, you just made a play. You're throwing your helmet off, mad about something. You just sacked Aaron Rodgers for a loss of 15. What are you mad about? Remember that? He threw his helmet off and went psycho. Well, I was going psycho in the living room. And my little sister called my mom, Becky Tindall, said, Mom, like, I think your son he needs help. And she just goes, you know, Bonita, that's just Bonte on Sundays.
Yeah, exactly.
It's football season.
Exactly.
And so what it does to me, it turns me into a different human being.
She asked me, are we going to go to church this fall? I go, to do what? And she's like, well, you know, we've been going to church a lot with the little one. And you know, what's going to happen when football starts up? I'm like, well, when the Niners are on the road, you know, I'll start my football watching at 10 a.m. in the living room. I was like, well, there is 7:30 mass. And I was like, yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know if I want to be setting my rosters in the fourth pew at St. Cecilia's.
Hey, I love you, God, but I could pray for my living room. It's all good. We can have that conversation anywhere, right? That's the beauty about God. You can have a conversation in your car, the hotel room, the taco truck, Taco Bell. Doesn't matter. So football Sunday, hey, I'm in the basement. Hey, Jesus Christ, man, I can't see you in person today, but we can have this phone conversation. It's better than the text message. We can talk for about 15 minutes. Hallelujah. Amen. Let's go play some football.
You have a direct number to heaven, Bonte? Is that what you do? What is it? 1-800-888-8888?
Yeah, it's like, you know.
No, I know what it is. There's a stairway to heaven.
Yeah, there's a stairway. There's like the bat signal. I just look up at the ceiling.
Do you even know what reference I just dropped?
I look at
he
the
has
ceiling.
no idea.
Well, I'm talking here. We can't talk at the same time. So, you know, my ears close up when I'm talking. You know, my listening habits ain't the best. But listen, I look up at the ceiling, Shasky, and it's like, hallelujah, and this guy appears. Now, sometimes he looks like Kyle Shanahan. Sometimes he looks like Tom Brady. Sometimes he looks like Dan Marino.
Is it an angel?
It's an angel in my world.
Wearing a helmet?
Maybe it's like Michael Jordan of God. I don't know, but he's like this face appears.
Don't bring up Mahomes.
And I just look, and I just bow my head, and I close my eyes, and I have a deep philosophical conversation. And it could go 30 seconds, could go 60 seconds, could go 2 minutes, may go 15 minutes, depending on the topic, depending on the subject. But it's rare that we have them. But we have these conversations every now and then.
And you did that during the playoffs.
I did that during halftime Detroit game. I was in a very dark place, and there was a lot of Lions fans around me, and I was starting to get a little violent inside my head. I was not in a good place. So I just bowed my head.
Okay, Alvin Mack.
I closed my eyes. That's
Anna, take my phone. I'm going to take a fake. I'm going to take a fake holy photo of me praying.
See, you know me. I don't like pictures. So I'm sitting there I'm talking.
Wait, this is coming from the guy who, hey, we sat underneath the overhang at the Bears game, but for the video, I'm going to go in the rain.
That's not true. That's not true at all.
You're
making that up. You're making that up. I did not do that. I was in the rain, in the elements with the fans. I had a big pink coat on.
Once the game expired.
So I was there. We were all good, baby. We were wet and wild in that game, watching Trey Lance get cracked over and over.
Pause.
Stop it. Listen.
Stop it.
But no, Anna sometimes just brings the phone out because, like, you know, she admitted, and I'll admit these on the airways. Sometimes your boy's talking to himself. He's like having pep talks. I'm talking before I send a tweet, reading it over. Sometimes you're talking like, man, what the hell's going on with this guy? She'll hear me be like, who are you talking to? Oh, nobody. I was just, you know. So at halftime in the Detroit game, it's 24-7. I'm looking at the field. I'm thinking, damn, I'm about to drop 40 on us. So I just closed my eyes. And I didn't even pray for a win.
Well, first off, in the second quarter, you were texting the group thread that Purdy doesn't see the field, which I was as well. And he looked hesitant at the time. And the offense looked completely like Spadoni, as a non-49er fan, when you see me and Bonte texting you during the game, it's pretty chaotic.
Oh, the whole chat's chaotic. Are you kidding me? We're all having our takes all at the same time. There is nothing more chaotic than any show thread going on during an NFL Sunday, because we'll be talking about 4 different games at the same time. And then if the Niners are playing in the morning, then it's 5 different things about the Niners.
Dude,
Except Steiny's just MIA, right, on
Oh, yeah,
Sundays?
he's on the links.
Yeah, he tapes the Super Bowl for crying out loud. Go figure. He tapes the Super Bowl.
That's next level.
Tim Jordan's just like, damn, this is sad. This is sad. Anyway, so we're throwing everybody under the bus. We're just roasting people. But I was talking to God at halftime Detroit game.
And what'd you say?
I was just like, I know I'm a rabid football fan, and I've invested my entire life into sports, and it's probably taken 15 years off of my life. But I just asked, I just want to go out and just play hard. I just want to feel good about myself. Like, just keep me from this state of depression. Stop me out of it. Maybe there's some hope. Maybe there's not.
And you know what God said? I'll let you win this one, but I'm going to rip your heart out in the Super Bowl.
No.
I'm going to rip your heart out in the Super Bowl.
I'm going to let you win this one, and then I'm sitting the ass of Sin City, baby. You're going to the devil. Go face the devil in Las Vegas. No, seriously. But so Anna sometimes I had no idea she was taking pictures of me. I would never do that. Hey, take a picture of me praying. I'm not that thirsty for clicks. Come on now. That's thirst. That is... I don't need the clicks, trust me. I'm doing quite well for myself on social media. I can say, hey, Will Smith reminds me of Buster Posey. I'll get some things moving and shaking.
I'm going to be humble
on
in this
that
one.
app. You know what I'm saying?
Jesus.
I'll get some things moving and shaking. You know
I'm
your boy
just
knows how to
well-rounded.
do that. Like the Will. No, I did plan this one out. I tweeted this thing. If Nick Willis wins this game, there will be a quarterback controversy. And I was the first at the Trump. People said, you are insane, blah, blah, blah. And he lit him up. And my guy Shasky before a game goes, and I'm telling you right now, Bonte, if Willis looks good, do we go to Mullins over Jimmy? And I say, boom. There we go. And it became a conversation. So your boys played.
And then Mullins missed the wide open little screen pass where it was just literally 78 yards of grass to Kyle Juszczyk.
And then he threw the interception.
There was literally nothing but 49er gold helmets and Kyle Juszczyk and 75 yards of grass. And Mullins overthrew him.
And listen, not only that, remember he threw the pick and he got benched, and Chris Collinsworth did a freeze frame, and there was 9 Eagles in the vicinity of that interception.
Bonte kept saying, he's losing money by the week.
And by the snap. So, your boy's a little different on Sundays. So you ask me how I'm going on that field, it's a new me, baby. It's swag time. It's the first of who's going to be the Niner content king, who's going to be breaking down Niner football, what is this team going to be looking like, how's the roast going to position themselves out there.
The game within the game.
The game within
Let's
the
get
game,
into the
baby.
game within the game.
Within the game.
So we go onto the field today. Who are you hoping to run into?
Well, I know I'm going to run into Tim Ryan. And T-Ryan's going to talk our ears off.
Tim Ryan, okay, will he have cooler shades than me?
Yes, he will. I mean, I'm not going to say he's not, because you see how big he is. I'm not going to get put in the chokehold.
Yeah,
like
T-Rock will look like he's ready to practice.
T-Rock grabs What's up, boys? How you doing, man? Oh, man.
Look at Baby Bosa.
You look at Baby Bosa like, yeah, we agree with everything he has to say, because he's Tim Ryan.
Yeah.
We're going to run this charge.
Oh, yeah. He'll kiss me.
No, he'll be like, where you been, big dog? That's what he's going to tell. It's always one of them. Where you been, big dog? I haven't heard from you. What's going on? And he doesn't like that. You got to check in with the Godfather.
Who else? The game within the game.
Game within the game. I can't wait to see Shanahan. I can't wait to see Chris Kosaric. I can't wait to see the fans, the great 49er faithful, when they're out here. They're getting ready. Are we going to run into TC in Sacramento with his Trey Lance authentic jersey?
Oh.
Boy, that one didn't age well. Robin San Bruno's going to be down here. What Roadster's going to be down here? Is Tyler Miller going to be down here?
What about Sam Lubman? What are our expectations for Sam today?
Oh, God. Oh, man.
I've been 2 conversations with certain people of the 49er media.
Look, Sam Lubman.
No, who am I talking to?
Sam Lubman is in a relationship. He has a girlfriend.
Who was talking, men or women? I just said people.
I don't know who these 2 people I'm going to talk to are.
Yeah, I just didn't know where you're going. Your tone changed.
I mean, I'm going to talk to a lot of people in the Niners media. That's how you put them on the show.
When your tone changes like that, I know where you're going,
Shasky, part of being a producer is you have to talk to all these media folks. You got to chop it up with them, because that's how you get them to want to come on the show.
There you go.
I want to run into Jed York today. That's my goal. My goal is to somehow angle myself. He's going to come out at some point, probably between 11:15 and 11:45. He's going to be near the quarterbacks on the field closest to the stadium, right-hand side, and they're going to say, you can't go this far. And I'm going to try to work my way all the way down, and I want to, check. when you want to come into studio with Mike Bonta.
He tweeted.
It's a good thing you told him your plan.
Man, no, well, he's probably listening right now.
I would love for him to come down.
He's a big fan of the show.
He deserves, he deserves to sit down with his legs up because he's turned this team into a juggernaut.
Yeah, no, he has. I would love to get Jed York in studio.
Thank God for the 49ers, given everything that's going on with the Giants. Thank God for the 49ers.
Listen, the Warriors did their job with the offseason. They made it very interesting. And we got a lot of run out the Warriors, and I can't wait for the Warriors to hit the court. Now they get to take a back seat, get the team right, figure out what's going to happen with Larry Marketing August 6th. We haven't forgotten about that date with the Utah Jazz and Larry Marketing, but we'll get back to that. It's July 24th. This is the first day of training camp. And after watching that pitiful loss last night to the San Francisco Giants, it's just...
They're dead to me.
Outclassed in every way. You're throwing out Randy Rodriguez. Monday night, people were telling me, well, Bonta, you're actually wrong about Randy Rodriguez. Just the pitch location was bad. He threw 5 straight fastballs.
Is that what we're saying about Felix Rodriguez 20 years later? Yeah. It is the pitch location.
Yeah, it was no
doubt.
He threw 8 straight fastballs.
You groove one right down the middle, and that's what happens.
I mean, you're playing the Dodgers. What the hell are you doing throwing 5 straight fastballs against the LA Dodgers? What do you think's going to happen? Then he comes out there yesterday. I don't know what the hell he was throwing. But he shouldn't be throwing with the Giants over the next few days. He's just taking his ass back to Sacramento and get the Sacramento shuffle rolling or Sacramento shuttle on Amtrak and get him back up there. He needs work. But damn, everybody needs work on this team. The Giants, until they do something in the front office and shake some things, and this is how I judge a guy. Like Jed York, he's been talking whether they win or lose.
Okay.
Joe Lacob, he talks whether the Warriors win or lose.
Okay.
Joe Lacob, he'll talk. He ain't hard to find.
Huh?
Where's Greg Johnson at?
I don't know.
Because he was pumping his chest up when the Giants won 6 games in a row and beat the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Mets, and everybody's feeling good off the rally. He's jumping on TK's podcast and talking and saying, oh, it's mandatory you go to the playoffs. Well, I like to hear from you now. I need to hear from you now.
Okay.
Where's Buster Posey? I know we're going to switch there, but that was pathetic
It
last
was
night.
pathetic. But I told you, they're dead to me. You know who they are? They're the king that fell from the dragon in Game of Thrones this week, who's sitting in the bed, and we all know he's going to die. Like, this is going to happen, all right?
I hope you didn't spoil that for nobody out there.
I don't want to spoil it for anybody.
It's only Wednesday.
Getting back to the game within the game.
It's only Wednesday.
Getting back to the game within the game. We're going to get onto that field. We're going to see, we'll see Kruger. We'll definitely see Kruger.
Yep.
We'll see Grant Cohn.
Yep.
Right? We'll see David Lombardi.
What'd you think of that yesterday?
What?
Great Cohn.
I mean, Grant's doing his thing, man. He's got the sport coat, and he looks like he belongs in Vegas.
With Shanahan.
Oh, well, do you have it? Let's play it.
Debo requested a trade a couple of years ago. You were asked why you were confident it would work itself out, and you said that you have a personal relationship with him, and you hadn't even talked to him yet. Why are you confident that you can work things out with Aiyuk if things get bumpy?
I mean, I don't remember exactly, and knowing you, I don't know if I exactly said that.
You know, I thought it was playful. I didn't think much of it. What'd you think?
Well, I didn't think much of it, but I think Craig Cole thought differently of it. I definitely know Lo Cole thought differently of it. I saw some of the clips with them. I think Lo Cole was like, you should sue him for that.
I don't know about that's a little strong.
I mean, whatever. It's the game within the game.
That's the game within the game.
That is the game within the game. I got nothing to do with that. But I do like to see the swagger. And you know what else I look forward to in training camp? What new music are they going to be playing on this?
Well, I know that's coming for you.
Because you know,
who's
I love
the DJ?
Well, I don't know. My boy DJ's gone, right? The DJ that they usually have. No, they had a brother there last year.
Well, DJ E-Rock only comes for games.
I always talk to I always talk to the DJs every year at training camp. I got to go say what's up to the DJ.
What about Jake Moody? Am I going to have a one-on-one with Jake Moody again this year?
Yeah, maybe you need one, but maybe keep Jake Moody away from you. You don't need to talk to kickers. You need to stay away from him.
I sized him up last year.
You got to stay away from the kicker. You guys are ready to cut the kicker week 3, week 2, week 1.
Well, preseason.
I mean, preseason, you're ready. Jake Moody, get him out of here. Hell, if it wasn't for Jake Moody, he wouldn't be in the Super Bowl. He made some big boy kicks in the Super Bowl. 250-plus yard field goals. Wow. Jake Moody. Welcome to the 49ers. But I always got to talk to the DJ because the DJ is like a pitcher or the quarterback.
Okay.
You got to keep their confidence up.
Yeah, I like that.
You know, when they're spinning records and they may play a down record, but you got to say, hey, man, you're playing the hits. You're playing the hits.
Okay.
It boosts their confidence. It puts a little pep in their step. So when they play that next song, you know it's going to be a hitter. You got to talk to the DJ. Let them know. Let's see where their mind's at. And so the Shazam is ready to roll. Pardon me. Pardon me. It's always going to be a song.
I like that. All right, the game within the game. I want to see the get back guy. Who is this year's get back? Yeah. You're too far onto the field because we get in trouble for that every year.
Yeah, we do.
The game within the game. I want to see Brian Greasy out there coaching them up.
Oh, Oh.
I love the towel drills. I love all the different football drills that he does with those guys. I'm interested.
The sled?
Well, the sled's going to be, it's going to be next level. We're going to see Keenan Turner, Guy McIntyre.
We're going to see those guys.
The game within the game.
We'll see them out there.
Stunner Man going to be out there?
I don't know if Stunner Man's going to be out here.
Elo?
Yeah, if somebody, the game within the game.
Yeah.
But also, I got my notepad ready to go. And I'm just ready to see these rookies. I'm ready to see these talent. I'm just happy that football's back. We finally get to turn the page on last season. And I'm starting to get fired up about the prospects of this team moving forward. This team is loaded. Loaded. And it starts with Monday Night Football against the New York Giants.
What's the biggest area of weakness heading into today's practice for you? If you're assessing the roster.
Honestly, don't believe this team has a weakness. All right, free safety. We got to figure out the free safety spot. Sean Gibson has moved on here. Is Talanoa Hufanga and Tig Brown going to play safeties? Is Tig Brown going to play free with Hufanga at the strong safety? What's going to happen here? Malik Mustafa, a rookie out of Wake Forest. We like the way he hits.
No, we all like the way he looks. He looks like Megatron.
He looks amazing. Got a Wake Forest.
I mean, the guy with no shirt on, he looks like he's chiseled out of granite.
So if that's the area, it's that. But this team doesn't have a lot of weaknesses, Shasky. You got to really reach to find a weakness on this team.
Backup
they
quarterback.
have nothing but talent. Well, yeah. Well, I'm assuming Brock Purdy's going to be healthy.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying a weakness is backup quarterback.
You could have called that a weakness last year too.
I think I probably believe in Trey and Sam Darnold a little more than Brandon Allen.
Trey was gone, and Sam Darnold was.
Well, he wasn't gone until a couple weeks in.
They traded him.
I do want to see the backup running backs. I want to see depth at wide receiver, kick returner. Who's returning kicks? Who's returning punts?
Yeah, right now on the depth chart, it's Jordan Mason returning kicks. It could be Isaac Guerrero, the rookie out of Louisville. He's got a lot of speed. Or what about Roddy Bell?
Well, I want to see, are they going to practice? Because they usually do 10 or 12 of these drills. So they have 10-minute sessions, 15-minute sessions. Are they going to practice the new kickoff rules? That is something
I do want to watch.
I don't think we've talked enough about. I'm almost waiting for the Madden video game to come out so that I have a feel for what it even looks like. I'm still fuzzy on this whole kickoff thing.
Yeah, I want to see it too. Maybe they will practice that today. That's very intriguing.
You like that, huh?
No, that's a good point, Josh. You brought your A game today. I'm very, very impressed.
I've been thinking about things.
No. The kickoff rule, because we were talking about
I'm the Tyrion Lannister of this show. I drink and I well, I don't drink, but I eat and I know things.
Oh, am I on the air? There we go. Oh, I didn't know what happened. Lubbock gave me a crazy look. Did you hear that too? I'm cutting it out. Yeah. I'm going to move off from Tyrion Lannister. I'm going to move off of that one because I was going to go a different
Spadoni, the game within the game, who are you looking for?
What does that mean, the game within the game, first of all? How can you describe that to the audience?
Well, there's multiple games. There's the Guru scoreboard, and then there's the main scoreboard.
Look, with the media members, let's be real, because we could do this because we're all friends with these guys.
We're having fun.
We're all friends with these guys. But the game within the game between Grant Cohn and David Lombardi, there's a game within the game. Who's going to get the most clicks?
There is.
All right, what is Grant Cohn going to say that I'm going to go opposite of, and I'm going to just debunk everything he says and say that I'm right about everything? There's the game within the game.
Got it. Okay, so what I'm looking for is then who's the guy that we're all going to be so hyped about that's not going to do jack bleep next year. I swear to God, I heard it was Javon Kinlaw. Oh, you guys kind of look at this guy. I mean, just look at that physical specimen. Doesn't do anything. Oh, Drake Jackson, 3 sack
we didn't see him that first year because it was COVID.
Exactly. I swear to God, it's every single team this year. I mean, this guy that no one's ever heard of is turning heads. He's not going to do anything next year. So that's what I'm excited about.
They repeat nothing, I think, from us. The game within the game, because we got to the Trey Lance video. We wanted to be the first at the trough coming off the practice field.
No, we should hype up the media members.
All the media members were going to the auditorium. It was like, yo, let's get the camera going now because they're going to be in the room. They're stuck right now. They can't get the reports out for another hour. The game within the game. Will we do a video hyping up a player? Will it be, oh my God, Ricky Pearsall, this guy's the next John Taylor, starter from day one, trade Brandon Aiyuk right now? We would not be doing it.
Well, he won't be on the practice field today.
He's not. He's got a hamstring injury.
He's not going to be there. The guys
we got Philbo Mike on the line.
Oh, let's go to Philbo Mike.
Let's get Philbo Mike. My bad. Philbo Mike, man. What's up, Philbo?
Oh, man, what's popping, man? Just listening to Shanahan, it's sad. This is the only reason I give him the benefit of the doubt. He an OG, and he done seen a lot of good football, and he was raised on them Niners and them Denver Broncos team. So that's why I give him the benefit of the doubt to keep it real. He know about real history, and he know what a championship would mean to the San Francisco 49ers organization. With that being said, he got a new name. Not Cal Shanahan. It's Cal shoulda, coulda, woulda had a Super Bowl win. Hell, go! Get it together, Cal. I love you. Get it together.
Filmo, give me the name one more time.
Cal Shanahan. It's not Cal Shanahan. It's Cal coulda, woulda, shoulda had a Super Bowl win.
Hey, Filmo, how bad does the Tom Brady, not going to Tom Brady in 2020 feel? Like, in retrospect.
God, I thought the whole time it was the opposite of. I thought Tom, I didn't know Tom reached out, was like, bro, I want to come with the Niners. What? You denied Tom, bro. Just bring him in. What do you, just bring him in? Don't trip. Jimmy G? That's crazy. We protected Jimmy G. Man, that's crazy.
Oh, that is
crazy, blood. Real quick. With that being said, Shasky, I need you to go to church. You're going to have to miss a game for church so we can get the Super Bowl win. You got to make sacrifices. Don't talk down about God ever.
I don't. And trust me, I will be going to church this year. And that's what Saturday 5 o'clock church is for.
They do Saturday church? I had no idea.
Certainly do.
Well, church is every day, Bonte.
Well, I didn't know that college football's on
and
Saturdays.
What I usually tell my wife is,
church.
what I usually tell my wife is, me and God have such a great relationship. When you're living the Lord's, when you live in His Word every single day, you don't necessarily have to be inside of His confines on Sunday morning at 10 o'clock.
Well, it's Saturday football. Once I discovered college football, I was like, wow, they play football on Saturdays. Then I found out, they have to go to class. I was like, really? You got to go to class and play football?
Newsflash. The NFL's coming for every day of the week.
They are coming for every day
There's
of the
going to
week.
be an 18-game schedule, and we will be playing football every day of the week.
And you know what? We'll be watching every day of the week. Fast Five in just a second as we're live at the Hilton Hotel in Santa Clara. We got a lot, man. We didn't even get to a lot. We'll do it more in the studio yesterday, but a lot out Shanahan as he begins his 8th season.
Will we see Brandon Aiyuk on the sideline?
Yeah, I can't wait to see that. Will he hold in? Will he be on the baby field catching passes from the jug machine, or will he be on the practice field?
No, I think he'll be in street clothes, a big chain like Debo was.
I do like
and he'll
that.
be standing somewhere near everybody.
Kind of ice.
Big ice. I don't know. I think Debo had like a 19. I forget what
he's wearing number 1 now.
I know.
Wearing number 1, Debo Samuel.
It's a good look on him.
It is. I do like number 1.
It's a slimming look.
Number 1 is good. Number 2 is
19 gives
good.
me Ted Ginn Jr. vibes.
No, he made
1.
19.
No doubt.
19.
19 is Johnny Unitas.
Yeah. Bernie Kosar?
No, it's Johnny Unitas.
Okay. Well, not Bernie? We had Bernie on the roast.
No, I love Bernie. But it's not.
He had 45 surgeries.
Or it's Dave Rigetti.
How many surgeries did Bernie Kosar have?
Well,
he told
too
us?
many. Unfortunately, too many.
Like,
Poor guy.
We went down the rabbit hole with it. It was like, damn, was it even worth it? That's why when these jokers talk about, I could go out there and play 5 snaps. Yeah, you could. Yeah, right.
Jerry Rice thinks he can still go out there and play.
That's Jerry Rice. He's the greatest football player of all time.
Yeah.
I'll put him above Tom Brady. Greatest football player of all time. Jerry Rice. Yes,
So fantasy draft all time. You're taking Jerry over Tom Brady?
Yeah, Jerry's going to score touchdown after touchdown. He's good for 5 and 100.
Who's throwing it to him?
A touchdown.
Yeah.
Well, I'll find another quarterback. If there's a fantasy draft, I can go get Dan Marino in the 5th round. I get John Elway in the 7th round. Mess around. Talk about team building. Shanahan's got nothing on me. I'll get my quarterback. That's for damn show, Spadoni. Let's get the Fast Five.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five.
Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Buy Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic.
At least Bonte didn't win.
My final thought is this. I love the opening of football. It doesn't necessarily mean today is when football starts, but it signifies a change. You've got about 5 or 6 weeks left of vacation, and then it's literally football until February. I can't wait.
Oh, this is lovely. I feel like I've already started football because NCAA football came out last week, and it got me in the mode. So the first week, you look at the college football schedules, then you get the NFL. Football's back, man. And you know what? The Giants really did say goodbye in July. They're cooked. And we're better off for it. We don't have to force content. Oh, Heliot Ramos, the second coming.
Luis
of
Matos
Willie
is
Mays.
100% getting traded.
Oh my God, this whole team's going to be flipped.
I mean, Lubman, what do you got?
I got nothing about a current Giant player, but guys, I do want to give a shout out to a past Giants player. Happy birthday to the one true home run king, Barry Bonds. Turned 60 today. Spadoni, if you could please play the home run for me.
He'll get there.
If we get there. Yeah.
Swing and a drive. Left center field. This one is over. Don't ever say never. Happy birthday, Barry Bonds. And this place is going wild.
So that was the walk-off home run from his 39th birthday against the Diamondbacks. In the top of the inning, guys, you remember he threw out the go-ahead runner at the plate, comes in at the bottom of the ninth to face his quote-unquote nemesis in Mike Myers. Myers only threw one pitch, and we just heard it right there. Happy birthday, Barry, the big awesome. 6-0. Can you bat cleanup tonight?
Mike Myers, great villain and a great pitcher.
You know, after doing this show,
and comedian.
Another final thought. Oh, Spadoni, get in here with a final thought.
Oh, I don't really have that many final thoughts. You're talking about the game within the game. Well, who's going to have the haircut? Who's the big haircut guy? A la Joe Burrow. We in or out real quick, boys. Going shady. Full Slim Shady. They're calling him Slim Shiesty now for Joe Shiesty out in Cincinnati. We in or out on the buzz cut with the bleach blonde hair.
Yeah, I'm not mad at it.
I like it actually. I think it's kind of hard for Joe.
I tell you what I'm mad at that I'm not high on is all these reporters asking questions about mustaches. It's football. What the hell we give a damn about mustaches?
Bosa does have an odd looking mustache.
Oh my God, Kyle Shanahan, you shaved your mustache. What did you think about keeping it? It's like, dude, it's training camp. Let's play football.
Well, it's Mo August or whatever people say.
What are we doing
like
here?
That.
What are we doing? We're wasting our bullets on mustache questions? Jeez Louise. By the way, another final thought. We do have it good with Kyle Shanahan. 8th year with Kyle Shanahan. Last 5 years, he's 54-29. We do have a damn good head coach. Now, can we get over the top? That remains to be seen. But Shanahan,
in the words of Steiny, who's getting ready to get on, I don't know.
Tom Brady,
we might have action.
Matt Steinmetz, the new went from the Atlanta Hawks to the Washington Wizards. Look at him. Look at him, man. And then we got Guru with Niner jersey. Boy, 10-2 is all confused right now. They're still
Speaking of a man with a great mustache.
Still jacked up. 10-2 is still jacked up.
Look at that mustache. He looks great.
That's it for us. Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity at home. We're on the go. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Steiny and Glue right here in the lab with the bullpen. They're in the bullpen ready to roll here from 10-2 right here on 95.7 The Game.
High five. Up top. Heck yeah.
Dave's company just got the
I would run around this studio naked.
All righty. Good morning, everybody. What is happening? Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you from the Hilton Santa Clara, just down the street from Levi Stadium, where the 49ers start training camp today, Goo, and there's already action down here. And I think there's going to be action all day. We got a soccer game at Levi Stadium later, and I can smell some excitement.
No doubt. And I'll just say what the roast echoed. Football is back, Stoney. It's in the air, and you feel it. And we're here, and we're going to find out about one Brandon Aiyuk in regard to what's on his itinerary here shortly.
Yeah, a couple questions. Obviously, as training camp starts up, what's going to be the situation with Brandon Aiyuk? The last thing I saw written was it's still unknown whether he's going to practice or not, but Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky are heading over to practice. They'll watch practice, and they're going to come back and join us here at about 12:30, hopefully. Give us the lowdown on what happened inside. But there's a lot to get to today. Obviously, we're going to talk about Brandon Aiyuk. But I think today, Goo, the theme of this show is going to be Kyle Shanahan. Entering his 8th year as head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. He's got a quarterback right now that he knows is going to play for him from game one on, and unless he gets hurt. Obviously, if he stays healthy, he's the #1 quarterback. But in an interview with Tim Kawakami of The Athletic yesterday, boy, did he really expand on the quarterback position. He went over his history with quarterbacks. He talked about what determines how much you're going to pay a quarterback in the future. Hint, hint, Brock Purdy. But it's fascinating. I'm looking forward to hearing from the fans about Kyle Shanahan and where they think this team is right now. And clearly where they are is in the mix for another Super Bowl for the 4th or 5th year in a row.
Yeah, and I'll say this to you, Stoney, and the listeners. I'll put the Niners' last 5 years from a winning standpoint up against anybody. And then I won't get into the weeds per se on why they should have did this, they should have did that, and they could have 2 Super Bowls by now. But you talk about 13 wins in 19. You follow that up with 2021, 10 wins, 13 again in 2022, and last year 12. They've been close. Kyle's so great, Stoney. I think you come down my road because you think I overlooked that, and I don't. I'm looking at this man and what he's created, the kudos he's gotten from not just the Bay Area, from the football world about his creativity offensively, and I'm like, damn, all that he needs is that ring that he's come close to. So I can say that's the bar I have set for Kyle Shanahan, but still understand and tell you and the listeners, Stoney, he's one of the best coaches going right now.
Yeah, I think to me the question of the day is around Brock. It centers on Brock Purdy. And how much do we think Shanahan believes in Brock Purdy? And if you go back over his tenure, I mean, we've heard a lot of names at quarterback, and we've seen a lot of guys play quarterback. Yeah. We heard about the coveting of Kirk Cousins. One thing Kyle Shanahan acknowledged to Tim Kawakami is the 49ers twice flirted with Tom Brady. Twice, not once, but twice. Brock Purdy's obviously their starting quarterback this year. They had Jimmy Garoppolo. They thought that he may be the man. They moved up in the draft to draft Trey Lance, and that never worked out. So my question to San Francisco 49er fans heading into the first day of training camp, but also the year before Brock Purdy ostensibly gets paid, how much belief do you believe Kyle Shanahan has in Brock Purdy, and what does Brock Purdy have to do this year to entrench himself as the franchise quarterback, unless you think that's already a fait accompli? I'll believe that Brock Purdy's the franchise quarterback once the San Francisco 49ers pay him.
Wow, Stoney, that's heavy. And I went to bed last night with Jordan Love just hours or minutes away here, or days, from maybe being the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. Jordan Love, who I like, and I like his future. But you know what? He took an L last time he came to Levi's, and the quarterback that was on the other side was Brock Purdy. So if you're telling me Jordan Love and his future is going to get him to be one of the highest paid quarterbacks, good God, Brock Purdy is sleeping with a smile on his face, Donnie. So I believe if Brock Purdy can duplicate just what he did last year, how the heck could Kyle Shanahan have a wandering eye? We'll get into the Brady courtship, but the bottom line, Donnie, is I don't see anything out there that would, make Kyle or John Lynch have a wandering eye. They got their guy, right? Nope. Minutes away from the Super Bowl. From the Super Bowl win.
Yeah, and they had a quarterback who did that 5 years ago, and he's no longer around. Here's what I want to build the show off of today, and I'm going to alert Spadone that I want to play this sound, DU93. It's a little bit on the longer side, but there is so much to pick at in Kyle Shanahan's answer to Tim Kawakami on the TK show about why he felt comfortable two times reaching out to Tom Brady. But I want to build a bigger conversation off this about Kyle Shanahan and the way he handles quarterbacks and how confident we are in him moving forward with a certain quarterback. Let's take a listen to 93, Joe.
I have to feel very confident just from a football standpoint and from just a relationship standpoint and what's right and wrong, kind of, to feel good about doing something. And I felt very good about that and comfortable. So it wasn't a hard conversation for me with Brock. You'd have to ask him about it. It's not always the best thing that you want to hear. But I thought when I explained it, I looked at it as a huge compliment. After the 2019 season, that was Jimmy's first year as a starter in his career. And he did some really good things. And we almost won a Super Bowl. He was a young quarterback. We had only played with 1 year. And to get a call a few weeks after that with Tom Brady wanting to come play for us, that was one of the hardest things I've ever gone through in my life, because Tom Brady is the best quarterback to ever play. He's who I've watched since day one of when my career started, and that was kind of a dream of mine, and I knew how good he was. But I also knew we had a very young quarterback who had got us that far, and to sit and risk that young quarterback with, I forget how old he was at the time, 41 or whatever, I just kept thinking, what if he comes in at that age, pulls a hamstring, and now I've messed up Jimmy and all that. So it wasn't a fun decision, but I thought for not only just that year in the long term, it was something that we couldn't mess with. We had to stick with Jimmy at the time. Nothing against Jimmy, but it was hard to avoid Tom. And then watching how that went and stuff, it was tough. And I was like, man, if I ever had a chance again with Tom, that's something I can't pass up. And at the end of the season, when Brock, who we knew was going to be our future, but when he got hurt and no one could guarantee that he was going to be healthy in week one, that he'd for sure come back the right way. There was a lot of speculation in it, and no one could guarantee it. I did want to reach out to Tom. Now, Tom was the only guy. I was willing to ride it and risk with Brock's injuries. I told Brock that. I said, Brock, in these 7 games, you've shown us, you're not going to be competing with Trey next year. If you come back healthy, it is your job. The only way it won't be your job is if Tom Brady decided to come here and play 1 year. And I told him this a week after the season, which I felt confident with because he was hurt. There was questions with him, and I was telling him about Tom Brady. And so I felt very good when I told him, hey, I know we spent a lot of picks to go get Trey. I know you've only played 7 games, you have a bad injury, but we believe in you, and you are a guy of the future. The only way that won't happen is if Tom Brady comes for 1 year. And so I kind of looked at it as I was giving him the keys. I was telling him how much and saying there's this one outside chance, but I'm going to be dead honest with you. Anything in the back of my head. And that's the only thing in the back of my head. And probably there's not a very high percentage that's going to happen. So I felt like he should be leaving the room thinking, man, they believe in me. The only guy he'd even consider is Tom Brady. So I kind of looked at it as a compliment. And Tom was done. And so it made it real easy. And once Tom told us that, just started counting the days to when Brock could get healthy. We worked really hard with Sam, really hard with Trey, got the depth of our quarterbacks behind Brock well. And Brock did heal up, and he came out and tore it up in training camp, tore it up in week 1, and had a hell of a year.
All right, a lot there, lot there, Goo. And let me just kind of run through what I heard, and you tell me if you think I got some of the facts right, or if your opinion differs from mine. So after the 2019 Super Bowl, the San Francisco 49ers had an opportunity to acquire Tom Brady. But at that time, Kyle Shanahan didn't like the idea because he had Jimmy Garoppolo coming off a Super Bowl, and he was a young quarterback, and he didn't want to, quote-unquote, mess with that. So now we fast forward after the 2022 season. Brock Purdy quarterbacks the second half of the season for the Niners. He gets hurt in the NFC Championship game against the Eagles, and after that season, Tom Brady calls the 49ers and says, hey, I might want a quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers. And at that point, Kyle Shanahan goes to Brock Purdy and says, you're our guy unless we can get Tom Brady in here. But it's got to be Tom Brady, otherwise you're our guy. Kyle Shanahan said he should have been flattered by that, in a sense, that only Tom Brady was going to be the quarterback other than Purdy. But to me, what it signifies is Kyle Shanahan is always looking for somebody better at the quarterback position until he finally feels like he's settled on a guy. And in his 8th year, I'm not sure, and I'm not convinced yet that he has settled on a franchise quarterback at any moment in time as a 49er coach.
Wow, Stoney, I'm not mad at you. I've known you 6 years. I know how you think, and I can see how your intel takes you there. But for me, I'm going to say I disagree. But what I want to say before I get into it is my respect is just off the charts for Kyle Shanahan. The honesty and the passion that went into that answer. And now we can look back and I'll say the fact that he didn't fire on the Tom Brady courtship because of Jimmy Garoppolo's ego or his, how he would take it, I do think to myself, they would have a Super Bowl if he played in last year's Super Bowl instead of Brock Purdy. But I get that. But he hasn't had a lot to work with, and he's been his own, he's been in his own way in regard to try to find that perfect quarterback, i.e. Trey Lance. That was a debacle. But why I think where you're coming from is too heavy is life is about timing. And Tom Brady was a free agent after he retired, and a lot of people said he had a noodle arm. He was done. So I kind of get, hey, this guy took us to the Super Bowl. Jimmy Garoppolo's young. We got a good thing going. We'll pass. But that doesn't make me feel like Kyle is looking at Brock Purdy and the inception that is him and the winning that they've done. A Super Bowl, almost a win, and then NFC Championship game against Philly. That doesn't lead me to believe he's got a wandering eye.
I think there's no doubt he's got a wandering eye. That's just the way I feel. And
but who's the Tom Brady going forward, though? See what I mean?
He's not there yet. It's somebody who will emerge. And it will be somebody that Kyle Shanahan may think could be the answer to all his questions. But I'm more convinced now than ever, and I'm not saying Purdy's not going to be here, but what I am saying is I don't feel like it's automatic that the San Francisco 49ers are going to pay Brock Purdy an astronomical number to be the quarterback of the 49ers for the foreseeable future. I don't think he's there yet. I don't think he's there right now. Can he get there by the end of the season? Yeah, I think that's very possible. But from everything I'm hearing Kyle Shanahan say, and we're going to play a lot of the sound from yesterday's podcast with Tim Kawakami, he really got into how he wants to build a team and what he looks for in a quarterback and what determines how much a quarterback's going to get paid and all those kind of things. And to me, it's just, it seems clear that I'm not saying Brock Purdy's being tried out. He's not trying out, but he's still got a lot to prove, I think, in Kyle Shanahan's mind.
Listen, I don't know what it is, and I do know this season I'm on record as saying it's important. It is major for Brock Purdy, but the bar to me is set. If you can duplicate the last 2 years in regard to the regular seasons, you are going to get more money than what I deem Jordan Love is minutes, hours, or days away from being the highest paid quarterback. So So why would you go away from something, Stoney, that is working, and a guy that has shown you he can make your offense fluid and run, and the most important facet, you win with them?
Because regardless of the eye test, Brock Purdy hasn't done anything that Jimmy Garoppolo hasn't done yet. And that, I was kind of with you yesterday and before this about, look, it's a fait accompli with Brock Purdy. All he's got to do is have a pretty good year. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm really not sure anymore. What if the Niners go 11-6 and they don't get to the NFC Championship game? Maybe they lose their second playoff game.
But how does he play? If you tell me he remember you asked me Monday, what's regression look like? But we know what it looks like when we see it, Stoney.
Well, and we may see regression the following year if he doesn't have the weapons that he's going to have this year. So, that's another thing, and people can poo-poo that all they want, and I get it. Nobody's apologizing that Brock Purdy's got a ton of weapons, but you better believe that the San Francisco 49ers, when they put into their equation, into the evaluation of Brock Purdy, they've got to put in there somewhere down the line he may not have the weapons that he has today. And I think it's more than fair to start thinking about, if you're talking about paying a guy $50 million or whatever it is, I think you got to think about what he will look at with a different offensive unit around him. And if you have confidence that he can come through, then you pay him. If you don't have confidence that he can come through, well, then I'm not sure what happens, to be honest.
Yeah, and I know we're getting to the time where everybody's making a prediction or whatnot, and the Niners are, on everybody's list in regard to a threat to win it all. So just from that standpoint, when you talk about it from a team concept, they're right there. I'm betting on Brock Purdy, Stoney, and I'm betting on that contract. I know that's down the road, but this season is going to be about what they feel comfortable paying him. And as crazy as this sounds, partner, I think he's kind of already checked the boxes to get paid. Like, what is
this year doesn't? Well, that means you're saying this year doesn't matter. If he's checked all the boxes to get paid, then he doesn't have to prove anything this year.
Right, but that will never come out. But when was the last quarterback that looked bad under Kyle Shanahan, not named, what's my guy that they shipped off?
Trey Lance.
No, the Trey Lance, and who's the other backup I'm thinking
Mullins?
about? Two, and there's one
Darnold?
more. No, there's one more after that. Mullins, and who am I thinking about? But he's gone.
Beathard?
Okay. That he traded up in the draft to get. So just think about that. Since then, it's been copacetic, and the Niner quarterbacks have looked great. But hearing that soundbite between Kyle and TK, Stoney, my respect. And
well, if most of the quarterbacks have looked great under Shanahan, why have they gone through so many in his tenure?
Well, Trey Lance didn't look great. That was the debacle. Okay, and you move mountains and everything to go get him. So if you tell me, hey, Goo, you need somebody to go prospect a quarterback, Kyle's going to stay at home. But if you tell me how I need somebody to groom a quarterback, Kyle's my guy. So I think they got their guy. I think Kyle's tired of being in a situation where people think he has to have a wandering eye. So it's on Brock Purdy, and I just expect with this weaponry, and I'm assuming Aiyuk, Stoney, he's going to have a damn good year, put up numbers, they'll go to the playoffs, and that contract, might mirror whatever Jordan Love. I keep saying Jordan Love because he's going to get it, and I can't believe it, but he's done diddly squat compared to Brock Purdy. If that matters.
888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, the big theme today is where do you think Kyle Shanahan is with Brock Purdy? And how, if you look back on 7 years of Shanahan, how do you think he's handled the quarterback situation? Do you trust Kyle Shanahan to both find the right quarterback for this team and then to develop this quarterback into a Super Bowl champion? They've knocked on the door twice, but what I heard with the Brady quote is, and I have no problem with this, always be looking for somebody better. Absolutely, positively, always be looking at every position, not just the quarterback position. So again, after just hearing Kyle Shanahan talk the last day or so, I'm convinced in my mind, and I might be wrong, that Purdy still has a lot of work to do to earn the money that these big money quarterbacks are getting. And I'm not sure if it's going to take a Super Bowl victory to get that money. I just know that they had one quarterback who lost in a Super Bowl, and he's no longer here. And now Purdy's lost in a Super Bowl, and he's got one more year before the Niners have to make a decision on him. So this is kind of big-time stuff for the 49ers, and I'm very interested to hear what the 49er fans think, because how many of you out there do think, look, relax, guys. Purdy's the quarterback. He's going to quarterback the team this year. We're probably going to be successful. He's going to be paid the market rate over the summer with 50 or 60 or whatever it is. And then, boom, we're going to move forward for the next 3 or 4 years and continue to compete for Super Bowls. Is it that simple? Is it that simple? 888-957-9570. What do you think, Goo?
Yeah, it's what makes this season exciting. And let's just say we didn't even do a show, and you can wipe away the first 20 minutes of what we talked about and discussed. The title of the jam is Brock Purdy. You are basically, there are two scoreboards, one with your name, Brock Purdy, and how much this team and organization is going to get behind you in regard to putting that ring on your finger. But guess what, son? You control that. But with the Jedi Knight ability of Kyle Shanahan, Steiny, I don't expect a regression from this offense moving forward. And that's why I feel comfortable thinking he's in a damn good situation to get that contract. We'll see. But what you just said hit me, and you're right. And that's across the board in all sports. You're always looking to get better, right?
My question is this: if we want to throw out scenarios, I mean, what happens if Brock Purdy has a good year, the Niners have a good year, but they don't win it? Then you go ahead and you pay him, but then you have to come back next year without a Deebo Samuel, without an Aiyuk maybe, without a George Kittle.
But that goes into when I give you this money, this contract.
Well, then you better know damn well that this guy can elevate the players around him.
Do you think he can now, or you need to see more? I'm giving the praises of Brock, but I can't wait. I need to see more.
Does he need to elevate Christian McCaffrey? I mean, Christian McCaffrey to me is one of the best running backs in football.
I would say, how hard is it to do that, though, because Christian is so great?
I mean, I guess the bottom line is, do you think Brock Purdy can be the quarterback of a Super Bowl champion? And that may be what it comes down to for
he
Kyle
was minutes
Shanahan.
Away.
And so was Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm just saying, I'm interested to take the temperature of 49er fans about how confident they are that Kyle Shanahan has the utmost confidence in Brock Purdy. Do you think Purdy's got something still that he's got to show Kyle Shanahan? And if he is, let's say he has the same kind of year as last year.
I think that's good enough.
Is that good enough?
Yeah, I do.
That would be, Brock Purdy has the same kind of year as last year. That would be good enough for him to be a top 3 to 5 paid quarterback in the NFL. That's one thing that I will not sit here and say, Goo, you're wrong, because I have no idea. But that's one of those things where I would have to say, I got to see him pay Brock Purdy before I truly believe they're going to move forward in the foreseeable future with Brock Purdy.
No, I appreciate that. And I'm not saying you're wrong, but in regard to that soundbite, I know we're up against this, Donnie, but what about the respect aspect from young Brock Purdy? That Kyle called him and had that conversation with him? Like, look, if we can get Tim Jordan, you're going to sit, and that we just can't pass. Like, I appreciate that honesty. It's obviously something Brock
he didn't afford that honesty to Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, but the compliment to that was he thought Jimmy was good enough to where he didn't pull the trigger.
Or he didn't want to bring Tom Brady in here. Tom Brady gets hurt, and then it messes up Jimmy, according to Kyle Shanahan. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru are with you at the Hilton Santa Clara. It is day one of football season, ladies and gentlemen, and we're excited. There's no doubt about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking Kyle Shanahan and quarterbacks. What do you got for us? What do you got? 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Now's the time to switch to Juniper's AI native network. So, instead of network complexity weighing you down, now you can simply rise above problems by proactively preventing them. Juniper Networks. That's the now way to network.
Have you been wanting to find the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? At Abundant Life Weight Loss, we know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Our weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally, safely, and effectively without counting points or calories. No exercising, no prepackaged meals, no surgery, no drugs, and no injections with risk of serious side effects. Learn more at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
Dan Dibley here. So happy with my weight loss journey. I've dropped 25 pounds and a couple of inches off my waistline. I've never felt better. I've never looked better. And I continue to stay at this weight, which makes me so happy.
Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. Schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-854-5140. That's 925-854-5140. Or online at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That's AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Terms and conditions apply. For full details, see unlock.com/legal. Actor portrayal.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How did you find the money to do it?
We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today.
So it's a home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started?
It's easy. Just go to their website.
Go to unlock.com/radio to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Pay off debt, improve your home, add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Go to unlock.com/radio right now to see if you qualify to unlock the value in your home. That's unlock.com/radio. Go to unlock.com/radio.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Brakes? We can save you 15% on that. We have OE quality Duralast brake pads and rotors in stock, ready for pickup or delivery. We also have calipers, brake fluid, tools, and anything else you'll need to do the job.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from the Hilton Santa Clara, as training camp is underway.
All righty. Don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Steiny and Guru with you at the Hilton Santa Clara. Training camp is underway for the San Francisco 49ers.
Yes.
And there is a lot to talk about. And we're starting with the head coach, Kyle Shanahan, and the starting quarterback, Brock Purdy, their relationship, how long is it going to last, and how far it's come already. And I'll start with this, Goof, from the 925 on the Xfinity mobile text line. Steiny, you keep talking about the weapons Brock has. Everyone has weapons, yet Brock is the most successful with his weapons. No, I completely agree with that. And all I'm saying is this, and you tell me if you agree with me or not.
All right.
Right now, let's just say Brock Purdy's making $1 million, okay? And he's had a lot of success. The minute they pay him 50 or 60, if that's what they're going to do, you got to, rob Peter to pay Paul. And so the bottom line is, after they pay him a lot of money, they may have to revamp some portions of their offense. So all I'm saying is, before they pay him, they got to know that he is good enough to quarterback as well as he has, maybe with fewer options to go to. And I believe they're going to use this year to try to figure that out.
I'm not mad at that, but at the end of the day, Steiny, that comes with the territory. When you put the ring on the finger, you are saying, yeah, you're going to lose some stuff around you, but we all know the most important position in sports, listen to the words that come out of my mouth, the most important position in pro sports is the quarterback.
Pitcher.
Is the quarterback.
Oh, okay.
I ain't mad at you. But, Steiny, you're going to give him the money thinking, okay, he'll lose some stuff around him, but he's the guy. He's the guy. He'll be here after McCaffrey if all goes well. So I believe they have to know that. And if they're Jedis, like I think Kyle, I think that's what stage he's at now, he can foresee the future, not predict it, and have a good feel of, when I give you this check, young man, yeah, you might regress into a pumpkin. The odds are, astronomical. But at the end of the day, I got to believe they think they got their guy.
All right, we got a little news from 49er camp right off the bat. This is from Matt Barrows of The Athletic, and I'll just read his tweet. Brandon Aiyuk is not in uniform and is watching practice from the sideline. Also, Barrows says, I don't see Trent Williams out there. So Brandon Aiyuk at practice, not in uniform. Why would you clap for that?
Because I want him to get his money. I want him to get his money. And look, you guys looked at me like, I was saying do drugs or something. Well, get your money, son.
Well, I don't think him standing on the sidelines in civilian clothes means he's any closer to getting his money.
But he's exhausting all possibilities. And it might not work.
Or maybe
for
it's a self-serving move because he just doesn't want to give up $40,000 a day, which
we understand that's
smart.
What it's about. Yeah, the fine money. But you said you didn't say team, Steiny. You tell me. But you said you understood him trying not to go out there and risk it.
What do you mean?
Getting hurt and messing up future money, Brandon. So you understood if he were to hold in now, that you understood that part.
Yeah, I understand it from all aspects.
But it sounded like you just called him selfish.
No, I said he did the smart thing by not getting fined $40,000 a practice, but all I'm saying is,
or maybe a trade is coming.
All I'm saying is, I don't view him being on the sidelines, not in uniform, meaning he's any closer to signing a contract extension. 888-957-9570 is the number. Goo, I want you to take a listen, and I want 49ers fans to take a listen to this next cut from Kyle Shanahan.
All right.
It was also from the TK podcast, and it's Shanahan talking about the quarterback market and what Purdy may be worth down the line. This is interesting. Take a listen.
I mean, I think because of where the market's gone with the quarterback position, it's just the dollars. I guess that's kind of crazy. Those numbers, it's kind of like when I look at the real estate out here and how much houses cost. I didn't believe it at first because it's just there's so much. And then when you get out here and as long as you can resell it and stuff, it's all relative. So it's whatever, but the numbers overwhelm you. So I get all that. But me, as a coaching standpoint, I think about obviously how you fit into a salary cap, where it is going. But I don't get caught up on how much money that is. I get caught up on, well, that's how much a starting quarterback costs within the realm of it. I mean, but this is the market on how much a starting quarterback costs. This is how much a starting receiver costs. This is how much a starting tackle costs. This is how much a starting defensive end costs. And you start to see all that, and how do you want to balance out your team? What are the choices you get? And that's what you got to figure out. But are you happy with someone as your starting quarterback? If you are you happy with him as a rookie? Are you happy on a rookie contract? Great. Are you happy with him when you got to pay him? Well, how do you compare him to everyone else? He's a starting quarterback in this league. Well, what does that cost? And then you look at it, and that's kind of where I keep it. I don't try to say that's so much more than it used to be. I try to look at it as that's just the market. Now you got to figure it from an organizational standpoint, the cash, all that stuff, which is a huge deal. And that's why I listen to those conversations. I get involved in those conversations, but I also know that is not my area of expertise.
So that was Kyle Shanahan to Tim Kawakami yesterday. And I mean, what I heard there was Kyle Shanahan saying, how do you judge a quarterback? They have Brock Purdy on a very team-friendly quarterback salary right now, so they love him. They absolutely love Brock Purdy at $1 million or whatever it is. The question that Shanahan, I think, throws out there is, do you love a quarterback for $30 million? Do you love a different kind of quarterback for $40? Is there a quarterback out there worth $50? And that's what you got to figure out. The thing that, to me, he kind of left out is, well, there's different levels of starting quarterbacks in the NFL. And I think this year's about figuring out where Purdy is as a starting quarterback in the NFL in terms of the ranking, though I'll say right now, from what he's done, he's probably top 6, top 8, something like that. So I'm hearing Kyle Shanahan say that that's what's on the table this year is first and foremost, let's win and try to get a Super Bowl. And then second, let's evaluate Brock Purdy over the course of the season and try to determine how much we're going to pay him.
Yeah, I get that. I call it verbal poker because you don't want to pay him right then and there. But we also heard the owner, the guy that, the checking account that is coming out of York, talk about they're geared and set for Brock Purdy to possibly reset the quarterback market. And right now, Joe Burrow, Trevor Lawrence are tied for the highest AAV at $55 million, Steiny. And Joe Burrow's been to a Super Bowl, but guess who else has done that? Brock Purdy, Justin Herbert, Jared Goff haven't even got close. So Goff got close in the NFC Championship. Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, Kyler Murray. I just believe again, Jordan Love is the guy, the highest paid quarterback, Donnie. If I'm Brock Purdy, I got to believe that's where I'm starting at. And if the Niners have the year that I believe they're going to have offensively, and Brock puts up the equal or more, does a little bit more, I mean, it's just not if, it's about when he gets this big contract. That could make him the highest paid quarterback in the NFL.
888-957-9570 is the number. Do you hear Kyle Shanahan saying that Brock Purdy's the guy and we're going to pay him? Or do you hear Kyle Shanahan saying something different? 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Rob. Rob's in San Bruno. What's up, Rob? How you doing, man?
What's going on? I'm chilling. What's going on, fellas?
Hey.
All right, man. First, I'm gonna say this first. This is the first time me hearing that. Usually I'm on it, but this is the first time me hearing that. And the fact that you were willing to give Jimmy Garoppolo $100 million for 7 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. That's his numbers. His first year, 5 years, 7 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. You gave him $100 million, right? Mm-hmm. You didn't want to bring in Tom Brady for 2019 because you thought you could just do it with Jimmy Garoppolo. Tom Brady, the guy who just won a Super Bowl right after you. And then when Trey Lance here, you run Trey Lance up the gut like you're fullback, running fullback dives. I still ain't seen him running with Purdy yet. He ran him up the gut. Basically got him out of here. And then you say, oh, well, I told Purdy after 7 starts, you're going to be starting. But you was telling the media, it's going to be an even training camp at the end of the day. Then you went and signed Darnold, and you say Darnold going to be like Steve Young. I was like, then you go for Brady, which is cool with me. But it's like you was trying to do everything possible not to play Trey Lance. That's what the thing with me. For you to say Darnold was better was disrespectful. And one more thing, you didn't even look at Mahomes. You didn't even look at Watson. My thing is, it's not even about losing a Super Bowl. It's about we losing to a Super Bowl to the same guy. We blatantly just disrespect. Didn't even scout. Didn't even send a scout down there watching. But you go all the way to Iowa and look at C.J. Beathard. Like stop it, man. And then
Rob, here's my question though. What's your bottom line on all this with Shanahan? What are you trying to say overall?
My bottom line is I don't trust Kyle. Kyle Shanahan's about Kyle Shanahan. He's not going to bring in a guy that's going to outplay his coaching. You don't want that. You want a guy he can control, tell him where to throw the ball to, and he can't really sign for no big money. I'm going to ask you a question. When Debo, the 3-game span when Debo was gone, Purdy went on interception spree, right? So if you take away Brandon Aiyuk and Debo get hurt, don't let CMC get hurt. Is Purdy still that same guy? One more thing. If Purdy was on KC last year, do Purdy make the Super Bowl? If we just trade the quarterback, because them weapons in KC ain't got no weapons. None of the weapons can play over here. It's probably except for Kelsey. Even that, because we got Kittle. So KC didn't have no weapons last year.
You were on fire, man, but you can't live your life that way. And I'm learning, man. The bottom line is he's not on Kansas City. We'll never get that answer. It's how do you drive the car that you're in? And right now, everything you said I agree with, but you can't hate on Purdy because of the position he's in. How we judge him is going to be him in the Niner offense. Him and other places, Steiny will never get the answers to that. Like, that's unrealistic. It's unrealistic, and you kind of alluded to that earlier. What if he loses a weapon?
Well, he's going to. But you have to plan for that. He's going to.
But he may get paid before we find out.
But you better know and be certain. You better be certain.
Nothing in life
that you
is
believe.
Certain. It's got to be your gut feeling.
Well, you better be pretty certain if you're going to pay a guy $50 or $60 million. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru down at the Hilton Santa Clara outside Levi Stadium. Training camp is underway, and if you're just joining us, Brandon Aiyuk is at practice, but he's not in uniform and he's not participating. And also, as of now, Trent Williams not out on the field, though we don't know why.
Think he could be holding out, Steiny? Remember, he wanted some more money.
I thought he's the highest paid lineman in football.
Yeah, but the guaranteed is running out. We said if he pulled that card, they would have to pay him in a second.
No, I don't know.
Willard texted us. He said no explanation that you just said it too.
Ricky Pearsall, the 49er rookie wide receiver, is going to miss the first 4 days of practice, according to Shanahan and Lynch, and hopefully he will return next Monday. Next Monday, when Block 2 starts of the training camp for the San Francisco 49ers. So we're talking about Kyle Shanahan. He had a lot to say yesterday about the quarterback position, and we're just talking about how secure you think. It's not how we feel about Brock Purdy. The question is, how do we think Kyle Shanahan feels about Brock Purdy? And that's the question that I'm asking 49er fans right now. Do you believe that right now, for the most part, that Kyle Shanahan is sold on Brock Purdy? 888-957-9570 is the number. How confident, Goo, do you think Shanahan is right this minute with Purdy?
I'm going to go a 9, and then I want to push that, if I can, you allow me, to a 9.5, because he's probably laughing at the world. The debacle that Trey Lance is not greater than the heights he's gotten to with Mr. Irrelevant. So that covers, to me, inner ego. I'm better than you. I'm smarter than you. So I think that turns Kyle on. That's a football turn on, that I got this guy with the last pick, and look what heights we're at. And if that Super Bowl would have culminated in a victory and a trophy, good God. But to answer your question, Steiny, I'm going 9.5, partner.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't go that high.
What number? Yeah.
Because he doesn't, that's the thing that I feel about Kyle Shanahan, is he doesn't have to be a 9 right now because he's not getting paid right now. And as of right now, whether you like it or not, Purdy's not the long-term quarterback of the team. That'll happen at the end of the year if and when he gets paid. But I think this is kind of interesting from Apollo Cruz on the YouTube chat. Kyle will dump Purdy if someone better comes along. How do you feel about that? Because that's what I'm hearing.
Okay.
Like that, and I think that's the way Kyle Shanahan kind of operates. For example, I don't think for 1 minute. Let me ask you this. Do you think this is absolutely, positively ludicrous?
All right.
49ers have an okay season. They go to the playoffs, but they don't win it all. And down in Atlanta, Penix takes over for Kirk Cousins. You really think that Kyle Shanahan's flirtation with Kirk Cousins is completely over? I think it depends on how good Purdy is this year.
But then you're saying you think Kyle, and I believe something's there. There's been some courtship, but then you're telling me you want to invest the resources it would take to bring Kirk Cousins here to the Bay, and you would feel comfortable about a guy that's never sniffed the Super Bowl as opposed to your youngster that you drafted and raised and groomed who got you to a Super Bowl minutes away. I just believe Kyle would look at, why would I do that, especially with the injury that, it would be a year later that Kirk is coming off of. And we talked about Dak pre-show. If he doesn't get a deal, he would be available. I just think it's risky, Steiny, thinking or going somewhere, we'll just find a quarterback. Somebody will come available, and, hey, something could pop off. But the risk, to me, that's too risky. That's Kyle and John are too smart to roll the dice that way. And if we look at the track record, they drafted Trey Lance thinking that they were smarter than everybody. But other than that, they said no to Tom Brady, and it might have cost them a Super Bowl because Rob is right. 5 games of Jimmy G.
My point is this. You say it's risky. I bet you that there's a scenario in which Kyle Shanahan could look at Kirk Cousins, who's making, 40? Cousins is making 40? Hey, you want to go get Kirk Cousins at 40, a guy that Kyle Shanahan's worked with before and believes in for whatever reason? Or pay Brock Purdy, who, pay Brock Purdy 55. I mean, I'm not really here to bring up Kirk Cousins and say the 49ers are going to go after him.
But just another option is what you're saying.
Yes, and what we found out with Kyle Shanahan, to me, he's always looking at another option. He just is. And to me, it makes perfect sense to leave the door as open as possible right now, because they haven't made a commitment to any quarterback as of right now. I'm not talking about in the past. Yeah. I'm saying they haven't made a commitment to Brock Purdy yet.
But what's the goal in life and sports, Donnie? Continuity, security.
We never had that with Kyle.
Yeah, and that's why I think, and we never talked about the mental collateral damage that went into, everybody saying, what the hell happened with Trey Lance? Don't you think there was something, not shook him, to where, you know what? If I got a guy, he's established, and all I have to do is pay him. If I believe he can get us to heights, which he's done, the 2 NFC championships and the Super Bowl, I feel like that security is something I would want. And I would have no problem giving you the money if you've taken the team to those heights. He didn't cost him the Super Bowl. He damn sure didn't cost him the loss and against the Eagles. Obviously, he got hurt, but you know what I'm saying, Steiny? There has to be something.
But he didn't win him the games either.
Yeah.
If you want to, if you want to put it that way. 888-957-9570 is the number. Spadone, I want to play some more Kyle Shanahan, and I want to go to number 95, and this is Shanahan talking about knowing that Brock Purdy was going to be his number 1 quarterback heading into this season. All right, we can wait a second on that. It's a DU95 when you get it. But we can keep talking in the meantime.
Yeah.
Somebody saying, Beard on the YouTube chat, quarterback's too important to mess around.
Yeah, and he's messed around. He's come up empty a few.
My thing would be, when somebody shows you who they are, believe them. We've seen him,
and Purdy.
We've seen him flirt with 6 quarterbacks.
I got you.
Over the course of his tenure. Yeah, go ahead, Joe. Take a listen.
It was different. It was so much more relaxing when that position is established. You know exactly where you're going at the position. That guy's healthy. You're just working to constantly get better each day, and that's the fun part about coaching. Now, I wish I could say it makes it a lot more relaxing and everything is chill after that, but no, it just allows you to focus on all the other stuff. And there's always a ton of stuff that happens in the off season, but to have the quarterback position established and to have a year where he is healthy and going into this, it's been very nice, and it was needed.
All right, Kyle said it was needed. That means that Purdy's been healthy. He's worked all summer, and he's ready to go. I mean, the only thing we're disagreeing on is I don't think it's been decided yet whether the 49ers are going to pay Brock Purdy the astronomical amount of money that he'll probably be asking for. I think it depends on one thing and one thing only, and that's how Kyle truly feels about him. And I think he likes him, but I mean, I thought he liked Garoppolo after Garoppolo got him to the Super Bowl. And I thought he liked Trey Lance because he went out and got Trey Lance. And he gave up 2 picks for him, and Lance barely played. So, I mean, will you at least give me that he's pretty fickle when it comes to his quarterback, and his mind can change pretty quickly?
No doubt, and that's why I think Brock Purdy is the beneficiary of that. Steiny, I believe if you got something good, why change it, especially after what he did with Trey Lance? That's why I think he doesn't want to mess around anymore.
Well, if you got something good, I get, but I think that's what all I'm saying is I think that's the nature of Kyle Shanahan. He has something good, but he's always going to look for something better.
Yeah. And we both agree on, because the one component of this, which is everything, is these next 17 games in this season. That's everything.
It's going to determine how much he gets paid, I think. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the 49ers. Kyle Shanahan, day 1 of practice today at Levi Stadium. Brandon Aiyuk is in the building, but he's not in pads. Let's go to Alden. Alden is in Santa Clara. What's going on, Alden? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Appreciate the show.
Sure.
You guys are out here in my city, and I love it.
Nice.
I'm actually at work right now, so I couldn't be down there. But I just wanted to answer your question, Steiny. You said, you don't think that the QB situation's tied up for the long future, basically. And this is the first offseason we don't really have a QB controversy, I feel like. And not to mention it's Purdy's first full offseason as a starter.
True.
And I think just by Shanahan's play calling last year down the stretch, I mean, even in the Super Bowl, he had that trick play he threw in. He's just in his bag when he has Purdy in there. And I feel like he has all the confidence in the world because none of the QBs in the past that he's had, he's opened up the playbook with. And, I just feel like, Donnie's stirring up the pot. But I love the show, guys.
Let me ask you this. If the 49ers had 2 options, and they don't, but if they had 2 options, they could pay Brock right now, or they could let him play the year and pay him at the end of the year. I actually think they would just pay him next year. Why not? Why not get an extra year, another year of taking a look at him?
Yeah, I don't disagree.
So that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying Purdy won't be the franchise quarterback. I'm saying I don't think he is at this moment. I just don't. Not looking at Kyle Shanahan's track record at the quarterback position. He's been fickle, and maybe he will settle on Brock Purdy. But I think Brock Purdy's got some work to do before he ends up settling on him and giving him the kind of money that is becoming the going rate for starting quarterbacks.
I do like that conversation he had with Brock, though, Stoney. You could say, "Oh, good, come on, that's just regular communication." But I do respect Kyle for telling him, "Hey, look, we're going to go after this guy. We may not get him, but that is truth at its finest, man." Like, I appreciate that, and I'm sure Brock has to. Like, no matter what happens moving forward, I gotta believe Steiny's going to always keep it real with me.
Well, you're giving him the benefit of the doubt, and I feel like, okay, so he told Brock Purdy about Brady, but he didn't tell Jimmy Garoppolo about Brady, even though he flirted with both during both quarterbacks' tenure. So the way I look at it is, well, why didn't he tell Garoppolo? Well, he didn't tell Garoppolo because Garoppolo was 25 years old. He played behind Brady. It would have been the second time he would have had to come in and be Brady's backup. He was also worried about Jimmy's psyche. That's why he didn't tell him about Brady. The reason he told Purdy about Brady, in my mind, is because Purdy's got no leverage. I mean, Purdy's the last pick in the draft. He found himself as the starting quarterback of the Niners. He's doing well. He's a humble kid. He's going to take it the way Kyle wants him to take it, which is probably as motivation. I don't think Jimmy would have taken it as motivation. So there may have been some self-serving there. 888-957-9570 is the number. How confident is Kyle Shanahan in Brock Purdy? And we got some other sound to get into. It is day one of training camp down in Santa Clara. What's coming up next on the game? Presented by Lucky California.
The Savings Road Trip game of Monopoly is back at Lucky.
John Sally.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from the Hilton Santa Clara, as training camp is underway.
All right, it is football season officially.
Yeah.
49ers having their first practice as we speak at Levi Stadium. Quick update, Brandon Aiyuk is in the house, but he is in civilian clothes and he's not practicing. And Trent Williams also has not, well, not also, he has not showed up, or at least no one sees him out on the practice field. We'll find out more about that probably.
I'm going to give you a quick nugget on that. $0 guaranteed dollars left on Trent Williams' deal. You do with that what you will. But to me, that's why my man is not here.
Yeah, we'll probably find out more later in the day once practice is over and Shanahan talks to the media. And I know we're down in Santa Clara talking about the San Francisco 49ers, but something real interesting has come across our desk, if you will. And it's a story from Mark Spears of Anscape. And he talked to Steph Curry either earlier today or yesterday. And the subject was about finishing up his career with the Warriors. And Mark Spears was talking to him about the importance of staying with the team for his entire career, if that's the way it goes. And I want to read you this quote because it's from Steph Curry. This is Steph Curry.
Oh, this is new.
Just moments ago, actually. It just dropped. And he's talking about wanting to be a Warrior for life and all that entails. Here we go. It's tough, right? I've always said I want to be a Warrior for life. At this stage in my career, I feel like that's possible. And you can still be competitive. It doesn't mean you're guaranteed to win the championship. It doesn't mean winning. Winning is always a priority, but obviously you're realistic. It doesn't mean that it's going to happen if you stay the course. You need to shake things up and keep reimagining what it looks like to evolve with what the league is at right now, with where some of these talented teams are right now. Steph Curry, again, I'm taking it one step at a time, to be honest. I think that's the only way that will protect my happiness. Also, it allows me to enjoy being myself when I'm out there playing, and I'll continue to make the decisions that are best for me and for my career at the end of the day. I'm sorry, for my career. At the end of the day, when it comes to just the imagination, I want to win. Let's put it this way. It's a long-winded way of saying that if it is a situation where you're a bottom feeder and it's just because you want to stay there, I'd have a hard time with that. But I don't think that's going to be the reality. The bottom line is this is very one step further to me than things in this league change quickly. This is Steph Curry basically saying, if you're a bottom feeder, I have a hard time with that.
Yeah. And he mentioned decisions. He mentioned honesty. I'm not mad at the chef, Stoney, but this, as you talked about the other day, an iceberg. There are two timelines now. Steph Curry's timeline, and can Joe Lacob and company get the team back to prominence? And the other part of that, Stoney, just you tell me what you think of. This is obvious. You don't make the playoffs, you're a bottom feeder for that season in the West. But those are chilling words from the chef, and it's not an earthquake, but it's a tremor. And from my vantage point, you couldn't pull the deal on Paul George. You tried. Now I understand why they were in on marketing. I don't know where that stands. But the reality daily is coming that Steph Curry wants to win. He still feels like he has something left, but what's around him is kind of eroding. And he talked about the state of the league, Stoney. There's long athletic wings everywhere. They don't have a lot.
Yeah, we can go in any direction right now because there's a hell of a lot going on. You guys all know the number, 888-957-9570. Let me just emphasize this last part of the Steph Curry quote. Steph Curry had this to say earlier today or late last night. He's over in Paris right now. Mark Spears ran him down, and he was talking about his career with the Warriors and how it may or may not end up. Steph Curry, let's put it this way. It's a long-winded way of saying that if it's a situation where you're a bottom feeder and it's just because you want to stay there, I would have a hard time with that. But I don't think that's going to be the reality. Well, right now, the Golden State Warriors, I should say last year, finished 10th in the Western Conference. All right? Is that a bottom feeder? No, I wouldn't say it's a bottom feeder. They won 46 games. But I think we got to acknowledge the possibility exists that maybe the Golden State Warriors won't be a contender next year. And what Curry's saying essentially is, if we're not very good, no, I would have a problem with staying in Golden State.
And if you don't make moves, it feels like, you tell me if I'm wrong, Stoney, if you feel content with where you're at, that's another problem. You're a wordsmith. This just popped in my dome. You tell me if it's too strong for what you just read. Stoney, I feel like that was an ultimatum. If we're a bottom feeder and you're okay with it, I have a problem with that. Basically, like, you need to get on the move and we need to get better, but they're running out of time and options.
Yeah, I mean, look.
That's how I took that, man.
Well, and I think Steph Curry is unbelievably smart, and he knows the Warriors situation, and he knows darn well that it is going to be very hard, if not virtually impossible, to get this team back to a championship level in a year or two. I think he knows that. I think what he's saying is, yeah, I get you can't win every year, but I got to be on a team that has a chance. I got to be on a team that's competitive. But if this thing turns into we're a bottom feeder, I'd have a big problem with that. So,
don't you understand? Oh, go ahead.
888-957-9570 is the number. As I always like to do when I talk to fans, what do you make of what you just heard Steph Curry say about his future with the Golden State Warriors?
You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
That's the greatest.
Hey, Spadoni.
That's McCaffrey, Mr. McCaffrey.
This was actually brought to my attention by the boss, who said, we got to talk about this because, well, it's Steph Curry. And my question to Warrior fans, and I know how a lot of Warrior fans will feel, oh, big deal, this is nothing. And if you think it's nothing, that's fine. That's fine. But I'm asking you, when you hear something like this, does it worry you as a Golden State Warrior fan? And I'll summarize it one more time, because I think the end of this quote is the
money part.
Yeah, let's put it this way, said Steph Curry. It's a long-winded way of saying that if it's a situation where you're a bottom feeder and it's just because you want to stay there, I'd have a hard time with that. But I don't think that's going to be the reality. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
And who was that directed at? I know who it was directed at. If you want to stay there, that's a choice. If you're rebuilding or we're not going to add, it now has me, Stoney. We went back and forth. They tried to get the Paul George done, and it makes all the sense in the world to appease Steph. They're trying to do something with marketing. Even if you don't agree with it, my man, he is E.F. Hutton. When he talks, everybody listens, and those words, some could deem it, if you wanted to tell me, chilling. But, Stoney, what I'm afraid of is what they need is not out there.
Or what they need, they can't get. And one of the reasons they won't be able to get this thing right for Steph Curry fast enough is because they won 4 titles. They paid everybody under the sun. They've got to get their salary situation in order. And it's just unrealistic to think that that's going to happen in the next year or two.
Wow, man.
But interesting words from Steph Curry. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's head out to Gene. Gene's in Oakland.
Our guy.
What do you want to talk about today, Gene? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good, guys. But I actually initially called about the Niners, but I don't mind addressing what Curry just said. Actually, I'm kind of encouraged by what he said. I think that he's basically, he's saying unless you're going to do a full rebuild, he's on board if we're in the playoffs or or at least vying for the playoffs and we're a good team. Sounds like he's willing to ride it out. Okay, now that's not to say, because I was fearful before that he really wanted that 5th ring so badly that if the opportunity presented itself to go elsewhere to get that ring, that he would bolt in a minute. And now I don't know. I'm not so sure. And I don't know where he'd go anyway. So, no, I feel relatively encouraged. I think that was very reasonable for him to say. I'm also hopeful that if somehow we do become, or at least get closer to being a contender and we can get some real talent, that he's willing to maybe take a little less than the 60 to 70 million that everybody's talking about him probably getting for another year's extension. Anyways, I feel actually pretty good about the whole thing.
Thanks, Gene. Appreciate the call. Yeah, I mean, it was vintage Curry.
Yeah. He wants some things done, but can you go get those items? Just like you put it a second ago. Can you go
probably not?
And that's what's scary.
Honestly, it's not an opinion. They're in a tricky spot with their salary cap right now. I mean, I'm kind of with Gene because he did say, look, I don't have to win a championship to fulfill my career. Mm-hmm. And my goal isn't, I got to win 2 or 3 more. But what he is saying is, I want to be in the mix. I want to make the playoffs. Yeah. I want to know we have a chance to win a title.
I want to be competitive.
If we're a bottom feeder, no, then I don't want to be here.
And last year qualifies to me as a bottom feeder when you're not in the tournament.
Yeah, I don't know if it does or not. I don't know if he's talking about a 46-win team, a 36-win team, a 26-win team, what he considers a bottom feeder. But I do know that heading into the year, I think these questions are going to come more frequently to Steph. He's going to have to answer more and more of them. And I don't think there's any doubt this is a situation that the fans and Warriors ownership they got to monitor this situation, and they've got to know Steph Curry's temperature over the next couple years. And to me, the next interesting date's going to be in about 2 weeks when Steph Curry's up for a 1-year extension at $60+ million.
August 6th.
And do the Warriors just offer it, and does he just take it? I'd be surprised if he doesn't, but maybe he doesn't because he wants to leave himself an out at the end of next year.
Do you have a problem with me or any other Warrior fan recycling this line in regard to Curry? There are 2 timelines, Donnie.
What do you mean?
The Curry timeline and the Warriors timeline.
I mean, I don't think so because we use the 2 timelines. I feel like we're talking about championships, but he's letting you know that as long as they're competitive, he wants to be here. So all they got to do is stay competitive,
But they didn't make the playoffs. Forget the number of wins. They didn't make the playoffs. Right. That's not competitive to me. I don't believe Curry looks at that like, Stoney, that counts. That constitutes as a bottom feeder to me.
Well, I mean, that's what we don't know.
Yeah, I think that was his version of an ultimatum, man. That's just how I feel, and that's why they were in on Paul George. That's why they'll be in on Matt Nahegan, Tim, whoever can help them get better. But it's what the Warriors are willing to part with, Stoney. And if it's Pods or Kuminga, that shouldn't be a question anymore. It's like, who are we trying to get to add to Steph and Trey and the rest of the game?
This from the Xfinity mobile text line from the 510. You guys are reading too much into it. When the Warriors start winning, no one knew that they would win. So you don't know what's coming up next year with the guys they have. He's just saying, I want to be competitive, and that's my thought all the time, just to be competitive. And if you're competitive, you got an opportunity to win a championship. Yeah, I don't think we're reading too much into it. We're defining what a bottom feeder is. I actually would disagree with Goo a little. I don't think he thinks last year they were a bottom feeder. I mean, they won 46 games. Everybody thinks they would have won 50 if Draymond doesn't get suspended. So clearly a 50-win team isn't a bottom feeder, but only Steph knows what he means by bottom feeder. Only Steph knows. But 888-957-9570 is the number. 925 on the Xfinity mobile text line. It sounds like Steph is okay with staying so long as he's got a puncher's chance. I kind of agree with that. I don't necessarily disagree with that. He just doesn't it's clear he doesn't want to go into obscurity. I mean, he doesn't want to be on a team like the Warriors team he arrived to 15 years ago. That's what it sounds like to me.
Or at home watching his counterparts, his peers show off their greatness on TNT nightly and ESPN over the weekend, and he has no playoff games.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. A lot going on. We are at the Hilton Santa Clara. It's day one of 49ers training camp. There's news all over the place about that. Brandon Aiyuk is at the practice field, but he's not practicing. Trent Williams has not been seen, and we're trying to find out a little more on that, which I'm sure we'll have later on in the show. In about an hour or so, I believe we're going to be joined by at least Bonte Hill, but maybe Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. They are watching 49er practice right this minute. And just for a little icing on the cake, Steph Curry with an interesting quote about his future as a Warrior, essentially saying, as long as we're competitive, I'll be okay with things, but if we're a bottom feeder, essentially all bets are off. Is there any shock value in that? Not so sure. What do you think? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Bill. Bill's in San Jose. So are we, Bill. Well, not really. We're in Santa Clara. Never mind.
Go Niners. How are you guys?
Doing well, thank you.
I've been waiting for Steph to sort of say something for a long time. I mean, you sort of contrast him with LeBron, who's always pushing to get the championship, is switching teams all the time. Now Steph has set some limits on what he's willing to do. I think it is an ultimatum. Let's say after the first 3 weeks of the season, the Warriors are like on the bottom. I mean, I could see a big trade, and the Warriors would go into a rebuild mode. What do you guys think?
Well, I think you're more in tune with Guru, but I'll be doing this for a minute or two over the course of the show. 415. I tuned in thinking I'd hear about Niners training camp. Why am I hearing about Curry? Well, one of the reasons you're hearing about Curry is because Curry talked to Mark Spears of Anscape and essentially talked about his future as a Golden State Warrior and whether he's going to end up retiring here or not. And he said it depends. He doesn't want to be a part of a team that doesn't have a chance to win. And as long as they're competitive, he feels like he probably wants to be here. But the reality of the Warriors situation, I think, is starting to set in to not just the fans, but to Steph.
I have a question for you. Put yourself in Curry's shoes. If you want management to do something and you know they tried, but yet they couldn't get it done, do you feel better knowing at least they tried? Or the bottom line is, you didn't give me any effing help. I don't want to hear how close you came. I do wonder if that matters.
I got it. And this is where I give Steph all the credit in the world. He's been in the league 15 years. He's got to know exactly the situation they're in. He knows what this second apron is. He knows they've paid the luxury tax bill for years. He knows that they've got to start to transition at some point. He also knows they just can't go sign Giannis for peanuts. So I think he's very realistic about the situation, and I think the last caller was right. You go to training camp with a few new players, you see if the dynamic changes, and you see if you can be a better team than last year. If you're a better team than last year, I don't think there's anything to worry about if you're a Golden State Warrior fan. I think the next thing to look for is August 6th.
Yeah,
I mean, the thing that would now looking at it from this point of view is if Steph Curry doesn't sign that 1-year contract extension, then you'd have to ask why not.
Yeah.
And the only answer I could possibly conceive of why Steph Curry would turn down $63 million 3 years from now is because he would want to give himself the opportunity to become a free agent, not at the end of this year, but at the end of next year.
Stoney, that's 100, as the kids say. I don't know how anybody else could use different math and come up, with something else, but that's it. So I know you're going to laugh here or scoff, but that's a big day for me. Like, we should wake up and by midday know that he exercised that option. If not, then he's playing chess.
Well, it's the Warriors.
That's a lot of
ultimately
money,
it's still their decision. They've got to offer him that extension, or he's got to say he wants it, and they say fine, or they say, well, you know what? The scenario I can't see is Curry saying, I want to sign that 1-year extension, and the Warriors saying, you know what? Let's hold off on that. That one doesn't make sense. But I could see in a crazy way, after hearing what I just heard Curry say, maybe he is thinking, you know what, I'll give myself a little out here at the end of the 25-26 season in case we're bottom feeders. I'm kind of with this guy, 408, and this is the part where I know it's going to sound harsh, but it is part of the equation. Wouldn't it be partly Curry's fault if the Warriors end up being bottom feeders? I mean, he's still the best player on the team.
Yeah, but I'm the main reason we got 4 chips. You got to look at the totality of everything.
But clearly,
if you don't want to hear this, Donnie, but they're paying the Warriors August 6th if he takes that money for what I've done. We can all see it's not about what you're about to do. You're still great, but we're on the back nine, bud.
Yeah, I guess what this caller's saying. Well, that's the point. Is he is on the back nine.
But it usually works that way. Kobe did it. They gave him the money.
Well, it actually usually doesn't work that way. Very few guys end their careers with the same team. And that's what he's saying he wants to do, but he's got to have to, the Warriors are going to have to live up to their end of the bargain on some of this stuff, I think. 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson with you. We are in Santa Clara, and we are adjacent to Levi Stadium, where the 49ers are holding their first practice. Brandon Aiyuk, he is on the practice field, but not practicing. He's in civilian clothes, as they say.
Wow.
Trent Williams. Nobody's seen Trent Williams.
Nobody's seen him.
Hopefully we'll find out more about his situation as the day goes on. And we're going to get back into the 49ers and the other side, because there's still a lot of Kyle Shanahan sound to play that I find very interesting. But hey, you know it, guys. It's your show as much as ours. 888-957-9570. You want to talk about Steph Curry? Daryl the Guru Johnson thinks it's some kind of an ultimatum. I think it's very interesting at the very least. 888-957-9570. Hey, listen, stop by the Hilton Santa Clara today for a tailgate starting at 4 p.m. We got Wrexham against Chelsea. That's right, at Levi Stadium. Food from the tailgate truck, favorite ice-cold beers, top DJs are providing music. It starts 3 hours before the game. That's 4 o'clock, and it'll be going on 1 hour after that soccer game at Levi Stadium. One more time, 888-957-9570. That segment brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Now's the time to switch to Juniper's AI native network. So instead of network
Hilton Santa Clara as training camp is underway.
All righty. Good morning, everybody. We are in Santa Clara at the Hilton Santa Clara, where there's a lot going on for sure. Wrexham plays Chelsea tonight at 7. The 49ers right now practicing at Levi Stadium. It's their first practice of training camp. Brandon Aiyuk is here, but he's not participating. And as far as we know, Trent Williams is not here. He's not here, and hopefully we'll get more clarity on that in the next hour or so when we're joined by Bonte Hill, who is going, he was attending practice right now, Goo. But Joe Spadoni is back manning the studio, and he just made us aware of a little soundbite from Aqib Talib, who used to play for the Denver Broncos, and he was asked about Brandon Aiyuk and his situation. And Goo, I think this is going to be right up your alley. Take a listen.
I thought he was hating. No.
Well, he was on one guy.
Aiyuk is emerging. I think he's probably my top 3 receivers right now. If you get him with a real quarterback, he can go crazy.
Brandon Aiyuk is your as a top 3 receiver?
Man, he's just I don't really go off the stats. I go off the player and his body control, his routes, his hands, his speed. He can easily be a top receiver in the league. If you put him on a team and you make him the focal guy, he'll go crazy.
Wow. I would have stopped him when he said, if you get him with a real quarterback.
Well, that she did. Well, I mean, man, that is, let's hope they're not writing the checks for Brock Purdy. I don't think you get 50, 60, Steiny. I've said it. That's coming from a guy that's played and studied the game. He was damn good on the defensive side of the ball. I echo those same sentiments, and you're right. He's not in that system, but if you put him in Dallas, if you put him in Cincinnati, I think he could put up or duplicate CeeDee Lamb type numbers. That's just what I think of Aiyuk. So again, he'll never be able to do that in this offense. I get it. I think what's eating at him, Steiny, is at least pay me like you know I can. And maybe they can't, and we'll find out where this thing goes. But I do know, Steiny, he's not out there practicing. I just can't wait to see how this ends up.
It's funny how
real quarterback.
No, that's the part. I mean, if you want to call Brandon Aiyuk a top 3 receiver, okay, that's fine. He's probably I mean, the discussion's out there. Is he top 5? Is he top 10? Okay, Talib thinks he's top 3. But you get him with a real quarterback? I mean, wow, man. I don't know that there's any more disrespect for a guy like Brock Purdy than that. I mean,
the only thing about Purdy is he doesn't look like he was made in a lab. Justin Herbert looks like he was made in a lab and's done diddly squat. Trevor Lawrence, they look like Picasso at the quarterback position, Steiny, and they haven't done nothing.
I mean, according to Aqib Talib, the 49ers are about to pay probably at the end of the year $50 million to not a real quarterback. Man. I mean, that to me is a little
Can I say something to you, though, that's real quick that just came over me? Yeah. That sound, not that he's changed my mind, I'm a real one. We all have opinions, but it goes back to you saying, maybe Kyle needs to see more. Not that Kyle's saying that, because that is too strong. That's a double shot of vodka. I'm just saying, maybe, is there something to Kyle saying, Brock, you got to prove more, but I don't know what that more would be if I've taken you to a Super Bowl. I've wrecked my elbow and come back and taken you to a Super Bowl, and prior to that, I took you to an NFC Championship game on the fly. Like, what more?
Win one.
But we all got to win one. Coach, you could have done some things better too.
Okay. Well, but Shanahan isn't coming up for a contract extension.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy is.
Jimmy got blamed for that Super Bowl loss in 19. This one, Brock didn't have his best day, but he damn sure didn't lose you the game, partner.
No, but he damn sure didn't win it like the other guy. 888-957-9570 is the number. Again, we are in Santa Clara, 49ers first practice of training camp. Matt Steinmetz and Darryl the Guru Johnson. I want to play a little more of this Kyle Shanahan sound, Joe Spadoni from the TK show. And I want to start at the top because this is actually very interesting, and we haven't even brought it up yet.
All right.
We're going to go to number 92, Spadone, number 92, and you'll never guess who Kyle Shanahan asked to join him on his staff. Take a listen.
I did. I threw it out to him. He loves football so much that you never know what he would. I can't believe that he's not a head coach of a team right now. I know what I would do if I was an owner, so that shocks me. And the last thing you want to do is insult someone like Bill Belichick. But I know he just loves ball in the simplest form. So I threw it all out to him, like whatever he'd want to do.
DC?
Yeah. I was like, would you be interested? And he was very nice and appreciative, but he politely turned me down. But I think he's helping out his son a little bit. I know he's involved in Washington up there and trying to start that help out with Jed Fish and what he's doing out there. And, it could be good too, because I'm sure he's going to be back in the league next year. And I don't know how, and I could be going against him. He could be in the NFC West. So it would have sucked if he came here and then he was going against us every week too. So that's stuff you got to be careful about. But he's the best. And I just like talking to him.
Kyle Shanahan offered Bill Belichick the defensive coordinator job.
I love it, and the reason I love it is that is a guy that's secure in his person. He's secure in his job. Some other coaches would have probably, not done it just because they wouldn't have been able to sleep at night. But that tells me Kyle is running the show, Stoney, and rightfully so. When you look at the last 5-6 years of what they've done here, he was like, you know what, Bill, I want you on the staff in any capacity because I'm not insecure. And I understand it. I come down Kyle's road for not having the bling, but at the end of the day, guys, there's not two other coaches I would take to run my team right now.
Yeah, I think he probably offered him the job knowing he was going to say no.
But what's that get him?
What gets him
for me, guys like me to say, he's really trying to improve. Like, what's the gain in that? I guess I'm asking you.
Gives him the opportunity to say, I wanted Bill Belichick on my staff. That sounds good. But, really? See, that's something that I'm a little more skeptical of. I'm not saying Kyle Shanahan's a bad guy or he's deceptive, but really? So you wanted to hire Bill Belichick as your defensive coordinator, knowing that if you don't win, he's waiting there to possibly become the head coach, and if you do win, he's probably going to steal some of your thunder. I don't see it. I don't see him ever really thinking Belichick was going to be a defensive coordinator.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Belichick's next job will be a head coach somewhere.
And I got to be honest with you, I'm kind of surprised it's taking this long. And I know he's got the young girlfriend keeping him occupied, but we'll see what happens. And mainly Dallas too. I could see the hoodie there, but I would rather have the hoodie running my defense than this first-time coordinator. Wilks, I don't know if we want to call it a success or not. I thought he took a lot of shade, but that team got to the Super Bowl and played pretty damn good, the defensive unit.
888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into the conversation? We're talking 49ers. We're talking Kyle Shanahan. He's entering year eight as head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. And let me ask 49er fans this. Right. Do you feel like right now we're closer than we've ever been to settling on a long-term quarterback with the San Francisco 49ers? Do you think essentially Brock Purdy as the future of this franchise at quarterback is a fait accompli? Is there anything he can do that would lead you to believe he's not going to be that guy? And my question is, how important is this year for Brock Purdy? Is it make or break? That's the other thing I was thinking, Goo. If let's say you think Brock Purdy's a pretty good quarterback.
Okay.
Pretty good. But I don't want to say takes a step back, but let's say he doesn't improve as much as you hoped he would improve this year. At the same time, he's still a young quarterback. So bumps in the road are to be expected. Yeah. Is it unfair to Brock Purdy that, if he experiences some bumps in the road in this upcoming season, that everything's tied to his contract extension?
I'm going to say yes, but when you say everything's tied, that means it's been great thus far. So the fall off or the regression would have to be, it would be something that we could definitely see. But I want to flip this table over, Tim Jordan, Steiny, and the reason I want to do that is, Steiny, if your premise is correct, and maybe Kyle does have a wandering eye, what Talib, former NFL cornerback, just said, I thought was disrespectful the way he said it, real quarterback. But if you're right, at the end of the day, Kyle's not saying it to that degree, but if what Brock Purdy has done thus far is not good enough, at the end of the day, that's what Kyle was really thinking then. You get that. Like, he didn't say it that way, but by his actions, Kyle, if they are like, you're not worth 40 or 50, then at the end of the day, yeah, Talib said it in a harsher way, but Kyle deep down kind of felt that way if he feels like Kirk Cousins at 40 or 50 would be more of a value than giving this guy 50 or 60. Just a thought I had.
I mean, one of the things about Kyle Shanahan that hits me is I never really know what he thinks about a quarterback. I mean, he talked like he liked Jimmy Garoppolo.
But he paid Jimmy and gave him opportunities. But Jimmy's body broke down.
Right. He also put an out clause in virtually every year of his contract so that they could get off him if they wanted to get off him. So I just don't know what to believe when I hear Kyle Shanahan talking about a quarterback. Because you know why? I heard him talk about Trey Lance, a guy who he obviously saw very little of, and yet believed in to such a degree that they moved up to number 3 in the draft to get him. And clearly he didn't end up liking Trey Lance. So here comes Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy starts out terrific, takes over the reins, can do everything that Jimmy can do and then some, but we still ran into a Super Bowl loss. I assume Kyle Shanahan likes Brock Purdy, and I'm sure he does. But the question is, how much does he like Brock Purdy?
So they're dating right now. And the mayor, we'll find out if he proposes to him at the end of this season.
Yeah, they've been going out for a year and a half. They got a good, solid relationship. And they're probably going to decide this year whether they want to get married. That's a good way to look at it. That's kind of the way I'm looking at it.
If they would have won the Super Bowl, that would have been they had kids.
I don't know. Yeah. See, I don't like that.
You don't think if they won that Super Bowl, Snotty, we'd be talking about this is a no-brainer. Just the power of that from a Brock Purdy standpoint of, in my second year, after wrecking my elbow, we got it done. What would the question then be? I belong to the Steph Curry school of things change quickly. And I'm still to this day not convinced that if the 49ers would have won their first Super Bowl, that Kyle Shanahan would have made Jimmy Garoppolo the franchise quarterback. Now, I could be wrong, but that's just the way I look at it. The other thing is, if Brock Purdy won a Super Bowl last year, they still wouldn't have to pay him right now. No doubt.
So he's got to play this year, even though he has a Super Bowl ring. What if he would regress after a Super Bowl season? I think what I'm starting to come around to is Brock Purdy's going to get paid what the 49ers think he's worth at the end of this season. And it's nice that he's had a couple good years, but this is literally the money year for him.
Wow.
That's kind of the way I look at it, but I don't know. How do 49er fans look at it? Do you think this is a formality that Brock Purdy is going to be the man here under Kyle Shanahan? I want to play some more Shanahan because this one's kind of interesting because it's something Guru has talked about a lot, and it's the comparison between Shanahan and Andy Reid. So I'm looking at number 98, Spadone. Shanahan was asked how he'd feel if it took him 21 years to win a Super Bowl. Take a listen.
Hell yeah, it'd be lots of weight, but I don't look at it that way totally. Like, I looked at it that way when I was my dad's son, and I was counting his Super Bowls and just worried about where he was ranked and like things like that. But When you're coaching, you don't really think about that stuff. You just coach, and you come down to these games and you know everything that happened in the game, and like you know how fine a line it is. It's what's so hard about our business. That's why I spend the off season totally differently than the season, because I know the mental strain. I know how hard you have to work to beat a bad team. I know how many variables there are when it's not a 7-game series. I know so much stuff that goes into that there's nothing I want to do more than win a Super Bowl. I mean, does consume you to a degree. But it's not something where I watch other people and be like, okay, he did it then, I can, like, there's so many different ways. And yeah, I believe that we should have already won 2. I actually think we should have won 3, because I think we should have been there in another one. And you want to know why you lost. And you go back to certain plays and you go back to certain situations, and you're just like, you have to be the best you can be on that given day, whatever it is, whoever you're playing. And as a coach, it's not a boxing match. It's your job to get your team the best it can be. You hope you're in an organization to where you guys are trying to go for it every year, which is what I mean by free agency, spending the salary cap, making those right decisions. And that's the stuff I think about. Like, all right, I need to get away. This was hard. But now when I come back, do we have a shot? How are we attacking free agency? What is our roster? All right, what's our schedule? How do I get these guys ready? How do we keep them healthy? That's the stuff that consumes me. I've never looked at another coach and thought of when he's done it. If I have to wait that long, who knows if I'll be alive? You know, I've said that quote before.
Yes. Famous quote.
Which just made me nervous. It gets me in trouble when I say that quote. If I did worry about that stuff, I would never make it that long. And the fact that I don't makes me believe that I'm going to keep doing what I love doing until no one wants me. And then hopefully I've made enough money that I can just go enjoy life after that.
Wow, interesting, man. If you told me I could go get in the Cadillac and just drive home and not do the rest of the show, I would do it. And the thought on the ride home would be, as I look out the window, this beautiful Bay Area weather, is I know Kyle Shanahan. He was just, that's all it's about. That's it. He's owning it, the moment, and it consumes him, and he wants to win, Stoney. But I appreciate not burying your head in the sand. And my man said we shouldn't have won 2, Stoney. We should have won 3, because we should have been in it. I just melt hearing that, man.
You melt hearing that a coach pours his heart and soul into the job? Well, shouldn't every coach do that?
Yeah, but I just appreciate looking at the shortcomings and owning the moment.
Well, I'll tell you what I heard.
They should have had it done. I do appreciate that.
I'll tell you what I heard. I heard a guy who, you're right, puts a lot of pressure on himself and thinks about this all the time. But I also hear a guy who is absolutely, positively disregarding of any fan criticism, of any criticism from the media and things like that.
We would hope that you have that mechanism.
Well, then, if he has that mechanism, then we got to quit saying there's pressure on him.
Well, he's putting pressure on himself.
Right, but there's no outside pressure. Like when we saw the fans the fans want one. He doesn't care about that. Like, that doesn't impact him. That doesn't influence him. He does not care about outside noise at all. And so I always feel like when we say, well, the noise is going to get loud then, and if they start 3-5, he's going to start. No, I don't think that's who he is. I really don't. I think he is completely closed off in a lot of ways from criticism, and either he purposely goes out of his way to never hear it, or it truly does not bother him one iota. So, the whole issue of pressure I always think is interesting, but I don't feel he feels any pressure from anybody other than himself.
Yeah, no, and that's enough in itself right there from himself. He's tapping into it. That's what I appreciate. You never can have a relationship or feel the burden of a million fans, but what was beautiful about that soundbite is, Stoney, that's enough. That inner pressure is enough. And he was talking about looking at it through the prism of his daddy's career, hoping at the end he would get it done. But I guess his own pressure is enough for me to let me know that this is something he's trying to do.
888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you from Santa Clara. The 49ers, first day of training camp is today. Football season is here. We're loving it. And here's some little tidbits. Brandon Aiyuk is here. He reported, but he is not practicing. He's on the sidelines, and he's not in uniform. Trent Williams is also not here, and hopefully we'll find out more about why that's the case a little later in the show. We're going to be joined by Bonte Hill. He is at practice right now, so when practice is over, he's going to make his way here to the Hilton Santa Clara and give us the lowdown on what happened. And also, if you're just joining us, some interesting Steph Curry news. Steph Curry talked to Mark Spears of Anscape, and he talked about his future with the Golden State Warriors. And I don't know, you tell me how dramatic you think the quote was. But at the end of it, Steph Curry was talking about what will be the determining factor, whether he retires a Warrior or not. And he said, this is Steph Curry, let's put it this way. It's a long-winded way of saying that if it's a situation where you're a bottom feeder and it's just because you want to stay there, I would have a hard time with that. But I don't think that's going to be the reality. So Steph Curry essentially said before that, look, I want this team to remain competitive. I want this team to have a puncher's chance at a title. And as long as I feel like we got a shot, I want to be here and I want to retire a Warrior. But we become a bottom feeder and all bets are off. Then I'm open to whatever, whenever you want to talk about doing things.
You know, and what frightens me about that soundbite, Steiny, is I don't feel like they're at the top. So what I took and startles me is the bottom feeder. Because, yeah, you can hit me with 46 wins. The bottom line is when all the stars were playing and the playoffs were going, the Warriors were not on our television. So for him to come up with the line, bottom feeders, leads me to believe that's how he felt last year was for his Warrior team.
Yeah, I don't know.
Man.
I don't know what he considers.
Bottom feeder.
I don't know what he considers a bottom feeder, quite frankly.
But he brought it up.
Warriors, of course, won 46 games a year ago, but didn't make the playoffs. Does he feel like they're knocking on the door to being as competitive as he wants them to be? I don't know, but we can talk about it all. 888-957-9570 is the number. Some big news around the Bay Area regarding the 49ers, regarding what Steph Curry talked about with Mark Spears. And we're having a lot of fun down here at the Hilton Santa Clara. And don't forget, you can stop down here to the Hilton Santa Clara. There's a tailgate that starts at 4 p.m. for the Wrexham-Chelsea game. That's right. Wrexham's playing Chelsea at Levi Stadium. We got food here from the tailgate truck, your favorite ice-cold beers. Top Bay Area DJs are providing music. It all starts 3 hours before tonight's soccer game, which means it starts at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock, and it'll also be going on 1 hour after the game. The Hilton Santa Clara not only getting ready for tonight's soccer game, but we're gearing up for a 49er season where home games at Levi Stadium, they start here. They start here. By the way, I would like to shout out San Jose Jazz fan and Heidi. Heidi came by, Guru, and said hello with us.
She did.
Said hello to us, took a photo with us. We really appreciate those guys coming down and having a lot of fun. Having a lot of fun right here talking 49er football.
Where's Trent Williams? I'm serious, man. Where's he at, Steiny? No guaranteed money on his deal, and you pull this?
That's a great question. Hopefully we find out where Trent Williams is before the end of the show.
Okay.
And I think we will.
All right.
One person we know who's not practicing is Ricky Pearsall. He's got a hamstring issue. Looks like he's going to miss the first 4 days of practice, which means Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. The 49ers will take Sunday off, and they hope that Ricky Pearsall, their first-round pick, is ready to go on Monday. How that all impacts Brandon Aiyuk, we shall see. We shall see. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. You know we always love to have you. And don't forget, download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply today or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition.
is underway.
All righty. Training camp is absolutely underway. We are at the Hilton Santa Clara. Daryl the Guru Johnson, Matt Steinmetz. We've just been joined by Bonte Hill,
Hill,
who watched the 49ers first practice. And before we get to Bonte, let me update 49er fans on some logistical things. Brandon Aiyuk was there, but he didn't practice. Ricky Pearsall, of course, didn't practice. He's not going to practice for the first 4 days, it looks like. But then the one piece of news that I don't know if we expected it or not, Bonte.
Boy.
No Trent Williams.
Yeah.
What's the buzz about that, do you think?
Trent Williams is not here, and he has no guaranteed money left on his contract. And we heard the rumors around the time McCaffrey got his new deal and Juwan Jennings signed his tender that Trent was going to hold out for new money. And everybody was like, wait, Trent's not going to hold out for new money? And that may be the case because he has no guaranteed money. And we know Big Trent is about his money, and he has so much more leverage than Brandon Aiyuk. He doesn't play. What does his offensive line look like? He doesn't play. What does Brock Purdy's numbers look like? He doesn't play. How does Christian McCaffrey run the football? So if Big Trent is indeed holding out because he wants new guaranteed money, well, guess what? He's going to get that new guaranteed money at some point because the Niners, if there's any player they can ill afford not to have on their roster for this season, it's big number 71, Trent Williams.
What do you give me for this? Here, Aiyuk, hold my beer. This is what leverage looks like. Because you're right. Everything goes to smithereens without 71, and he did it kind of quietly.
Yeah.
Steiny, there's no way, there's no correlation. No guaranteed money at his age, knowing I'm Mr. All-Pro. How... This will be as fast as a McCaffrey.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll hear from him with Shanahan. I think he's speaking to the media right now, so I'm sure somebody will ask him. Hopefully, they don't ask him about mustaches and they ask him about Trent Williams.
What was that?
I don't know what that was.
It went too long for me.
Yeah, I get it. He had a mustache. We've never seen a mustache before. Jesus Louise.
Well, you obviously were out of practice. Just give us some stuff that jumped out at you, what you noticed. I know you watch a lot of practice over the years, and, sometimes to the untrained eye, it's hard to tell what's going on. But what'd you see out there, B?
I don't know if anybody wants to listen to me after our Trey Lance take from a few years ago. No videos. The first portion. But look, it's shirts and skins. There's no contact. But you can just look at guys' body and who worked out and who didn't work out. And Deebo Samuel, in that number one, does look phenomenal. He dropped one pass in the entire practice. He caught a lot of passes, ran great routes. Debo looks like he's in phenomenal shape. And look, he's motivated, right? You guys know this. In a contract season, essentially, for Deebo Samuel. Yeah, he's on the books for the $24-28 million for next season, but he's basically playing for new money because he knows it could be him or Aiyuk that's on the way out for next season. So Debo looks phenomenal. Juwan Jennings was catching everything. And then just looking at Brock Purdy, obviously the quarterback. There's no quarterback controversy this season. But the one thing I think he needs to improve on, and I touched on this yesterday, was throwing outside the numbers and deep down the field. You got to take advantage of the deep shots. And right now, his deep ball just didn't look good.
Because he missed Aiyuk a couple times.
Intermediately, 10 to 15 yards, he looks great. Right. But the deep ball deep down the field, which you're only calling on to throw maybe 3 or 4 times a game, he needs some work on that one. But it's the first day of practice.
Stotty, should we play the sound to have Spadoni play that Talib sound and see if Bonte thinks that was his shot at somebody like we do?
Well, I think it was a shot, but if Ken's got it, we got a new man aboard Ken. Kenny, do you have the Aqib Talib sound from earlier today?
Wait a minute. He hasn't spoken in a while because he had a situation with his brother.
Yeah, but
he was doing
now he's back talking.
He's back, so he's going to be on some broadcast this year.
That I don't know, but yeah, let's hear it.
Aiyuk is emerging. I think he's probably my top 3 receivers right now. If you get him with a real quarterback, he can go crazy.
Brandon Aiyuk is your as a top 3 receiver?
Man, he's just I don't really go off the stats. I go off the player and his body control, his routes, his hands, his speed. He can easily be a top receiver in the league. If you put him on a team and you make him the focal guy, he'll go crazy.
Wow.
I mean, I agree, man. The top 3 thing is far less controversial to me than if you get him a real quarterback. I mean,
Bonte, wow.
That
ain't shade. That's darkness.
So I was crunching some numbers last night. In the lab, as Guru always says,
look
right?
At him.
And it's interesting. I don't know if he's a top 3 receiver, but since the beginning of 2022, Brandon Aiyuk is 11th in receiving yards. And somebody say, well, that's not top 5, that's not top 10, but he's 11th on the team when the last 3 years, Steiny and Goo, the Niners have been bottom 5 in pass attempts per game. They don't throw the ball a lot, so he takes advantage of his opportunities. Since Brock Purdy became the quarterback, he's taken off even more. 1,705 yards receiving, 102 catches on just 145 targets. So he catches whatever's thrown to him, and he has 9 touchdowns. Look, he's 10th in the league in touchdowns since 2022 as a wide receiver. He's 4th in yards per catch, and he's 21st in receptions and 23rd in targets. So he's giving you all this production despite having the opportunities that, say, a CeeDee Lamb may have, or Justin Jefferson may have, or Jamar Chase may have. So I don't know if he's top 3, but the system does hinder Aiyuk from exploding. Who's shot a touchdown yesterday with Willard and Dibbs, so that's no secret. I don't know if it's a shot at Brock Purdy, but maybe it's a shot at Shanahan saying, hey, open it up and feature Aiyuk a little bit more than you do.
And I keep telling Steiny this, if I'm not in an offense, which I know is run and gun, to where I could put up those numbers like my peers and be the top pick in fantasy, which he doesn't care about, at least pay me like you know I'm that good. And I agree, top 3 too high, but he's a baller, man.
And he's homegrown. Like, isn't there's something about taking care of your homegrown players that you develop? That's the whole point of a franchise, right? We see it with the Warriors. They were able to develop Steph, Clay, and Draymond into championship players. We all love homegrown talent. And now look, he started off that season with the pandemic season, not a lot of practice, can't come to the facility. He opens up the second season in the doghouse. But ever since he got up out of the doghouse, a young wide receiver who had to face adversity early, he's balled out for the 49ers, and he's become as dependable as any pass catcher in the system.
How does this end? How does this end?
I think... Boy, I want to say they rip up his contract and give him some new money, but it sounds like the Niners are going to stay firm on this $14.1 million. Wow. And that's a chance for an athlete. I will never advocate for an athlete to go out there when they're looking for new money, because anything can happen on that football field.
I clapped. He looked at me like I was crazy because I want him to do this.
Right.
I feel like he deserves his pay or trade him.
Yeah, and Isaac Guerendo, we just saw him as a rookie. He may be out for a while. It looked like he popped his hamstring. Isaac Guerendo, the rookie out of Louisville. Sure. He's a speed guy. A lot of people like him. I don't know how much he's going to play, but we just watched him out here in shirts and skins pop his hamstring, making it cut. So anything can happen on the practice field. And then what's going to happen if Aiyuk does that? So I do think he'll end up being a 49er this year. I don't know if the contract will get resolved, though. I don't have the answer to that one.
There was one quote from Kyle Shanahan in Tim Kawakami's podcast that I made sure to write down. I don't know if we have the sound of it, but I'll read it to you. And to me, this is what it's all about with Brandon Aiyuk. And we can talk about him in another system till the cows come home. Yeah. But Kawakami was asking him about play calling and throwing the deep ball and talking about the run-pass distribution. And Kyle Shanahan said, I will always try to go to be 50-50. I believe that's the best way to throw the football. I will always try to be 50-50 because I believe that's the best way to throw the ball. In other words, he does not believe the more you throw the ball, that automatically leads to success. He thinks that the way to win games is to run half the time and throw half the time. That's it.
I'm not mad at that.
If those are the percentages, then that's what Aiyuk's got to deal with, and Deebo Samuel too.
No doubt about that, Steiny. And he's right. You do need balance in winning football games. We see these pass-heavy teams get to the playoffs, and it's like, what happens on 3rd and 2? We're going to line up in shotgun with 5 wide receivers? Well, you're a finesse football team that can't win in January. So I do believe, Shanahan, that you need to have that balance. You have to keep a defense off balance by being a balanced offense, running the ball and throwing the ball or whatnot. But Aiyuk has to know that when he got drafted here, and he knows that my numbers will never look like Justin Jefferson's. It's never going to look like Amon-Ra St. Brown's because we have so many weapons and we feed off each other. But is it for the betterment of the team? And I give Aiyuk credit with this. Run blocking's not sexy. We don't talk a lot of offensive line, and we don't talk in this offense. Shanahan has said it, and it's noticeable. You have to be able to run block at your position. And Aiyuk does get down and dirty in that department.
No doubt, man.
I think that was maybe at the heart of why Aiyuk didn't get off to a great start with the 49ers.
So, Steiny and Goo, what do you guys think? I'll flip this on you guys.
What do you got?
This is your show. Josina Anderson reporting out. I think she's still with CBS or whatnot, but Kyle Shanahan just told local reporters that Trent Williams' absence from training camp today is contract related.
Oh, man.
So what do you guys think about that?
By 4:30 today, it'll be done. He has the leverage galore, and he did it quietly. We talked about it a couple months ago, like he could play this card, but at his age, in his greatness, why would you not play this card? You talking about Aiyuk risking? He has no guaranteed money, and I got to be honest, Donnie, why wouldn't the Niners go to him? Knowing that this might be a card he could play, and or you could say, hey, Goo, it's just day one of camp, relax. But I do wonder if the Niners knew that he could play this card, why wouldn't you call him like, hey, we know what time, just like you did with McCaffrey. Yeah. Why didn't they do that?
Because maybe they thought he wouldn't play the card. I don't know. Or maybe they gave him a chance to not play the card. Not sure. But my initial thought was, if you guys are right and Trent Williams will be signed by 4:30, okay. Well, how does Brandon Aiyuk feel about that?
Thank you, Si. I was just going to say that.
How does he feel about the McCaffrey?
Right. Not good, obviously.
And that's
not good.
Yeah, and that's why I when John Lynch said, we prioritized Brandon Aiyuk real early in the offseason, I believe all he really meant was, we communicated with him early, but I don't believe that Brandon Aiyuk has been a high priority for the 49ers. Otherwise, he'd be extended by now.
Which is crazy, because he tried to get out in front of everything before the receivers market exploded, saying, I want to be a 49er. I want to be here. I want to win here. And so my thought went to that side of you. Looks like you read my mind, because if Trent Williams does get paid, and I still have to sit on the sideline playing for his $14 million, which is still a lot of money. He's not walking around here broke like us. But still, when you see other guys get paid, you're like, wait a minute. Do you love me like that? I've done everything you've asked of me, and now you're going to pay Trent? And I'm sure they're a little ticked off at Trent, because he was at OTAs.
But Trent's like, be ticked off.
But he was at OTAs, and then he kept it. We heard the rumors. We're like, that's just a rumor. Trent's not going to really hold out. And here we go to first day of practice. And tomorrow the fans are going to be here, and they're not going to see number 71. And he's holding out. Now we can talk about professionalism. Right. To me, this is a little unprofessional. You pull this on your teammates the first day of camp?
I mean, what's fascinating to me is, I guarantee you that Brandon Aiyuk decided, and it wasn't an easy decision, you know what? All right, fine, I'll show up as a show of good faith. And they still may not take care of him. And then the guy who doesn't show up, it may become a higher priority than he does.
And you guys can say, Goo, this doesn't matter, but from afar, I mean this, it looks like the Niners front office don't have their books in order. Like, I think I'm offended, Steiny, and Bonte, what you just said about Trent's doing this to his teammates. Why wouldn't somebody, Parag, call and say, we know what time it is, we want to avoid this, you're going to get it if you play it, I believe. Why would you not? You know what I mean? So you talk about icebergs and being able to see what's out in front of you.
Trent Williams has made nearly $170 million over the course of his career. He's due $20.9 million cash this year, $23 the next year, $33, but I guess none of it is guaranteed.
And he had no guarantee last year, and he played no guarantee.
And they restructured his deal, I believe. It gave him some front-loaded money or whatnot. So Trent, he's the player that I think Niner fans, as much as they talked about Brandon Aiyuk and said, hey, play for the 14, you got cash, you're going to get yours, you're not that important. I wonder how the fans feel about Trent Williams, because you don't want to play this game with your star left tackle, because we saw what happened without him last year. 3-game losing streak, 17, 5 interceptions from Brock Purdy, and we're thinking the sky's falling. So
this is a beverage of leverage. That's what
Shasky just walked by and said, there's no circus act this year. There's no, there's quarterback controversy. It's also a little sizzle. Well, how much sizzle do we have now with Big Trent not having practice?
Enough to fry bacon.
Let me throw it out to 49er fans at 888-957-9570. All right, what do we know after day one? Aiyuk's here, but he didn't participate. The 49ers would love to get him to play for $14 million the 5th year. He wants an extension. Trent Williams, I guess now this becomes the biggest news at training camp. Trent Williams, a no-show, and it's being reported that it is a contract situation. So Trent Williams is not here. 888-957-9570. And I always like to do this, and I did it once already. Is there nothing to see here, as Goo likes to say? It's day one of training camp. Is it time to relax? Or, man, I don't like how this thing's starting at all.
I don't like how this thing is starting at all, but you two brought up something that hit me a second ago. Trent's going to get paid, but what I hate about it is Aiyuk, the way he is going to look. It's going to be the right thing to do, but it's going to look bad because Aiyuk is already not participating. So I guess I know I'm being redundant, B, but why wouldn't you try to call Trent or get something done knowing what the situation was?
I may sound silly here because this team has proven that they can win in January and they can win big games in December. And I don't know if the number one seed they necessarily need it, although it helps having that bye week and having home games throughout the playoffs. But it feels imperative for this team this season coming off of that Super Bowl loss where they need to get off to a great start because there's so many things lingering. How's Aiyuk going to feel if he doesn't get his money and Trent Williams does get his money and he's going into week 2, week 3, and the numbers don't look so good and he's not on pace to get the 1,300 receiving yards that he did the season ago. And you're lumping in and you're losing some games and there's question marks about Deommodore Lenoir and Charvarius Ward and Talanoa Hufanga, and then there's the Debo question. Then George Kittle saying, well, what about me? Juszczyk already admitted last week quietly, because we don't care about fullbacks around here, that he wasn't happy about having Shanahan come up to him and say, hey, I need you to take a pay cut. He was butthurt about that. So you didn't
get the ring. Do you think you guys, it's disease of me is kicking in?
Yeah, I mean, the pressure on winning this year, knowing that there could be a lot of changes after the season, this is, I don't like to start either. Now, it's training camp, and they may rattle off 5 wins in the first 5 weeks.
Those are two stories about two prominent players, doing different things, Steiny, at camp.
Nobody saw the Trent Williams thing coming, Steiny.
It doesn't feel like it because I'm looking right now at John Lynch, what he said yesterday. We expect all our players to practice. So there's 2 guys who aren't practicing. That's what John Lynch said yesterday at the press conference. But now, and here's the other thing about the Trent Williams thing and Aiyuk. The 49ers, I think, deep down know that Bosa's holdout hurt him a little bit. Whether it was at the start or at the finish, it hurt him a little bit. And I think they also will acknowledge when Debo signed late, he wasn't in the greatest of shape, and it didn't do him any favors. So now they might have to play that game with 2 important offensive players. And of course, if they miss some of training camp, it's not a big story. But track record shows that the couple of holdouts in the past did present a challenge or 2.
And to me, why I say 4:30 today is there's nothing to see here with Trent. Give him some money and get his ass back here ASAP. And Steiny and Bonte, I won't take a victory lap. Evan and I did a show while you were on vacation, and we were talking about this Aiyuk thing, and we were talking about the card possibly the Trent could play. And if he did it, it was right after McCaffrey had signed. And here we are, and it's just going to look bad that Aiyuk's on the side, like not one person passing me up, but 2. But, buddy, Aiyuk, it's the right thing to do, but I am shocked at the Niners. It looks sloppy.
Even McCaffrey, we thought about McCaffrey's like, if I'm McCaffrey, I go ask for new money after having over 400 touches. And you know what? They quietly did that, and he got new money, and he deserves it all. But I was wondering, like, boy, there's a lot of players here who can hold out and say, hey, I want some new money. The Super Bowl hangover, we'll see if it's real, but look at how it's all directed. I'm trying to figure out if Brock Purdy's the guy. If I'm Shanahan, I'm trying to. Are we going to pay this guy $55 million a year, the big fat guarantee? You're up here talking about Tom Brady, reaching out to Tom Brady not once and saying no to Tom Brady back in 2020. But I got to figure out if Brock Purdy's my dude, and I need to surround him with the best assets possible to make sure he can flourish at a high level. And now we got 2 of his key cogs: his number 1 receiver down the field at Brandon Aiyuk, and your star left tackle is protecting my blind side, not going to practice. Now this could not be a big deal, but think about the Q rating with the fans. Steiny, you mentioned it, Debo holding out, coming in, he's out of shape. The fans were down on Debo Samuel after that all season.
And the play was down.
They were down on Nick Bosa. We don't like the optics of Nick Bosa in the Super Bowl. And then blaming Steve Wilkes at the bye week and saying I'm experimenting, I'm not in shape, I'm getting off to a slow start because of the hold on training camp. Now you got 2 guys. So now the fans are going to say, what the hell is going on here? We're paying top dollar to watch you. And I get it, we can say the hell with the fans. But the Q rating with this fan base base because you know how Niner fans are.
Let me
We're
run
fickle.
this by you, B, because Steiny and I got into it early. I'm in a world where I believe, I said 4:30, by 6:30 tonight, Jordan Love will be the highest paid quarterback. Wow. Is that predicated on DNA and physicality and what he looks like? Because if it's about winning, I'm telling Steiny, Brock Purdy already has an NFC championship game.
Wow.
Took you moments away from a Super Bowl. How could 50 or 60 M's or whatever Jordan Love I perceive him to get, how could I not turn my resume in and say, Kyle and John, I want to be the highest? What would be the holdback to you?
Well, on Brock Purdy, not paying him? Well, I got to see what it looks like this year. And Kyle, Kyle's an arrogant guy. He's an arrogant guy. There's no secret about it. The way he was talking on the Tim Comedy podcast, I'm like, wow, you're going to admit that out loud, that you told Brady no over Jimmy Garoppolo, who we all assumed that you didn't even trust coming off of that Super Bowl? That's a bad that decision that you made to say no to Tom Brady can hover over you for the rest of your career if you don't get it done at the end of the day. So we've been looking for a quarterback. It's the price of doing business. Does Purdy deserve it at some point if he does ball out? Sure, but Shanahan left himself an out when he talked about team building and whether or not you could pay a quarterback and what does it look like when you pay him the money? What does it look like when he's on the rookie contract? That right there gave him an out. That if things go awry with Brock Purdy this season, well, you know who's going to be available? It's possibly Kirk Cousins. Because you know Michael Penix Jr. is going to play. Aaron Rodgers could be available. All these guys could be available. Shanahan has a wandering eye. It's true. So I don't know what's going to happen with Brock Purdy, but it's going to be fascinating because we're going to judge every single throw, every single game, and we're going to go crazy over it.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I was telling Goo is, like, I'm not here today to say Brock Purdy's not the 49ers franchise quarterback or not going to be their long-term quarterback. I'm not saying that. But just after watching Kyle Bonte for 7 years, I feel like, okay, I'll just believe it when he signs the contract. That's all I'm saying. A couple pieces, one more piece of news from Mike Garafolo. He says Trent Williams is slated to earn $20.8 million this upcoming season. Next year, he's on the books for $23.35 million from the Niners. The top of the offensive tackle market is $28 million by Penny Sewell got from the Lions.
Wow, so he wants that money. Man. He wants to pass up Penny Sewell from the Detroit Lions, who's a road grader. Now,
if I'm the Niners, I'm giving it to him.
You have to.
Okay.
Trent's 36 years old. He's 36 years
last
old.
2 years, Bonte.
And you know he's going to be out for a few games because that's the business of Trent Williams. He gets an ankle sprain.
How did they
There's
look
a knee.
when he was gone?
It didn't look good at all. You have to do it.
Human.
But he's 36 years old. So what does a new money look like? Does it, if you give him new money and rip up the contract, does it free up more money for Brandon Aiyuk? I have no idea. But it felt like after the Niners said nothing yesterday about Trent Williams holding out, all of a sudden we get this dropped on us like, wait, Trent Williams not here?
Wow, man.
It's surprising to me. It really is.
And it leads me to wonder, do you think the Niners knew he wasn't going to show up?
Yeah, they do. They didn't want to make it a big deal.
Right, and that's probably why John Lynch said, we expect everybody here, and we expect everybody
but what about
to
what you
practice
do?
today.
If they knew, what about what they do about it, though?
Well, who says they have to do anything? I mean,
but you're playing with fire of not having your house in order, and
you're playing with fire without Aiyuk too. Right. I mean, at some point, like I get it. Trent Williams wants to be paid. Aiyuk wants to be paid, but the organization's the organization.
Who you paying first?
I mean, just because Trent Williams wants guaranteed money, okay, yeah, come on in. We'll get you more guaranteed money.
No, that's what it really is.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
The Niners dare him to say, go ahead and hold out. We'll see you week 1 before the Jets.
That's when I would change the outlook of your team for this season if they played that card.
Bonte, real quick, and we'll play it on the other side, but Steph Curry, you saw his comments.
Well,
Guru called it an ultimatum. What do you think it was?
Well, I think he sees the future. And when he said, what was it, a couple of weeks ago, when he said, well, things change quickly in this business.
That was a trimmer.
It's the business. Yeah. And I was like, whoa, okay, I've never heard, because now the tone in which he said it was like, okay, he wants to be a warrior for life. And I still think he wants to be a warrior for life. But, boy, you don't want to play with fire and be a bottom feeder this year.
He said that word.
Because I told you, the All-Star game, where are the Warriors at the All-Star game when all the media comes out here to the Bay Area, the San Francisco Chase Center, and Joe Lakers up there at the podium, and Steve Kerr's at the podium, and Steph's up there at the podium? What do you think he's going to be asked after playing with Team USA and having all these guys in his ear, including LeBron James, saying, Steph, come on, man. What are you doing up
had
there?
Steiny.
I agree. There's definitely something to, he's with these guys now, and he sees how they all handle it differently.
Yep.
But all right, here's what's going on. On the other side, we're going to hear from Kyle Shanahan. He's going to address the Trent Williams situation. Trent Williams holding out, apparently, and it is contract related. Brandon Aiyuk is here, but he's not practicing. 49ers training camp underway. Steph Curry making news. We got a lot going on. 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget to download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. What's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from the Hilton Santa Clara, as training camp is underway.
Wow, we got a lot going on, Guru, and we were just joined by, I forget the name of his company, Carlos. He's our water filtration guy.
Yeah.
And he let me know about a year ago that I didn't know what I was talking about when it came to
that was great. I'll never forget
water filtration. Yeah. And that's what's going on. A couple things, couple reminders. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, in Lathrop? And don't forget, we are at the Hilton Santa Clara, and you should get down here too, starting at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock, the Hilton Santa Clara is open for a tailgate because there's a soccer game at Levi Stadium, Wrexham versus Chelsea. Food from the tailgate truck. Favorite ice-cold beers are going to be served, and top Bay Area DJs are providing the music. It starts 3 hours before the soccer game tonight, and it will go on 1 hour after the game. 49ers practicing today, Guru, and the two big pieces of 49er news. One is Brandon Aiyuk is here, but he's not practicing. And Trent Williams is not here. And apparently, according to various reports, the reason Trent Williams ain't here is because he's holding out. It is a contract issue.
Okay, so I was excited about today's show last night, and I'm driving in like, okay, what's the real issue? We'll never know about Brock Purdy until after this season culminates, and hopefully it culminates with the chip, but that's down the road. I never once in a million years thought I'd be driving home with you going Derek Jeter in regard to they got two issues. So, Steiny, am I blowing this out of proportion? Because I promise you, when you went and took care of your business on your vacation, Evan and I talked about the possibility of Trent Williams playing this card, but because it was so quiet, I was like, he's not going to play it. Am I doing too much wanting to know from the Niners front office, why didn't you call Trent? Why didn't you see this? Or are you kind of just said it on our BS&G reunion, Goo, they didn't think he was going to play this card. And I think that's kind of naive.
Well, it might be somewhere in the middle where they thought he might play it or they thought he might not play it. But just because Trent Williams says jump, you don't say how high.
But I see, and that's what I think is going on.
With all due respect,
you need him.
To take the words of Joe Lacob, he's just a player, and he's going up against an organization. I could see why the 49ers aren't just jumping through hoops just because he wants it. But let's listen to Kyle Shanahan. And I'm going to ask Ken to play the sound of Kyle Shanahan. He was asked about Trent Williams in his absence. Here's what Kyle Shanahan had to say.
It was something I knew could be a possibility. I was hoping that he would be here, but I knew it could be a possibility, and I feel pretty confident that it'll all work out in the long run, and he'll be here, and we'll get on the same page with everything. But it's just one day of practice, and I think Trent will be all right in this in a few practices.
All right, so that's Kyle Shanahan. Man. What do you think, Goo, about what you heard there?
I'm just a fan. I like the guy. I like his verbal game. I'm going to take him at his word. And, there's nothing that I've heard that makes me think different of him. Now, I still can critique him and think he should have a Super Bowl. But when I hear, and I know that's not what we just played, he feels like they should have 3. My infinity grows for him more. Steiny, he's going nowhere. This dude arguably right now is one guy that could walk in a room and say, hey, I've been to 2 Super Bowls. Who's your quarterback, Jack? You heard of Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo? It normally doesn't happen that way. So that just speaks to his brilliance.
888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to jump into the conversation, I got a lot of questions about what's going on right now with the Niners. We got an issue. Is it an issue? I don't know. You tell me what Steph Curry said about his future. But Brandon Aiyuk not practicing. He's here. Trent Williams not practicing. He's not here. And Kyle Shanahan said he knew it was a possibility. He still thinks it will all work out, but clearly Trent Williams wants to renegotiate his contract, and he ain't the only one. And if you're just joining us also, Steph Curry with an interesting quote to Mark Spears of Anscape. And here's what Steph Curry had to say, and it was about his future with the Golden State Warriors and retiring, playing for the same team that he entered the league playing for. And he says, I'm taking it one step at a time. That's the only way that I can protect my happiness. Also, it allows me to enjoy being myself when I'm out there playing. I'll continue to make the decisions that are best for me and my career. At the end of the day, when it comes to just the imagination, I want to win. Let's put it this way, said Steph Curry. It's a long-winded way of saying that it is, if it's a situation where you're a bottom feeder and it's just because you want to stay there, I would have a hard time with that. But I don't think that's going to be the reality. So Steph Curry essentially saying, you know, if we're a bottom feeder, then I would have a problem sticking around here.
Now, UX's stage left earlier, and Bonte, we were off the air, and I want to run this by you because, Stoney, when I heard it, I said, oh, my goodness. On the Stoney computer, is there anything that Joe Lacob could have possibly said to Tim Kawakami a couple days ago that had Curry respond to anything he may have heard?
I mean, I don't really think so. I think
but Joe was in a good mood and kind of giddy, though, right?
I think Steph Curry has been asked about this a lot of different ways already. I think he's going to be asked about this a lot more. I think he picks his words carefully. I think the key phrase, the last interview he gave was, we know things can change quickly in the NBA. And the key phrase of this paragraph or soundbite or whatever you want to call it is that he doesn't want to play for a bottom feeder. Of course, then the question is, how do you define a bottom feeder, Steph? Is it a 46-win team that didn't make the playoffs, or do you have to be worse than that? I don't know. All right, let's go back to Kyle Shanahan. And he was asked, and I'm going to give Ken a heads up because we're on location. Let's hear the one about Kyle Shanahan making a differentiation between a guy who's holding out like Trent Williams and a guy who's holding in like Brandon Aiyuk.
I don't see much difference between a hold in and a holdout. You know, it's probably better for them to hold in because so they don't get fines, since you can't rescind them like you could back in the day. But I don't see much different.
Is it better for you or same difference?
Same difference. I think it's better for them, I think, too, that at least they can be around, hear meetings, stuff like that. So they're just, hopefully when things do work out, they're still used to some things. They haven't been that far behind.
All right, so that was Kyle Shanahan saying he doesn't really think there's a difference between holding out, holding in. Although if he had a choice, sure, why not? Have them hold in because at least they're here. But look, the thing that I continue to come back to is this is not a Niner problem. This is an NFL problem. I saw Randy Gregory didn't report to whatever team he was signed by this year. Jordan Love not practicing in Green Bay. The bottom line is this is a monster hole in the collective bargaining agreement, which allows a player, and it allows a player to do this, but the reason the player does this is because a team kind of keeps him in limbo. All right. And I mean, this is to me the classic. I see both sides of the story, and I understand why Trent Williams is doing what he's doing, and I understand why Aiyuk's doing what he's doing, and I understand what the Niners are doing.
I like that, Stoney, and you're right, but I guess my follow-up is, what's the collateral damage, though? You know, like you talked about, Debo did what he did, and he didn't have the best year. We saw Bosa get fatigue or tire, and in the Super Bowl had to be out on some plays. So I get what you're saying on the why, but the bottom line is it still can cause damage to your team if guys are going to miss time. Now, Trent could be back tomorrow, but Aiyuk, it looks like this thing may drag out. Stoney, I still got trade on the board, but Trent Williams, I think it's ridiculous if this goes more than 3 days. You know what I mean? You need him in here. He needs to be in here, and you know you need him.
I'm going to just play a little bit of a devil's advocate as it relates to Trent Williams. I mean, the guy's 49 years old. He's one of the best in the game. Right. Does he really need to practice? Does he really need to understand what they're working on? I mean, Right. I'm sure that he's not helping himself conditioning-wise by not being there, but I don't know. But you asked about Brandon Aiyuk, and I want to give Ken a heads up. Shanahan was asked if there was any Brandon Aiyuk update after day one. Take a listen.
I mean, it's been one day with him, and I think he's coming in with the plan that's been obvious so far. He's holding in, and we'll see how it goes each day.
I love the hold in, a new term, right? Not holding out, Earl Campbell era, Dan Pastorini holding in.
I will say that it doesn't feel like the 49ers are feeling pressure about Aiyuk internally. I mean, they may be annoyed. They may want him to play for the $14 million, but I don't detect any panic. I detect a team that talked about this, or I should say a front office that talked about this probably since the Super Bowl. And they all got on the same page with how they wanted to handle it. And I think they all agreed that the goal is to get Aiyuk to play on that $14 million contract. And Goo, I think they were completely ready for and comfortable with this getting a little uncomfortable.
Well, I'll tell you what, I hear you, and I'm right behind you. And I'll say this, I'm rooting for the kid to get his money, but what you just said, I'm going to take it one step further. I think they have planned for life without Brandon Aiyuk, and that's why Ricky Pearsall's here in a 49er jersey. I know he's hurt, but there's no way this ends well for Brandon Aiyuk if you couldn't get anything done prior, Steiny. So he's here not to get fined, like you mentioned, but if you told me who's going to win this, all depending on what you think winning is, I think the Niners think they can get production from Jennings / Pearsall, whomever, to make up for Aiyuk.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the last scenario they would like. I think the best
said
case
yesterday, we put our best foot forward. Mm-hmm. That means we're done.
I don't know if it means we're done. I don't think you can ever say never.
Okay.
And we'll see. But I want to give a heads up to Ken. TJ Houshmandzadeh is Brandon Aiyuk's personal wide receiver coach, and he was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday. I want to go to number 87, Ken. TJ talking about why Aiyuk was going to report to training camp. Take a listen.
For the most part, we're football players, and we love the game. We don't like it. We love it. And so it sucks when the business aspect of it comes to the forefront, because every player wants to feel rewarded. Oh, we love you. Oh, you're a big part of the team. I see better than I hear. And so he won't show me. And that's all it is for him. And I knew he was going to report, but it's just, I'm sure, very frustrating. But the game of football is something that we love it, man. It's not a like, it's a love.
All right, that's TJ Houshmandzadeh. He is Brandon Aiyuk's personal wide receiver coach. It means that he showed up because he loves the game, but he doesn't want to play this game unless he's got some long-term security. My question for 49er fans at 888-957-9570. All right, look, it's pretty plain and simple. You heard the news of the day. Two guys want money. Brandon Aiyuk wants money, and Trent Williams wants money. What if it comes down to you can't pay everybody? We know they can't pay everybody. Otherwise, the Aiyuk deal would be done. So if you have to pay somebody, who are you paying? Trent or Brandon Aiyuk?
It's not even close, and I feel bad for Brandon. It's not even close. It's just not, Steiny. So, I mean, Trent Williams is a necessity for all the dreams that you have and aspirations for this season. And I almost want to buy, if I could buy him a beer, I would. You're going to be, what are you talking about, Goo? Trent? This was all quiet. Nobody was talking about Trent. And the first day was all, it's been all about Aiyuk. I'm not here. And now I got my stopwatch. I want to really see when this gets rectified. Like, Steiny, it could be tonight.
Well, the one thing that I want to remain consistent on, because when we talk about the Warriors, there's some things that I think are important and that you got to recognize. And I get that Trent Williams wants his money, and I get that he's a hell of an offensive lineman, but he's on the decline. And Brandon Aiyuk is on the ascent. So does that factor into the decision if you have to make a tough decision between the two of them?
Well, I don't think. I think Trent knows where he's at in his career, Stoney. So I don't think what he's going to be asking is so ridiculous. But there's a plan B and C and D at wide receiver. There is no plan B, my friend, at left tackle, the most important position on offense to me. And we already talk about the offensive line outside of Trent Williams. Could you imagine, Stoney, those are the type of moves they're like right now, you can't talk to me about 49er offensive line with no Trent Williams.
Well, it certainly didn't look good in the three games last year that he didn't play. 888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, Niner fans, how'd the first day of training camp go? How are you feeling about it? That's my question. And we've, I've been monitoring the YouTube chat and the Xfinity mobile text line, and I do see a lot of 49er fans, and they're experienced fans, and they understand that we are still extremely early in this process, and I think a lot of fans are not overly concerned at this point, but I don't know. You tell me at 888-957-9570. You're the fans. Let's take a listen to some more Kyle Shanahan, Goo. Okay. And he was asked about the other receiver, Deebo Samuel. How does he look?
I think Deebo looks great. I thought he looked great in OTAs and minicamp, and I think he looked better today.
Now, there's some good news.
Yeah.
There's some good news.
Now,
and he is receiver number one after all.
I do have a thought. I have thoughts, but today, in today's NFL, unless you're a top 5, top 10 pick, rookies don't make that big of an impact. They do, but normally they don't. And the reason I bring that up, Stoney, today was the day where you wanted to see Ricky Pearsall with no pads, look like a thoroughbred, and you show off your new draft pick. So you got this stuff going on with Trent Williams and Aiyuk, and we understand it. It's a business. But today was just the day that I wanted to see what Pearsall looked like out there. And you know what, Stoney? That didn't happen because he's hurt with a hamstring.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru are in Santa Clara. The 49ers had their first practice today. I mean, okay, I'll throw this one at you, Goo. What troubles you the most? Brandon Aiyuk holding out or holding in, Trent Williams holding out, or Steph Curry indicating, yeah, if we start to become bad, I'm out.
It's the last one. It's Steph Curry, and it's not even close because I know Trent Williams is going to get done here in the next day. But Bonte said it, and I can't stop thinking about it. I think that was a rebuttal in his Steph Curry way of what Joe Lacob said to Tim Kawakami. And if you keep playing that, I'm playing those answers over in my head. He said like they could be a good team. And I'm thinking, how is Curry listening to that? Like, yeah, we could compete, but not good enough for what I want to do. So I'm wondering if that had something to do with Curry's statements.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know, but I'll tell you what, I think Steph Curry's smart enough to know there's no magic bullets for the Golden State Warriors. And to my way of thinking, if he's really saying, I think to me, that's why he made a distinction between, look, if we're competitive and we got a shot, I want to be here forever. But if we're a bottom feeder, yes, then forget about it. Then all bets are off. So I do think he made that distinction, and we'll find out what the Warriors are this year. But, the 49ers also have to I don't know if they have to figure this out, but I wonder if part of the dynamic between Aiyuk and the Niners and Williams and the Niners, I mean, just think about it for a minute. John Lynch goes out to the podium yesterday and tries, and I'm going to say this, tries to maintain that Brandon Aiyuk was among their highest priority players, maybe even their highest. They communicated with Brandon Aiyuk earlier in the process than anyone else. Okay, nothing happened. Then Christian McCaffrey raises his hand, and they say, yes, sir, Christian. What do you need, buddy? I need more guaranteed money. Okay, here's your guaranteed money. Oh, but Brandon Aiyuk is still a very high priority. Okay, well now Brandon Aiyuk is at practice, but he's not practicing, and kind of out of nowhere, obviously it wasn't out of nowhere for the Niners because Kyle Shanahan said he knew it was a possibility, but now here comes Trent Williams saying, oh, you know what, I'd like some more money too, please. And is there a cost either in that locker room or in the court of public opinion if they say, yes, sir, Trent, whatever you want, we will take care of you. We just have to make sure that Brandon Aiyuk still thinks he's a high priority, even though all our actions indicate he's not.
Wow. I'm shocked that you're shocked that even if it's that and it's in front of everybody's face, that's how it goes. You got the Jordans, you got the Currys, you got the Joe Montanas. You got to get in where you fit in. And I feel like Aiyuk is like Moody or Kuminga in this situation, who I love, Stoney, but right now you got a Super Bowl to try and win, and McCaffrey and Trent Williams are more important to the football team as a whole than Brandon Aiyuk. So I guess what my mom always had a saying, bump what it looks like. That's just pro sports.
Yeah, and you know what else is pro sports? An organization not giving in just because a guy wants them to give in.
But aren't we in that era now?
Well, you don't have to be in that era. You know what? Why don't the same rules apply for Trent Williams as they do for Aiyuk? Why don't, it's like you said, well, why didn't they take care of this? Why, he wants more money. Let's get it done by 4 o'clock today. Okay. Well, what if they're looking at Trent Williams the same way they're looking at Aiyuk and say, fine. Don't play then for us.
Gotcha.
You know how much money you're going to make? 0.0. So we're going to call your bluff also on this, just like we're going to call Brandon Aiyuk's. You want to retire? Then go ahead and retire.
But the reality of that happening is we're not in there. I don't know. Loud and clear. Stoney,
I don't know the reality of anything at this point.
Dude, he's going to get what we call, and we laugh at, and we laugh because it happened so fast and the energy and urgency behind it, the McCaffrey treatment. I mean, this thing will be wrapped up in a second because it's about the bottom line. Trent Williams is needed 1 million times more for the Niners to accomplish their goals than Brandon Aiyuk, and it sucks.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I'm not saying you're wrong, but the idea that any player, whether it's Trent Williams, Aiyuk, Purdy, or McCaffrey, is going to do this, it puts the 49ers in a position where, okay, well, now what are we going to do? Are we just going to acquiesce? Why? Well, he's so great. We can't win without him. Well, you know what? I just heard people say they can't win without Aiyuk for a month or two. So look, it all depends on how important the Niners think Trent Williams is. If they think, like a majority of the fans think, that we're going nowhere without him, and we can't function as a football team without Trent Williams, well then, they're probably going to try to figure something out. But if they look at it in any other way, like, you know what? We can't have guys doing this left and right year after year after year. And we got to draw the line somewhere. And you know what? Maybe this is the time to draw it with a 36-year-old player who, to my way of thinking, didn't have a great end of the season. That's to my way of thinking.
That's a fact. But he's not solo. But partner, I believe by the time we hook up tomorrow on Kearney Street, I think Trent Williams, this will be resolved.
Right. And you think the Giants are going to win a playoff series this year? You ready to sell?
No.
Come on.
You say it like
you're ready to sell.
I don't feel like they are.
You ready to sell?
No.
Sell.
Yeah, I'm ready to sell.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Oh, no, not on
you
the
said you were going
to. No, I thought you meant our bet. No.
No, your Giants got to be ready to sell.
No,
right?
no way.
Really?
I spent too much money. We are riding this thing to. No, I'm not, Ken. Yeah. We are riding this thing to the end.
For the record, because we haven't even mentioned the Giants today.
Oh boy.
The San Francisco Giants, they lost last night. They're now, the math works. They're 5 out. They're 5 out.
That thing is going
of the wild card race. But here's what's more important. They're just a half game out, Guru, of owning 13th place all by themselves.
That does nothing for me.
Yeah, it shouldn't, because they're a 13th place team with one loss and a Nationals win. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru in Santa Clara. The 49ers season is officially underway, and we've got some action. There's no doubt about it. Brandon Aiyuk is here but not practicing. Trent Williams is not practicing and not here. And yes, it is contract related. 888-957-9570. I'm just going to ask Bay Area fans what they make of this information, what they make of Aiyuk, what they make of Trent Williams. And if you want to jump in and talk about the Steph Curry comments, you absolutely can. And if you want to try to convince Guru the Giants should sell, don't waste your breath, because he's still locked and loaded and a believer. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer today.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15.
Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Now I'm back on the crackhead diet.
Yeah. Well, you can lose weight that way.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from the Hilton Santa Clara, as training camp is underway.
All righty, this segment is brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. And don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Steiny and Guru at the Hilton Santa Clara. First day of training camp for the San Francisco 49ers. And yes, there's some news percolating out of the stadium. And here's the long and short of it. Brandon Aiyuk is here, but not practicing. They're calling it a hold-in. Trent Williams, in a contract-related issue, is not here. And Kyle Shanahan acknowledged it's contract-related, and Williams is holding out. He has no more guaranteed money left on his deal. We talked a little bit about Steph Curry, but I think we're going to stick mostly with the Niners this segment. Right. If you want to check out what Steph Curry said, he essentially told Mark Spears of Anscape that he definitely wants to retire a Warrior. They don't necessarily have to be championship contenders every single year. He said he acknowledges you can't win it every year, but he used the term bottom feeder. And he said, but I don't want to be hanging out if we're a bottom feeder team. He says he doesn't see that coming, but if it does, he didn't want to be a part of that. So,
Tony, I just had a thought. Is he the only one on the Olympic team that did make the playoffs? I believe so. You got Halliburton, Embiid.
There's going to be a lot of dead air if you give me time to think about it right now.
I thought about it.
That's the beauty of the Xfinity mobile text line and the YouTube chat. Is Curry the only player on the Olympic team that didn't make the playoffs?
I believe so, Steiny. I believe so.
I want to get into more of the sound we have. And let's start out with Kyle Shanahan. And he was asked about Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk and the fact that they've got contract issues that both sides are dealing with. Take a listen.
I think it goes this way more often with the roster like this. But I've been on other teams and I'm seeing a lot of things like this happen. I don't think we've had too many of them, but I think people deal with it around the league. I've seen a number of it throughout the years, and I've been on teams that have had to deal with it.
So that's Kyle Shanahan.
Everything just sounds normal, you know. Oh, I mean, today was a bad day. It was a good day for the fans. It was a good day for us. We're out here. But when I'm driving home, partner, I'm going to tell you, I think the Niners had a bad day, that the Aiyuk situation was nationwide. The national talk shows leading off with Aiyuk, and then out of nowhere, 71 wants to get paid. I think it's a bad day for him.
And this is where, like, I do think, you know, we think it was out of nowhere. But the Niners knew that this was a possibility. At least that's what Kyle Shanahan said in his press conference. The one thing that I always wonder about, and I'm not saying there's nothing to see here, but this is what John Lynch and Shanahan get paid to do. This is their job. And you think this is the first holdout John Lynch had to deal with? You think this is the first tough decision this organization has had to make? I think they would tell you every year presents new challenges. And this year we got to deal with Aiyuk, and I guess we got to deal with Trent Williams, and we'll see how they both go. But I mean, my feeling is this on this one. If and I'm sorry, but if the 49ers want Brandon Aiyuk to play for $14 million, I would tell Trent Williams, you got a why do people say Brandon Aiyuk should honor his contract? Why aren't we saying that about Trent Williams? He's set to make $21 million this year. Okay, it's not guaranteed.
Right.
So play, make your $21 million. Why aren't we saying the same thing about Trent that we're sometimes saying about Aiyuk, do you think?
It's the double standard of value. And right now, Trent Williams, even at his age, Stoney, is better at his position, and the impact is far greater than Brandon Aiyuk. And I hate to put it, but come on, Stoney's like sales and the Jordan rules. When you are at the top of the food chain for your employer, you get perks. And Trent Williams if we find out that he wasn't going to be available Monday night against the Jets, that changes everything for the Niners offense. That's the gravity he has. And that's why he's basically like, Aiyuk, hold my beer. I'll probably get something done way before you. And I know that bothers you and it bothers me, but that's just the way it is.
It doesn't bother me at all. That's the 49er prerogative. If they decide that Williams is more important and they got to get something. I mean, look, Kyle Shanahan to me and John Lynch told you, McCaffrey's the most important player on our offense. That's why he was signed, sealed, and delivered in a snap of the finger. Now we'll find out what kind of juice Trent Williams has. We're finding out what kind of juice Brandon Aiyuk may not have. But I think we're forgetting a key point, a very key point about Trent Williams. They have a guy who can replace him, and that's George Kittle. You can put George Kittle in his position.
That's the first one.
He's that good of a blocker.
We've been quiet today on the numbers. I'm going to give you a 3.
Yes, sir.
I'm like, who the hell?
Move Kittle there.
I was thinking, who did they draft?
Solved.
What was his name? And you give me that.
Problem solved.
But I do want to say one thing about John Lynch. Yeah. He comes across, and I like him, but he comes across like we do it our way. We take care of our own. And I look at Debo, I look at the year he had, I look at the holdout with Bosa and the year he had for judging him against himself. We both can admit and look each other in the face that they were not, it wasn't their best day. So why would you not, quote unquote, have deadlines if you're Lynch and Shanny for the betterment of everybody and your team? Why would you even... One day could be too many. What you just said struck me, Stoney, like they knew this was coming, but if it's their job, why wasn't this taken care of? Why is this now? Did you ever have a contract negotiation? Yes.
Did you ever negotiate a salary? And you say something like, hey, I want $100,000. And they're like, tell you what, we'll give you 80. And then you say, no, I want 100. And they say, we'll give you 80.
Gotcha.
And then you say, I'll tell you what, I'll take 90. And they go, we'll give you 80. And you say, no, I want 90. They say, no, we'll give you 80.
Who you been talking to?
And then you say, I'll tell you what, I'll come in for 85. And they say, no, your offer is 80. And that's the bottom line, and that's the way they're looking at it. By the way, I got to shout out my main man, Chicago Jason. Yes, I stole the Kittle line from you from the YouTube chat.
Oh, Stoney, you got busted.
No, I borrowed it from him.
You wouldn't have cited it, though. You said it like it was yours.
It wasn't mine. He said Kittle at left tackle week 1, and it made me laugh, and so I always cite my sources.
Okay. Oh, boy.
All right, Brock Purdy also spoke to the media today, and he's got we're going to play 2 things. One is on the difference this year and last year about coming into camp right now and feeling good. Take a listen.
Last year, a lot of it was, rehabbing my arm and trying to get my arm healthy while trying to work out and stuff as well. So I feel like this year I actually had some time to, work on my craft and my body and stuff. But, I feel like it's really just like anybody else, too, in terms of off season right before camp starts. Everyone, gets after it and tries to get in, the best shape as they can. So that's what I did. I think for me moving forward, it's like, how can I maintain that strength and all that throughout the season? And it's a grind. I mean, we're going to be practicing, 3 days in a row. So I got to just, stay on it and feel good. But went down to Jacksonville. My guys got me right. And I'm excited. Probably a couple pounds heavier, but I think feeling good and not just trying to put on weight, but good weight, that's right. And still being able to move around and be quick and things like that. Like, that's all part of my game. And I didn't want to just bulk up and try to gain as much weight as I can. I was smart about it. So I still got to move and throw well.
That's Brock Purdy.
Do you think he gets enough credit for...
Yes. Yes.
It's embedded in my mind.
I think he does.
Kuru, you worry too much, but I think one of my top worries was how's Brock Purdy going to come back after that elbow got wrecked? And Steiny, not only did he come back, he came back and took the team to the Super Bowl. Just for a second, if people could step back and think about this dude's journey. It didn't go well for Clay, right? He got back, but he never was himself. And I know Brock's younger, but man, Steiny, dude came back, balled out, and now this was an off season to where he could chill, work out, and not be stressed over, his moneymaker, which was his right elbow.
Yeah, but now there's a new stress, apparently, and that's getting paid.
Yeah.
And I personally don't think. Look, I'm sure it affects everybody in its own way, but I mean, I find it hard to believe that Brock Purdy's gonna succumb to the pressure of I want to get paid, and so therefore he has a bad season. That's one. I don't see it, Bob.
And you and I haven't played any NFL unless you're keeping something from me, any NFL football. But I bring that up, Steiny, because you don't even have time to be thinking about other stuff out there because guys are trying to take your head off, man. I believe.
All right, let's listen to more Brock Purdy. And Ken, I want the second one where Purdy talks about Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk. What does Purdy think about it? Take a listen.
It's first day of camp. I know he's dealing with some contract stuff, but, for me, I got to go out there and lead the boys in the first day. Obviously this is a long process in terms of like camp, and we got time and all that. So, but for me, my mindset was go out, do my job today, and try to bring some energy to our offense, and that's where my focus was at.
Hey, a quick clarification. That was just about Trent Williams, not about Brandon Aiyuk. So he was asked about Trent Williams not being there at the first day of camp. I think that's another thing. Nobody on that team's overly concerned right now about Trent Williams. And we talked about this before. What did Trent Williams' teammates think about him holding out? I gotta believe they had an inkling.
Oh no, that's interesting, but it's about the optics, right? There's nobody right here that can say when they do succumb and give Trent his money.
You think it's just a fait accompli?
Oh, there's no doubt. But it's going to look bad from a Brandon Aiyuk standpoint. It's going to look like he got jobbed or kicked to the side again. And technically, you could say that, but they're telling you, and anybody that knows football, McCaffrey and Trent Williams are more important than Aiyuk. But
they haven't said that yet about Trent Williams. They probably will. Okay, I agree with you. Right. But
it's going to just look kind of like more foul than it actually is because the guy's going to get his money, and Brandon's sitting over here like, really?
Again, why wouldn't the Niners just say, hey, Trent, you're making $21 million this year. Honor your contract. It's the same thing. It's the same message we're trying to give to Brandon Aiyuk. Well, I'm not Brandon Aiyuk. I'm one of the greatest linemen of all time. Yeah, but you're getting up there. You know it and I know it. And you know what? You talked about retiring a couple years ago. Is your heart even in it? I don't know what the dialogue is.
I got your answer. They think they might not be able to win without 71 more than Aiyuk. And that's why I think their attention was gotten this morning.
I think they're okay. Here, I'm going to flip this one on you. Kyle Shanahan said, "Oh yeah, we knew this was a possibility." Okay, so then why isn't it already done with Trent Williams if he's such a big priority?
That has me scratching my head.
Yeah, I don't know either. 888-957-9570 is the number. There's our main man from DHL.
Yeah.
That's a great transport company. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Adrian Gutierrez, Steiny, it doesn't work that way. Which part?
Stand firm and say, Trent, you got a contract. Trent's laughing you can't win without me. Yeah. Not with that offensive line.
Okay.
Pay me.
Hey, 49ers, do as I say. When I say jump, 49ers go how high? Trent Williams once, Trent Williams gets. You can't have players.
Would you apply that to McCaffrey when he got his little money and they took care of him?
Listen, all I'm saying
to his house.
I'm saying is we'll find out how much of a priority Trent Williams is. You know what I saw this offseason? McCaffrey was more of a priority than Trent Williams, because if they really saw this coming with Trent Williams and they thought he was more of a priority than McCaffrey, it would already be done.
But McCaffrey's job becomes 1 million times more difficult with no Trent Williams.
Exactly. All right, let me, okay. How about, I'm reading a text from my man Ken. We got the original cut about Shanahan saying, let's reset that, Ken. I got you. This is Kyle Shanahan talking about Trent Williams and the fact that Trent Williams is nowhere to be found as opposed to Aiyuk, who is in the building. Take a listen.
I think you guys noticed Trent wasn't out there today, so just before you have to ask, guys, in report, it's contract related. John's speaking with his representatives, been doing it for a while. They'll continue to go, and when they work it out, I'll be pumped to see him.
There you go. So they are trying to work it out.
For a while. Yeah, just a matter of time.
I mean, what's the difference between Aiyuk and between Trent Williams? Both have been theoretically negotiating, and neither signed day one of camp.
What if my answer was value? Like, you're right with where it stands now, but one is going to come to a resolution.
We'll see. I'm just saying, of all the information, listen, I'm not saying they're not going to pay Trent Williams, but what I'm saying is that soundbite had more information.
Yeah.
John Lynch has been negotiating with Trent Williams' team. They haven't gotten anything done. That's a little bit surprising if he is so important that they need to get him in here for day one.
But
they might not need to get him in here.
Let me lay this on you all. The fact that Trent is up there in age, you got to figure the one that, presents the most problem or the most difficult between the two would be Brandon Aiyuk, especially if they believe you're not worthy for the number you're asking. Trent is headed to the Hall of Fame and has still been an All-Pro. It's just a matter of if, not when.
I mean, again, I'm not disagreeing with you, but right now, I don't know that Trent Williams is a higher priority than Brandon Aiyuk. I would assume he is. Yeah. Most fans think he is. But the idea that, like you said, well, Trent Williams, he'll have a new contract by 4:30. Well, they've been working on it all summer.
Yeah, but
so what's going on? Why do you think he's going to be signed by 4:30 today?
Because camp started, and now it becomes a spectacle, or whatever word you want to use, a circus. Now everybody knows. Okay, wow, the deadline. The middle deadline was the day of camp. Yeah, where's Trent? Oh, he's not out there. That's when it's not embarrassing, Stoney, but that's where it picks up steam. And then you want to say, oh, if they start off 1-3, it's because they weren't ready and they had all that stuff going on. That's why I feel like the urgency is amped up.
I mean,
now that it's day one of camp.
Yeah, and I'm not. Maybe, but I also think that day one of camp doesn't really mean a lot for the 49ers, at least as it relates to Trent Williams. I mean, I'm just more the idea that Trent Williams wants more money and an organization goes, oh, yeah, whatever you want, Trent, we'll give it to you. We'll give it to you. And Brandon Aiyuk wants more money, and they're like, yeah, now we got to play hardball. And I get Trent Williams is Trent Williams, but I just don't think the 49ers, and we could be talking about any player, like they're not just going to acquiesce without giving it a lot of thought and looking at what a Trent Williams restructure looks like for other players down the line. I mean, I guarantee you that if Trent Williams wants more guaranteed money, that's got to affect Aiyuk in some way. It's got to affect Purdy's contract in some way.
Yeah, no more than it did McCaffrey, partner.
Well, what if they budgeted for McCaffrey, but they didn't budget for Trent Williams?
I think that would be negligence on the Niners front, Lynch and company, if that's the case. You're going to pay the guy that totes the rock?
Why isn't he here day one when they've been negotiating all offseason?
It's taking time.
Okay. So that tells me they're not just caving and they're not just giving Trent Williams anything that he wants. And I think the reason is because they've got to figure out how to allocate the money, not just for this year, but for next year, knowing Purdy's coming up. And I think it's a lot more complicated than we think.
Because I sound like it's slam dunk.
It may end up being. It may end up being. Let's go to, let's listen to a little more Brock Purdy, Ken, on how the team can keep its fire after losing the Super Bowl.
We've all just been there, dude. Like we've tasted it. Obviously, the Super Bowl, it's a couple plays away from literally being Super Bowl champions. The year before that, NFC Championship. The year before that, NFC. So like we have guys in this locker room that taste it and they want it. And coming back, it was a heartbreak, man, losing that Super Bowl and the way we did it, the overtime, all that, and how badly we want it for this fan base and this organization, man. Like we want it. And but coming back from like OTAs and then obviously now with camp with having all the guys back, just the way Fred's acting, George, Juice, like these guys that have been in the league for a while, man, they're back ready, like hungry. And I'm going in my year 3, so I'm hungry. But I did the same thing. I walked in, I'm like, how are these guys gonna like seem or feel? And you can feel it, man. They're hungry for it, and we're ready to do it for this organization and the fan base.
Well, that was a lot. He's in year 3 of puppies, Donnie, but he feels the urgency, and the coach is not running from it. We talked about Fred Warner on Willard and Dibbs talking about Super Bowl or bust, regardless if you're into that. But, hey, I'm not going to sit here and tell anybody this Niner run and regime under Lynch and Kyle has not been successful. It has. All you want them to do, and they've had the opportunities, Donnie, is just to get one and just, put that cherry on top of a damn good project, not only being built, but sustaining power throughout the NFL world. They've done all that except one box.
Exactly. Exactly. And
Joe Lacob was able to get 4. You know what I mean?
I mean, that's another reality of the situation where I don't know how the 49ers are handling all this. Maybe they knew all this was coming down the road. But, I mean, I got to believe there's a part of Lynch and Shanahan as these guys come out of the woodwork wanting money. Why don't they have every right to say, win a Super Bowl, and then you'll all get paid?
I'm going to use your word.
Is this good? This is the thing. This is the incongruity. It's clearly not good enough to not win a Super Bowl. So why are we rewarding guys as if they have?
I'm going to use your word. It's more nuanced than that, though, Scotty.
Well,
you can't blame just one player, but you got to be great and stellar at your job collectively just to get to the Super Bowl. And that they've done that, or damn near close in the NFC Championship games. I do wonder now that you got me thinking, Goo, why is he not here? You tell me what you think, because we keep talking about Trent's age. You think they're throwing him a bone and making it look like, okay, we're slow dancing with the contract, but he might not want to report to camp.
Maybe.
All right.
Maybe. But I guarantee you he does want
that
a
money.
restructure
there's no
or
doubt.
renegotiation.
There is no doubt about that.
And you know what? This ain't Oprah with the car keys.
Wow.
Sorry. We got a salary cap here we got to adhere to. And you know what else, Trent? Quit getting called for holding and being offsides in big games. He had a bad Super Bowl. Cut it out.
He had a bad Super Bowl.
Cut it out.
Yeah.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got the Too Short segment on the other side. And
I got something.
And Guru's got to explain. Yeah. Why he's wearing the shirt of a team that he despises. He doesn't despise him. He's from the Bay Area. That's one of the things we'll find out. All right. Hey, download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. What's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
What's up? It's your boy Guru, and you know how much I love Prize Picks. It's America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million active members. Get in on the excitement now and win up to 100 times your cash with the summer games.
know about Kyle's growth.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from the Hilton Santa Clara, as training camp is underway.
All righty. We are loving life here down in Santa Clara. The 49ers have completed their first practice, and Brandon Aiyuk didn't practice, but he's here. Trent Williams didn't practice, and he's not here. Big deal or no, we've been batting that around all afternoon pretty much. Let me ask my producer, Ken, since we're on site, do we got Mike in Livermore? Let's take Mike in Livermore, get him on here. What's going on, Mike? How you doing, man?
Good. What's up, Steiny? What's up, Goo?
Hey.
Hey, so, Steiny, I agree with you, man. This holding out stuff, this holding out business is getting too old, he signed the contract, honor the contract, okay? That's the way it should be. If he wants to hold out, let him hold out, And like you said, he's up there in age. He played in the Super Bowl. He stunk in the Super Bowl, and now he's asking for more money. Man, I agree. Just let it go. And if you want to hold out, go ahead and hold out. You won't get paid. Thank you. Hey, I love your show, you guys.
Hey,
thanks, Mike. Brother. Appreciate it.
Hey, I get all the sentiment, but that's not reality. Trent Williams, my prediction is by Friday. I'm going Ice Cube. By Friday,
well, now that's a change because you said by 4:30 today.
But Friday's still 4:30.
No, you said today at 4:30 because we've talked about this a lot. And you're upfront about it. You'd be a terrible GM. You would pay everybody under the...
And why is the boss laughing at Tim Jordan?
Because he knows. Because he knows.
Laugh?
Although you would be my favorite GM if I played for you.
I'm stern.
Hey, Goo, you got an extra couple mil for me?
If you were worth it, I'd find it. If you were worth it, I'd find it.
All right. Hey, Ken, I want to play the sound of Fred Warner, who was also asked about Trent Williams. This is Fred Warner, who's a pretty good player himself. What does he think about what's going on?
Of course. I mean, shoot, that's one of our best players, one of our leaders, you know. But we understand the business side of it. You know, this is our first rodeo. This is a curse and a blessing to have this many great players part of our team. And so, you know, we'll get it figured out.
That was Fred Warner.
Yeah, that is a good
All-pro
sign.
linebacker.
When people got to get paid, that means, you know, things are going good, Steiny.
Yeah, I wonder, and we'll never know this, but I wonder if there is a different feeling in that locker room between what Trent Williams' situation is and what Brandon Aiyuk's situation is. Just that, you know, off the top of my head, I'm wondering if both players have the support of all their teammates or if...
But what's the rule we hear about it? You don't talk about.
Well, you don't talk about it.
The next man's chicken.
Yeah, you don't talk about it, but it doesn't mean you don't have to feel a certain way about it.
Well, I'll tell you what. If they know Trent Williams is needed to win a Super Bowl, I don't think they're going candy bar on you guys. I don't think there's going to be too many snickering. You know what I mean? Like, oh, this dude's doing. Like, they know they need him. You're at that. Like, Steiny, what if he got hurt? I get you. He's under contract, Trent. No guaranteed money. They'll rip that thing up and he'll come back and get some.
That's football. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's got to be taken care of if you want to avoid these situations. And I think if you look around the league, this is the kind of stuff that goes on at a lot of places, and it's just, I don't know.
A great point about the CBA,
part of the business. It's just, there's no way John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are surprised by any of this. They may be frustrated.
Right.
They may be annoyed, but I don't think there's any way they're surprised that this is the way things are going, probably with both guys. All right, go ahead.
What you mean?
You said you wanted to address something.
See, when you have something like yesterday's ridiculous shout-out, we didn't know it. I build it up. Then I forgot I was going to do what I was going to do, and you're like, oh, man.
Well, I'm a radio professional. I know how to tease things.
No, my point is your partner, I amped that, and you're just fuddy-duddy.
You're fat?
No.
What did you say?
I amped you up yesterday about, I was like, tell us, Ed McMahon.
By the way, before
and then you do mine, the one I'm about to do is like, oh, I'm going to get a shot from the doctor, but I don't want it to be that bad. But anyway, go ahead.
Real quick before you get into
Take your time.
I don't like the setup here.
Why?
Because I haven't looked at you all show.
I kind of like it. I've been looking out, man.
I've been looking at the computer. Usually you're sitting across from me. We can make some eye contact. You know when I'm mad at you. You know when you make me laugh. But I feel like you're just beside me, and we've had no connection. I apologize for that.
And I don't have to deal with my inner self asking, why is he looking at Evan? He's doing this. I'm over here. But I don't have to battle that. But I got a PSA real quick. I got to read a text from my childhood friend Squirt. You look ridiculous in that jersey. Unless your boss Nahegian, spelled it Mohegan, told you to wear it or forced you, you should take it off. He's a Raider fan. Pathetic. Let me tell you guys something. If I wrote a book about I'm coming out with a book. It's Die Hard. I am the spokesman for fans. I am a man of the people. I speak for the people. This beautiful red jersey was not free. A fan, because of what we do, bought the jersey, sent it to us. And because it's day one of a team from an area that I was born in, I don't hate the Niners. I respect and work for the Niners. That's how I feel. 49er Frankie, friends and family that want to see the Niners win. That's what makes me who I am. So for me to put on this jersey with Guru on the back, miss me about selling out. I am a definition of a diehard. So put that in your pipe and smoke it.
What did you mean?
I appreciate it.
What did you mean? And don't default to your lie of I didn't say that. What do you mean exactly by I work for the 49ers.
I cover and watch okay, since the internet, the inception of the internet, you have a favorite team, but if you love ball, every team is your favorite team because the information is readily available. So we talk Niners, which I would be watching and talking if I worked at UPS. So my point is, Steiny, I watch the Niners just as much as I do my favorite team. Okay. But if we wanted to talk Eagles, I could talk Eagles because of the internet. So it's, relax.
No, again, I would just ask, what do you mean by I work for the 49ers?
Our job is to talk about the Niners, and I watch and scout because of my job.
So you got some freelance going on with the Niners?
No. Our job. We're basically covering the Niners. We do.
Well,
we work for the Warriors, too.
We don't. They don't sign our checks. They don't sign our checks.
That's a technicality, but we do.
That's more than a technicality.
We do, Steiny.
No, that's more than a technicality. But
you think I'm selling out with this since it was given to me? Yeah. Now, if I went and bought it, we would have call me in a room and talk to me. It was given.
Yeah, I've long come to terms with your.
Like you knew I wasn't turning in the pirate card.
Unexplainable fandom.
You knew I wasn't turning in the pirate card.
Get your hand off my shoulder, please.
I wanted to squeeze it a little more. Oh, God.
Look, but that's where you're getting it wrong.
Yeah, I think one thing we know, and I've had to come to terms with it, even though it has been difficult, and it's just the way it is. The rules are different for you. The rules are different. You can do things that the normal person can't do. So, okay. It's a charisma.
I got one thing
it's a likability. But
the fan that sent you the personalized Niner jersey, like the one I have that says Guru, is there any fiber of your person that feels a little bad that you've never worn it publicly?
No, it's in my man cave.
No.
Hang it from the wall.
But what if you wore it today? You would be all over.
It's a little tight.
Okay,
it's a little tight on me, to tell you the truth.
That's what I still don't believe.
And is there anything worse than a tight shirt on a guy who's not?
We heard our
in the
friend
greatest
coming
of
here.
shape.
The adjective she used on me. She meant to say tall. She goes, "Oh, you're big."
Who, our friend Heidi, who came to join us? Okay.
And he goes, "She meant tall, Goo." I'm like, "Yeah."
You know,
kind of hurt me a little bit. I've been making some gains.
No, you're doing fine. You're doing fine. All right, what do we got coming up? You know what we got coming up. We got Dan Dibley and Mark Willard. Looking forward to talking to them.
Willard was out here.
That's right. Nobody talked about how hot it was out there. Maybe that's why Trent Williams doesn't want to be here. He's a sweater. Maybe he just says, you know what? I'm going to let it cool down a little before I show up.
You might be right.
All right, so what's coming up next is Willard and Dibbs, and that segment was brought to you by Save Mart.
It's Joe Shasky, and my family has a long history with you.
Ask them if it has pop-outs. Do you know what those are?
Yeah, I'm a deer hunter. Yeah.
Sorry.
Now back to Steiny and Guru, live from the Hilton Santa Clara, as training camp is underway.
All righty. Welcome back to Santa Clara, and we are outside Levi Stadium where the first practice of the 49ers is in the books. With us back in San Francisco, Dan Dibley and Mark Willard. This is The Crossover, always brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. What's going on, gentlemen? How you doing?
Well, we should put the rat on the table right away.
Okay.
And, the rat on the table is, Guru, your skin must be burning based on the jersey you're wearing. Guru's wearing a Niner jersey. For those of you who can't see it, that's got to burn, Goo.
Well, it's my second time wearing it, and it's a personalized jersey given by a caller who loves the program. And I thought, Willard, I know who I am as a person. I can wear this and still know I'm a true blue. And I'll just leave that there. I'm from the Bay, from the soil. I root for the Niners, so it's different.
Wow.
Yeah,
I don't even know what to do with what the hell you just said. But however you want to rationalize this for yourself, my man, you're my man, and you'll always be my man.
Always.
So you go
That's
ahead.
my guy.
Yeah, you
bring it home for you.
You rock out what you brock out as long as you
has
want.
one too.
Well,
they made one for Steiny. He didn't wear it.
And Steiny's a non-fan, so he can wear it and be like a temporary fan. But that would be like me going into my backpack right now and pulling out a light white with Dodger blue Teoscar Hernandez and giving it to my partner. Partner, I got a Teoscar for you.
Well,
Let me tell you,
what do you think I'd have done with it? Give me a Teoscar right now. What do you think I'm going to do with it?
You puked on it and then punched me in the face.
I'd have been like, excuse me, I got to go to the restroom. Thank you for this new role.
Either one of you guys are from L.A., so that doesn't apply, Dibs. I'm from the Bay.
I get it.
The cowboy thing was passed down, so I got love for the Bay. You have nothing to do with L.A. This is different.
I mean, I lived there for 20 years. I lived there for 20 years.
20 years?
But you were born Foster City, Willard.
You're damn right. And that's where it stays, and that's the end of that. Like, look, you do you, and that goes for everybody. If somebody, I swear to you, if I did a YouTube show that appeared in Dallas one time, if somebody gave me a Cowboy jersey, that thing would not make it to my car, let alone my closet.
I understand.
But hey, you do you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do it better than anybody.
Well,
so let me.
No doubt, you are Steph Curry.
Now stop.
Yeah,
come on.
Well, we can get into that in a second.
I know we act like experts on a lot of things, but one thing we are not experts on is efficiency. Like, you guys are there. I was there. Now I'm here. Like, I was at practice. You're broadcasting from practice. Somehow I'm here. I don't know. I feel like we could have done this better. But anyway, whatever.
Right.
Oh, well. Okay. Hey, let me tell you a little story. I don't know if I ran this one by you guys. So it's Friday, okay? It was Friday, and we were all jacked up, courtesy of Jack's Restaurant and Bar. And so we did a crossover at 2 o'clock with Shasky and Bonte, just like we do now and every day.
Sure.
And Joe Shasky said to me, very politely, oh, boy, I got some stuff to do a little bit later. Any chance if you guys care if I maybe cut out early? And I said, Joe, of course not, dude. If you got something to do it. It's not a big deal. And by golly, he left at 1:45 to get up to that cabin.
By golly.
And, I don't know. I'd like to paint the picture of things down here in Santa Clara.
This is beautiful.
We got a big soccer game down here tonight.
Yeah.
A big soccer game.
Look at Willard.
Wrexham against Chelsea, Dibs. And
are you going?
Boy,
you going?
Boy, no. I'm already. My mind is on how am I going to get out of here right now?
So the problem is,
and also Tim Jordan.
Right.
Tim Jordan, one of the biggest team players of all time, has to take down this erection set.
Sure. Wow,
and,
that got sensual. Sensual radio.
Just do it.
Just FYI.
Well, first of all, you couldn't be coming up with two situations that are more different. That's number one.
Well
number
played.
two, when you've asked to leave, we've always told you go, but we just make fun of you after after you leave, which is our right. Third of all, I'll say again, I was just there. There's no traffic at all.
None.
You're fine.
You're fine.
You're fine.
You're good.
It's not two.
Nope.
You're fine.
You're great.
Hey, Dibs.
Steiny.
Far as I know, you haven't done metro traffic in about 9 years. What you say is going on in Santa Clara from San Francisco doesn't hold a lot of weight right now.
Well, for you to say that is not only personally offensive, but also globally offensive, because you know that I have the CAD website open at all times, which is the CHP website. I'm constantly monitoring accidents in the Bay Area. Got a 3-car conundrum northbound 880 at Alvarado. We don't have
that. Do we really? Or are you just making that up?
I'm making that up.
Santa Clara traffic.
Thank you,
Hang on.
Tim Jordan.
Yeah.
What
I'm
I'm
looking
telling
at
you
this.
is
My
that,
God, there's a lot of green lights going on right now. I'm looking at a traffic map of
shout
Santa
out John
Clara.
Legend. Give me the green light. That's
more,
a 4.
There's more green on this map than there is on the Levi Stadium field right
and
now.
I think that the general offense, Steiny, is that you always want to leave early.
But I never do.
Want out.
Nah, but yeah, you do.
You do.
Well, there's another quick round on the table. Let me get. I got to put this.
It's an erector set.
Yeah.
It's not an erection set.
That's a
The guy that I got to battle
That's
for 3.5
incredible.
hours for 20 hours a week. You know his name, Matt Steinmetz, a.k.a. Steiny.
boy.
Clint Eastwood runs the West, right? And we do this for, 11 minutes, and he turns into Bobby Brady because he can't stand up to you two and tell him I'm leaving. I just don't get it, Willard and Dibs. I don't know what mechanism you have or spell over my boy, but where's the Clint Eastwood that I battle with every day to just say, hey, Willard, shut up. Dibs, shut up.
I don't know.
I'm leaving.
It's not us, it's him.
I don't know what happens to him.
He must be scared of me. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Those are facts.
I'm the least scary individual I've ever met. But, you know.
Hey, let's get into a little
Let's
meat
do
and
it.
potatoes.
Because I texted you, Steiny, and I wasn't sure if you referenced
Yes,
it, but
we did.
I think that you generally
Absolutely.
did, because for me, this is fascinating. If I'm Brandon Aiyuk and, Christian McCaffrey says, I want more, here you go. And Trent says, I want more, here you go. And you're Brandon Aiyuk and you say, I want what's coming to me, quote unquote. And they say, go ahead and wait. I'd be mad. I'd be triple mad.
Well, and I know you two guys sort of feel the same way because I listened to you the whole way back from Santa Clara, and I heard that whole conversation.
He's getting paid, Willard. Come on.
Two things. I see this very differently than the three of you. Number one, they haven't paid Trent yet, and obviously there's some sort of fight going on because he's not here. So let's not act like they acquiesced to Trent yet because they haven't. Now, will they? Probably, but here's the thing. There's two things you got to think about. Number one, Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey have massive amounts of leverage in this situation that Brandon does not. Both of them have already been paid well over $100 million. They are made men in their lives. They are veterans in this league. That's totally different. And secondly, they're asking for slight tweaks over a short period of time.
Yes.
So if they're asking for $5 million more this year, please acknowledge how different that is than Brandon Aiyuk asking for 120 over 4 years, and how much easier it is to get these two veteran contracts done, which, by the way, will only open up even more cap space if they do it. That's what happened with Christian's deal.
Huh?
Like that. Come on, guys, that's different. Brandon, if Brandon takes offense to that, that's a Brandon problem.
And that's the least of his worries. There's no doubt. It's night and day. And I said this to echo those sentiments, Willard. Your boy Trent Williams is sitting with a beverage of leverage. Like they know they need him, and it's coming.
I like that. I mean, Trent Williams made $168 million in his career. He's a boombox guy. He runs that show. Out on the field when everybody was just asking, boy, where's Trent? Where's Trent? What's going on? Anybody in Niner paraphernalia, they don't even use the word Trent. That's the big fella. That's what they call him. The big fella. Like, he's practically a logo for this football team. So if Trent needs a couple more $1 million, I mean, he's earned it. And why would you not listen to that? Although I'll reiterate, it's not like they've said yes yet. They haven't said yes yet.
No,
That's why he's not here.
They will in a matter of days. And if you're Brandon Aiyuk, you're thinking about just the optics of it, and because he wants what he thinks that he deserves, and yet CMC, excuse me, I'm going to cut in line, and Trent Williams, excuse me, I'm going to cut in line, and you're BA, and you're thinking, I want what's coming to me, and yet these other guys are able to fold their arms and do what they do, and they get taken care of, and I don't. Makes me more mad.
Dibs is ranked, though, man. It's get in where you fit in. Too short.
It's also what is being asked for, though. Like, you ever do this at the post office? You ever do this at the post office where you go all the way up and you wait in line, and then you get there and they're like, oh, you need to fill out this tiny little form. All right, and then you go fill out the tiny little form, and then when you're done, you go back and you just immediately, because they're like, oh, I know you only need 5 seconds of my time, so we're just going to take you right now, get you done, and move on to the next. I feel like that's what Trent and Christian are asking for. They've already filled out the form. They're asking for 5 seconds of the 49ers time. Brandon has got a cart, and he's in line, and if you get in behind him, you're like, oh, holy hell, I should probably just come back a different day. This is a very, very complex, lengthy conversation that this person needs to have. That's how I feel about this right now, and I don't think Brandon has any right to get upset about that. I hear what you guys are saying about the optics, but those are optics in his own brain, I feel like.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Great road legal for you, Steiny. I know the home legal can sometimes be a little bit wonky, but for you to nail the legal on the road, I want to point that out.
That's great.
Impressive.
Stuff.
That's a nice road win for you.
And thank you for using the word wonky. You know I'm always in favor of it.
Big time.
I love a good wonky reference.
Good job,
So how many of us four are surprised that Trent is not here? Evan and I kicked this around in about Victory Lap Radio about a month ago saying he could play this card, and he did. But who of us are really, I'm shocked. I didn't expect, I thought he would be here.
I'm not surprised at all. I didn't see it coming, but if you're Trent Williams and you think about camp and you are, as Steiny said, 47 years old, and he's either 52 or 32 or somewhere in between, but honestly, what's he going to do at camp right now? He's going to put on his jersey and his helmet and his shorts and jog around a little bit. He's got no reason to be here, so I'm not surprised at all.
Hey, gents.
I
think you guys are set for just a dynamite show. My sources say that you've got Aqib Talib coming on.
He's got the bag on the lap right now.
He has
a golf outfit on, too, baby.
You know what I wish for you,
that's
man?
right. He's got a tea time.
Man, I wish that you liked your job more than you do.
Wow.
That's all.
Willard.
That's what I wish for you.
Wow.
Why are you always in such a hurry to leave?
I'm going to see how you respond.
I want to see how you respond. That's beyond the pale.
I want to see how you respond.
That's beyond the pale.
Why?
What time is the tea time? What time's the tea time in
I can hold it down.
You know what?
Go ahead. I got it.
I'm not. You know what? To use the phrase.
Why you do that? Well, that was below the belt.
Quite frankly, I'm sick of it.
Well, you can't use that anymore because he no longer works here.
All right. Guru will take it the rest of the way with you guys on 95.7 The Game. He's not. He'll stick around for 10 more. Love you guys.
Bye.
Not me.
How's it going down there, Goo?
It's going great. Yeah,
it's going great.
Okay, good.
My partner had the nerve to say, you know what? It's kind of weird. I don't get to look in your eyes when we're in the studio. He's looking over to Evan instead of me. But today, since I'm glancing out watching the traffic, we could make eye connection. But I'm excited. Football is back, but let's go.
I told a lot of the people who, and you know, that's a part of what we're doing down there on a day like today. It's a little bit of a networking venture, catch back up with some people that you haven't seen in a while. Plus, you gather some things, little tidbits about certain players and different things like that. But, Goo, to your point, you know what today felt like? And I said this to someone, too.
Give it to me.
Well, I'm like, you know what? It is really nice to walk into a building right now in Bay Area sports and look at a team that I know that I can count on.
Wow,
and I say that not because, for instance, like the Giants, that's a completely different story. What a hot
Jackson,
mess.
good inning.
Yeah, good for him.
Shutdown inning.
We're not going to spend a lot of time on the Giants to have one story to tell you.
Okay.
I got one story to tell you that I think might take your breath away. Okay. But the Warriors obviously missing the playoffs. It feels like we've just gone through like 4 months. And it's been a while. It's been a while, Bay Area.
Since the Super Bowl.
Since we've been through a year like this.
Oh, right.
Where you had a gap that felt kind of
no doubt
depressing. Man. And so to walk out there on that field and see Fred Warner and George Kittle and Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey have their jerseys on, it was like, okay, we're back.
And this Kyle Shanahan sound with TK, who cares? I'm going to get in my car and drive home. My infinity for that man has grown. And the reason it's grown is he's real. He talked about the Jimmy Garoppolo courtship or whatnot, but the communication he had with one Brock Purdy, and even if you're Brock Purdy at that juncture and you don't like hearing that, you got to, at the end of the day, respect it that the captain came and told you what time it was. And for him to own and say we should have won 3 Super Bowls, he said we should have went to 1 and won 2. Willard and Dibs, that's all I ask in my life. Even if it's brutal, just give me the honesty. And again, Kyle has built something along with Lynch. And all they really need to do, especially Kyle, is just get that dub in the Super Bowl, Willard, and you're going to be up there amongst the greats. You're going to be there anyway, but you climb major slots with a Super Bowl win, and you got a team, Dibs, that, again, is a top 3 team that's got a chance to win a Super Bowl again.
A great chance. And they've been to 3 straight NFC Championship games and 4 of the last 5. And I love Kyle's answer to what Tim was talking about, how Andy Reid had to wait until he was 60. I think that's the age or whatever, 20 years into his career. Yeah. And so Kyle thought about it and, thought, geez. And he did his classic answer of, I don't even know if I'll be around next year, which is, kind of Kyle's bit now. And he laughed at his own joke and whatnot. But if Kyle has to wait that long, unfortunately, he won't win a Super Bowl with the Niners. That would be 13 more years. But I think he understands in more perspective than fans do about how hard it is and how fortunate they've been to get there this many times.
He watched his dad get him at the end, and he brought that up. Like, that was wearing on him as a youngster.
Exactly.
I like that you brought this up too, Goo, because we're going to play. Okay. We're going to play a lot of it like everybody has been. But actually, I think there were some things that stood out to me that maybe are not the headline-grabbing things. Everybody kind of went to the Tom Brady thing and the Brock Purdy deal. I was very, very fascinated by Kyle talking about the contractual process in the NFL, how he talks to players when they want more money. What happened, for instance, with DeForest Buckner, the only homegrown star that they let get away, and the way the way he talks to players, how they sort of navigate that, and Kyle is in a somewhat, not totally, but somewhat unique position where he is the head coach on the field and calling the plays, but I think is also very, very involved in the decision-making process on the business side and the roster construction. Him talking about how people will criticize this draft pick, that draft pick. Why would you go pay this guy? Why wouldn't you pay that? When are you going to draft an offensive tackle? And everyone's screaming and yelling about these things. And he points to the fact that for the first time in his entire life, he's watched a football team preseason be favored in every single game they play.
2 years in a row.
And if that's the case, what are you really saying about the roster? Why are you all screaming so much about this hole and that hole and then favoring them in every game? And I thought that was a pretty damn fair rebuttal that I've never heard a coach use before.
He looks at the roster like I looked at Trisha Gertz when I was a junior. She was a sophomore. Major crush. You talk about a major crush. And
you were a junior and she was a sophomore?
Yeah.
Look at
Not a big deal.
Hey, let me throw this to you both before I get out of here. Yeah. Steph Curry, do you got a problem if I... Okay, I will.
Yeah.
Do you got a problem with me saying what Steph said was an ultimatum to the Warriors?
No, it's not an ultimatum, but what it is a hint, and it's kind of a nudge. Like, it's not an ultimatum, but it is, I think, an indication, and I'll say it, it's an indication sensation of what is going to happen. So if you go out this year and you are again a 10 seed, and then you go out the next year and his last year, and you stink, well, then he's going to leave. So he's basically telling them, look, we can be competitive 10 seed, 7 seed, 5 seed, whatever we are. I get that. Competitive, chance to win, go on a run. But if we are a bottom feeder, and that's the phrase he used, if you're a bottom feeder, then it's a different story.
And of course, he added he does not think by any stretch that that's what's going to happen.
Right.
I'm more fascinated, not what he's saying, Goo, but that he's saying it.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what I'd love to ask you guys. Do you think the fact that this subject now, since the Olympics have gotten together, this subject keeps coming up with Steph, is that strategic on his part? Or is it because he's being asked the question so much because of the departure of Klay Thompson? What do you guys think?
I'll go first, Dibs. I'm going to say the latter. And Bonte had a great point before he got out of here, Willard, throwing a monkey wrench in this. He said maybe this was a rebuttal to what Joe Lacob said on his podcast to Tim Kawakami, and maybe Curry thought he might have been too giddy about the future and not getting him any help. So I love just everybody stop, but that stuck with me, Dibs. Like, man, maybe that was the response. But Willard, I think your premise is right, but I think it's the latter part of get me some effing help. They're asking about it because we didn't make the playoffs.
And do it soon, because if you get through, if you get through the rest of this offseason, August 6th, the marketing deadline, if he goes back with this team and they go 43-39 and you're the 9 seed and you don't make it through the play-in and his contract is now down to 1 year, his decision might be different.
I'd argue that if you guys are right, I don't really buy the idea that Steph and Joe Lacob are battling with one another through podcast visits.
Right. I had a thought, though, Willard. Go ahead.
If that's true, this Steph will not finish his career with the Warriors.
Okay, wow.
That I would hope that the two of them are in a much more adult space than somebody said something on a podcast.
Okay,
and so
well,
now,
listen, I get that. Let's say they are. Are there two timelines again? The Steph Curry timeline and the timeline of can we get the groceries we need to cook you your meal, Steph? I feel like that's just natural.
There's always two timelines, and I know that's become like this thing that you don't touch because we got so excited about it when Lacob brought it up a few years ago that we decided it was going to be dynasty followed by dynasty, and maybe that's ridiculous. But for every company in the world, there's always two timelines. The whole Brandon Aiyuk situation is two timelines in and of itself. The 49ers are dying to have Brandon Aiyuk on their team this year. After that, they're not married. They're not married to anything.
Wow.
So that's to me, that's the rub. The rub is the 49ers would love and have no issue with paying Brandon Aiyuk a healthy salary to play for them this year. They're not sure about after that. Brandon wants after that. That's every negotiation. Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, every one of these is about two timelines.
Every company. You think about Grandy and Spadoni and Lubman
buying stock,
and Evan, two timelines. You think that when those guys are ready to come up and do their thing, that we won't go two timelines here at 95.7 The Game?
Gotcha. No doubt, man.
I mean, man.
Hey, can you see what I got in my hand? My version of my little bag.
No, I see it. I see it. And I've been texting with Tim Jordan, who I asked him to get behind you and do the wrap it up symbol.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, I'll be listening in the car.
You can stay as long as you want.
No, I got to. They say 880 is backed up right now, so I'm in some trouble. I'm headed that way.
Are you in a hurry to get somewhere?
Yeah. Oh, look, they're taking my headphones off, Tim Jordan. What are you doing?
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine. No, just go. Honestly.
Oh, there he is.
All of you.
Thank you, Tim Jordan.
I had 211. I thought I was impeding progress. I'll be listening to you guys. You my dudes.
Where will you be listening to us?
In the caddy.
Oh, gosh.
Guru, what station?
95.7 The Game.
There it is. There it is.
Good try.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Good job, everybody out on the scene in Santa Clara. Man.
What was it like? I'm going tomorrow.
We were well represented is what it was like.
Good, okay.
We were very well represented. So from the two shows to Tim Jordan to Whitley out there, Carter Chickering, who looked like one of the offensive linemen. That was amazing. I'm like, are you to maybe one of my favorite quirky, stupid moments in life? I caught a pass today from Brock Purdy.
Wait, hold on a minute.
I caught a pass from Brock Purdy today.
Were you on the field?
I was out of bounds, but I was on the field. And he threw a sideline route, and it was just beyond the fingertips of one of the receivers, and it was a one-hopper, and it was threatening the gut of Larry Krueger. Oh. But I stepped in with one hand because my phone was in my left hand, and with one hand, I caught that sucker.
Did you ever know that you're my hero?
And then I threw it back to, whoever was collecting the balls. Sure. And that was a complete pass. And that was my moment.
Except it was a one-hopper,
No,
right?
It was no. To me, it was a one-hopper.
Right.
That counts in my world. I'm not playing real football. I don't have a helmet, pads, or a contract. That's as close as I'm going to get. And it was good enough for me.
It's good enough for you, but I think the real takeaway is Brock Purdy, erratic.
No, it was not on him. Low snap, and then the protection broke down, and he kind of did one of those, let's throw it where only my guy can get it, and it turned out that nobody could get it except for me.
And this was like 11 on 11, no pads, kind of like, casual, almost flag football setting.
Brock looked great. Brock looked fantastic, although I'm not going to, it's always funny. We go out there, it's the first day. He better look great. He's a starting quarterback in the NFL and a good one. And there's no threat of him being hit. So he better look good. But he did. Very accurate. He looks fantastic. Josh Dobbs, not as much. But anyway.
Yeah. But it's funny you say that because last year when we went out there, we had the same experience and we all saw that, Trey Lance, and we watched him do the same sort of thing. And both of our takeaways, as well as many others, was like, ooh, that like the easy throws were tough and the tough throws were incomplete. And so it's not as easy as, of course, he looked good. You look good if you are good. And if you are, okay. Yeah. Like Josh Dobbs, I think he's going to be somebody who emerges. And maybe it's Tanner Mordecai who pressures to be QB2. I don't know, but it's not as easy as, of course you look good.
No, it's not that easy. And Brock Purdy has made so far a young career of making things that are not easy look easy. Debo looks fantastic. Fun to watch him out there with the number one. That took a minute to get used to. Trent Taylor is wearing Debo's number. So, a little fun, quirky stuff like that. Couple injuries, that's a bummer. And then obviously the Trent news. And it's interesting because it sounds to me, and I get where you guys are coming from. I really do. This is an emotional thing. If TJ Houshmandzadeh through this whole process has taught us anything, it's that this is really emotional and it gets in your feelings and it's frustrating and you got to tuck it away. Like, imagine, I'll meet you guys halfway. Imagine being Brandon Aiyuk. Just for a second, let's go there. Imagine being Brandon Aiyuk. Okay, the 49er regime for 7 years has taken care of everyone except for one. And what did they do with him? They traded him, and another team took care of him.
And Kyle with a great explanation on the TK pod about the way that all played out.
And we'll get to that.
Okay, good.
I thought it was great.
His explanation was perfect.
Totally.
As far as how that played out. And I love the fact that he is so revealing about what has gone on and what is going on.
Phenomenal. And DeForest Buckner is the name we're talking about for those who don't speak long-term 49ers. But point is, if you're Brandon Aiyuk, yes, you're looking around going, wait a minute. Y'all are here for 7 years. And you've taken care of everybody homegrown and a lot of the key people who are not homegrown. Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, maybe for the second time, is what's about to happen. And he's sitting there going, somehow this choo-choo train just stopped when it got to my stop? Like, what? And so I get it. I get how absolutely infuriating that must be. At the same time, I really see almost no comp to the Christian situation, the Trent Williams situation, and the Brandon situation. So the idea of if Christian and Trent jump the line and that upsets Brandon, it's kind of a Brandon problem.
I guess
it's kind of his agent's problem to explain to him why these are completely different.
And I'm sure he knows, but to me, the comp is what you said as far as taking care of. The expression taking care of, because you want to take care of Brandon Aiyuk if you like him and you want to keep him, and it seems like they do, and yet they haven't really taken care of him. And, Christian folded his arms and got mad, and a day or two later, boom, a deal. And Trent, no show in the first day of camp, and they probably knew that was going to happen, but we didn't, and so now it's a news story. And I would imagine by Monday, Trent gets whatever amount of money to make him whole, and cash and guarantees, and then Trent's going to come in. They're going to take care of Trent. And meanwhile, Brandon he's holding in, and he's trying to do the right thing, ? Well, he's not fully doing the right thing, but Christian got what he got. Trent gets what he gets. And now if you're Brandon, you're like, dude, what about me? I've been doing this now for 5 months.
It's a crappy word. And it seems to be whenever someone uses it with you.
Fair?
No. Leverage. It's a crappy word because
Trent's got a lot of leverage.
Exactly. And,
the leverage.
And Brandon doesn't. And Christian had a lot. And Brandon doesn't. And, it's classically that situation, that comp that we've brought up before. When you go to buy a car, did you walk there or do you already have a car? Do you have a car that you could drive away in? Because if you have a car that you could drive away in, well, I'm not desperate. I don't need to do this deal. If you're not going to give me a good deal, I'm out of here. But if you Ubered there and they see that, then you got a problem and your leverage is low. And that is absolutely 1,000% the case for Brandon Aiyuk, and that's a bummer. It's also life in the NFL. It's life when you're a young player and you haven't gotten a ton of money in your career. Trent Williams has made $168 million in his career. Brandon's made 12.
Yeah.
And Trent has already shown the world, I'll hold out. Like, dude went and skipped a season and a half.
And Trent is top 5 or top 3 or top 2 or top 1 at his position. And Brandon is top 6?
Something.
Well, Aqib Talib thinks he's top 3, and I look forward to talking to him later today.
I was confused by that sound clip, which we will play for you too, where he says, I couldn't tell if he was, and I mean sort of the emotion behind it.
Right.
Did he mean that Brandon is top 3, or did he mean that Brandon could be top 3? Or would be top 3
if he had a decent quarterback.
Which, we
can get into all that. Aqib Talib coming up in the 5 o'clock hour.
It was a tremendous 20 seconds of sound where I'm like, I got I got 5 questions.
Me too.
Yeah,
I listened to it. But if Brandon Aiyuk is either top 3 or top 12, whatever he is, he's not McCaffrey, who is the best running back in football,
right,
for this offense. And Trent Williams is the best 1, 2, 3, maybe 4, 5, whatever you want to do. For this offense, he might be the best left tackle in football.
Let me ask you this question, because to me, this is what it all boils down to. The 49ers are desperate to win a Super Bowl this year, right? Okay. Do you believe that if you don't give Brandon what he wants, Brandon will still play for you this year?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
If you don't give Christian what he wants, do you believe that Christian will play for you this year?
Yes, but not as much as I would say yes for Brandon.
And if you don't give Trent what he wants, do you believe that Trent...
No.
Well, you just did it.
Well, and I didn't even let you finish because Trent has done it before, and Trent's made what he's made, and Trent knows what he means to this offense in the pass game, in the run game, in the boombox game.
Yep.
So that's a no. It's going to be a no from me, Trent.
Dog, yeah. Yes. No, but you just nailed it.
Right.
I think
McCaffrey is kind of it's a yes, but he might do some things.
Yeah.
And Aiyuk's got no choice.
But there's the fact that there's even a question in your mind with Christian.
Sure.
And you were firm about Trent, a hard no. Brandon, hard yes. And so there's absolutely no way to make this feel good for the fans. There's no way to make it feel good. But if there's one message from watching 49er football so closely, I mean my whole life, but understanding the business aspect of it a little bit, just a tiny little bit over the last 3 years, the hardest thing and why it's so sort of difficult to pass this news along in a public space is that we fans, we fall in love with these players. And therefore, you'll hear it. Almost every media member, every fan, just pay him. Just pay Brandon. And what a fan doesn't understand, which is being understood behind the scenes, is if you, quote, just pay him, well, 3 of those other players that you also love, gone. Gone. What I loved about, and we will play it for you in less than 10 minutes, when Kyle Shanahan told Tim Kawakami about the DeForest Buckner story, he didn't just say, hey, you might have to lose a player or 2. He named names.
Right. 3 guys.
He went, we can keep DeForest, and then I lose him, and him. Or we can trade DeForest, and I get him, and the 13th overall pick.
Yeah.
And which do you choose? And I love that he did that, because that's how you can sort of manage our emotions as fans. I know you want Brandon to get paid. I want Brandon to get paid. He deserves to get paid. So the human being in me goes, pay the man. Plus, I love Brandon Aiyuk, the player. I want Brandon Aiyuk to wear a 49er jersey for a really long time because he makes big plays on Sundays and Mondays and Thursdays and sometimes Wednesdays and Fridays and
January
Saturdays.
and February too.
So I want all those things too. But what do you think would happen if the Niners went public today and went, okay, we'll pay Brandon. Are you all ready for the next page of news? Him, and him gone. That would, don't you think that would change people's perspectives?
It might. And it's all part of, the reality of being a good team and having highly paid players. And, if you're Brandon and you look at what happened today with Trent and him holding out, and at least, Brandon's holding in and he's thinking, I'm at least, trying to do the right thing. I'm holding in. I'm not practicing, nor will I anytime soon. Maybe he'll be there tomorrow when I'm down in Santa Clara. I doubt it. But, Trent's not even showing up because he's got the hand, and that hand is strong. And so the team is thinking, oh God, we gotta do right by him. Sorry, Brandon, you're gonna have to wait. And so it's frustrating if you're Brandon Aiyuk because, these guys are jumping the line, and it's the way that goes.
Yeah. By the way, life goals. Anyone in life, I don't care who you are or what you do, wouldn't you love for 10 minutes of your life to have what Trent Williams has? I don't know that I've ever encountered.
That much juice?
I mean, like, we could do a show on who's got more juice in his building, Steph or Trent. It's that close. I'm not kidding. And look at Trent on a football field. The linemen start tussling with each other and pushing and shoving, and Trent walks over. Excuse me. Is there a problem here?
Well, think about the receivers doc where there was that pregame fight and Trent comes in and cleans out like 4 or 5 guys with one forearm.
I don't care.
My goodness.
Nobody in the league wants to mess with Trent. Trent is the damn man.
And the reason why the outside zone scheme works so well, because Trent can just go inside and absorb 2 or 3 guys, and then you pull the guard and you pull Debo and you pull Kittle, and now you've got an advantage because Trent Williams is so good on the front side of those plays.
Yeah, so I get why that's going to make everyone a little bit uncomfortable. I did not sense any discomfort from the Niner personnel with regard to Trent not being there, even the way Kyle Shanahan phrased it, and we'll play that for you coming up next as well. When he was sort of pressed on, there's the announcement that Trent is holding out. It's contractual. He jumped the questions. He's like, I don't even want anyone to ask. Let me go ahead and let's address Trent right now. It's a contractual situation. We were hoping that wouldn't be this way, but it is this way. But when he was pressed on it a little bit, he's like, I mean, it's the first day of practice. And he goes, and I'm not really concerned with Trent Williams missing a few days of practice. So you're probably right. This will probably be taken care of by the time we get back to work on Monday.
No doubt.
All right. You could certainly weigh in on this. If you were Brandon Aiyuk, would this bother you? What's happening with the rest of the team? All these other contracts being taken care of? 888-957-9570. But coming up next, let's let you hear the way Kyle Shanahan responded to Tim Kawakami's question and got into the DeForest Buckner situation, because I think it's very revealing with the way these contract conversations happen. So we've got that for you next. Herm Edwards is on at 4. Aqib Talib is on at 5. It's Willard and Dibs.
The Savings Road Trip game of Monopoly is back at Lucky. This week, collect bonus game tickets.
think you guys noticed Trent wasn't out there today, so just before you have to ask, guys, in report, it's contract related. John's speaking with his representatives, been doing it for a while. He'll continue to go, and when they work it out, I'll be pumped to see him.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Filling in for Willard and Dibbs. It's Willard and Dibbs. I missed the filling in for, I'll be honest. Filling in for Mark Willard, it's Mark Willard.
I'm sorry that bothered me so much, but it did.
It bothered you all day, every day.
It did, but I knew even in saying that, like, that's my own journey. That's my own thing.
And you said it up front.
By the way, I'll share. This will only take 20 seconds. I promise. Actual 20 seconds.
Okay.
A mentor of mine years ago, when I was constantly and only filling in, went, hey, when you introduce the segment, don't say this is Mark Willard filling in for XYZ. Just say this is Mark Willard in for. He goes, because the fill-in thing, that's a label. And you're a fill-in. And I don't want you to have that label. And that's why. Like, that was ingrained in me as a young broadcaster. And so that's why it bothered me so much.
That was 35 seconds.
Exactly.
Yeah, but isn't that baked into the conversation? When I say 20, we know it's double.
It's usually triple.
Right.
But yeah.
35 that's good.
It's great. And I'm surprised that Mark with a C cracked you on that, because normally it is.
But I tried to make it sound like I really meant it this time.
Yeah.
And I did. I wanted it to be 20. It just wasn't.
It would have been better if you said who that mentor was.
His name was
Matt Nahigian?
No.
Okay.
This mentor is no longer with us.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you've known Matt for that long, so maybe
almost. Actually, maybe. I think I have known him for that long.
Yeah.
But anyway, it wasn't Matt.
Okay.
It was my guy Dennis. Dennis was known as the chief bleep starter at Staples Center in the media room. Like, he would make a game out of because when you're in the media room at a basketball, right, there's tons. It's just like the Warriors. There's a bunch of tables.
Yep.
And each table, it can get a little clicky sometimes.
Always.
Giants, right? Kruk and Kipe. This is our table. If anyone's sitting at the Kruk and Kipe table, we get the hell out of the way. Kruk and Kipe about to sit down. And then they hold court, and it's hilarious and all those things. Dennis used to love to go up to a table and just throw out like a wild sports opinion. And then once it turned into first take, he would just calmly and quickly depart the premises.
Wow.
And he would love to sit at a different table and watch the arguments
that he started.
Wow. But wasn't involved in anymore. He's a great dude. He's a statistician for all the LA teams. And so anyway, that's why that got under my skin.
Okay.
And that's on me.
Makes sense.
It's kind of like if Brandon Aiyuk gets bothered by Trent Williams' contract conversation. If that gets under your skin, that's on you.
Yes,
it's on you.
It's always on you as the player when you're in a situation where you're under contract and you're looking for more. But it is a little bit annoying when you watch McCaffrey throw not even a tantrum, but McCaffrey sends a message. Oh boy, we got to take care of CMC. And now Trent, I'm holding out, and he will be taken care of before Monday for sure.
Well, listen,
he's in camp by Monday.
You may be right. I certainly wouldn't bet the over. But I will say this, because I do think that it's part of the conversation. I don't want to get into the culture of all this or take shots at wide receivers or anything like that. Some people like to do things quietly. Some like to do things loudly. And I don't know which way is right, wrong. I don't know that either are. That's just the way some people are built. You know what I mean? Lovely Christy doesn't like to watch football games at my house. My family and me, we too loud. Like, go over to that house, right? But it's just quiet over here. Just really turn the volume down a little bit. But did you notice, because I'm sure the Niners did, that Christian's contract request had this much sound to it?
Right.
And Trent's contract request had this much sound to it.
Well, I mean,
and Brandon has poop emojis on IG, TikTok, and Ryan Clark's podcast.
They're different situations.
Exactly.
And you're right.
Exactly.
So if you're Brandon Aiyuk, you don't have the leverage, nor do you have the ability to do it quietly. The only way you can do it is to go in February and say, this is what I want. and then they offer you whatever they offered you, and you don't do it, and you think about it, and this and that. I got my suit ready, and the contract doesn't get done, and then whop, 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 whop. All these contracts come in.
Stop whopping him.
No, you can't stop whopping him because CeeDee Lamb is about to be the last of the ones that come in, and that's not going to help Brandon either because that's going to, in his mind, think, oh, my market just went up another $1 million. And for the Niners, they're like, well, we had an offer that we thought back in March we all agreed was, pretty close, and you were getting your suit ready and whatnot. So you can't really compare the two things as far as noise goes, because if you're Trent, you're waiting until today, and you realize, oh, geez, camp starts today. I don't have a lot of guaranteed money. I want guaranteed money. Hey, agent, call the Niners. Let them know I'm not showing up.
That didn't happen today. That didn't happen yesterday. It didn't happen last week.
You know what I'm saying about the amount of noise.
Right, but
when you're Trent Williams, you don't have to make noise. You're Trent Williams. You're a Hall of Famer.
You don't have to do it if you're Brandon Aiyuk either. CeeDee Lamb hadn't said a damn word.
Well, until a couple of days ago where he announced that he wasn't, or he didn't announce, but his camp let it be known that he's not coming to camp.
Not coming to camp. That's actions speaking for you, not social media. Not like CeeDee Lamb did not go hand in hand with somebody else's quarterback and start parading around the internet. Hey, they don't want me anymore. What? Come on.
That was just a coincidence.
Come on. Listen, I love Brandon, but can we take 30 seconds to be a little bit analytical about the way he's done this?
The process.
I don't like it. I don't think it's been effective at all.
I don't think they like it.
And I don't think the Niners like it.
Right.
And that's fine. I'm not in the business of making sure you do everything that the Niners like. But while we sit here and compare things that aren't really comparable, let's do that. Let's do that. Who has made it easier to do what they're asking to do? I would argue Christian and Trent, and Fred, and George, and those who have come before him. Debo obviously that one got wobbly.
Debo did it the same way.
Not quite.
Mostly.
Not quite. Debo requested a trade.
Right. Debo did some social media. He scrubbed the Niners.
He scrubbed. He didn't post.
Scrubbed.
There's one thing to scrub. Clay scrubbed. How would you have felt if Clay was like, not only did I scrub, I'd like to do a post. Here's my IG story. Hey, Warriors. Boom. Bleep you.
Damn.
Honestly, that you're going to get a different result. Remember the Flowers thing the comp that I gave you?
Yep.
And for those of you who don't listen to every minute of every show, what's wrong with you?
Right.
But last week, I was giving the example of what if Dibbs got in the car on the way home and was like, you know what? I haven't gotten the lovely supper. I haven't gotten her flowers in like 6 months.
It's been more like 4, but go ahead.
I think I should get some flowers on the way home because
You're not wrong.
She's been working hard. She's raising my baby, and I think that I want to acknowledge her.
You got me Googling florists, but go ahead.
And you got those flowers, and you picked out the right ones. You might have even spent, 30, not 20.
Dude, it's usually 60 and north.
Exactly. I know.
30.
Anyway.
Get a couple of daffodils and some ragweed.
I'll see you in the aisles. But anyway.
They do have nice flowers.
They got great flowers. So anyway, you got the flowers on your on the passenger seat and you're driving home and you're on the Bay Bridge and you're like, man, we're going to have a great dinner tonight. I'm going to bring my lady flowers and let's see if we can put that girl, that little Mila down to bed early and let's see if we can have ourselves a night.
Yeah,
and then the phone rings on your way.
Boy, you had me at put her down early, but go ahead.
And it's your wife.
Yeah.
And, how's your day? Whatever. Oh, gosh, yeah, talking sports must be a hard life, Dan.
It's brutal.
And the conversation starts to get wobbly. And then all of a sudden she's like, and you know what? You don't appreciate me.
Oh, boy.
You never do anything just for the sake of doing it. Why don't you ever? Because I'm here. I'm here raising this baby every day. While you're out there screaming to Mark Willard about Kevon Looney.
Luke Jackson, he's got to go.
You're out there screaming and yelling about Tyler Fitzgerald's war. Now what are you doing with the flowers? She's made it impossible for you to give her the flowers.
Green bin. Compost.
So that would be if I were Brandon Aiyuk's agent or brother or girlfriend or all of the people who've put stuff on social. That'd be my advice. Christian McCaffrey got his. Shh. Go talk to them, not us, because that's passive aggressive. And they are very aware of what you're doing. You're trying to turn people against them. And I would argue that they don't like that. And so now numbers are public. I don't know what Trent wants. I never knew what Christian wanted. And quite frankly, I don't even know if I understand what they did with Christian. But it made him happy. And he was out there today with his jersey on. But Brandon, you start pinning people into a corner and saying, I got Jaden Daniels and 26 isn't good enough. And did you see what Amon-Ra got? And you start screaming and yelling about this. You put the Niners in a position where it's like, dude, we can't even move a little bit even if we wanted to. Because now we look like our tails between our legs if we move. Because you've pinned us. So just, to me, word to the wise, just do it behind the scenes. Because what did this pile of Instagram posts, what did it get you? What?
So far, nothing.
What is the end result of TikTok and Jaden Daniels and Ryan Clark?
So far, not much.
Nothing.
No, nothing.
You got nothing. And you still showed up. Because the Niners
had no choice.
That you had no choice.
He's got no choice. He's got to make the 14.1 and hope that they can do right by him. But you watch what happened with Christian McCaffrey, and basically what he got was more guaranteed money, and his contract got reworked, and he got more cash up front and more guaranteed money. And that's what Trent's going to get. Trent's going to get more guaranteed money up front, and whatever happens on the back end, it'll be more team friendly, and that's fine. And you're Aiyuk, and you're thinking, you want me to come in here and play on my fifth-year option for 14.1? Meanwhile, Christian and Trent, they tremble a little bit, and then you rush over and you give them what they want. This does nothing to make Brandon Aiyuk feel better about his situation with the Niners.
I understand that.
And I understand that he has no real power and he has no leverage, but what he has is feelings. He's a human being, Mark, and he sees what's going on around him, and you're expecting him to come in now and put your body on the line and do everything that you expect everyone to do. Meanwhile, Trent and Christian, they raise their pinky and they show a little bit of disconcertion, and then they get taken care of, but he doesn't. It's not going to do anything to make him feel better about his situation.
No, of course not. There's no... You want to get mad at your situation? Get mad at your collective bargaining agreement. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? Like, I know it doesn't sound
John
like it.
Lynch said the very thing. Right. He said, we all agreed to a fifth-year option contract.
I'm sure it does not and has not sounded like this. I am completely sympathetic to Brandon's position. I really am. He's a fantastic player. And does he deserve a big, shiny new wide receiver contract? He does. He does. But there's also a lot of circumstances at play here that have led to this. Some are fair, some are not. And I do still think that there is a way for this to work out. It may be, I'm not saying firmly, but it may be that this is one of those situations where it is better for all sides to wait till the end of the year. And I understand for Brandon how offensive that is, because that means he's got to put his body on the line for 17 to 20 more times. And you have no idea what's going to happen in those situations. And if something goes wrong, then he never gets his money. So, I get it. But I also, I've been around working in America long enough to know that you can push and shove a corporation, a multi-billion-dollar corporation. You can ram them in the side of the head all you want, and they are very unlikely to even feel it.
Unless you're somebody who can make them feel it.
Right.
Like Trent Williams at left tackle, where he is so key to your run game and he's even more important to your pass game. If he decides that he wants more and he doesn't want to show up, and maybe he wants to, play coy and show up late and do the Bosa thing and come in week one, whatever he wants to do, that affects you a lot more than if Brandon Aiyuk decides that he's not happy.
Of course. I'm sorry, I should say it another way. The Niners felt it. You want to know what they did? They're like, oh, what was that? Oh, The walls are shaking a little bit.
Right.
Tell you what,
it's
draft.
Like a 2.1 earthquake.
Let's go draft Ricky Pearsall.
Sure.
There. That takes care of that.
Maybe.
If
it doesn't take care of it, then
we try again next year.
Right. And if it doesn't take care of it, then you expect Brandon to come in and do what he's doing now, which is come in and report and show up and play. And, it is all in Brandon's best interest to come in and play well. It does him no good to come in and fake injury or jake it, play, half-hearted or any of those things. All those things hurt him.
Let me ask you this. So he's holding in. To what end and how long? What happens if the 49ers don't offer him anything new between now and this time next month?
Well, eventually he comes out and plays, And so I don't think that him holding in is any real motivator for the team to do right by him. But I do think that him holding in is kind of the smart way to, ease my way in, make sure I don't get hurt. I want to make sure that the training staff thinks I'm 100% good to go. And you've got, 3 weeks until the first preseason game? And Brandon Aiyuk could only play one preseason game at most anyway. So for him, holding in makes perfect sense. You can go between now and September, and you can kind of ease your way into football shape.
We promised this, so let's play it from the TK show. Tim Kawakami did an expansive interview with Kyle Shanahan that we thought was fantastic. And part of the Odyssey family, and you can check out that podcast. It was released yesterday. Here are a couple of key things, at least we thought, that not a lot of people are talking about. I thought, man, let's let everybody hear what goes on when the contract comes up for players. At least, how does it go in Kyle Shanahan's office? So Kyle brings up the situation with DeForest Buckner. And for fans who don't remember, DeForest was up for an extension, and he's a phenomenal defensive tackle, top of the league. He wanted a number. Niners wanted a different number. And they felt like this was not a gap that they could close. And here's how and why they looked at it that way.
The Buckner thing was one of the hardest things I've ever gone through. I loved DeForest Buckner. We didn't want to get rid of him at all. But we're trying to budget a certain amount of money. And then when it gets to a certain price and we know what the options are, you got to choose paying Buck whatever it was, which is a few more than what we were willing, which, all right, let's go there. Guys, what does that mean? Well, you got to get rid of Jimmy Ward and Armstead. Ooh, that's a tough decision. Well, I don't know where I'm going to go with that decision. What if we told you if you get rid of Buck, you get Jimmy Ward, Armstead, and the 13th pick in the draft? Man, that makes sense from an organizational standpoint. Man, I don't want to lose Buck. He's like everything you want for a Niner. But those are the tough decisions you got to make for that. And that does make sense. You can go either way, but I understand that decision and had nothing to do with Buck. That just had to do with what we were trying to build and how many more people we could get. And we think it's 3-1. Those aren't easy, but I don't shy away from that.
So, we're now shaded and jaded by the idea that 13th pick turned into someone who did not pan out.
Right. Javon Kinlaw. Yep.
Okay. But I don't know about for all of you. For me, that was super helpful to listen to him, not just say, hey, you might lose another player. The 49ers looked at it and went, all right, we can give DeForest what he wants. What does that mean? What means you lose Jimmy Ward and Eric Armstead? All right, so now would you do it? Would you just, come on, Niners, DeForest is really good. Just give it to him. Just give it to him. Did they make the right decision?
It's tough to tell.
Is it?
Tough to tell.
I mean, Jimmy Ward and Eric Armstead played some really good football for the 49ers
but DeForest
after that.
Buckner's better than Eric Armstead.
Yes, he is.
And could you have replaced Jimmy Ward with somebody who would have been, a facsimile therein? And I do think that it's all jaded by the fact that you blew the pick. Javon Kinlaw has not been somebody who has really helped you at all. So if you take that out of the equation, then you look at it and you think, okay, you did the right thing. You got a first-round pick, and you kept Jimmy Ward, and you kept Eric Armstead, who was good. I think Buckner's better, but Armstead was a good, solid player for you, and he helped you win games. So, yeah, in that calculus, they made the right choice, but the problem with it is they blew the pick.
They blew the pick, but even with blowing the pick, I think it's still a question mark. Like, would you have rather had DeForest and the faceless Armstead replacement and the faceless Ward replacement? And what would those players have looked like? I don't know. Jimmy Ward became a very important piece of this football team for a while.
He was good, and he had positional flexibility, a guy who played safety, and then he played corner, and so a guy who was able to kind of fit in until he didn't fit in, and then he blasted the regime a little bit on his way out the door. But, I think that it's a tough call based on what we know about the pick. But on the surface, I do think that it's appropriate as we talk about Brandon Aiyuk, because if you let Aiyuk go, is it you sign Aiyuk and that means you're going to have to, let go of 2 other players? And who are those players?
Debo's one of them.
Is it Mooney Ward? Is it Debo? Because if you look at the cornerback market, and I know we had a cornerback signed yesterday for top 5 money. And so Mooney Ward is going to be looking for top 5 money.
Yeah.
And, Trent Williams already is looking for a raise. And so all these guys are looking for more. And what does that mean?
My understanding, and maybe this is just threats and bluster and all of that, but my understanding is if you were to give Brandon Aiyuk what he wanted, I would say it's Debo and it's Mooney Ward and it might be Diamado Lenore, and we might not be done. So do you still want to go, I'll just give it to him. He deserves it. Okay? That's what they're sitting there looking at. It's a piece of paper. It's like every company. It's a spreadsheet.
Well, I do think
that sucks.
Yeah, it sucks, but it's the reality
life.
of a salary cap league. And so if it's Debo or Aiyuk, I think that for many people 2 months ago was easy. Oh, it's Aiyuk. Forget it. And then we watched the receivers doc, and then we learned more about, what TJ Hushmanzada said to us yesterday about, up until last year, it was Debo. It was Debo. Debo's the man with the boombox. And he asked you, who's got the boombox? And you said Debo and Trent. And he said Debo and Trent. And so I do think that there's more than just the football reference part of this. What does each player mean for the culture of the team?
Gosh. Up close look at Debo today, and it does not take more than a second to remind you how important he is. I mean, my guy, he looks great. He looks fantastic.
Did you checked out his lower half, didn't you? Like
most definitely.
I mean, it's hard not to.
I've never seen anything like it.
I mean,
I've never seen a human being that is shaped like that in my entire life. It's
as
the
an
weirdest,
elite athlete. Oh my God.
It's absolutely bizarre.
See his butt? Dude, seriously, Grandy. You can't help
big butt here.
You cannot help but look at it and fixate on it.
They're not elite thighs, they're the thighs. They are the biggest thighs in the world. Period.
2 thighs.
Inside,
dude,
one pair of pants. Yeah. Anyway, this one's important.
I had to ask you because I can't. I'm going tomorrow, and when I see Debo on the field,
say hi to his thighs for me.
I will.
Yeah,
dude.
Yeah. Listen to this one too. I thought this was very revealing, specific to Brandon's situation. What's Brandon trying to get to? Free agency, either an extension or free agency. Wants to be paid like a free agent. Listen to what Shanahan said about the risks that get taken as an NFL player trying to get to free agency.
We all try to get contracts as coaches, too. Do you want to go into, when you're a free agent as a coach, you can make more money that way? Why don't everyone do that? Well, what if your quarterback gets hurt in the first game and 3 other people, and you think you were going to go to the Super Bowl, but now you're 4-12. You got a second pick in the draft. What does that mean? Man, I don't need to go through that. I'm happy with what's on the table. And it is the same situation for players, but man, I think it's a lot more risky. Do you want to do this, or do you want to go play through a violent season? If you do, and you are a free agent, oh yeah, you are going to get that. That's how free agency works. But man, free agency is tough to get to. I think it's scary for a player because the physicality of the sport, and that they don't just miss a year, they could end their career. Or a coach, you could recover from a bad season because you can coach till you're 60 or whatever. But those are the things that we got to go through. I think people in the outside world got to go through to a degree, but ours is kind of a little bit in front of everyone, and people don't always want to hear about it because people love the team, fans, the players, the we all want to come back to our team. But this stuff is real stuff that you got to deal with. And if you just want to be Johnny coach on the spot who's like, just worry about the team. Yeah, that's what I care about. But I also understand the individual, and usually guys know me well enough to know that too. And when they know no one's trying to screw them, we're trying to run a football business, then I think your relationships can survive.
So that's what I'd love to get into. When they know you're not trying to screw them, like, do you think Brandon Aiyuk thinks that the 49ers are trying to screw him right now, basically?
No. I just think that he thinks that they're not trying to give him what he's worth. Not that they're trying to screw him.
But the risk he's taking, to me, is unthinkable. That's what that's to me what's really going on here. We can get into that a little bit more coming up next. Glad you're with us. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Herm Edwards in an hour, and Aqib Talib, who had some very interesting comments about Brandon Aiyuk and Brock Purdy, is going to join us in 2 hours on Willard and Dibs.
The Floor Store is your Bay Area floor.
station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, for those of you just maybe tuning in for the first time today, Trent Williams is a holdout. He did not show up to camp. He did not report, and it was the lead story of the day. Kyle Shanahan addressing it today before anybody even asked any questions.
I think you guys noticed Trent wasn't out there today, so just before you have to ask, guys, he didn't report. It's contract related. John's speaking with his representatives, been doing it for a while. He'll continue to go, and when they work it out, I'll be pumped to see him.
Okay. And he did go on to say, not concerned at this point. No big deal if Trent misses a few practices. Then again, that's sort of the tone that they struck with Nick Bosa last year. And he missed all the practices.
Right, but that was more of a much bigger deal. That was where he needed the big bag, and Trent just needs a little bit more cash up front to make him feel better about where he's going into a year where not all his money's guaranteed.
What we were talking about a minute ago to me is the thing that where I both have the most compassion and the most concern with regard to Brandon Aiyuk. And so let us play this for you one more time, and then we can kind of jump into it. Kyle Shanahan on the TK show talking about the risk of waiting until free agency as an NFL player.
We all try to get contracts as coaches, too. Do you want to go into when you're a free agent as a coach? You can make more money that way. Why don't everyone do that? Well, what if your quarterback gets hurt in the first game and 3 other people, and you think you were going to go to the Super Bowl, but now you're 4-12. You got a second pick in the draft. What does that mean? Man, I don't need to go through that. I'm happy with what's on the table. And it is the same situation for players, but man, I think it's a lot more risky. Do you want to do this, or do you want to go play through a violent season? If you do, and you are a free agent, oh yeah, you are going to get that. That's how free agency works. But man, free agency is tough to get to. I think it's scary for a player because of the physicality of the sport, and that they don't just miss a year, they could end their career. Or a coach, you could recover from a bad season because you can coach till you're 60 or whatever. But those are the things that we got to go through. I think people in the outside world got to go through to a degree, but ours is kind of a little bit in front of everyone, and people don't always want to hear about it because people love the team, fans, the players, the coach. We all want to come back to our team, but this stuff is real stuff that you got to deal with. And if you just want to be Johnny coach on the spot who's like, just worry about the team. Yeah, that's what I care about, but I also understand the individual, and usually guys know me well enough to know that too. And when they know no one's trying to screw them, we're trying to run a football business, then I think your relationships can survive.
To me, this is what's so terrifying. And you can be right and be wrong at the exact same time, I think. Brandon can absolutely be right. That okay, look over here, and receiver X is getting $28 million. Call it Jalen Waddle if you want. Jalen Waddle's getting $28 million. I'm better than Jalen Waddle. I want 30. All right, you can be right, but when the 49ers say no deal, that doesn't fit with what we're doing, here's how I do think you run the risk of being wrong. And this is what I'm scared for Brandon Aiyuk to do. I don't know what the Niners are actually offering Brandon Aiyuk. Have offered, were offering, I have no idea. But let's go on that premise that all of us have used, that $26 million a year was on the table, and there's some sort of guaranteed number in there. Let's call it $40 million. Right? So $26 million a year for 4 years with a guarantee of $40 million. Let's say that's on the table. And Brandon's like, that's offensive. And I'm like, I get it. I get why you're offended by that. But what are you going to do? So you're telling me that as someone who has made a total of $12 million in his life, you are now going to say no to that. You're going to say no to the $104 million offer with $40 million of it guaranteed.
You're $40 million, yeah.
You're going to say no, basically, to someone saying, how about if we take care of money for the rest of your life?
That's $40 million.
I'd argue that's enough. I would argue that's enough.
Right.
That takes care of the rest of your life, does it not?
It does. It should.
It should.
I mean, we saw that documentary many years ago where
broke.
Thank you,
Yeah,
broke.
you
and
can make bad decisions, but
three-quarters of the players, $40 million is not enough, but it should be.
It should be
enough. Or if you're Brandon and you say, well, you know what, I'm worth more than that, so no, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Pay me 14 this year, guaranteed, and I'll go out and I'll ball out. And then at the end of this year, you can franchise me, and then you'll pay me 26 on the tag, which that right there is $40 million for 2 years. Yep. There's my 40. Instead of 40 for 4 or 40 for 5, I'm getting that 40 now and next year. And if you don't want to franchise me and you want to let me go, well, if I ball out this year, then I'm going to go out there and get 55 guaranteed on top of the 14 that I have now. That's 69, which is better than 40.
Right. Or I could tear my Achilles on the second play of the year.
Sure. Or running onto the field in the Super Bowl. It's all possible.
And then what? And
it's a bet. It's a risk.
Right. And sometimes I think because especially football players, remember the human beings we're dealing with here. These people are narrative busters.
They're bananas.
They're absolute crazy people. And they have gone against the odds their whole lives. They've made it. They're in the NFL. They're the 1% of the 1%. They're absolutely insane. And I mean that in a good and a bad or a whatever way. Like, it's incredible what you achieved. You are an unbelievable athlete, but you're also a maniac. Like, I can't believe that you were able to go out there and not vomit. Like, you can run across the middle and catch a ball without looking. Holy crap. So you can do all that and now take that same human being to the negotiating table. And that human being's going to be like, bleep you. I'll go across the middle again. Okay. I find that to be, and this is just the way that I've lived my life, and so maybe I've left some bucks on the table or whatever, but dude, that's a hell of a risk.
It's risky, and it makes me think about Roy McAvoy in Tin Cup, where, if you just lay up, and it's a golf movie, and if he just, lays up and he makes par, he maybe not win the U.S. Open, but he makes it, and he's a pro, and he gets a huge check, and he's got clearance for the rest of his career. Or you go for the green and 2. And that's kind of what Brandon Aiyuk is doing. It's a par 5, and there's water, and if you hit a good shot, if you have a good year, and you do what you did last year, you stay healthy, you are number 2 in yards per catch and all the rest of it, the yak yards and a winning team and catches and all the rest of it, you're going to make more money than you could right now. But the downside is you hit that second shot in the water, and now you don't make birdie, you don't make par, and then you try it again, and maybe you end up chasing it. So it's risk-reward, and you can't tell any individual how to go about it. I'm much more wired like you, and now that I'm a bit of an older guy, I don't think about things in terms of the same risk-reward as I used to, but Aiyuk is 26, and you're looking at that first real bite of the apple, and you want to get that. You want to get it now, and I understand it.
Totally. I get it. And obviously ego and respect factor into all of these things, and those may or may not be unavoidable and also part of the 7 deadly sins or whatever. You know what I mean? Is ego one of them? I can't even remember the movie 7 with Kevin Spacey and all that.
Yeah, I don't think ego's one of them.
Was ego one of them?
No.
Pride.
Gluttony.
Yeah, I mean, they're all attached.
Yep.
So, like, but I get it. I totally get it. And that's why I say it's where I have my most compassion for him, but also my most fear. And so, I don't know, man. He ended up in a spot. But the news of today, I would argue, and that is Trent Williams is holding out. And even though we don't know this to be true, a lot of us are acting like, well, that's going to be over in 4 seconds because the Niners will totally do what Trent needs to make it happen. And you may be right. If I'm Brandon Aiyuk, I'm doing everything I can to block out anything that happened with McCaffrey, anything that happens with Trent Williams, anything that may happen, quite frankly, with Brock Purdy 7 months from now. I don't find those. I know this is easy for me to say. I don't find those situations to be relevant in the Brandon Aiyuk story. I find Debo's contract, the drafting of Ricky Pearsall, and the contracts the other receivers have signed, those are relevant factors. Trent Williams not showing up today is not something I'm going to concern myself with.
No, and you never want to count your teammates' pockets, but they're all negative factors in what you're trying to do. And it was the other contracts from wide receivers, and TJ Hushmanzada, Brandon's own personal coach, said the exact same thing. When I asked him about, the market and if that would have changed Brandon Aiyuk's thinking and all that, and he gave me a bingo and he gave me a tic-tac-toe, and I think he gave me a Connect Four as well.
Connect Four.
He gave me a lot of things on that because it has changed. And so, yeah, the market moved and the Niners didn't move, and Brandon wanted them to move and they didn't. And so, yeah, the Trent Williams and the Christian McCaffrey, none of those things are really that directly involved with his money, but his money is still not being paid like he wants it. So you can block out everything you want to block out, but the bottom line for Aiyuk is when he eventually does show up to practice, he's still making 14.1, and he feels like he should be making 26.
Yeah, well,
or 28.
He's not going to make 26 this year no matter what happens. He's going to make 14.1.
But he would have at least 40, 45, 50 guaranteed.
Correct.
Like, you're going to get that.
Yep.
And right now he's got 14.1 guaranteed. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, look.
That's it. And I say that's it. I mean, you got to always remind ourselves of,
I know. And even 12 over the last 4 years is checks notes, a good salary.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I think Brandon has a bank account. That's I don't know that. I'm not.
I would hope.
I'm not Shohei Ohtani's interpreter. I have no idea what's going on in anybody else's bank account, but I would imagine that he's got money. I would think. And he's probably feeling even maybe a little bit empowered by that. Like he's got money in the bank. So wonderful. That's all great. But the larger situation when I look at it from a whole team perspective of camp opening today is this. This in many ways was my only worry about 49er football this year, and I do find it to be different than last year. We talk about the differences from last year to this year because either way, what are we talking about? We're talking about a team that was favored to win all of its games last year and is favored to win all of its games this year. Okay, so Chiefs me all you want, but everybody thinks the Niners are the best team. They were favored against them in the Super Bowl. They're favored against them in Week 7 this year. They're favored against them, favored against them, favored against them. Y'all think the Niners are the best team. Okay, so what's different this year? Number one, your quarterback is healthy. That's a good thing. But number two is a very bad thing, and that is money. Like the 49ers this year feel much more like a rock band that's been around for 22 years than they did last year. And rock bands break up. They usually break up before they get into their age 40s and 50s and 60s. And the reason they do is because life has changed. You're not a garage band anymore that's trying to see if we can get a label. No, you're like the damn dudes now. Every hotel is packed. Every set of DMs is there and dirty and offered, and the whole world is your oyster, and all of you are bigger stars than you were a year ago. A bunch of these guys, even the guys who were already stars, you're bigger stars now. This team is a huge deal, and every single one of them wants their piece of that pie. And I have a very hard time believing that that's not going to be inside the locker room this year. I don't think it'll be outward. I don't think dudes are going to be talking to each other in the locker room like, hey, what do you get paid? They're not going to do that. But it's going to spill in other ways. You remember when I asked TJ yesterday, how does the Niner wide receiver room work? How do you avoid jealousy? Debo has been paid. Brandon wants to be paid. Ricky has been drafted to be Brandon's replacement. And then there's a bunch of other dudes in there too, trying to scratch and claw and get a piece. And Jawan Jennings is over here. He may or may not have said something on Instagram about Brandon. That feels very complicated. And TJ didn't run from that. He's like, I don't know how it's going to go. We got to see how they handle it. That has been and continues to be my number one concern for 49er football this year is all of that external pressure, money being a very big part of it.
And it's reared its head today because Trent Williams is not showing up because he wants more money. And he's got, a couple of years left in his deal, and he's got no guaranteed money left. And so you're Trent, and you're thinking, I want guaranteed money. And that's the good thing about the Niners is that Jed York can go into his coffers. he can go into that bottom drawer in the petty cash, and he can give Trent Williams cash and restructure the deal and give him cash up front and make, whatever money they still owe him. They can make it still not guaranteed, but they can spread that out over multiple years, and you can prorate the signing bonus and all the rest of it. You could rework Trent Williams' deal, which is going to be what happens. But still, if you're Brandon Aiyuk and you want what you think you have coming to you, and you see McCaffrey get a restructure and Trent gets a restructure and all these other guys are getting the money that they want, and the owner's already come out and said, oh yeah, Brock gets whatever Brock wants. We love Brock, and he's an elite quarterback, and whatever the market dictates, Brock's going to get it. And you're Brandon, and you're sitting here thinking, I don't even want Justin Jefferson money. I don't even necessarily want Amon-Ra. I want the money that is market effective to what I've done already, and you don't want to give me that?
Well, I don't know what he wants. You know what I mean? Like, we act like we know what he wants. He wants what? Top 7 receiver money? Maybe. Does he want 30?
He wants more than what they're offering him.
Right.
I think we can say that.
But check this out. This is another piece from TK Show that I thought was relevant to today. Listen to Kyle Shanahan sort of talk about players and paying players similar to the way that you walk through Target with a shopping cart and decide whether or not you want to buy an item based on what it costs. Listen to this.
I've heard the narrative that, that we're ignoring the O-line and stuff and everything. And if we felt the O-lineman was the best pick there's no doubt that's who we'd take. But there's some O-linemen there at the end of the first round that you feel they have just as good of a chance as the guy at the end of the second round. One's a higher prospect and might have a higher ceiling, but I'm not too concerned about the ceiling. I want to know if he's going to be a starting left tackle, a starting left guard, whatever, a starting NFL player. And if you are a starting NFL lineman, I think we can have a good team with you. Now, if we have a bunch of starting NFL linemen, there's no one who can score points, we're not going to have that good of an offense. It's weird to me that, going into, I've never been on a team that was favored to win every game the whole year before the season started. And we've been that 2 years in a row. So what that tells me is people think we got a really good roster. Well, if we were drafting only O-linemen, we wouldn't have as good of a roster. And one of the biggest things that drives me crazy throughout my whole career is being at places that just draft O-linemen in the first and second round because no one can really talk about whether they're big busts or not. Because you can be in a top 10 pick at O-line and be very average, and you'll play for your 5 years, and it won't look like a bust. Do that at a different position. You got to move on. You got to move into backup. And that doesn't always look good. We don't really think in that way. We don't have a philosophy to avoid O-linemen. We just don't have a philosophy that says we're always going to build inside out because you got to establish that for the run game. And look at our run game everywhere. Look at our run game in Washington. I mean, we drafted Trent Williams. We had the 4th pick in the draft, and we thought he was worth it. We took him. Our left guard was cut from Denver. Our center was a practice squad player. Our right guard was a free agent that we got from Baltimore, and our right tackle we got off the street. And then our running back was a 6th-round pick. We rushed for more yards than the Hogs ever did, or John Riggins, and all those big-time Hall of Fame people. And I hear you. I would love all those people. Like, we want O-linemen, don't get me wrong, but you don't just get to pick whoever you want. And that's why I always go back to, and we have been favored in every game for 2 years in a row. Our roster's damn good. I wish also it looked like we'd invested all the same in O-line. And then I feel like people wanted to ask that question, but I bet we wouldn't be favored in 20 or 34 straight games in a row.
Okay, so he's talking about the offensive line, but tucked in there is, I think, a couple of things. Number one, when people say, gosh, Kyle Shanahan is so damn arrogant, he doesn't care who the players are. He thinks that he can just call his plays and whoever's out there is supposed to execute him. Yeah, he probably does think that a little bit. I think that is what he's saying right there. He didn't ask for a star player at every position. He's asking for a starter. I'd like a starter, like a starting level player at that position. Okay, what does a starting level player at that position cost? So let's project from that answer that he's doing that at the wide receiver position. What does it cost to get me 2 starting wide receivers who are really going to be effective with what we do? And I bet the Niners have answered that and said, less than $55 million.
Exactly. Less than $55 million. And you've got Debo on the hook now for 28. And if Brandon wants 26 or 27, then there you go. That's $55 million. And you look at the offensive line, and yeah, they drafted Trent Williams in Washington, and now you have him here, and you got Aaron Banks, a 2nd rounder, and Jake Brendel, who was somebody you picked up along the way, and John Feliciano, who was basically a street free agent and you brought him in, and Colton McKivitz was a 5th rounder. So you look at the way that they go about constructing their O-line, and I think that he looks at it entirely in that same way, where you want to find guys at a certain value, and I don't think that there's value in 2 receivers making $55 million.
No, I loved his real estate comp. I bet there are Niner fans cruising around the Bay right now going, there's no way in hell I'd give Brock Purdy $53 million. But you spent $5 million on a 4-bedroom.
Sure. Because that's the value. I mean, that's what the market bears.
That's what it goes for.
That's exactly right.
What do you want to do about it? Now, I know that you can't resell your quarterback, although you kind of can. You could turn it into a first-round draft pick if you want.
Sure.
But that's, I mean, how often in life in 2024 have we had to do that? All the way down to the grocery store or a nice dinner out with your spouse or your boyfriend or girlfriend. Like, that's what it costs?
Everything.
Yeah, I guess it does. So, okay.
Either you pay it or you
this?
don't get it, right?
Yeah.
You want a really good quarterback, but you don't want to pay the market value for a really good quarterback. Well, then you better draft a guy and hope that he, hits like he has, and, ask Green Bay how they feel about that, because they had a really good quarterback on a rookie deal, and now he's about to get paid big time, and that's going to change the way they go about things next year.
No doubt. No doubt. Is there any news on that today? Any movement from Jordan Love and the Packers? I heard some rumblings about it earlier, but I guess
we'll keep our eyes on it.
That is still going nowhere. But Trent Williams, oh no. Like the Packers quarterback is not practicing.
And the Cowboys wide receiver won. So, I mean, this happens all across the league.
They're going to get it figured out. The Brandon one is really, really spicy, though. It's a tough spot for both sides. It's a tough spot.
Yeah, it's tougher for Brandon because it may be one of those things where you just got to, as you like to say in your drop, I'm going to eat it. He may have to just eat it, because if they haven't had any real talks in 2 months, and that's what the report was yesterday, then maybe there won't be talks between now and September. And so you're under contract for $14 million, and you may have to just play on your 5th-year option and then go from there and deal with it.
I might have referenced the housing analogy, which is actually in a different sound clip. This is the quarterback market one that is a continuation of what he was saying here about the O-line. Check it out.
I mean, I think because of where the market's gone with the quarterback position, it's just the dollars. I guess that's kind of crazy. Those numbers, it's kind of like when I look at the real estate out here and how much houses cost. I didn't believe it at first because it's just there's so much. And then when you get out here and as long as you can resell it and stuff, it's all relative. So it's whatever, but the numbers overwhelm you. So I get all that. But me, as a coaching standpoint, I think about obviously how you fit into a salary cap, where it is going. But I don't get caught up on how much money that is. I get caught up on, well, that's how much a starting quarterback costs within the realm of it. I mean, but this is the market on how much a starting quarterback costs. This is how much a starting receiver costs. This is how much a starting tackle costs. This is how much a starting defensive end costs. And you start to see all that, and how do you want to balance out your team? What are the choices you get? And that's what you got to figure out. But are you happy with someone as your starting quarterback? If you are you happy with him as a rookie? Are you happy on a rookie contract? Great. Are you happy with him when you got to pay him? Well, how do you compare him to everyone else? Well, he's a starting quarterback in this league. Well, what does that cost? And then you look at it, and that's kind of where I keep it. I don't try to say that's so much more than it used to be. I try to look at it as that's just the market. Now you got to figure it from an organizational standpoint, the cash, all that stuff, which is a huge deal. And that's why I listen to those conversations. I get involved in those conversations, but I also know that is not my area of expertise.
Speak on it, Kyle. You ever tried to get one of those big things of orange juice now at the grocery store? You ever get, like the big ones?
Oh, yeah.
Like if you got a family and they like smoothies? Why? It's $9.50.
Yeah.
What am I supposed to do? Not have smoothies?
Plant your own orange tree.
I'm with you, Kyle. It stinks. But it is all relative. We're sponsored by Lucky California, and we're going to take some of your phone calls next. Plus, I got good news. I could tell you how a Trent Williams deal will help Brandon Aiyuk. That is coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
The Savings Road Trip game of Monopoly.
Brock Purdy.
I'm not insulting Brock Purdy, but.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Did Aqib Talib insult Brock Purdy while trying to compliment Brandon Aiyuk? Only you can make the call.
Yeah.
We'll play that for you here in just a skosh.
I look forward to it. And I also want to ask Aqib Talib if chain snatching is something that needs to come back into vogue in the NFL. Because when he snatched Michael Crabtree's chain,
that's right.
That was kind of a unique moment, and
I forgot about that.
I mean, since then, it feels like chain snatching has really fallen out of vogue.
Well, now
and I wonder why.
Now you get like an entire turnover jewelry box, and you get to run around the sideline and hold a trophy and put it on your head, or I don't know what you do. It's kind of like you get a turnover now. It's kind of like the end of a kid's soccer game. The parents come over and make a tunnel for you, and you run through it, and then there's snacks and all kinds. I mean, there's just everything goes crazy over on the sideline now.
And we learned in the receiver's doc when Devontae Adams lost his chain, and he threw it over to the guy on the sideline, and then at the next change of possession, the guy came over and said, "Hey, you want your chain back?" He said, No, I'm good. I don't need to put it back on.
You must be ahead of me.
Or was that Justin Jefferson? Jefferson lost his chain, not Devontae. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Because Jefferson had multiple chains, and he lost one, and then, somebody, he found it, and he threw it over to the guy on the sideline.
I had to pause my consumption of the receiver doc because the lovely Christy and I are going on vacation next week.
Yeah, you are.
I've talked about it so much that she's like, I'd like to watch the receiver doc. Maybe you could stop watching all the episodes and we could watch it together on the trip next week. And I said, that's fair negotiation. We're done here. I agree to your terms.
Okay.
And so that's happening.
That's great. If she's interested in it, then by all means,
and so's my daughter. So's my daughter. That's why we've been watching it a lot at home. She wants to watch it too.
Great.
She was very upset that we had Fred Warner on the show and that I would see Fred Warner in person today. She wanted me to ask about his baby Bo. She knows the baby's name. She is that into Fred Warner.
Okay.
Dad, say hi to Fred for me. I said, it doesn't really work that way, but
I will.
But you got it, hon.
For you, honey.
I'll say hi to Fred for you today at practice.
And I do look forward to next year and the linebacker doc on Netflix. I asked Fred about that, and he said, yeah, I'd be into it. It'd be nice to have them do something on the other side of the ball.
It'd be great. It'd be great.
Because the linebacker is the captain of the defense.
What would you put on it?
For sure, Fred.
Give me the 5 linebackers. Would Dre be one too, and you follow him through his rehab?
I don't know. I mean, that's a little bit tougher, but I mean, Dre's a great personality.
Yep.
I'd like to hear from Roquan Smith, a guy who does a lot as a linebacker. He's kind of a multifaceted linebacker, somebody who could make plays in the run game and the pass game.
Smith, I got it.
He'd be a good one. I think you could highlight, but I do think that the linebacker part of it would be fascinating because you get kind of the defensive huddle and you get the green dot look at it because most of these guys are the green dot wearers where they communicate upstairs, and you can kind of get, I think, a better look at what goes on defensively with the linebacker.
The problem is, and this is why wide receivers are getting paid what they're getting paid, the problem is name value. Like you just mentioned a couple of them, and the second one I would argue is we're already pushing it.
Micah Parsons.
Not really a linebacker.
True. He's an edge rusher, but he plays linebacker technically.
Like, I mean, if I just pulled up PFF's top linebackers in the NFL. You tell me if any of these names resonate in like the average Joe space. Because Fred Warner is number 1 and Roquan Smith is number 2.
Okay, good.
Okay, then after that, Demario Davis. Matt Milano.
Good. I like the player. I like the pick.
C.J. Mosley.
I've heard of him.
Levante David.
Yeah.
Patrick Queen. Jeremiah Owusu Koromoa.
Good player. But
TJ Edwards.
I'm getting your point.
Yeah, like what are we doing here? Netflix is like, what else you got?
Well, maybe we do like defenders, and you do.
I like that.
TJ Watt, and you do because TJ
Micah Parsons would be fantastic.
Exactly. So you find defensive players who have, and certainly cornerbacks. You can find some great corners with like Mooney Ward would be a great
what's
Sauce
his name?
Gardner.
Yeah, Sauce with the Jets. Give me the Sauce.
Yeah.
Now we're talking defenders.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. I'm in.
And I think Fred would be on the short list.
Absolutely.
His personality.
Well,
and
look at him.
Right.
Just look. I mean, that's the thing. It's a television character thing.
It is, but you also want people who are elite at their position.
No doubt.
You want personalities, you want elite, and you also want some off-field story. And now that he has a young son who I'm being told is named Bo, I think that kind of adds to it because for me so far in the receivers doc, the Devontae Adams dinosaur birthday party for his 4-year-old daughter, that's to me one of the highlights.
It's still...
Because it's so great because none of the moms in Vegas, oh my God.
It's the other moms.
What do you do? I like your house.
If I could bottle up the look on their face when they walk into their little girl Samantha's kindergarten friend lives here.
Exactly.
And they're just like, okay, what does dad do for a Hi, my name's Sandra. Hi.
What do you do?
I'm Devontae. Oh, are you the dad? Oh, okay.
Do you have a Pilates studio? You're really fit.
What the hell?
Totally.
What's going on here? I can't figure it out. It's the best. It's the best. Anyway, we're going to go to the phones in a second. I promised I'd say this, so it's a very quick and easy point, but understand that Trent Williams is holding out today. If I'm Brandon Aiyuk, I want Trent Williams to get an extension. I want that. I want that badly. Because if an extension happens similar to Christian McCaffrey, what happens with an NFL team is that you open up more cap space in the meantime, in the interim, in the near term. So every time you do that, yes, you're kicking the can down the road and you're going to have to pay the piper at some point, and maybe they don't want to do that, and maybe that's why it's gotten to this point where Trent's not here. But every time you extend a player, you are creating more in the near term cap space, which is not a problem for this year. The 49ers could fit, they can fit a Brandon Aiyuk situation into this year. They already are, and they still can. But it's next year that's the problem. And then the year after that with Brock and the year after that. But in theory, every little bit helps, and they could save a lot of money on a year-by-year basis if they were to push out and guarantee more of Trent's money. So from the X's and O's, like dollars and cents sort of a way, a Trent Williams extension would help Brandon Aiyuk.
And I'm sure his agent, if he's worth a salt, has told him that. If Brandon's feeling some kind of way about the fact that Trent might be getting money before he gets money, but it, for me, becomes more about the optics and more about the emotion of, I'm sitting here waiting for mine, and yet Christian jumps ahead of me and Trent jumps ahead of me. And it's one thing if you're in the grocery line and you're Brandon Aiyuk and you've got 74 things in your basket, and Christian walks up with a basket of 3 items, and you go ahead, and you wave them up. It's another thing if the checker just goes, hey, that person's only got 3 items. Let them go in front of you. It's like, no, I let them go in front of me, not you. And it feels like everyone's cutting in front of him in line.
Yep, I get it. But it's not that. But
it's not. But the emotion of it.
Sure. Fred Warner, Micah Parsons, Max Crosby.
Good.
Sauce Gardner. Think about markets also. Go Dallas, you go Vegas, you go New York, you go San Francisco, and then I need one more. I need one more defender. Do you want TJ Watt?
I like TJ Watt.
You get the Steelers, you get the Watt family.
The whole Watt family, sure.
Or
I thought about Nick and Joey.
Yeah, do you want a Bosa?
But
we could go cooking with Mama.
I like that, but I had 7 eggs this morning. It's really good. My body fat's down to 5.9%.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
It just, from a personality standpoint, like Grandy with Sauce Gardner, you guys kind of had it at the same moment. Like, yeah, get me Sauce.
Could take a camera with the Bosa family to a Trump rally. I mean, what? Am I not allowed to say that?
You're allowed to say whatever you want.
No, come on.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Get some
Cheryl Bosa.
I bet you could get some good video.
It'd be great. You would appeal to 44% of the country with that take. It's great. It's tremendous.
All right, let's take a call.
Let's go. Take a damn call.
Let's go to Phil Mo Mike.
Didn't expect that.
Phil Mo, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm chilling, man. I'm still bothered by. I don't know if y'all heard who yesterday. He was talking about colored people. I don't know where that came up, but then y'all start talking about Trump. So let me just get to my point.
Wait, who was saying that yesterday?
Trump. I mean, Steiny and Guru.
I forgot what the conversation was, but they start talking about color. He was like, Guru was like, yeah, because I'm colored. I'm like, come on, Guru, you gonna call us colored?
I mean,
you gotta do better than that.
As long as he's talking about himself, he can say whatever he wants. But I feel you, Filmo. Go ahead.
True. That's true. Nah, I just want to say this, man. I don't mean to bring up anything that anybody else said from any other show, but he had a point about they got to get this figured out with the training camps and all that. But really, it boils back to this. Stop jocking quarterbacks. If the quarterback is Michael Jordan, let him be Michael Jordan, Patrick Mahomes. But if the quarterback is just an average whoever, don't act like the quarterback is the end-all, be-all to Major League, NFL football, man. Like, we judging quarterbacks. So, like, I swear he has a point. Shanahan has a point. Why are we paying these quarterbacks? Are you this type of quarterback? What type of quarterback are you? It's almost a mixture of the market and your ability and who's available. So, like, all that extra stuff, they need to figure that out. Well, I don't know how they going to do it.
Okay, but Filmo, do you not agree that the quarterback is the straw that stirs the drink? Let's start there. Do you agree or disagree?
Not with every team, not with every situation.
Okay, and your opinion is fair what it is. Then I would argue what you're leaning toward, and you could sell me on this. If this gets to a certain point where the quarterback is taking up 40 to 50% of a team's cap, I don't think we'll necessarily get there. But do you just want to draft a new one every 4 years? You can do that.
No, I don't want to do that. But what I am saying is that quarterbacks are given more value than what they should be given. Meanwhile, Brandon Aiyuk is expected to play on some type of $14 million deal when obviously he's worth more than $14 million.
Yeah, but Brock Purdy, but Brock Purdy's playing for $900,000 this year, Filmo. Like, they're both on rookie deals.
Right, but he got 2 years left and he only got one, and we all know how that game play.
I know. I'm just saying. Yeah. Brandon has already made more in 4 years. I mean, my God, Brock Purdy, Brandon's made $12 million in 4 years. Brock Purdy has not yet gotten to 3.
That's true. Only thing I can say to that is, man, you got to pay people for what they're worth. Remember when the rookies was getting so much amount of money and they hadn't even played?
Yep.
It's sort of like the same thing with the quarterbacks. You could project a certain bit, but you got to look at the resume and understand. It's crazy because they all go back to the market. If it's only 5 good quarterbacks, you got to judge the rest of the 25, 27 other quarterbacks based on the 5 good ones. And if he's the 6th best quarterback, guess what? He's the 6th best quarterback. No matter what the other 24 quarterbacks have done, or you know what I'm saying? It's kind of messed up, man. For real.
It is, but then you can also look at a team that has like the 12th best quarterback or the 14th best quarterback, like the Giants with Daniel Jones, and they realize that either they pay him $40 million a year or they go out and try to find somebody better, or the Cowboys with Dak Prescott, or so many other examples where you don't have one of those elite guys and you figure out either we roll the dice and try to find somebody to replace him, or we overpay Kyler Murray and we hope that he can grow into being one of those top 5 guys.
No doubt. Teams get stuck in this. It's like, all right, you can't have Mahomes, you can't have Burrow. Then what are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to just dump your guy every 4 years and try again?
And hope you get it right.
Even though there are viable players. And Brock Purdy is one of them. There are viable other quarterbacks who show or have shown that they can get it done in January in the NFL. Like
Jared Goff is a great example.
There's another example.
He's probably the between 8th and 13th best quarterback in the league.
That's fair.
And yet he's making top 5 money 52. Because he's a guy who has shown that he can get it done in the right situation.
Yeah, and Jordan Love, I'd argue, has not really totally shown that. I know he won a playoff game in Dallas, but he was, you could say, I guess, the better quarterback for the majority of the game against the 49ers. He wasn't in the fourth quarter. He threw 2 interceptions. So, like, what Filmo's saying, I totally feel it. I can't say I fully agree with it. I feel it. But let me ask you this, okay? Since we're talking so much about wide receivers, What makes more sense to you? What contributes to winning? What is a better buy? If I could argue that you will get top performance for your dollar, so forget the names or faces, but top performance for your dollar, would you rather spend $55 million on a top-level quarterback or $35 million on a top-level wide receiver?
It's quarterback, and it's not close.
I agree with you totally.
Because of the value over replacement player, VORP, which is a baseball stat, but it really fits, I think, for all sports, because if you're going to try to replace your quarterback, Brock Purdy, a guy who's top 5 in the MVP, 4-2 all-time in the playoffs, and really 4-1 if you want to look at his loss against Philadelphia. However you want to parse that out, he's a young quarterback who's done amazing things on a rookie deal, and he's going to get $55 million, but he's a real good quarterback. So, all right, you decide that, you know what, Brock, we're not going to pay you because we like this whole thing about a rookie deal. We're going to go out and draft another quarterback next year and try to find another rookie who can come in and do what you do. That is a lot riskier than,
oh, God.
All right, Brandon Aiyuk, I know you want $28 million or whatever you want, and we don't want to pay you. We're going to draft Ricky Pearsall, and maybe Pearsall's not going to be you right away, but he'll be a much better facsimile of you than what we could do at quarterback.
And Pearsall doesn't have to shoulder that all by himself. There are other receivers in camp. They drafted another receiver. They've got another draft next year where they can address wide receiver if they so choose. They've got time to see what Ricky Pearsall can do out there. Is he indeed the replacement? You can go the free agency route and find a receiver who is cheaper than Brandon Aiyuk if you want. You can use the franchise tag and replace Brandon Aiyuk with Brandon Aiyuk if you want. Like, there's all kinds of ways that you can play this if you're 49ers, rather than just being like, okay, we'll give you 30 because we think you're good. And
the market says you deserve 30.
Yeah.
That's really the thing.
It's a bummer, but it's the way that the NFL team is going to play it every time. 888-957-9570. We'll keep taking your phone calls. Herm Edwards is going to join us in 10 minutes. We want to start this one now, though, because Aqib Talib is an hour away. But listen to this, okay? And listen very closely. Aqib is talking to Kay Adams, but listen for all the different things that sort of unfold in what is a 28-second piece of sound. This conversation, he starts by trying to say that he thinks Brandon Aiyuk is fantastic. But listen to everything, and then we'll talk it out.
Aiyuk is emerging. I think he's probably my top 3 receivers right now. If you get him with a real quarterback, he can go crazy.
Brandon Aiyuk is your top 3 receiver?
Man, he's just I don't really go off the stats. I go off the player and his body control, his routes, his hands, his speed. He can easily be a top receiver in the league. If you put him on a team and you make him the focal guy, he'll go crazy.
Okay.
Wow.
Aqib Talib in an hour. What jumps out to you?
A number of things.
Yes, go ahead.
A lot of could-bes, but then the one that I took away, and I think I texted this as I was on my way into work, if you put him with a top quarterback, ... And he says that. And
is that the word he used? Did he say top quarterback?
Or a good quarterback?
No, I'm literally
good or top?
I'm asking. Here, let's play it again.
Aiyuk is emerging. I think he's probably my top 3 receivers right now. If you get him with a real quarterback, he can go crazy.
Real quarterback. Okay.
You put him with a real quarterback. Is he not with a real quarterback?
Yeah, what does that mean? I mean, that's going to be question number 1 or 2 or whatever when Aqib comes on. What did you mean by that?
And I also think that...
And that's a great question.
Thank you, Buster. And I do think that it's real quarterback, but it's also real offense. And I think, and I'm not going to speak for Aqib, and he'll join us at 5 o'clock, but for me, it's not so much Brock Purdy as it is the offense, because they don't throw the ball. They throw it the 32nd most in football, so... If you get him with a real quarterback, and I'm hearing him say that, and I'm thinking about him thinking about it in terms of a real offense, an offense that goes 3 wide receivers, and an offense that really wants to let it fly and use Aiyuk as much as Brandon Aiyuk could be used.
Okay. A real quarterback or a real offense. The 49ers scored the 2nd most points in the league, in the NFL last year. So, like...
By running the ball, mostly.
But that doesn't mean it's not a real offense.
But it doesn't mean that it's a real quarterback with a real passing attack.
Well, but I'd argue it does. Like, if the whole point is to score points, then the 49ers did that as well as anybody in the whole NFL. So are you arguing that Brandon's only a top 3 receiver if he plays on one of these sort of like wacky fantasy teams? In other words, like you could do this. You could go be, even though, let's see, what did the Dolphins score last year? The Dolphins scored 496. The Niners scored 491. Okay. So what would Brandon be if he was on the Dolphins? I mean, home after round 1. We could answer it that way.
He'd be their third receiver.
Well,
he'd be fighting for crumbs. And, I look at CeeDee Lamb.
Like what are we getting at there when we do that? Brandon doesn't put up numbers because he's, Kyle's offense.
Exactly. That's a fact.
Great offense.
Right, but as I mentioned yesterday,
offense.
75, 67, 65, and 60, that's the catches for the 4 primary receivers.
Right.
So they share the ball. There's no one dominant receiver. It's Brandon and George, it's Debo, and it's Christian.
But that's a strength. That's not a weakness.
It's a strength for the team, but it's a weakness for the individual who's out there trying to get the contract and be a top 3 receiver.
So are we arguing, therefore, is Aqib Talib arguing that we should, if I'm Brandon Aiyuk, I should be more interested in playing fantasy football than football?
If fantasy football gives you the money you want, and if it gives you the happiness you want,
okay.
And according to TJ Houshmandzadeh, Brandon wants to play and he wants to be paid, and he also wants to win.
Sure.
And so if you want to win, this is the best place to go out and be a winner, I think, in football.
Well, and not just win. I mean, TJ, and I know this, and he did say that. I mean, he would argue until the day is over that Brandon Aiyuk wants to continue to play with both Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy.
Of course.
TJ Houshmandzadeh.
Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't you want to stay? Team is going to be good for years to come. Shanahan is one of the best coaches in the league. Why wouldn't he want to stay? But I want to get paid also. I don't want to take a discount. The game of football, it seems like you're going to play it forever, but you're not. I mean, these owners are making billions. I just want enough money to where I can take care of my family for generations to come. And his play has warranted that. But 100%, he would prefer to stay with the 49ers over anyone else.
The other thing I heard Aqib Talib say, though, is he starts out with these top 3, and then it sort of switches to like a projection.
Right. He could be.
Like, right? When Kay questions him, wait a minute, Aiyuk is top 3, he sort of switches from he's top 3 to, well, mythically he could be top 3 if this and if that and if the other.
Aiyuk is emerging. I think he's probably my top 3 receivers right now. If you get him with a real quarterback, he can go crazy.
Brandon Aiyuk is your as a top 3 receiver?
Man, I don't really go off the stats. I go off the player and his body control, his routes, his hands, his speed. He can easily be a top receiver in the league. If you put him on a team and you make him the focal guy, he'll go crazy.
So he turns into he can be. Because I'm sitting here
and
listening.
He's not wrong.
Well, but he's talking body control and this, that. And I'm like, okay, Devontae Adams, Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb, Jamar Chase.
I'm on Ross St. Brown.
Are you telling me that Brandon Aiyuk is even potentially better?
No, but could he be
some of these players?
Could he be CeeDee Lamb in Dallas? Could he be 130 catches in Dallas as a primary receiver?
Maybe.
I think so. And I think that's what Aqib is saying.
Okay.
He's saying, in the right system with a real quarterback.
Plus, then you get a longer offseason, so that's good too.
That's great. And, ultimately, if you're going into a contract year like CeeDee Lamb is, CeeDee Lamb's going to get a contract that's going to make Brandon Aiyuk jealous.
Yeah, I'm sure. Same draft. Absolutely. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. So here we go. Aqib Talib is still an hour away, but BA's college coach Herm Edwards joins us next on Willard and Dibbs.
Brighten your summer at Whole Foods.
You play to win the game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Well, I was on hold and waiting for you guys to talk to me. Jaden Daniels is FaceTiming me, so I had to tell him, I got to go on this show. I'll get back to you when I get off the show. So,
come on, Coach.
On 95.7 The Game.
Couple things. First of all,
so many things.
The coach may need to change the famous saying to "You play to get paid."
Yeah.
But that's fair.
You play to win the trade.
We'll also find out if Herm Edwards has ever been on Jaden Daniels' TikTok. I don't know, but I do know that all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? It's Willard and Dibs, and we're happy as always to join or to be joined by the great Herm Edwards. Hey, Coach, how are you?
I am well. I think that most football fans right now are anticipating the training camp and how that's going to look and what players are going to look like and, the expectations of certain teams. It's fun this time of the year.
It is mostly fun. There's some anxiety, as you know, as the contractual situations start to unfold or not. And so I think we got to start by getting an overall reaction, not just to the Brandon Aiyuk situation, but the whole journey that it's been in the offseason. Two of your former players in Brandon and Jaden Daniels kind of banded together seemingly to work on this on social media. What is your reaction to the way this is all unfolding?
Well, I'm not big in social media. I know both those guys. And, I think Brandon's in a unique situation, obviously. But he's a 49er. And until they decide to trade him, then he's going to be a 49. And that's the reality of it. And, Jaden obviously played with Brandon, had a lot of success, along with Ricky Pearsall. Ricky Pearsall was on that team as well. Chase Lucas was a part of that team as well on the defensive side of it. So I just think there's a lot of talk. But at the end of the day, the NFL, it's not like in college football, NIL, where you can leave every year and go somewhere else. I mean, once you sign a contract, guess what? Unless they cut you or trade you, they have your rights. That's how it works.
Yeah, no NFL portal as far as I'm aware of.
No portal in the NFL. They figured that out early.
Yeah, they did. So when you have a player like Brandon Aiyuk, and if you were the coach, what sort of advice do you give a player who's in that spot where he wants his money, but he's under contract, and so he really kind of has to play ball if they don't get a new contract? What do you say to a young player who's in that spot? Well,
I think, obviously you try to tell him, look, we want you to be a part of this team. And Brandon knows that. I mean, he's not silly. He understands that. But this is a business side of it, and business is always hard when it comes to how much can we play these players and how can we keep all of them. And that's the unique part about the NFL. I think the owners have devised a great plan in the fact that you can't herd your players and just say, you know what, they'll never go anywhere, because the money won't allow you to do that anymore. I think the GMs in today's game have to be very, very smart, trying to figure out how do we do this, how can we make it work, because, you have these little windows when you have a bunch of elite players where you got a chance to make some runs, and the 49ers have been one of those teams. They're one of those teams right now when you think about it. In the past, 3 seasons, only, 3 teams have, lost the Super Bowl and gone back to win one, and that was the 1971 Cowboys, the Dolphins in 72, and the Patriots in 2018. Those are the teams that were able to rebound from a Super Bowl loss and obviously go back and win one. It's very difficult. We went to the Super Bowl, the first one the Eagles went to, and the next year we got in the playoffs and we didn't make it back. So there's a lot of things going on, but at the end of the day, good players help you get there, and these guys got a good team, as everyone knows, and there's a lot of high expectations for them. Hopefully they can figure out how to get Brandon done, and Brandon will be happy, and everybody will be happy. We won't be talking about this anymore.
Herm Edwards is with us here on Willard and Dibs. Herm, you were known as a player's coach, but I wonder, how would you handle that direct communication with a player when they're going through this, knowing that you had to both coach them but handle their business side too?
Well, we had this situation arise when I was in Kansas City with Larry Johnson. And same kind of situation during training camp. I talked to Larry at least, once every day and just say, you're okay. And I said, you got to hang in there. This is what you got your agent for. I said, but at the end of the day, I said, Larry, at the end of the day, your agent can run the numbers along with the GM, but at the end of the day, you get to make a decision when you want to come in and sign the contract. I said, that's up to you, not your agent. You got to make the decision. And I said, you're a part of this team. And I told the team that, too. I said, look, he's not here right now. This is the business part of it. It's hard. I said, one day you'll be in this situation as a player. So understand how it goes. But when he comes back, we love him. He's part of our football team. Don't worry about that business part of it. You just get ready to play football. We'll handle the business part of it.
Does that become the biggest challenge for a team trying to get back to the Super Bowl? As you mentioned, only 3 teams have been able to do it, lose the Super Bowl, get back to the Super Bowl. Is it that the ego stuff, the business stuff? What's the biggest challenge that faces Kyle Shanahan and the Niners?
Well, it's all of it. It's the fact that you're the hunted team. You get everyone's best game when you play. That's the problem. Because the teams are saying, hey, man, these are the guys who went to the Super Bowl. And then players know it. They're excited about playing you. Every team, they're excited because we beat the 49ers. That's a feather in their hat. So, when you have a team like this, it takes energy. And that's the concerning thing, I think, if you're the 49ers. They've had some deep runs in the playoffs the last 3 years. Physically, mentally, that's draining. And this is where your leadership has to come in with the players. And the head coach knows it, and the coaches know it. Look, we're always in the playoffs. We're going to be in the playoffs. It's draining when you don't just finish it, when you don't become a world champion. Then you got to get all your emotions all get ready again to go again, and they've done it. I mean, this team has done it, and this is the team in the NFC that everybody, when you play them, you get in their best game.
Coach, let's be real here on Brandon and Ricky. You know them both. They're friends. Yeah. However, like one of them was just drafted to potentially be the other one's replacement. How do they deal with this?
Well, first of all, they're different players. They're different players. Okay, so I don't know that so much. I think they guarded themselves. They protected themselves just in case Brandon doesn't decide to come in. He holds out when the season starts, whatever. But, Brandon is explosive, very explosive receiver, right? Can make the really acrobatic catches down the field versus one-on-one coverage. He has great ball skills. Ricky is really good. You can move him around. He's like a little chess piece now. You can move him in the slot. You can move him outside. And the one thing Coach Shanahan likes out of his receivers, the mentality to block. He's a really good blocker. He can block. So he's a good player. He's a good football player. I mean, he fits what they're going to ask him to do. He's a Wes Welker. He's one of them kind of guys.
Is it a challenge with what Kyle Shanahan faces to try to keep everybody happy, Coach, when you've got 4 weapons last year who all shared the ball, and you've got a running back who can catch it and he can run it? Does it become kind of an ego juggling act when you've got 4 or 5 really talented weapons and they all want the ball more?
Well, they all want it. You're right. And this is why, Coach Shanahan is one of the best play callers in the game. And he finds ways there's a set package for certain guys. They know that. Certain downs and situations, depending where they're on the field. I mean, and this is why you have to have a quarterback like Purdy, because it's about, you want to score, but this is not a team that's going to drop back and throw deep passes down the field. They matriculate the ball down the field, catch the ball in space, make a run, get going, give it to the runner now. Okay, now we're going to throw it to the tight end. And this is where the quarterback, Purdy, and there's a lot on his plate, he's very efficient. He can get the ball to the guys where they can run and catch and run. So you're right. I mean, the numbers are never going to be glaring for one guy because you have so many guys. But here again, that's the beauty of it all. Defensively, when you play the 49ers, the first thing you got to ask yourself, look, they have all these guys. But at the end of the day, I'm going to just tell you as a defensive coach, at the end of the day, The thing that scares you about the 49ers is this. They can run the football. They average about 140 yards last year. They're third in the National Football League. So as much as you want to talk about this and that, at the end of the day, you better be able to stop them from running. Because if you can't, you got a problem. 2nd and 4 is not a manageable down on defense at any level. They stay in a lot of 2nd and 4s. So they can go on some long-consuming drives where they have all these weapons. But at the end of the day, when they can control the line of scrimmage, you got a problem.
Herm Edwards with us here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Coach, have you talked to Brandon recently?
No, I talked to all my guys. I talked to him, Jaden. I talked to all of them. You kidding me?
All right, so
they're calling me all the time.
So how's it going? You know,
I'm going good. You know, and look, when we talk, and I always told them it's personal because it's like I'm almost like their second dad. You know, and I just say, look, at the end of the day, remember something. You signed on to play football. You signed on to play football. And these guys are football players. They want to play football. They don't want to sit at home and watch and do all that. They really don't. You know, and Jaden is, you know, Jaden obviously is, you know, he's got a lot of pressure on him now. He's a starting quarterback, you know, and for Washington, he's trying to resurrect that franchise. But, yeah, and look, I'm a sounding board for my former players, for all of them. I got a bunch of them in the league, you know, and I get calls from them all the time. You know, Rashid White is down there in Tampa. You know, I get a call from my guy, you know, and I talk to him, you know, and they know I'm not going to say anything. You know, I'm going to shoot them straight and tell them at the end of the day, I tell them this: you're football players. Your window of playing football is very short. Understand that. That's what you do. That's what you signed on to do, to play football. All the rest of that stuff don't matter. At the end of the day, are you ready to play football? That's what you better understand.
Okay, so based on that advice, if the 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk cannot find common ground between now and week 1, are you basically suggesting that you would tell him, go play?
Oh, I look, end of the day, that's what you do. That's what you do. You play football. So, you know, but I would tell him, you do, at the end of the day, you make the decision. It's your decision to make. It's not your agent's decision. It's not me to try to advise you to go do something. You have enough information. You got to ask yourself, and then that's good he came to camp. Okay, that's a step forward. He wants to see the guys. He wants to stay good in the room, and that's important. That was very important. Stay good in the room, right, with his players, right, because they want him there. Everybody wants him there. He wants to be there. It's the business part of it, and it's hard, man. It's hard. I mean, the money that these guys make in today's world, I'm happy for them. I really am. But it becomes troublesome for organizations. And every organization deals with it. They all do. When you have a bunch of star players and you do it right, it's hard to keep them all.
Yeah, with the salary cap, it becomes tougher and tougher. And, you know, part of the thing about the Brandon Aiyuk journey this offseason has been his use of social media. And I know you're a huge proponent of don't press send. Did you have the don't press send? Did you have the don't press send conversation as he goes on TikTok and he goes on social media? Have you guys had that talk about don't press send? Because, Coach, whenever I'm mad at my employer, I'm mad at my co-host, I'm mad at the world, and I compose a tweet, I hear you in the back of my mind, Coach. Don't press send.
Look, I got 2 daughters. And one of them's getting ready to go to college. The other one's a senior now. She's going to go next year. And I tell them all the time, I said, hey, you can. It's all fun and games until you press in. Then it's out there. And you can't take it back. You know, and you can say you were emotional, but it's out there. And then you got to deal with it. But the crazy thing about the world we live in, it doesn't last long. Because somebody else presses something, and then we're talking about that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the world we live in. We live in a world of chaos. Of how do you get through all of this, you know? And you can pick and choose what you want to read, what you don't want to read. This person said that person said. At the end of the day, it's just stuff. It's just stuff, right? I don't take it personal. I just think you can't, because this is how young people in this generation communicate. This is what they do. This is how they function. So you can't, when you're an old guy like me, so man, I would be up. No, you just say this is what they do. Don't take it personal. They're pressing things way too fast. But that's what they do.
Coach Herm Edwards. So I mean, Coach, like you sound like you feel like this is all going to work out one way or another. Is that accurate?
That is correct. I just think at the end of the day, look, I've been around it a long time, guys. I was fortunate enough to be in that league, coaching and playing for over 30 years. And I've watched it from afar now that I'm, on television and doing that. And it always seems to just kind of work out at the end. This is what gets everybody crazy right now, because, just relax. It's okay. It'll be fine. It's going to be good. At the end of the day, it'll all work out.
Yeah, we're hoping.
Yeah.
We're hoping.
How's Ricky's hamstring, by the way? Do you know?
I haven't, you know what? It's funny. And I told John and him, he's the guy you got to be careful with. He overworks. He's that kind of guy. And he had some hamstring issues when he was with us as well, because he's one of the guys, doesn't want any rest. He goes 100 miles an hour. You got to protect him from himself. And I told John and them that when they drafted him, I said, the thing you got to do with Ricky now, look, he's going to go hard. He doesn't understand this is a walkthrough. This is, that's how he functions. So he'll be fine. Guys, it ain't even, come on. It's
July,
it's
Coach.
August yet. When it really counts, the guys will be ready to play.
Everybody wants to see him, Coach. If camp open,
I know.
We want to see Ricky.
I know. He's a good player. They're going to like him. Trust me. Yeah. I've talked to John and all the guys. They like him. He's a good football player. The 49er fans will love him.
We can't wait. Kind of we can't wait. And it is July, and so we're seeing the material you guys are putting out on NFL Live, and I saw your flag football team, and you had Kyler Murray as your quarterback. No thought about taking old Brock Purdy on your flag football team, Coach?
Oh, no. No, it's flag football, right? You got to have look. First of all, they're gonna. You can't block the pass rush, so you got to have a quarterback that can play off schedule. Flag football. Look, Ryan Clark and who was the other? And one of the other guys, other hosts. They asked me would I put them on my team. I said no because they can't catch.
I saw you all. Yeah,
they're good defensive backs. But they can't catch. We don't tackle anybody in flag football. You got to be able to catch because the ball's in the air. You want guys to intercept passes, and they got to be able to catch. You don't want guys to knock the ball down. You want to take the ball away in flag football. You kidding me? If you can't catch, I don't want you.
You all had Justin Jefferson and Devontae Adams on your team, which is pretty good.
Yeah. Even defensive backs, they got to be able to catch the ball because the ball's in the air. Right?
Yeah.
Take the ball away. That's what I always say. If you take the ball away, you're doing good on it.
I want to say this to you before you hang up. I could listen to High Octave Herm talk about anything. Absolutely anything, Coach.
Well, you guys are nice, man. It's great to be on your show. Look, 49ers are going to be fine. Fans, just relax. They will be fine. They got a heck of a football team. These guys know how to win. They just, the energy is going to be the key because it's a long season, right? It's a long, long season. And they went out and to get Floyd, to help them a little bit there with the rush on defense. That will help them a lot. Bosa obviously with only 10.5 sacks, so that's going to help him to get another guy over there that could go. So all these things, they'll come together, guys. I mean, like I said, this is a really good football team. They know they're a good football team. They know how to win, but everybody's shooting for them, and they know it. And you when you have one of those games where you kind of let a team hang around, that gives that other team more momentum, And the thing about the 49ers, they know every week we got to be at our best because people are giving us their best shot.
Coach, it's absolutely fantastic to have you, man. Thank you so much for doing it.
Anytime, my friend. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate you both.
Okay.
Thanks, Herm.
Herm Edwards, right here on Willard and Dibs.
Never ceases to put a smile on my face. I mean, no matter what. And
gosh.
Yeah, Niner fans, you're going to be okay.
It's going to be fine.
Yeah. I love it. High octave and high octane, high octave. They both work for Herm.
It's live.
It's always great.
Fine.
Yeah, and he'll bring it up for you.
Yeah. I mean, he's right. He's right. But like at the same time, you know, as a human being, you get coached to stay in the moment. And you could ask me, is it going to be fine by Labor Day? I mean, probably. I'm glad that he's at minimum advising Brandon Aiyuk. If this does not come together, you should still play. I mean, how many times did he say these are football players? It's kind of what TJ said yesterday.
Exactly.
We don't like this. We love this. And on some level, that's probably what's upsetting to Brandon is the fact that it's like it almost feels like you're putting me in a position where I have to decide whether or not it's smart for me to go do what I love. It's the only thing I want to do.
Yeah.
But it makes me feel like I'm making a stupid decision to go do it and put all of this money on the line. But yeah, Herm's right. In the end, you don't really have a great choice.
You don't. And it feels to me like a trip to Disneyland where you have a one-day trip to Disneyland and you want to ride every ride and you should probably stop and eat and you probably shouldn't go from sun up to sundown, but this is your one chance. And when you're an NFL player, this is your one shot to do what you love and play football, and you're on a great team, and you are getting a lot of money. So, yeah, you want to get 26, 28, 30, whatever the number is you want to get. If you don't get that at the end of it, you have one chance to do this. You got to go out and do it.
I wonder if everybody understands how powerful of a voice. I know Herm is a media guy and he's just retired old coach like he talks about himself. That is Brandon's college coach. That is Ricky Pearsall's college coach. That is Jaden Daniels' college coach. And that is John Lynch's very, very close friend. And so...
They go to Taylor Swift together.
They do. The Eras Tour.
That's what they do.
That's what they do. So that person is pretty locked into what's going on, I would say.
On both sides.
Yeah.
And if anybody knows both sides, it would be the coach.
Herm Edwards.
Yes, because he's good friends with John, and Brandon Aiyuk is calling him, and all his former players are calling him. He called himself almost like a second father to these men.
They all call me.
Seriously, I would call him.
I'd like to call Herm, too.
I would, too.
When I've got a problem.
No
Coach,
doubt.
I got a problem. Can you talk me through this for a second?
And he would. He's that man.
And then I'd feel better. We're sponsored by Meineke Car Care Centers. Aqib Talib in a half hour. And so those of you who missed what he said and why we must talk to him after his comments about Brandon Aiyuk and Brock Purdy, we will play those for you next. I am also going to apply to the powers that be for a 5-minute and 28-second set-aside because I have to tell you about something that was said to me earlier today with regard to Giants baseball.
Oh, boy.
That I not only want you to hear, the Giants need to hear this. Executives. So we'll do that next on Willard and Dibs.
Brought to you by Meineke, your one-stop shop for total car care. With over 50 years of experience and financing options that let you fix now and pay over time.
just relax. It's okay. You'll be fine. It's going to be good.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I promise.
I love that, man.
5 minutes and 28 seconds, I promise. It's going to be
so good.
It's going to be good.
I got the over on 5 minutes and 28 seconds.
I know you all have the over.
No doubt.
You all have the over. It's 4:33 and 55 seconds, Mark. All right, so that makes 4:38, whatever. Somewhere around 4:39 and a half.
Whenever you actually get started.
No, I can start right now. First of all, there's Giants news. Luis Matos has been sent down again. So has Randy Rodriguez. We thought that was probably on the way when Derek Hill was acquired by the Giants from the Rangers yesterday. So right-handed hitting outfielder Derek Hill is here. Matos is sent down. Don't let any more fly balls fall in left field. Derek, don't let any fly balls fall in left field. If you do, you're out. And Randy Rodriguez has been optioned out to make room for tonight's starting pitcher, Robbie Ray. Okay? Giants and Dodgers again tonight, and won't that be fun? We're going to get right back to the opening of Niners camp, and at some point we might talk about Steph Curry too. But I'd like to share this in the hopes that someone in the Giants front office is listening. What we do around my house during baseball season is we watch the game with dinner, no matter what. I am not a turn the TV off dad. We might turn the sound off, but the TV's on because the Giants are playing baseball and we're having dinner. My son today was invited out to dinner and to go swimming after camp with one of his friends. So he said, this morning, Dad, can I watch TV? I said, son, we're not watching TV in the morning. Have some breakfast and go to camp. Let's just do this TV free. Maybe we can look at each other and have a conversation. He said, all right, Dad, but just keep in mind, I won't get to watch much TV later because I'm going straight to swim and I'm going to dinner with my friends. I said, that's right, son, but don't worry, when you get home, and I'm going to dinner with the lovely Christy tonight and her family, when we get home, we can watch the Giants and the Dodgers again. He said, Dad, I can't take any more Giants and Dodgers. I can't watch it anymore. My son is 10. He's 10 years old.
And he's had it up to here?
These players at age 10 should be this big. They should be bigger than Willie Mays' statue. He should look at them with his eyes that big. That's what it should feel like when Elliot Ramos comes to the plate. That's what it should feel like. He's 10 years old, and he loves this stuff more than anything in the world. He will not only watch the Giants on TV, he will have an iPad next to him so he can follow what he calls regional coverage.
Nice.
Of the other games.
Scoreboard watching at 10.
That's all he wants to. Hey, Dad, somebody in Seattle just hit a 3-run homer. Can you believe it? Wow, son, that's incredible. Thanks for letting me know. Constant. He's had it. He doesn't want to watch anymore. You're that bad. You're that ineffective, and you are lacking entertainment at that level.
For a 10-year-old.
A 10-year-old sports-obsessed boy who won't get television all day long told me, no thanks. I can't watch the Giants play the Dodgers anymore.
That's going to be a no from him, Dad, for tonight. So he's going to come home after no TV all day in a spot where he always gets to watch ball with his dad, and he's out. I'm out. You talk about the Giants, I'm out. He's out.
So am I. Pay the under.
Yeah. Well, you're welcome because I allowed it. I mean, I could have gotten in there and derailed and, prolonged it. Yeah. And there's more, obviously, to talk about. Nick Ahmed is now a Dodger, and the Giants sending out Luis Matos. And, you made a funny joke right before we came back on the air about Steve Kerr because,
I think he's running the Giants.
They don't love the young people.
It's like I see people who are in their 20s still on the roster. Let's fix it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, R-Rod has had a couple of tough outings, but Is Randy Rodriguez the problem? Luke Jackson gets to stay, but Ramrod goes out. And Matos, just because he didn't catch one fly ball and he's been struggling, now he goes out.
Well, he's looked awful. He's looked awful in every facet of the game.
But we need the Derek Hill era to begin.
I mean,
Hill and Bauman.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
If that's what we're doing, then let's do it.
Because Farhan needs a 6-game win streak that starts tonight.
Okay.
That's what he needs.
Yeah.
And you're not going to get it.
Glass now is back for the Dodgers against Robbie Ray making his Giants debut.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, go Giants. I hope that they can do it. It's more fun when they're good. Nobody wants to see this thing slide into Bolivia.
13
or
runs.
Oblivion. That was for Tony Bruno.
13 runs. 13 runs.
In 6 games?
In
5. Since the break.
Since the break, yeah.
That's not good enough.
All of the things that everybody said about the Giants the last 2 years, which were supposed to go away because $200 million payroll and free agency and all of that, all of those things are, I think, even more true. They're more true now than they were before. Because now you get to like mix frustration and anxiety in with them as well. Like absolute, total, lifeless bore.
And last night was maybe the most infuriating, almost 9th inning rally because you're down 5-1.
No, but my feet
and
were
you get base.
Like, of course, no one's going to hit the ball once the bases get loaded.
That was the thing, though.
Yeah.
You score a run and you've got action, and it's like, what? One swing of the bat ties it, and then you think that in your own mind because you're doing the math and you're thinking about like the reality of one swing of the bat, and then you catch yourself and you kind of laugh, and that's it.
I'd like to salute Tyler Fitzgerald for playing through all of this.
Good Lord,
crap.
5 straight.
Yeah, I'd like to salute Tyler Fitzgerald for absolutely being a complete and total gamer, while everybody else just swings and misses at everything. Yeah, so. Lifeless bore.
To the point where your own 10-year-old is saying no thank you to TV.
Don't say that that's coming from a grizzled adult who's got other stuff to do. A 10-year-old with stars in his eyes can't take it anymore.
Yeah.
And I already told you at the beginning of the week that what this week meant to me. You play well this week if you want any entertainment dollars in August or September. I have only got time and space in my bank account for a pennant race, not for DFAs and who knows what's, not for Derek Hill and Bauman. Let's see if we found something, another diamond in the rough. No time, no energy. The Niners camp is open. Thanks. Thanks for attempting to do something this summer. You didn't. So that's all.
I'll keep my eyes on the Dodger lineup when it comes out where Nick Ahmed bats.
If he plays tonight, he's totally hitting a homer. He's totally going to hit a homer.
It's possible.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, enough of that. Back to Wiggins. Aqib Talib's going to join us in 20 minutes. He had this conversation with Kay Adams, and Brandon Aiyuk is where it started, but then it got layered. It got layered fast. Take a listen again to former NFL corner Aqib Talib.
Aiyuk is emerging. I think he's probably my top 3 receivers right now. If you get him with a real quarterback, he can go crazy.
Brandon Aiyuk is your as a top 3 receiver?
Man, he's just I don't really go off the stats. I go off the player and his body control, his routes, his hands, his speed. He can easily be a top receiver in the league. If you put him on a team and you make him the focal guy, he'll go crazy.
So the list of questions is immediately long. First of all, did you say that Brandon Aiyuk is a current top 3 receiver in the NFL, or are you saying that he could be?
Both.
Second of all, did you say that Brock Purdy's not a real quarterback? Are you arguing that Brandon Aiyuk is in the wrong system? Like, what are you getting at? I can't wait to have this conversation with Aqib, who was a phenomenal player, to see what he really thinks.
Well, he doesn't go off the numbers, which is a great way to go about assessing wide receivers, because if you do go off the numbers, then I don't know if you could put Brandon Aiyuk in the top 3, but the things he talks about in terms of Brandon Aiyuk are all accurate. The hands, the route running, the toughness, the intangibles, they're all there. But once Kay Adams kind of questioned him about his top 3 assessment, he did backpedal a little bit, like a good corner.
Like a projection. He switched it to a projection.
Right, and if he had a real quarterback, and that's the thing about it that I want to ask Aqib about, is it real quarterback? Is it real system? What does it really mean when we're assessing these players? Because the player can only be assessed inside the system.
Well, and I don't want Brandon Aiyuk to quote-unquote go crazy. I don't want that. I don't know why anybody would want that. Like, maybe Brandon would want that, but I'd much rather, wouldn't you, if I'm Brandon Aiyuk, give me 1,300 yards and a trip to the Super Bowl, not 1,800 yards and 8 and 9.
Well, if those things are mutually exclusive, then of course.
Well, but I mean, okay, like let me give you an example of what I'm talking about, and give me a second here to see if I can kind of pull this up. Like, this is a statistical thing that we're looking at with wide receivers. Everyone talks about targets and how Brandon Aiyuk, he did the most with the least amount of targets. If you just look at targets, Brandon Aiyuk this year was 36th in the league. 36th in targets, yet he was 7th in yards. So that's incredible efficiency. You know who, we mentioned it yesterday. Number 1 in targets was CeeDee Lamb. Do you know who number 2 is?
Yeah, Davante Adams.
Davante Adams, who has an entire documentary dedicated to his frustration. I don't want my receiver to go crazy. I want my football team to be good. Davante Adams gets all the targets and the yards, and he is literally on the sideline questioning his life on a game-by-game basis right now. I don't want that.
You want a good team, and you look at who's 4th on the list in targets, and it's Garrett Wilson.
Garrett Wilson.
Great player, but he's on a team that didn't have a lot of other options, and so you get a lot of targets, and you have a team that's not very good. So to your point, if Brandon Aiyuk wants to go quote-unquote crazy and have 1,600 yards and 14 touchdowns, and it leads you to a 13-4 record and a number 1 seed, then go crazy. But for me, it's more about the team going crazy, and I think last year is a great blueprint for what they're trying to do. The amount of targets were spread evenly almost throughout the 4, George and Debo and Christian and Brandon, and that's what I think Kyle Shanahan wants out of his offense.
Yeah.
Who do you guard? You can't guard all of them, and so when you have 4 legit weapons and then you add in, Ricky Pearsall and Jawan Jennings and whatever, you have an offense that's very difficult to stop.
Right behind Devontae is Tyreek Hill. And you go, okay, that looks fun, right? He ended up with 1,800 yards. He was everybody's fantasy darling. The team was good. They weren't good enough. They couldn't beat a good team. They barely beat any good teams all year long. And so they were solid, but they're not threatening to actually win anything. And so I don't know. Listen, I understand the desire to be involved. TJ said it great yesterday. You get 12 targets in a game, you want 14. You get 18 targets, you want 20. Nobody leaves the line of scrimmage not wanting the ball. So I fully understand that. But sometimes I do question, what is it we're after? What are we after here? You know what I mean? Especially when you're a wide receiver. Brandon Aiyuk, what are you after right now?
You're after money.
Okay.
Right now in July, you're after money.
But a lot of money is being offered to you. So the question is not, should Brandon Aiyuk get paid? Brandon Aiyuk is going to get paid. He's already being paid, but he's going to get really, really, really paid. But what are you after? Are you after $3 million more per year to be a Panther or a Commander? Because your buddy is the quarterback? Cool. I'm not criticizing. If that's what you want, that's what you want. I get told by professional athletes all the time that what they want to do is win. Absolutely. They want to do is win. If I'm a wide receiver and I do not have the ball ever at the start of a play, I have no control over my numbers. It's why so many of them are always frustrated, right? Even if a play is called for you, you don't know if it's coming your way. And then you could get open. You could do everything right, and you still don't get the ball.
Or maybe he throws it, and it's a bad throw.
Right.
And you still don't get the ball.
Or your team stinks, and the ball gets thrown behind you, and you get hit in really awful ways. Or you could score 30 points, and it's not enough because the other team scores 38. Like, all of these things are out there. So is that worth 29? To me, is that worth $3 million more? You want to trade, you go anywhere. They could send you anywhere. They could send you to Vegas, Brandon. Watch the doc.
Watch the doc.
Watch the doc. He's furious. The dinosaur party's the only good day he had all year.
Pretty much. Yep.
So, again, when I say you can be wrong and right at the same time, Brandon's right. He's right. He's right. He's right. It's unfair. It stinks. It's crappy that the train stopped at him. I get it. I really get it. But my goodness, I'm so concerned for him because what is it you really want? Does it have to be top dollar, even if that's at the expense of everything else that's good in your career? You have a good quarterback, good coach, good team, good surroundings, like good weather. You're a receiver. You don't have to play in the snow. Like, what are we going for here?
We're going for max money. We're going for max respect.
Okay.
And maybe we're going for the Hall of Fame.
Okay.
Because if you're going to have these numbers, if you're going to get 75 catches, if you're going to be a guy who gets, 105 targets is not nothing, but it's not among the elite. You mentioned it. He's not even top 30 in targets. So if you want to be one of the greatest to ever do it, you need to be in a system that's going to throw it more, throw it to you more, and give you more chances to rack up numbers and give you more chances to get more money. And by money, a lot of times that means respect. So everybody says, yeah, I want to be a part of a winning team and all that. And I do believe that Brandon wants to be a part of a winning team. But at some point, other things become factors that are as big, if not bigger. And it's money and it's respect, it's numbers, it's legacy, all these other things.
Adam Thielen had 32 more targets last year than Brandon Aiyuk.
Okay.
How we doing?
Not great.
How we doing?
Brandon Aiyuk was number 2 in the league in yards per target. The Niners had 3 guys in the top 11 in the league in yards per target. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword because he's able to do more with less, but the offense makes it so you can do more with less.
Right.
Debo was 11th, and Kittle was 4th in yards per target. So if you're Brandon Aiyuk and you look at that, you think, maybe I don't need that many targets because I get more one-on-ones because I've got talent around me, I've got a great scheme, and so when I do get targeted, I have a better chance to get more yards
I catch the ball. Yes.
I catch the ball and I'm into space.
Like, look at
because
this.
the offense schemes it so that I don't have to worry about as much double coverage.
All these receivers who got 25 to 35 more targets than Brandon, who have 300 yards less, Thielen and Terry McLaurin and DeAndre Hopkins, they were all 1,000-yard receivers. They were all right around 1,000 yards.
Michael Pittman is another
all
one.
right. They're all 300 yards less than Brandon. They got way more targets. But think of that word, targets. Just because I threw it to you doesn't mean I put it in the right spot. It doesn't mean it's catchable. It doesn't mean it's not a hospital ball. Devontae Adams got tons of targets. He hated a lot of them.
Chris Olave, 138 targets.
They hurt like hell. I got to get out of here or else I'm putting my life on the line. That's the quote from Devontae Adams. So that's what I think about with Brandon. He's not wrong. It's not his fault, but good gracious, you see it in the NFL all the time. Like Odell Beckham's career. I want out. This, that, the other. All right, you're out. How's it going? How many places
He's
do you
still
need?
chasing it.
Jeez, it's never good again. And it's never going to be. Baltimore, Cleveland, wherever the hell you end up. It's not.
He won a ring with the Rams.
With the Rams, he won one.
Great, he won a ring. And not as the number one.
And he had a great postseason, though.
And he blew his leg out. And I'm not saying that was Stafford's fault, but by the way, Stafford's really good. So he lucked out there, but it doesn't always work that way. I don't know where Brandon wants to go. Even the teams that I hear that want Brandon, dude, you want to play for the Patriots?
Or Pittsburgh or the Commanders. Yeah, it's.
Do you know what Drake May targets or Jacoby? What are we doing? You want 30 more targets from Drake May or Jaden Daniels?
I don't think that he wants to leave. He just wants to be paid.
Yes,
and that's what we've heard from TJ Houshmandzadeh.
I get it.
That's what we've heard from everyone. So it's not that you make a trade request because you want to leave. You make a trade request because that's the last card you have in your hand.
Yeah.
And it's a card that you have to play that you know when you play it is probably not that impactful. It's not a card that you play that is going to make anybody really tremble, or it's not going to make the Niners make any movement therein. You want to be a Niner, but you want to be paid. And that's just the way that is. You don't want to go be a Commander, I don't think. I mean, unless you want to go out there and be 6-11 and get 165 targets, and you and Terry McLaurin can, be wide receiver 1 and wide receiver 2, and you can battle with the Giants for third place in the division.
I mean, I'd let Brandon hear the interview that Terry McLaurin gave after the Commanders played the Niners last year.
Right.
McLaurin, he's like, boy, I wish I could play for a team like that. I couldn't believe he said it out loud. It's like, oh my God. So anyway, I get it. It's money. Money. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. So, again, Aqib Talib says Brandon Aiyuk is top 3, and if you put him on a team with a real QB, he'd be top 3. So let's talk that out. Aqib Talib joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
Guys, are you tired of being tired? Frustrated because it seems impossible to lose belly fat? If you're looking for a solution, then listen to Mark.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
No, the pause is over. It's time for us to get back to work because the great Aqib Talib is about to join us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. If you've been listening to the show for a little bit today, you know the conversation he had with Kay Adams that caught our attention. But if not, we'll play it for you right now. This is Aqib Talib and Kay Adams talking about Brandon Aiyuk and his status in the league.
Aiyuk is emerging. I think he's probably my top 3 receivers right now. If you get him with a real quarterback, he can go crazy.
Brandon Aiyuk is your as a top 3 receiver?
Man, he's just I don't really go off the stats. I go off the player and his body control, his routes, his hands, his speed. He can easily be a top receiver in the league. If you put him on a team and you make him the focal guy, he'll go crazy.
Okay, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? And that's exactly where Aqib Talib is right now, joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Aqib, how you doing?
I'm pretty good, man. How you doing?
Yeah, we're doing great, man, and we're big fans of Brandon Aiyuk for sure, so certainly appreciate, we appreciate the kind of finer points that you were making about what he does on a field. But I want to start with this because it sounded like you started by saying he's a top 3 receiver and then sort of switched to saying you project him as someone who could be. Can you expand on that? What do you actually think right now?
Well, I think, what I said was I don't go off stats. So if you go off the stats, you got to pick the top 3 guys who got the best numbers and say those are the top 3 guys. But me being a cornerback and I guarded a ton of good receivers, I just go off how much problem would this guy present for a defense. And I think Aiyuk is up there, man. He's going to present a lot of problems for anybody who lines up to guard him. He's going to present a lot of problems for him. So if I was creating a team, it'd probably be Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, and if Aiyuk ended up my 3rd guy, or if he was my 3rd guy on the board and Aiyuk was there, I'll be just fine with that. So that's kind of what I meant by it.
And I like that, and I want you to be a little bit more specific football-wise as to what he does that is such a difference maker, not only for the Niners, but as a receiver that gives teams problems.
Man, well, when you play receiver, I feel like it's all about finishing plays, deep balls, 50-50 balls over the middle where it's going to kind of be contested. I feel like he's wonderful at that. And it's also about creating separation, and I feel like he's wonderful at that. So you a dog, he's physical, he's tough, man. That's what I'm looking for in a receiver. I want him to be physical, tough. I want him to finish plays and create separation. He does all that. He does all those things. So, that'd be one of the kind of guys I'm looking for if I was drafting wide receivers.
Yeah, I think we get where you're coming from. I do wonder though, let's throw out some other names like CeeDee Lamb. Devontae Adams, is Brandon even potentially better than those guys? A.J. Brown.
Man, he is neck and neck with those guys. So if you tied, in my opinion, if I'm tied for 3rd in interception touchdowns in ever, right? But I'm tied for 3rd. Some people say I'm 4th. I'm tied for 3rd, so I'm 3rd. So if you tied, you even. So with that 3rd, if I was naming my top receivers, I go Jamar, I go Jettis, and then at 3rd I put CeeDee, Tyreek, Aiyuk, probably my 3rd, and then I come Devontae, and I think I take Aiyuk over Devontae.
I like it, and I wonder.
Interesting.
It's just young energy. His young energy is Devontae not old yet, but he's getting in his days. He's older. You know what I'm saying? So I'm always take a younger guy over an older guy.
And I think Brandon would like you to be his agent because he's looking for that new contract, and you got him tied for 3rd. So if you're Brandon and you're thinking like the way you're thinking, is it understandable why he's maybe trying to hold in and wait for a better deal?
Hey, that's his decision. That's him and his agent, man. Hey, I don't really know that part, why he's waiting, and I don't really know the situation at all. I don't know what the offer is that's on the table. I don't know. So all I know is if I ended up with Aiyuk as the number one receiver on my team, I would be just fine with that.
Aqib Talib is joining us here on Willard and Dibs. And Aqib, the other thing, and I don't know if you meant to sort of take the conversation here or not, which is why we wanted to ask. You're talking about Brandon, but part of the quote was you put him with a real QB and he would do great things. And so obviously that got our ears going. What are you saying about Brock Purdy there?
I mean, with San Fran in general, I meant like real QB, like a pass first type of offense. You know what I'm saying? Like a Peyton Manning, Denver Broncos style of offense where he's going to get, Demaryius Thomas is going to get 150 balls thrown to him, 160 balls thrown to him. The Bills have a pass first offense. Diggs is the focal point of that offense. He's going to get 160 balls thrown to him. The Cowboys have a pass first offense. CeeDee Lamb is going to get 160 balls thrown to him. The Niners have a run-first offense, and they got a bunch of guys, and they're going to spread the ball around. So the most targets you're going to get out there is about 90 to 100. So he's getting 60 to 70 less targets than a legit number one receiver. So that's what I mean. I ain't want to take nothing away from Purdy. Purdy's a hell of a player, and he's in a great system. And he's doing his part. All you can do is play the hand that you're dealt, and Purdy is doing an amazing job running that offense. But I think it's a lot of guys who you could put in that quarterback, and they'll be able to run that offense.
And that offense was ranked number 32 out of 32 last year in pass attempts. So as a former cornerback, when you're going up against an offense like that where it might be Brandon, it might be Debo, it could be McCaffrey, it could be Kittle, does that give you as a defender a lot more problem as far as, trying to figure out how to stop an offense that has so many weapons?
Yeah, it definitely. I think that's where a lot of their success comes from, because you have to get ready for outside zone. That's hard enough to stop outside zone. So all the way to Thursday, you're going to be worried about outside zone. Then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, you're going to get ready for the weapons they have. And they got so many weapons, man. I think that's why they've been top in the NFC for the last 4 or 5 years. So it's definitely hard. It's definitely hard to get ready for an offense like that.
Aqib, just kind of circling back to your comments about like the target share. I wonder what your perspective would be on what a receiver might rather do, because we were chopping that up a little bit. If you're Brandon Aiyuk, would you rather be on a team that gives you 50 more targets? However, it's not a great offense. They may not be a winning team. Or would you rather just kind of take what you're getting and stay with the 49ers?
Man, you know how wideouts are. They wideouts, man. They want the 50 more targets, and they want the numbers, man. They wideouts. That's why they wideouts. That's what they bring to the table. A slightly selfish player who's going to be productive for the team. If he's not productive, you don't care what the score is. He's mad a little bit, and that's what you want. I want my receiver to want to help the team win. And that's what the good wide receivers do.
Okay, I feel that, but have you watched the Receivers doc on Netflix at all, Aqib?
Hey, I started it. Me and my son watching it, but he don't watch TV as much as me, so I kind of got to watch it slowly with him.
I hear you, but the reason I ask is, like, I keep thinking of Davante Adams in this situation where someone who played on a great offense with a great quarterback, but then his eyes went elsewhere, and sure, college teammates with Derek Carr, but he's getting plenty of targets, second in the league. But it looked in the doc like he hates a lot of those targets because he's getting hurt and the team can't score points. You know what I mean?
Hey, I know what they make it. The editing and the production is great, but I promise you, if we could freeway Davante right now, he would tell you, he loved the 155 or 160 targets he got last year. He'd love them. He wouldn't have it no other way, man. That's the nature of wideouts, man. They want the ball, and they want to help the team win. And if they're not, then you see the results of it is like the show receivers with, you know what I'm saying? What they showed from Davante Adams, that'll be the result. If it's not positive, you take a couple of those throws and let Garoppolo put them on the money, man, it'll be a totally different show. So that's just the nature of receivers, man. They're going to get mad when it's bad, and they're going to be very glad when it's good.
Is that kind of the nature of corners too? Because the ultimate sign of respect is when they don't throw your way because they know that you're dangerous and you could pick it off. But at the same time, you got to kind of want the ball to come to your side. That way you can make a play.
Of course. You always want the ball to come to your side. But like you said, if they're not throwing it to my side, I'm totally fine with that too because I get patted on the back for having the least amount of targets thrown at me. That's just a sign of respect. So at corner, man, it's either way. If you throw the ball at me, I'm gonna make you pay. And if you don't throw the ball at me, I'm still gonna get applauded for that. So corner is a little bit different. Man. It's a little bit different than receiver.
And the ultimate sign of respect is to make it into Canton in the Hall of Fame. And I know you're a first-time eligible this year. Is that something you've thought about seeing that bust and getting that gold jacket in Canton, maybe?
Man, of course. You always think about it, man. You play your career, and once you start making Pro Bowls and All Pros and being top in the category or top in some type of stat, of course you're going to think about it, man. But, it is what it is. You have no control over it, So, hey, all you can do is go on shows and radio shows and lobby for yourself. So, hey, that's all you can do.
Well, there it is.
There it is.
Done.
Lobby away,
Yeah, Akeem, thank you so much for hopping on, man. We appreciate you.
Thank you, guys. Y'all take care.
All right, you too. Akeem Talib, a great corner in the league. And
possible Hall of Fame corner. And I'm just looking at the list of first-time eligibles. Yeah. And Eli Manning's a first-time eligible. And I think he'll make it. I don't know if he's first ballot. Luke Kuechly is eligible for the first time. Adam Vinatieri, Terrell Suggs, Marshawn Lynch is on the list. Earl Thomas, Joe Staley, former Niner, Demaryius Thomas, he mentioned him. Aqib Talib, Vernon Davis, Darren Sproles among those first-time eligibles.
Interesting. Yeah, there's some names on there that'll give it a look, and he might be one of them.
Yeah, I don't know if he's a first ballot guy.
Probably not.
And I know that we now look at that differently.
Yeah, like what does that mean?
And it's always so stupid. Like you're not a first ballot Hall of Famer, but you're a Hall of Famer. Eventually, we're going to need you to wait. And it's different in the NFL because you can only have up to 6 of these active players. So sometimes you do have to wait. But I think Aqib Talib is a guy who will get in eventually.
So that, to me, makes his opinion something that I'm going to really listen to. And that was wild, listening to him go through receivers in terms of, again, forget the numbers. He's looking at this in terms of who do I not want to guard, who does more things out there. Not only the top 2, but all of this was fascinating to me. He clearly kept stating that Jamar Chase was first. In his mind.
Right.
Justin Jefferson was second. So Jamar first, Justin second. I know this challenges everybody's fantasy football brains and everything. Like ears are flying off of heads right now. No! Well, again, that's not. He's talking about what they're doing on a football field. And he's got Jamar Chase at the top and Justin Jefferson. And then he started to create like a 3-way tie.
Which is great.
It's a little bit of a cop-out. However, he put names on it. CD, Tyreek, and Brandon. And then clearly stated that Devontae Adams and A.J. Brown they're behind Brandon Aiyuk.
And no mention of Amon-Ra St. Brown.
No mention of Amon-Ra St. Brown.
And other receivers who are maybe of the same ilk. But just interesting the way he said it. And one thing that I kind of glommed onto was his use of the phrase, finish the play. And that's something that the Niners are so known for across the board. Debo will finish the play. George Kittle wants to find you. He'll finish the play. And Brandon Aiyuk, he'll finish the play. And that's something where a lot of times in our fantasy football mindset, or, you're watching the game through somewhat of a novice eye because none of us played it at that level or any level for that matter. But the idea of finishing the play, not only when you get the ball, just when you're blocking, when you're a part of the play. That's part of the Niner ideology we sometimes take for granted.
I don't know that the 49ers are taking Brandon Aiyuk for granted right now. I know it feels that way. Yeah, I'm sure he feels that. But to me, that's sort of like the bigger place to take this conversation. You know what I mean? I know that Brandon used that phrase on social media. They told me they don't want me. And I'm sure that what he means by that is not a direct quote. That's how he's translating what they're saying. They told me they don't want me because I know what I'm worth and I know 5 other teams will pay this, and they don't want to pay it. So they're telling me they don't want me. I don't believe that for a second. I think they think he's fantastic. If you believe the report, that he was at one point offered $26 million a year, do you realize what an unbelievable compliment that is from the 49ers? Because the more I look into this, any Brandon Aiyuk extension puts them in a really difficult spot next year. Any Brandon Aiyuk extension. They may want to, but I would argue the reasons that would make you want to keep Brandon Aiyuk would be that Debo struggles with injury this year and or Ricky Pearsall ain't it. If those two things happen, then Brandon's value goes up even further. And in fact, I would say it would be imperative that you keep him. But don't the 49ers want to know that first? If Debo continues to be heart and soul of the team, stays healthy, has a 1,000-yard season himself, if Ricky Pearsall looks like everything that people seem to think he's going to be, well, then they're right. Then they're right to not pay Brandon Aiyuk $30 million a year. Very circumstantial, not disrespectful.
Right, and that would be another year of information to where they could figure that out. If Pearsall is up to being a first-round draft pick, if he shows signs of being, a guy who can be wide receiver 1 or wide receiver 2, then yeah, you are probably better off for not making that decision. Or you can get to the end of the year and realize, man, we need Brandon now more than we thought that we would have needed him back in July, and so now you got to pay him more than you otherwise would have thought you had to do. And that's a risk that the Niners are taking by not having signed him back in February when these talks began.
There's some more things that were said out at day 1 of camp today that we haven't gotten to yet that we wanted to play for you. First of all, the Brandon Aiyuk situation along with the Trent Williams situation, those were both topic 1 and topic 2 with Kyle Shanahan when he walked into the room today. This is the first thing he said about Trent Williams.
So you guys noticed Trent wasn't out there today, so just before you have to ask, guys, you can report. It's contract related. John's speaking with his representatives, been doing it for a while. He'll continue to go, and when they work it out, I'll be pumped to see him.
Okay, and is Kyle worried about that?
It was something I knew could be a possibility. I was hoping that he would be here, but I knew it could be a possibility, and I feel pretty confident that it'll all work out in the long run, and he'll be here, and we'll get on the same page with everything, but it's just one day of practice, and I think Trent will be all right missing a few practices.
Trent will be all right missing a few practices. Okay, what about Aiyuk, who was there today, but not in uniform and did not practice? So this is the new term. This is a hold-in rather than a holdout. Kyle was asked if there's any difference between those two things from his standpoint.
I don't see much difference between a hold-in and a holdout. It's probably better for them to hold in so they don't get fines, since you can't rescind them like you could back in the day. But I don't see much different.
Is it better for you or same difference?
Same difference. I think it's better for them, I think, too, that at least they can be around, hear meetings, stuff like that. So they're just, hopefully when things do work out, they're still used to some things. They haven't been that far behind.
And this is Shanahan on if there's any Aiyuk update after this day.
It's been one day with him, and I think he's coming in with the plan that's been obvious so far. He's holding in, and we'll see how it goes each day.
All right, so that's where we're at with Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk.
In the Shanahan interview with TK on the TK pod, Tim Kawakami, he was very clear with the fines that are in place, because Tim actually asked him about, what do you do in that first day you get in here, which was Tuesday before practice started? Do you give him a big speech? And Coach Shanahan said, by the time you give a big speech, they got on the field, and it just is like they've already forgotten it. But what I do is go over the rules.
Yep.
And the rules are basically the fines. Don't come in overweight, and don't miss practices, and don't be late, and all these other things. And, you can say you're sorry, and you can come to me and apologize, and I'll feel bad for you, but I'm not going to forgive it. That's the one thing that I really am going to be firm about, and that's the one thing that I just can't forgive. And so hearing him talk about that, and the idea of holding in versus holding out, yeah, it's better to hold in because you won't be fined. And if you get fined for being late or being too heavy, that's it. You're going to have to pay that fine.
That was interesting to hear him say it, and it's also interesting that you loved it so much. You love rules. I know you love rules.
I do. Well, I like rules that are fair, like rules that are set out that they make sense, and they're fair, and I like rules that apply to everyone. I don't like rules that apply to some, but not everyone. That's something that's definitely a pet peeve of mine.
I like that. And what Kyle also said, though, and I think this is good, because sometimes you can be like, the rules aren't fair, but you're like, but hold on a second. We're very clear about what they are. You know what I mean? Like, if you're a parent, these are the rules. But Dad, no, these are the rules. You don't have to agree with them. This is what they are, and you have to follow them. And Kyle said there's a book of like 150 rules. But what he does is he tells the guys the 5 that matter to him.
Exactly.
Like, there's very few that actually matter to me. These are what they are. And if you break those, there's nothing I can do about it. Like, I'm not forgiving coming in here overweight. You cannot be late. You could tell me all the excuses in the world, right? But yeah, so I dug that. I thought that's part of the persona of Kyle Shanahan that I do think gets lost on fans. And you hear this when you go down there and you check in with people. They really hammer it home in terms of the way that Kyle will have an ability to look at guys and be like, this is the answer. It may not be what you want to hear, but I'm going to be honest with you right now. And I think they're being honest with Brandon Aiyuk. And he's not hearing what he wants to hear. But they're being honest with him.
Yeah, they were honest with Brock Purdy when a week after he got hurt, Kyle called him and said, yeah, we're going to try to get Tom Brady in here. You don't have to compete with Trey Lance, but yeah, we are going after Tom Brady one last time. So you're the starting quarterback unless we can get Tom Brady to come in here. And at that point, you're going to be QB2. P.S. Good luck with your surgery. We'll see you in May.
Pretty good politician answer, actually.
Well, and he's honest, right?
He's honest, but what he kept saying is, he's like, I know that would be like, for most people, they're like, wow, that must have been hard. Brock Purdy goes out there. He has an unbelievable year. He never loses a game until his arm flies off. And then while he's about to go, he hasn't even been to the hospital yet. They haven't even done the operation yet. And here's Kyle going, so we're going to call Tom Brady. And most people would be like, oh, my God, right?
Devastating.
Devastating, the disrespect. And Kyle was like, I really thought it was a compliment.
Exactly.
But I got what he was saying. He was looking at him being like, dude, your arm's dangling off your body, and we loved what you did so much that the only way you're not going to get the job in September is if Tom Brady will take it. And he's the GOAT. So then that's it. The GOAT or you. That's kind of a compliment.
It is.
Isn't it?
Especially when it's Tom Brady for a year. He wasn't talking about true. Tom Brady for 3 or 4.
He's like, either way, it's yours in the future.
Exactly. So it was a compliment, but I'm sure that still is a tough pill to swallow when, Brock Purdy's in a sling, wondering if he's even going to be able to throw a football in 5 months.
Speaking of Brock, he had this comment today that we thought was really interesting, and this is kind of the secondary piece that we played with yesterday, which is the emotional side of 49er football. Like, how do you get back on the horse again after what was, let's be real, a Super Bowl they should have won? And you got to now start all the way back from scratch, the anthill mentality. Here's what Brock said when he was asked about how they do that. How do they rekindle the fire?
We've all just been there, dude. Like, we've tasted it. Obviously, the Super Bowl, it's a couple plays away from literally being Super Bowl champions. The year before that, NFC Championship. The year before that, NFC. So, like, we have guys in this locker room that taste it and they want it. And, coming back, it was a heartbreak, man, losing that Super Bowl and the way we did it, the overtime, all that. And how badly we want it for this fan base and this organization, man. Like, we want it. And but coming back from like OTAs and then obviously now with camp, with having all the guys back, just the way Fred's acting, George, Juice, like these guys that have been in the league for a while, man, they're back ready, like hungry. And I'm going in my year 3, so I'm hungry. But I did the same thing. I walked in, I'm like, how are these guys gonna seem or feel? And you can feel it, man. They're hungry for it, and we're ready to do it for this organization and the fan base.
I'll tell you what, just in my little portion, this sort of 2% view that I have of everything being at practice today, there are some really special people in this organization, man. There really are. And I wonder if that gets enough play. To me, when you listen to him talk about this, you start immediately thinking about the team leaders. And I'm telling you, on that field today, Like Mustafa, the rookie, got an interception, and Fred Warner looked more excited about it than Mustafa did. Fred Warner chased him all the way down the sideline, all the way to the fence, even though he was running to an end zone and no one else was chasing him. It's a practice. Nobody's trying to tackle him. Finish the play, but Fred Warner set the tone. George Kittle was out there dapping everybody up after plays, probably players he's not even sure what their last name is, but he's over there in their face like they've got some special leaders on this team. Now, that is actually my only concern about what's happening with Trent Williams, because he is also
big time.
He's one of those guys. He might be the guy. I mean, he and Debo are the boombox guys.
Well, for that unit especially.
Yes.
You've got an offensive line group that is, a lot of them are unproven. None of them have the gravitas of a Trent Williams for sure.
So when Kyle says it's okay if Trent misses a few practices, I'm like, that's true. But 3 weeks is not good. That's part of the leverage that Trent has. I think he knows that.
Absolutely. And that's part of the reason why, Kyle preemptively starts his press availability today and says, Trent's not here, but John's talking to his representatives and, they're having meetings about it. We didn't get a Brandon Aiyuk update that included those details, like John's in touch with Brandon's people and, they're going to hammer this thing out. We haven't gotten any sense of any meetings or any hammering out of a contract with Brandon Aiyuk.
No, John and Brandon did walk to John's office together today. Brandon was there in street clothes and then walked off the field at a certain point and went with John, presumably to John Lynch's office. And then John came back. Brandon did not.
Okay.
I don't know where he went.
Right.
But not back out onto the field. I don't know what they talked about. Maybe the Taylor Swift concert.
Maybe. And, Brandon's not going to practice anyway. He's in street clothes. And even when this whole thing gets resolved, when he starts to no longer hold in, when he becomes a participant, I would imagine there'll be a few days of ramping up and him getting side work on the kiddie field before he gets actually reinserted with the first unit.
I wonder. I mean, he's been working out as much as anybody else has out there. Debo's another one who I should have mentioned. I thought was a total tone setter on offense out there. Someone of his stature on day one of camp going as hard as he was going. Like, that stuff just pops off of the field and gives you, I think, a little bit of a window into why the Niners have been able to build what they've been able to build. These are some really, they got some special players on this team. I can't wait for you to go down there tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
I can't wait to get your reaction of just some of those little things that you see with certain players. It was kind of funny. Some of us were joking out there today. It's Jordan Mason season. I don't know, like, for those of you who follow the Niners, Mason every year in camp, every year. Oh my God, he looks so good. He looks so good. This is going to be, they're going to give him a little bit of run. Jordan Mason. And then it's like, and then they get to the season and he just goes for 5 weeks and you don't even see him. And then he'll get an opportunity. It'll look great. And people will scream and yell, we need more Jordan Mason. I wonder, this is year 3. I wonder if this is the year where they do spell Christian McCaffrey a little bit. And Jordan Mason gets a look. God, he did it again. He looked fantastic out there today.
And they still have Elijah Mitchell, right?
Still have Elijah Mitchell.
I mean, as far as spelling McCaffrey, it feels like Mitchell would get the first crack at it.
Maybe.
Mason does get some special teams plays, so he's always up on game day anyway. But the idea of spelling Christian McCaffrey is better in theory than it is in actual practice. And not practice as in practice, but in actual practice during games, because when push comes to shove, there is no replacement for McCaffrey.
No.
So if you've got a 2-touchdown lead, or even in the third quarter when you want to give him a series off, I get that. Give me a little Mason, give me a little Mitchell, but you don't want to go long stretches in a close game without McCaffrey.
No, absolutely not. And he's very similar, and we haven't circled back to this yet. I thought one of the more interesting pieces from Herm Edwards today, who joined us a couple of hours ago. And if you missed either of our conversations today, YouTube or the Odyssey app to check them out. Who knows? Maybe they'll get on Grandy's show here in a half hour as well. But Herm Edwards and Aqib Talib, I thought both had some really interesting things to say. Herm said, quote, I told John Lynch, Pearsall is a guy you got to be careful with because he overworks. He had some hamstring issues when he was with us as well. You have to protect him from himself. As Herm was saying that, my mind was also immediately going to Christian McCaffrey. It goes to the exact same thing. And the Niners have been very clear about that through the years. Christian wants to play every single play. And Pearsall is apparently cut from the same cloth with, I think, has a positive vibe and a negative vibe. Because now you got a hamstring injury, and that's not great. But the mentality that he brings, you love. You love a player like that who absolutely does not want to come off the field.
And you have the luxury this year of not having to really rely on Ricky Pearsall going into the year. He's going to be wide receiver 4 to start, assuming that Brandon Aiyuk no longer holds in. And I'm assuming that Brandon Aiyuk will get to a point where he joins the team and he becomes a part of the first unit offense again. So if Ricky Pearsall is a backup to Jawan, and as Herm Edwards was explaining, Ricky Pearsall is a guy who he can play a lot of positions now. He can play in the slot. He can play out wide now. He's a guy who can, play a lot of different spots. And so
just relax.
Exactly.
Okay.
If he is
gonna be good.
Back up, I didn't know when that ended. That's so good. You don't have to worry too much about, bringing him along slowly. If Brandon Aiyuk is going to be a part of this team.
Yeah.
To me, that's not a huge if.
It's not a huge if, but there's a when as far as camp is concerned.
Sure.
Who practices first, Pearsall or Aiyuk?
Pearsall.
You think?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
I think Aiyuk is still probably a couple weeks away. And I think I set the original over-under at August 15th for him to sign.
We did.
But I'm thinking more and more now that he may not sign anything. He may just eventually come back and play on the 5th-year option.
Yeah, he might.
I'm leaning toward that as a more likely outcome.
I mean, there are also the reports out there that they haven't had any substantive talks since May.
Exactly.
Why the hell would they suddenly have them now? I don't.
What's the team's motivation now, other than to make Brandon feel better?
I mean, interesting that they hadn't had any substantive talks since May, because it was well after May that Brandon went on Ryan Clark's podcast, and then the reports came out that Brandon is driving up to Levi's, and damn it, he's having a meeting. He requested a meeting, and the Niners have granted it to him. And Brandon put it on Instagram, and he drove right up to the gates of Levi Stadium, and he said, "Open the damn gates!" And it was on social media. Apparently, nothing substantive at all.
Did they open the damn gates?
I think they probably did. I think they let him in, but I don't know that anything was said of importance in those meetings, because we've gotten reports since then that absolutely nothing went on in the months of June and July, as far as like actually getting down to numbers and brass tacks and all of that with his agent. So maybe that meeting that Brandon asked for and received, maybe it was more about sort of managing the emotions of all of this. I think both sides are fully aware that Brandon's playing football this year. Doesn't make any sense for him to not play football. You can hear it from all the people around him. You can hear it from TJ Hushmanzada. You can hear it from Herm Edwards. These are the people he talks to. This is who he calls. So they're all telling you he's going to play football. So, yeah, what is there to talk about? If I'm the Niners, I'm talking to Brandon about dude, are you okay? Can we we gotta find a way to function. We know you're upset. We're going to try to explain to you why we are where we are, but also try to make you feel like we do still love you. We need you. We want you. We think the world of you. All of that. This is just the dollars and cents of it. Our roster is stacked. All those things. I wonder if that's not what the conversation has been about. How do we function within the disagreement that we're having? How do we all still be professionals here?
Yeah, you give me a little bit more money. Just take my 14.1 and just give me 20 for the year. Would that be so hard, John? Give me 1 year and $20 million. Bump me up to 20, and I'll be happy, and I'll go out there and play. And if you don't, I'll still play, and you know that. But he wants 26. Maybe he wants 28 or 30. I think that they could. Maybe this is something that happens after the Trent Williams restructure that seems to be coming. Once they get all the way through everything else that they need to figure out, you look at what your cap room is, how much you really are looking forward to carry over cap-wise into next year. Maybe at that point, mid-August, you go to Brandon and you do him a solid and you bump him up from 14 to 20, 22 or whatever, just to make him happy.
But does it? Does that make him happy?
It makes him happier. I think it makes him happier.
I mean, I don't think he's like mad at it. Like if someone's like, "Yeah, we'd like to give you $6 more million," like sure, that'd be great.
Well, the alternative is you don't get anything more because if you've reached a point where the long-term contract discussions have stalled and they're not going to go forward until next March, well, then all of a sudden an extra $6 million feels great.
Right, but if the goal is to get Brandon to not be mad about this and not carry it with him every day throughout the season, I would argue that that's unlikely to do it either. You know what I mean? You might get one of those kind of responses. Well, sure, that's great. Yeah, you can give me $6 million. Thanks. I'm still mad.
Thanks. Less mad.
Maybe.
Yeah.
A touch. I mean,
$6 million is more than a touch, but you're right.
But it's not in comparison to the conversation we've been trying to have.
Right, but
we're trying to have a conversation about $100 million.
But if you get 3 months removed from any real substantive talks and you get to a point where it doesn't feel like any of that is on the table anymore, then a $6 million, here you go, we're trying to make you feel better. I think it makes you feel better as time goes on.
Yeah, it does make you feel worse.
The further you get away from the disappointment.
Yeah, this is a thing. This is a thing for this whole group. You know, it was a thing for Christian McCaffrey. He skipped OTAs. It's a thing for Trent Williams. He has not shown up. It's a massive thing for Brandon Aiyuk, and we have heard other players as well openly speaking about money. Charvarius Ward did it a few weeks ago, talking about, I got to get my bag. You know, I already got one bag. I need another bag. And I just, I rank this as the number one potential issue for the 49ers this year.
Agreed.
Navigating everybody's feelings and everybody's money. It's funny. I don't look at the Niners schedule and worry about anybody else's roster. I mean, sure, there's this silly stuff, not silly, but whatever. There's the stuff you always worry about, a quarterback injury or something like that, which derails any NFL team's season, unless Brock Purdy's your third-string QB. But that'll kill any season. That's omnipresent. This particular group, what do I worry about? Emotions and money.
I also worry about what I think it was Herm Edwards was telling us about being the hunted. And you're now the hunted because everybody wants a piece of you. You're the 49ers. You've been to 3 straight conference championship games. You are the Super Bowl runners-up. And when everybody plays you, they're going to get up for you a little bit more. And I know it's a little bit of a cliche, but when you take on the 49ers, a lot of those games are in prime time, and you know it's a big game. You're going to be an underdog in all 17. I do think that makes it tougher on a team when you're going to be the hunted every single time out.
I don't disagree with you. I do wonder if it was already like that. Was it not already like that this year, last year?
Somewhat, but I think it's even more like that now because now you've got a quarterback who is no longer Mr. Irrelevant.
Okay.
Now he's next. He's the next guy to get that money, and everybody else. What have we seen this offseason? McCaffrey, I want more. You get it. Trent, I want more. He's going to get it. Aiyuk, I want more. You're going to have to wait. I'm going to put you on hold, BA. But you got Kittle and Debo now on a Netflix doc. And, I think there's a lot more hype and swirl around this team than there was last year.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. I'll tell you what it's time for you to do. It is time for you to hear Director of Sports Lucas Alexander unveil 2 pretty wild and interesting comments made by NFL coaches today around the league. Wait until you hear these.
And I have a third dad, too.
Oh, you have a third dad?
What?
What'd you just say to me?
I have a third to add as well.
He said a third dad.
Yeah, you rolled over it really fast.
Yeah. However, this third,
let's
not dad, well, maybe dad, I don't know, is in college, not NFL.
Okay.
So football's back, baby.
You have a third.
Man, he just blew your tease. I mean, he could have left it alone and could have added a third.
I was like 4 words away. I was 4 words away from
number 3
from being done.
Yeah, you were doing great, too.
I was almost out. I was almost about to say 95.7 The Game.
Grab the keys to a new Toyota. This summer, answer the call to adventure in California with Toyota's legendary reliability. Shop a wide selection of cars, trucks, and SUVs, including more
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I knew immediately when Lucas said, remember when he said he had a third dad?
Yep.
I wondered, does your first dad know that you have a third dad? Anyway.
I met his dad. Great guy.
I met his dad, too. I was there.
Turns out the apple does fall far from the tree.
So far that he needed a second and third dad.
Apparently.
But anyway, when he said he had a third dad and wanted to add another coach to the sound clip soiree, I knew immediately what was going on.
You did?
When he said that it was not an NFL coach. Do you know? Have you seen this?
I doubt it.
We might as well. Sports, Lucas Alexander, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, he's got three dads. Welcome to the show.
The third late edition. We might as well just start there.
Let's go.
This landscape of college football is all over the place. A couple new old former Pac-12 teams now in the Big Ten. It is Big Ten Media Day. All these coaches get to go up to the podium and they get asked questions, but before they get asked questions, they make an opening statement. Here is UCLA first-year head coach Deshaun Foster with his opening statement.
Coach Foster, welcome to the Big Ten. We'll begin with your opening statement.
How you guys doing? I'm happy to be here. Glad to be a part of this great conference. Finally putting two great emblems together, UCLA and the Big Ten. We're a school that's won, 123 championships, so this fits us being right in this conference. Football-wise, we're just excited. I'm sure you guys don't know too much about UCLA, but our football program, but we're in LA. It's us and USC.
Come on.
We
oh my God.
Yeah.
Tom Sula.
Wait for it.
I'm just basically excited, really. That's it. Any questions?
Any questions?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a few, dude. Are you okay?
Do you not have a PR department at UCLA? Are you familiar with what an opening statement is? Like,
the best
maybe
part,
go ahead and script something.
It's a great question.
D?
The best part comes well before he loses his train of thought when he's like, so yeah, this is great to put two brands together, the Big Ten and UCLA, and you may not be familiar with us, but we're in LA.
Oh my God.
It's like, dude, you're not Chapman College. Like, what's the matter with you? You're UCLA. You're not on Mars.
Did this whole thing catch you off guard? Like, to where there's your opening statement. How about just, I don't know, write something down?
It's us and USC.
That's it.
He sounds like he's describing to kids who the aunts and uncles are that they're visiting for the holidays. Okay, here's how they're attached to the family tree. Dude, we're well aware of what UCLA and USC are. Even in the Midwest, I'm pretty sure they know.
Right.
Can you imagine if it had been the Pac-12 that had gotten all the Big Ten teams and Ohio State came out and they were like, so we're Ohio State, we're in Ohio.
We're a state school.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming.
We're the Buckeyes, and Ohio happens to also be the Buckeye State, which I think is more than coincidence.
As we were laughing about this before the segment started, I dated myself a little bit by telling these two college football honks here in the other room, these Pac-12 honks that aren't Pac-12 honks anymore because there's no Pac-12. I told him that I covered Deshaun Foster when he was a running back at UCLA. And Grandy goes, how old are you?
Jeez.
Not that old, Grandy. I started down in Southern California in 2001, and Deshaun, his last year at UCLA was 2002. He was one of the first athletes that I covered really close. He's a nice kid.
Hey, Grandy was 6.
Yeah, how old were you in
his last year?
In 2002.
He was 6.
I was 6.
Yeah, 6 years old.
28.
Good
math.
I know.
This is not breaking news that Grandy is younger than us. That's not new.
No, but I do always like to reference Grandy's age, and Lucas is a little older, so it's less fun, but just to give some perspective, not only to you and I and how old we are, but also for the audience, because our audience is full of grandies.
Yes.
28-year-old whippersnappers who probably don't remember Deshaun Foster and the glory days at, is it UCLA? That's in LA, right?
I've never heard of it.
Me either.
I will ask Lucas Alexander, director of sports, this question to really put you on the spot. If Lincoln Riley had done this, would you have played it on 95.7 The Game, you honk?
100%.
Okay.
He's already said some other weird things at Big Ten Media Day. Don't need to talk about that.
You had two other coaches, huh?
Yeah, so we go from Big Ten Media Day to a coach who was at Big Ten Media Day last year, head coach of Michigan, now in LA, going the opposite way of Deshaun Foster. Here is Jim Harbaugh's opening statement. Well, not an opening statement. Here's what he had to say about the open of training camp today.
The way it feels, feels like New Year's Day, feels like being born. Feels like coming out of the womb, It's like you're in there and it's comfortable and it's safe. And and now you're out, you're born, the lights are on, it's bright, chaos, people looking at you, people talking at you, and just feels good to have it happen.
I love that analogy. He could have gone further. There's the amniotic fluid, and then they cut the cord, and the doctor spanks you, and next thing you know, now you got to make your way in the world. You all of a sudden you're waiting for that first diaper, and you pee on the nurse and the whole thing. And I think he could have gone further with that.
Feels good to have it happen.
Totally.
I love that. It feels good to have it happen. Feels great, baby.
He strikes me as the kind of guy who would tell you that he remembers being born.
I was going to say the same thing. I'm like, you whack job. You think that you remember that day.
It was great.
It was a great
dark
day.
And it was light.
Y'all remember what I'm talking about, right? When you fly right out of there and you're just like, whoa, all these people are looking at me. Stop it, Jim.
Lights are on, right?
Totally.
Lights are
he
on.
came out and said, hey, Doc, who's got it better than us? Nobody. He is one of one. He's one of a kind.
Oh, my God.
And he was wearing cleats today.
Oh,
of
course.
He wore cleats. He was wearing cleats when he was born.
What's his khakis? They were like black khakis today, actually.
I'm really glad that this happened. I really am.
Yeah.
I'm glad that. Wait, you've got another
I don't know
one?
if you can top it, Director of Sports.
You might have gone in the wrong order. It's possible.
I have one last one, but it doesn't have sound attached. It requires me reading, which is never possible.
Less fun.
This comes from Craig Morgan, who covers the Cardinals for PHNX Sports, and he is just writing what the Arizona Cardinals head coach had to say. This is Jonathan Gannon, and he had to say that Gannon and several members of the Cardinals staff did a deep dive on the concept of momentum, apparently going all the way back to the wars in the 1800s. After all that research, the question was asked, does that momentum exist? Gannon answered, perhaps. I don't have any idea.
Great.
Oh, my God.
Thanks for the deep dive. It's a great deep dive. Perhaps.
Was Gannon the one that Kyle Shanahan was referring to when he spoke about Bill Belichick and said, be careful, he might be coaching in the NFC West next year?
Probably. Arizona changes its head coach every year or every 2 years, traditionally.
Shanahan and McVay aren't going anywhere unless McVay wants to retire again.
Yeah.
And Seattle just made a coaching switch.
So it feels like Arizona because they always make a coaching switch.
Well, hopefully Gannon will be at Big Ten Media Day next year and he can give us more little ditties.
An opening statement.
Yeah. Which one did you like best there?
Probably the Harbaugh. Deshaun was just so incredibly awkward and honestly kind of sad and pathetic for such a venerable institution as UCLA. For that to be your first step into a Big Ten foray, that's embarrassing.
I would keep in mind that the goalposts move for all of us in life, especially, Grandy over here thinks that you and I are 87 years old and ineligible to run for president or whatever. But like we have to start getting used to a new normal. The Lakers head coach got introduced and just started flying with F-bombs all over the place. That's not how we do it. Look at a presidential debate. Go ahead and watch a debate from 20 years ago. Just go back 3 elections. Go back and look at the way the two candidates would talk to one another.
With respect.
Right. And now it's just like a freaking, now it's just a absolute dynamite bar that has to, like, at all times. And so Deshaun was like, I got it, I'll wing it. Whatevs.
Yeah, you won't wing it.
And quite frankly, it's what UCLA's been doing with their football program for the better part of a generation.
This was the equivalent of that country star singing the national anthem.
Oh, drunk?
At MLB All-Star. I'm waiting for Deshaun to come out tomorrow and say, I've
entered rehab.
I've entered rehab. Speech therapy, maybe, is what he needs.
Wickedly talented.
Totally.
Right.
And the Harbaugh, I prefer the Harbaugh just because it's so good to have you back. Because he is such a wackadoodle.
It's so Jim.
Yes, exactly.
I want to see if you want to talk about two great brands coming together. Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers. Like, this is total quien es más macho. Like, who's going to win? Because Harbaugh brings attention and winning wherever he goes.
Everywhere.
And the Chargers can't do anything right ever. So which one's going to win out there?
Right.
The logo, which will drag you down, or the Harbaugh, which will rise you up.
It's going to be fascinating
That's polar
to watch.
Opposites right there.
Especially considering what he's already done to the roster, which is, kind of what Deion Sanders did at Colorado.
Yeah.
Like, you 30, you can leave.
You're out.
Exactly.
You're out.
You're gone.
Wait, did you just look at me? You're out.
Totally.
Grandy, what are you doing here in 5 minutes?
We're going to hear when the news broke, Kyle Shanahan shared that Trent Williams is holding out.
Okay.
Sandy and Guru were on the air, and actually Bonte, after watching some practice, stopped by. So all three of them on together. We'll hear that. We'll get a little bit of both Aqib Talib and Herm Edwards as well at the end.
Beautiful. All right, that's what's coming up, everybody, because it's time for the best of the game, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
I can't wait. I'll be coming off a Niners practice tomorrow.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
that's
I'm looking forward to it.
Drive safe, brother.
Always.
For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. Here at Stevens Creek Subaru, we understand that your time is valuable. That's why we made it easier for you to shop from anywhere. Whether you're at home in your PJs or at work, you can log on to StevensCreekSubaru.com, click on any of our new or pre-owned vehicles, and either schedule a test drive or begin your express checkout. You can even review every option possible before ever walking in. And if you prefer to go over your options in person, then Stevens Creek Subaru's friendly staff will be happy to take over wherever you left off. Whether you stop in for service or to take delivery of your new Subaru, don't forget to stop by the Wilderness Cafe and talk to our Subaristas, only at Stevens Creek Subaru.
This month, get 0% financing on all remaining 2024 Outbacks in stock on approved credit from Stevens Creek Subaru.
Visit us on Stevens Creek in San Jose, right next to Santana Row, or StevensCreekSubaru.com. That's StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Summer's just getting started, so fill your cooler with the smooth and refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. It tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. And with a 5% kick of alcohol, Twisted Tea is perfect for the beach, the lake, or wherever you're hanging out and day drinking with your friends. Look for the bright yellow cans. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Fruity Champ, Liam Maitland here. Are you looking for a place to relax after a gourmet meal? How about a hot spring spa from Creative Energy? Treat yourself this summer. I did. I love my spa. Their powerful jets will soothe away those nagging body aches while keeping you relaxed, rejuvenated, and sleeping better at night. Now, when you purchase a hot spring spa from Creative Energy, you'll receive up to a $2,000 discount on all new saltwater hot tubs. Visit any of the Bay Area showrooms or visit creativeenergy.com. That's creativeenergy.com.
The economy is rough, and traditional four-year programs are just not cutting it. People need something new, and Merit America is that. 22 weeks of flexible training led by experts, 7 high-paying tracks, including cybersecurity and data analytics, $0 upfront for tuition, with an average salary increase of $26,000 after completion. Go to meritamerica.org now, and they'll help you build a career that treats you right. That's meritamerica.org.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Not all policies will qualify. Not available in all states. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
The piping in your house is responsible for providing a safe, reliable flow of water throughout your entire property. And if you're concerned about your home's pipes, you need to call Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Copper repiping results in a much more reliable, efficient, and durable plumbing system. Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain is offering a free estimate for copper repiping with a lifetime warranty. Call 8444-FLOH20. That's 8444-FLOH20. Or go to flowingwater.net.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Welcome to the best of the game. We're highlighting the best interviews, topics, and sounds of the day.
Hey, everybody.
On 95.7 The Game.
Happy Wednesday. Welcome to Best of the Game. Mark Randy with you until 7 o'clock as I run past you the best 60 minutes of the day here on 95.7 The Game. The 60 minutes that is worth listening to a second time. The best 60 minutes that you might have missed. And we got a lot to get to today because, of course, training camp is officially open for the 49ers down in Santa Clara, and we were down there basically all day long. Bonte and Shasky kicked things off in the morning at 6 a.m. Then Steiny and Goo, they were down there all the way until 2 o'clock, a little past 2 o'clock with the crossover as well. And we had everything covered on our social media. For everything related to the Niners and training camp, you can go through any of our social channels. You can listen to everything here on the free Odyssey app, all that and more. The highlights, Brandon Aiyuk is at training camp, and he was at practice, at least for a portion, but he was in street clothes. He is not practicing. He is officially holding in. You hold in, a player holds in to avoid fines, but to still voice displeasure with the current state of contract negotiations. The other big news is that Trent Williams nowhere to be found. He did not report, and Kyle Shanahan earlier today did officially say that it is contract related. His absence is contract related. Those are the two major takeaways through day number 1 of training camp for the 49ers. And to break all that and more down, let's go back to our midday show. Steiny and Guru. Bonte, after watching practice, stopped back in and joined the guys for a full segment. So all three of those, Bonte, Steiny, and Guru, reacting to the news of Trent Williams not being with the 49ers to begin training camp. First off, it begins as, where is Trent? And then a little into the segment, you get the breaking news from Kyle Shanahan that it is contract related for Trent Williams. So that conversation kicks off best of the game. It's Bonte, Steiny, and Guru from Santa Clara earlier today talking Niners training camp.
Boy, no Trent Williams. Yeah. What's the buzz about that, do you think?
Trent Williams is not here, and he has no guaranteed money left on his contract. And we heard the rumors around the time McCaffrey got his new deal and Juwan Jennings signed his tender that Trent was going to hold out for new money. And everybody was like, wait, Trent's not going to hold out for new money? And that may be the case because he has no guaranteed money. And we know Big Trent is about his money, and he has so much more leverage than Brandon Aiyuk. He doesn't play. What does his offensive line look like? He doesn't play. What does Brock Purdy's numbers look like? He doesn't play. How does Christian McCaffrey run the football? So if Big Trent is indeed holding out because he wants new guaranteed money, well, guess what? He's going to get that new guaranteed money at some point because the Niners, if there's any player they can ill afford not to have on their roster for this season, it's big number 71, Trent Williams.
What do you give me for this? Here, Aiyuk, hold my beer. This is what leverage looks like. Because you're right. Everything goes to smithereens without 71, and he did it kind of quietly. Yeah. Steiny, there's no way, there's no correlation, no guaranteed money at his age, knowing I'm Mr. All-Pro. How this will be as fast as a McCaffrey.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll hear from him with Shanahan. I think he's speaking to the media right now, so I'm sure somebody will ask him. Hopefully they don't ask him about mustaches and they ask him about Trent Williams.
What was that?
I don't know what that was.
It went too long for me.
Yeah, I get it. He had a mustache. We've never seen a mustache before. Jesus Louise.
Well, you obviously were out of practice. Just give us some stuff that jumped out at you, what you noticed. I know you watch a lot of practice over the years, and, sometimes to the untrained eye, it's hard to tell what's going on. But what'd you see out there, B?
I don't know if anybody wants to listen to me after our Trey Lance take from a few years ago. No videos. The first portion. But look, it's shirts and skins. There's no contact. But you can just look at guys' body and who worked out and who didn't work out. And Deebo Samuel in that number 1 does look phenomenal. He dropped 1 pass in the entire practice. He caught a lot of passes, ran great routes. Debo looks like he's in phenomenal shape. And look, he's motivated, right? You guys know this. In a contract season, essentially, for Deebo Samuel. Yeah, he's on the books for the $24-28 million for next season, but he's basically playing for new money because he knows it could be him or Aiyuk that's on the way out for next season. So Debo looks phenomenal. Juwan Jennings was catching everything. And then just looking at Brock Purdy, obviously the quarterback. There's no quarterback controversy this season. But the one thing I think he needs to improve on, and I touched on this yesterday, was throwing outside the numbers and deep down the field. You got to take advantage of the deep shots. And right now, his deep ball just didn't look good.
Because he missed Aiyuk a couple times.
Intermediately, 10 to 15 yards, he looks great. Right. But the deep ball deep down the field, which you're only calling on to throw maybe 3 or 4 times a game, he needs some work on that one. But it's the first day of practice.
Scotty, should we play the sound to have Spadoni play that Talib sound and see if Bonte thinks that was his shot at somebody like we do? Well, I think it was a shot, but if Ken's got it, we got a new man aboard Ken. Kenny, do you have the Aqib Talib sound from earlier today?
Wait a minute. He hasn't spoken in a while because he had a situation with his brother.
Yeah, but
he was doing
he's back talking.
He's back, so he's going to be on some broadcast this year.
That I don't know, but yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah, Aiyuk is emerging. I think he's probably my top 3 receivers right now. If you get him with a real quarterback, he can go crazy.
Brandon Aiyuk is your as a top 3 receiver?
Man, he's just I don't really go off the stats. I go off the player and his body control, his routes, his hands, his speed. He can easily be a top receiver in the league. If you put him on a team and you make him the focal guy, he'll go crazy.
Wow. I mean, I agree, man. The top 3 thing is far less controversial to me than if you get him a real quarterback. I mean,
Bonte, wow.
That ain't shade. That's darkness.
So I was crunching some numbers last night. In the lab, as Guru always says,
look
right?
At him.
And and it's interesting. I don't know if he's a top 3 receiver, but since the beginning of 2022, Brandon Aiyuk is 11th in receiving yards. And some may say, well, that's not top 5, that's not top 10, but he's 11th on the team when the last 3 years, Steiny and Goo, the Niners have been bottom 5 in pass attempts per game. They don't throw the ball a lot, so he takes advantage of his opportunities. Since Brock Purdy became the quarterback, he's taken off even more. 1,705 yards receiving, 102 catches on just 145 targets. So he catches whatever's thrown to him, and he has 9 touchdowns. Look, he's 10th in the league in touchdowns since 2022 as a wide receiver. He's 4th in yards per catch, and he's 21st in receptions and 23rd in targets. So he's giving you all this production despite having the opportunities that, say, a CeeDee Lamb may have, or Justin Jefferson may have, or Jamar Chase may have. So I don't know if he's top 3, but the system does hinder Aiyuk from exploding. Who's shot a touchdown yesterday with Willard and Dibbs, so that's no secret. I don't know if it's a shot at Brock Purdy, but maybe it's a shot at Shanahan saying, hey, open it up and feature Aiyuk a little bit more than you do.
Or, and I keep telling Steiny this, if I'm not in an offense, which I know is run and gun, to where I could put up those numbers like my peers and be the top pick in fantasy, which he doesn't care about, at least pay me like you know I'm that good. And I agree, top 3 too high, but he's a baller, man.
And he's homegrown. Like, isn't there's something about taking care of your homegrown players that you develop. That's the whole point of a franchise, right? We see it with the Warriors. They were able to develop Steph, Clay, and Draymond into the championship players. We all love homegrown talent. And now look, he started off that season with the pandemic season, not a lot of practice, can't come to the facility. He opens up the second season in the doghouse. But ever since he got up out of the doghouse, a young wide receiver who had to face adversity early, he's balled out for the 49ers, and he's become as dependable as any pass catcher in the system.
How does this end? How does this end?
I think... Boy, I want to say they rip up his contract and give him some new money, but it sounds like the Niners are going to stay firm on this $14.1 million.
Wow.
And that's a chance for an athlete. I will never advocate for an athlete to go out there when they're looking for new money, because anything can happen on that football field.
I clapped. They looked at me like I was crazy because I want him to do this.
Right.
I feel like he deserves his pay or trade him.
Yeah, and Isaac Guerendo, we just saw him as a rookie. He may be out for a while. It looked like he popped his hamstring. Isaac Guerendo, the rookie out of Louisville. Sure. He's a speed guy. A lot of people like him. I don't know how much he's going to play, but we just watched him out here in shirts and skins pop his hamstring, making it cut. So anything can happen on the practice field. And then what's going to happen if Aiyuk does that? So I do think he'll end up being a 49er this year. I don't know if the contract will get resolved, though. I don't have the answer to that one.
There was one quote from Kyle Shanahan in Tim Kawakami's podcast that I made sure to write down. I don't know if we have the sound of it, but I'll read it to you. And to me, this is what it's all about with Brandon Aiyuk. And we can talk about him in another system till the cows come home. Yeah. But Kawakami was asking him about play calling and throwing the deep ball and talking about the run pass distribution. And Kyle Shanahan said, I will always try to go to be 50-50. I believe that's the best way to throw the football. I will always try to be 50-50 because I believe that's the best way to throw the ball. In other words, he does not believe the more you throw the ball, that automatically leads to success. He thinks that the way to win games is to run half the time and throw half the time. That's it.
I'm not mad at that.
If those are the percentages, then that's what Aiyuk's got to deal with, and Deebo Samuel too.
No doubt about that, Stein. And he's right. You do need balance in winning football games. We see these pass-heavy teams get to the playoffs, and it's like, what happens on 3rd and 2? We're going to line up in shotgun with 5 wide receivers? Well, you're a finesse football team that can't win in January. So I do believe, Shanahan, that you need to have that balance. You have to keep a defense off balance by being a balanced offense, running the ball and throwing the ball or whatnot. But Aiyuk has to know that when he got drafted here, and he knows that my numbers will never look like Justin Jefferson's. It's never going to look like Amon-Ra St. Brown's because we have so many weapons and we feed off each other. But is it for the betterment of the team? And I give Aiyuk credit with this. Run blocking's not sexy. We don't talk a lot of offensive line, and we don't talk in this offense. Shanahan has said it, and it's noticeable. You have to be able to run block at your position. And Aiyuk does get down and dirty in that department.
No doubt, man.
I think that was maybe at the heart of why Aiyuk didn't get off to a great start with the 49ers.
So, Steiny and Goo, what do you guys think? I'll flip this on you guys.
What do you got?
This is your show. Josina Anderson reporting on, I think she's still with CBS or whatnot, but Kyle Shanahan just told local reporters that Trent Williams' absence from training camp today is contract related.
Oh, man.
So what do you guys think about that?
By 4:30 today, it'll be done. He has the leverage galore, and he did it quietly. We talked about it a couple months ago, like he could play this card, but at his age, in his greatness, why would you not play this card? You talk about Aiyuk risky. He has no guaranteed money, and I got to be honest, Donnie, why wouldn't the Niners go to him? Knowing that this might be a card he could play, and or you could say, hey, Goo, it's just day one of camp, relax. But I do wonder if the Niners knew that he could play this card, why wouldn't you call him like, hey, we know what time, just like you did with McCaffrey. Yeah. Why didn't they do that?
Because maybe they thought he wouldn't play the card. I don't know. Or maybe they gave him a chance to not play the card. Not sure. But my initial thought was, if you guys are right and Trent Williams will be signed by 4:30, okay. Well, how does Brandon Aiyuk feel about that?
Thank you, Si. I was just going to say that.
How does he feel about the McCaffrey?
Right. Not good, obviously.
And that's and that's why I when John Lynch said, we prioritized Brandon Aiyuk real early in the offseason, I believe all he really meant was, we communicated with him early, but I don't believe that Brandon Aiyuk has been a high priority for the 49ers. Otherwise, he'd be extended by now.
Which is crazy because he tried to get out in front of everything before the receivers market exploded, saying, I want to be a 49er. I want to be here. I want to win here. And so my thought went to that side of you. Looks like you read my mind, because if Trent Williams does get paid, and I still have to sit on the sideline playing for his $14 million, which is still a lot of money. He's not walking around here broke like us. But still, when you see other guys get paid, you're like, wait a minute. Do you love me like that? I've done everything you've asked of me, and now you're going to pay Trent? And I'm sure they're a little ticked off at Trent, because he was at OTAs.
Yeah, but Trent's like, be ticked off.
But he was at OTAs, and then he kept it. We heard the rumors. We were like, that's just a rumor. Trent's not going to really hold out. And here we go to first-day practice. And tomorrow the fans are going to be here. Right. And they're not going to see number 71. And he's holding out. Now we can talk about professionalism. Right. To me, this is a little unprofessional. You pull this on your teammates the first day of camp?
What's fascinating to me is, I guarantee you that Brandon Aiyuk decided, and it wasn't an easy decision, you know what? All right, fine, I'll show up as a show of good faith. And they still may not take care of him. And then the guy who doesn't show up, it may become a higher priority than he does.
And you guys can say, Goo, this doesn't matter, but from afar, I mean this, it looks like the Niners front office don't have their books in order. Like, I think I'm offended, Stoney, and Bonte, what you just said about Trent's doing this to his teammates. Why wouldn't somebody, Parag, call and say, we know what time it is, we want to avoid this, you're going to get it if you play it, I believe. Why would you not? You know what I mean? So you talk about icebergs and being able to see what's out in front of you.
Trent Williams has made nearly $170 million over the course of his career. He's due $20.9 million cash this year, $23 the next year, $33, but I guess none of it is guaranteed.
And he had no guaranteed last year, and he played no guaranteed.
They restructured his deal, I believe. It gave him some front-loaded money or whatnot. So Trent, he's the player that I think Niner fans, as much as they talked about Brandon Aiyuk and said, hey, play for the 14, you got cash, you're going to get yours, you're not that important. I wonder how the fans feel about Trent Williams, because you don't want to play this game with your star left tackle, because we saw what happened without him last year. 3-game losing streak, 17-17-17, 5 interceptions from Brock Purdy, and we're thinking the sky's falling. So
this is a beverage of leverage.
Wow.
That's what
Shasky just walked by and said, there's no circus act this year. There's no, there's a quarterback controversy. It's also a little sizzle. Well, how much sizzle do we have now with Big Trent not have practice?
Enough to fry bacon.
Let me throw it out to 49er fans at 888-957-9570. All right, what do we know after day one? Aiyuk's here, but he didn't participate. The 49ers would love to get him to play for $14 million the 5th year. He wants an extension. Trent Williams, I guess now this becomes the biggest news at training camp. Trent Williams, a no-show, and it's being reported that it is a contract situation. So Trent Williams is not here. 888-957-9570. And I always like to do this, and I did it once already. Is there nothing to see here, as Goo likes to say it's day one of training camp? Is it time to relax? Or, man, I don't like how this thing's starting at all.
I don't like how this thing is starting at all, but you two brought up something that hit me a second ago. Trent's going to get paid, but what I hate about it is Aiyuk, the way he is going to look. It's going to be the right thing to do, but it's going to look bad because Aiyuk is already not participating. So I guess I know I'm being redundant, B, but why wouldn't you try to call Trent or get something done knowing what the situation was?
I may sound silly here because this team has proven that they can win in January and they can win big games in December. And I don't know if the number one seed they necessarily need it, although it helps having that bye week and having home games throughout the playoffs. But it feels imperative for this team this season coming off of that Super Bowl loss where they need to get off to a great start because there's so many things lingering. How's Aiyuk going to feel if he doesn't get his money and Trent Williams does get his money and he's going into week 2, week 3, and the numbers don't look so good and he's not on pace to get the 1,300 receiving yards that he did the season ago. And you're lumping in and you're losing some games and there's question marks about Deommodore Lenoir and Charvarius Ward and Talanoa Hufanga, and then there's the Debo question. Then George Kittle saying, well, what about me? Juszczyk already admitted last week quietly, because we don't care about fullbacks around here, that he wasn't happy about having Shanahan come up to him and say, hey, I need you to take a pay cut. He was butthurt about that. So you didn't
get the ring. Do you think you guys, it's disease of me is kicking in?
Yeah, I mean, the pressure on winning this year, knowing that there could be a lot of changes after the season, this is, I don't like to start either. Now, it's training camp, and they may rattle off 5 wins in the first 5 weeks.
Those are two stories about two prominent players, doing different things, Steiny, at camp.
Nobody saw the Trent Williams thing coming, Steiny.
It doesn't feel like it because I'm looking right now at John Lynch, what he said yesterday. We expect all our players to practice. So there's 2 guys who aren't practicing. That's what John Lynch said yesterday at the press conference. But now, and here's the other thing about the Trent Williams thing and Aiyuk. The 49ers, I think, deep down know that Bosa's holdout hurt him a little bit. Whether it was at the start or at the finish, it hurt him a little bit. And I think they also will acknowledge when Debo signed late, he wasn't in the greatest of shape, and it didn't do him any favors. So now they might have to play that game with 2 important offensive players. And of course, if they miss some of training camp, it's not a big story. But track record shows that the couple of holdouts in the past did present a challenge or 2.
And to me, why I say 4:30 today is there's nothing to see here with Trent. Give him some money and get his ass back here ASAP. And Steiny and Bonte, I won't take a victory lap. Evan and I did a show while you were on vacation, and we were talking about this Aiyuk thing, and we were talking about the card possibly that Trent could play. And if he did it, it was right after McCaffrey had signed. And here we are, and it's just going to look bad that Ayuk's on the side, like not one person passing me up, but 2. But, buddy, Aiyuk, it's the right thing to do, but I am shocked at the Niners. It looks sloppy.
Even McCaffrey, we thought about McCaffrey's like, if I'm McCaffrey, I go ask for new money after having over 400 touches. And you know what? They quietly did that, and he got new money, and he deserves it all. But I was wondering, like, boy, there's a lot of players here who can hold out and say, hey, I want some new money. The Super Bowl hangover, we'll see if it's real, but look at how it's all directed. I'm trying to figure out if Brock Purdy's the guy. If I'm Shanahan, I'm trying to. Are we going to pay this guy $55 million a year, the big fat guarantee? You're up here talking about Tom Brady, reaching out to Tom Brady not once and saying no to Tom Brady back in 2020. But I got to figure out if Brock Purdy's my dude, and I need to surround him with the best assets possible to make sure he can flourish at a high level. And now we got 2 of his key cogs: his number 1 receiver down the field at Brandon Aiyuk, and your star left tackle is protecting my blind side, not going to practice. Now this could not be a big deal, but think about the Q rating with the fans. Steiny, you mentioned it, Debo holding out, coming in, he's out of shape. The fans were down on Debo Samuel after that all season.
And the play was down.
They were down on Nick Bosa. We don't like the optics of Nick Bosa in the Super Bowl. And then blaming Steve Wilkes at the bye week and saying I'm experimenting, I'm not in shape, I'm getting off to a slow start because of the holdout in training camp. Now you got 2 guys, so now the fans are going to say, what what the hell is going on here? We're paying top dollar to watch you, and I get it. We can say the hell with the fans. But the Q rating with this fan base, because you know how Niner fans are.
Let me run this by you, B, because Steiny and I got into it early. I'm in a world where I believe, I said 4:30 by 6:30 tonight, Jordan Love will be the highest paid quarterback. Wow. Is that predicated on DNA and physicality and what he looks like? Because if it's about winning, I'm telling Steiny, Brock Purdy already has an NFC championship game. Whoa. Took you moments away from a Super Bowl. How could 50 or 60 M's or whatever Jordan Love I perceive him to get, how could I not turn my resume in and say, Kyle and John, I want to be the highest? What would be the holdback to you?
Well, on Brock Purdy, not paying him? Well, I got to see what it looks like this year. And Kyle, Kyle's an arrogant guy. He's an arrogant guy. There's no secret about it. The way he was talking on the Tim Kawakami podcast, I'm like, wow, you're going to admit that out loud, that you told Brady no over Jimmy Garoppolo, who we all assumed that you didn't even trust coming off of that Super Bowl? That's a bad, that decision that you made to say no to Tom Brady can hover over you for the rest of your career if you don't get it done at the end of the day. So we've been looking for a quarterback. It's the price of doing business. Does Purdy deserve it at some point if he does ball out? Sure, but Shanahan left himself an out when he talked about team building and whether or not you could pay a quarterback and what does it look like when you pay him no money? What does it look like when he's on a rookie contract? That right there gave him an out. That if things go awry with Brock Purdy this season, well, you know who's going to be available? It's possibly Kirk Cousins. Because you know Michael Penix Jr. is going to play. Aaron Rodgers could be available. All these guys could be available. Shanahan has a wandering eye. It's true. So I don't know what's going to happen with Brock Purdy, but it's going to be fascinating because we're going to judge every single throw, every single game, and we're going to go crazy over it.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I was telling Goo is, like, I'm not here today to say Brock Purdy's not the 49ers franchise quarterback or not going to be their long-term quarterback. I'm not saying that. But just after watching Kyle Bonte for 7 years, I feel like, okay, I'll just believe it when he signs the contract. That's all I'm saying. A couple pieces, one more piece of news from Mike Garafolo. He says Trent Williams is slated to earn $20.8 million this upcoming season. Next year, he's on the books for $23.35 million from the Niners. The top of the offensive tackle market is $28 million by Penny Sewell got from the Lions.
Wow, so he wants that money. Man. He wants to pass up Penei Sewell from the Detroit Lions, who's a rogue grader. Now, this...
If I'm the Niners, I'm giving it to him.
You have to.
Okay.
Trent's 36 years old. He's 36 years
last
old.
2 years, Bonte.
And you know he's going to be out for a few games because that's the business of Trent Williams. He gets an ankle sprain.
How did they
There's
look
a knee.
when he was gone?
It didn't look good at all. You have to
Brock
do it.
looked human.
But he's 36 years old, so what does new money look like? Does it, if you give him new money and rip up the contract, does it free up more money for Brandon Aiyuk? I have no idea. But it felt like after the Niners said nothing yesterday about Trent Williams holding out, all of a sudden we get this dropped on us like, wait, Trent Williams not here?
Wow, man.
It's surprising to me. It really is.
And it leads me to wonder, do you think the Niners knew he wasn't going to show up?
Yeah, they do. They didn't want to make it a big deal.
Now that's Bonte joining Steiny and Guru earlier today from Santa Clara as the guys reacting to practice day number 1 and to the news that Trent Williams is holding out. He is not with the team down in Santa Clara. Brandon Aiyuk is, but he's not participating in practice at this stage. He is what we call in NFL circles holding in. He's avoiding the fines because he has attended training camp, but he's not participating in those team activities. All right, time for a break here on Best of the Game. More on the Niners coming up on the other side as Best of the Game continues here on 95.7 The Game.
It's the 6 o'clock shop. Head to Safeway this week for this member deal. Dreyer's ice cream, 1.5 quart or 14-ounce Haagen-Dazs ice cream or Haagen-Dazs novelties, 3 count, $2.99 each when you buy 2. Visit Safeway.com for more details. Sincerely, Safeway.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $35 a month. Switch at Xfinity.com today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rate supply. Currently $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV and price subject to change.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pros, now's your chance to find the deals you need during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 20% off select Werner and Little Giant ladders. Plus, save $60 on a DeWalt 20-volt max 2-tool combo kit. Was $229, now $169. Shop the brands you trust in-store or online today. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Valid through 7/26. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Now, back to the best of the game on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Best of continues here on a Wednesday on 95.7 The Game. It's Mark Randy with you until 7 o'clock. We just heard from Bonte, Steiny, and Guru, who were down at training camp, of course, along with Joe Shasky. But Bonte stopped by Steiny and Guru during the midday show to react to what he saw on the practice field day one of Niners training camp. And they also broke the news that Trent Williams not at day one of training camp because of contract-related things. He is looking to get a little bit of a readjustment to his current contract. We'll see where the 49ers go with that. So not only do they have to worry about Brandon Aiyuk's contract desires, but you got to worry and put a little bit of effort into Trent Williams and his contract with the 49ers as well. All of that available on the free Odyssey app. It's also on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/957thegame. And you can find all of our coverage from Niners training camp wherever you get your podcasts. Search for any of the individual shows. Search 95.7 The Game. It's all available for you there, really in a number of different places. More on Niners training camp, specifically the Aiyuk portion of it. Willard and Dibbs caught up with Aiyuk's former collegiate head coach, Herm Edwards, who also was for a time the head coach of Ricky Pearsall when he was at Arizona State as well. And of course, Ricky Pearsall is the Niners' most recent first-round draft pick, who is not practicing right now as well because he's dealing with a hamstring injury. So, Herm, what do you think of Aiyuk and his contract situation? What do you think of Ricky's hamstring injury? All that and more with the great Herm Edwards on earlier today with Willard and Dibbs.
Two of your former players in Brandon and Jaden Daniels kind of banded together seemingly to work on this on social media. What is your reaction to the way this is all unfolding?
Well, I'm not big in social media. I know both those guys, and I think Brandon's in a unique situation, obviously, but he's a 49er, and until they decide to trade him, then he's going to be a 49er, and that's the reality of it. And Jaden obviously played with Brandon, had a lot of success, along with Ricky Pearsall. Ricky Pearsall was on that team as well. Chase Lucas was a part of that team as well on the defensive side of it. So I just think there's a lot of talk, but at the end of the day, the NFL, it's not like in college football, NIL, where you can leave every year and go somewhere else. I mean, once you sign a contract, guess what? Unless they cut you or trade you, they have your rights. That's how it works.
Yeah, no NFL portal as far as I'm aware of.
No portal in the NFL. They figured that out early.
Yeah, they did. So when you have a player like Brandon Aiyuk, and if you were the coach, what sort of advice do you give a player who's in that spot where he wants his money, but he's under contract, and so he really kind of has to play ball if they don't get a new contract? What do you say to a young player who's in that spot?
Well, I think, obviously you try to tell him, look, we want you to be a part of this team. And Brandon knows that. I mean, he's not silly. He understands that. But this is a business side of it, and business is always hard when it comes to how much can we play these players and how can we keep all of them. And that's the unique part about the NFL. I think the owners have devised a great plan in the fact that you can't herd your players and just say, you know what, they'll never go anywhere because the money won't allow you to do that anymore. I think the GMs in today's game have to be very, very smart, trying to figure out how do we do this, how can we make it work, because, you have these little windows when you have a bunch of elite players where you got a chance to make some runs, and the 49ers have been one of those teams. They're one of those teams right now when you think about it. In the past, 3 seasons, only, 3 teams have, lost the Super Bowl and gone back to win one, and that was the 1971 Cowboys, the Dolphins in 72, and the Patriots in 2018. Those are the teams that were able to rebound from a Super Bowl loss and obviously go back and win one. It's very difficult. We went to the Super Bowl, the first one the Eagles went to, and the next year we got in the playoffs and we didn't make it back. So there's a lot of things going on, but at the end of the day, good players help you get there, and these guys got a good team, as everyone knows, and there's a lot of high expectations for them. Hopefully they can figure out how to get Brandon done, and Brandon will be happy, and everybody will be happy. We won't be talking about this anymore.
Herm Edwards is with us here on Willard and Dibbs. Herm, you were known as a player's coach, but I wonder, how would you handle that direct communication with a player when they're going through this, knowing that you had to both coach them but handle their business side too?
Well, we had this situation arise when I was in Kansas City with Larry Johnson. And same kind of situation during training camp. I talked to Larry at least, once every day and just say, you're okay. And I said, you got to hang in there. This is what you got your agent for. I said, but at the end of the day, I said, Larry, at the end of the day, your agent can run the numbers along with the GM, but at the end of the day, you get to make the decision when you want to come in and sign the contract. I said, that's up to you, not your agent. You got to make the decision. And I said, you're a part of this team. And I told the team that too. I said, look, he's not here right now. This is the business part of it. It's hard. I said, one day you'll be in this situation as a player. So understand how it goes. But when he comes back, we love him. He's part of our football team. Don't worry about that business part of it. You just get ready to play football. We'll handle the business part of it.
Does that become the biggest challenge for a team trying to get back to the Super Bowl? As you mentioned, only 3 teams have been able to do it, lose the Super Bowl, get back to the Super Bowl. Is it that the ego stuff, the business stuff? What's the biggest challenge that faces Kyle Shanahan and the Niners?
Well, it's all of it. It's the fact that you're the hunted team. You know, you get everyone's best game when you play. That's the problem. Because the teams are saying, hey, man, these are the guys who went to the Super Bowl. And then players know it. They're excited about playing you. Every team, they're excited because we beat the 49ers. You know, that's a feather in their hat. So, you know, when you have a team like this, you know, it takes energy. And that's the concerning thing, I think, if you're the 49ers. You know, they've had some deep runs in the playoffs the last 3 years. You know, physically, mentally, you know, that's draining. And this is where your leadership has to come in with the players. And the head coach knows it, and the coaches know it. Look, we're always in the playoffs. You know, we're going to be in the playoffs. It's draining when you don't just finish it, when you don't become a world champion. You know, then you got to get all your emotions all get ready again to go again, you know, and they've done it. I mean, this team has done it, and this is the team in the NFC that everybody, when you play them, you get in their best game.
Coach, let's be real here on Brandon and Ricky. You know them both. They're friends. However, like one of them was just drafted to potentially be the other one's replacement. How do they deal with this?
Well, first of all, they're different players. They're different players. Okay, so I don't know that so much. I think they guarded themselves. They protected themselves just in case Brandon doesn't decide to come in. He holds out when the season starts, whatever. But, you know, Brandon is explosive, very explosive receiver, right? Can make the really acrobatic catches down the field versus one-on-one coverage. He has great ball skills. Ricky is really good. You can move him around. He's like a little chess piece now. You can move him in the slot. You can move him outside. And the one thing Coach Shanahan likes out of his receivers, the mentality to block. He's a really good blocker. He can block. You know, so he's a good player. He's a good football player. I mean, he fits what they're going to ask him to do. He's a Wes Welker. He's one of them kind of guys.
Is it a challenge with what Kyle Shanahan faces to try to keep everybody happy, Coach, when you've got, you know, 4 weapons last year who all shared the ball, and you've got a running back who can catch it and he can run it? Does it become kind of an ego juggling act when you've got 4 or 5 really talented weapons and they all want the ball more?
Well, they all want it. You're right. And this is why, you know, Coach Shanahan is one of the best play callers in the game. And he finds ways to, there's a set package for certain guys. They know that. Certain downs and situations, depending where they're on the field. I mean, and this is why you have to have a quarterback like Purdy, because it's about, you want to score, but this is not a team that's going to drop back and throw deep passes down the field. You know, they matriculate the ball down the field, catch the ball in space, make a run, you know, get going, give it to the runner now. You know, okay, now we're going to throw it to the tight end. And this is where the quarterback, Purdy, and there's a lot on his plate, you know, he's very efficient. He can get the ball to the guys where they can run and you know, catch and run. So you're right. I mean, the numbers are never going to be glaring for one guy because you have so many guys. But here again, that's the beauty of it all. Defensively, you know, when you play the 49ers, the first thing you got to ask yourself, look, they have all these guys. But at the end of the day, and I'm going to just tell you as a defensive coach, at the end of the day, the thing that scares you about the 49ers is this. They can run the football. They average about 140 yards last year. They're third in the National Football League. So as much as you want to talk about this and that, at the end of the day, you better be able to stop them from running. Because if you can't, you got a problem. 2nd and 4 is not a manageable down on defense at any level. They stay in a lot of 2nd and 4s. So they can go on some long consuming drives where they have all these weapons. But at the end of the day, when they can control the line of scrimmage, you got a problem.
Herm Edwards with us here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Coach, have you talked to Brandon recently?
No, I talked to all my guys. I talked to him, Jaden. I talked to all of them. You kidding me?
All right, so
they're calling me all the time.
So how's it going? You know,
it's going good. You know, and look, when we talk, and I always tell them it's personal because it's like I'm almost like their second dad. You know, and I just say, look, at the end of the day, remember something. You signed on to play football. You signed on to play football. And these guys are football players. They want to play football. They don't want to sit at home and watch and do all that. They really don't. You know, and Jaden is, you know, Jaden obviously is, you know, he's got a lot of pressure on him now. He's a starting quarterback, you know, and for Washington, he's trying to resurrect that franchise. But, yeah, and look, I'm a sounding board for my former players, for all of them. I got a bunch of them in the league, you know, and I get calls from them all the time. You know, Rashid White is down there in Tampa. You know, I get a call from my guy, you know, and I talk to him, you know, and they know I'm not going to say anything. You know, I'm going to shoot them straight and tell them at the end of the day, I tell them this: you're a football player. Your window of playing football is very short. Understand that. That's what you do. That's what you signed on to do, to play football. All the rest of that stuff don't matter. At the end of the day, are you ready to play football? That's what you better understand.
Okay, so based on that advice, if the 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk cannot find common ground between now and week one, are you basically suggesting that you would tell him, go play?
Oh, I look, end of the day, that's what you do. That's what you do. You play football. So, you know, but I would tell him, you do, at the end of the day, you make the decision. It's your decision to make. It's not your agent's decision. It's not me to try to advise you to go do something. You have enough information. You got to ask yourself, and then that's good he came to camp. Okay, that's a step forward. He wants to see the guys. He wants to stay good in the room, and that's important. That was very important. Stay good in the room, right, with his players, right, because they want him there. Everybody wants him there. He wants to be there. It's the business part of it, and it's hard, man. It's hard. I mean, the money that these guys make in today's world, I'm happy for them. I really am. But it becomes troublesome for organizations. And every organization deals with it. They all do. When you have a bunch of star players and you do it right, it's hard to keep them all.
Yeah, with the salary cap, it becomes tougher and tougher. And, you know, part of the thing about the Brandon Aiyuk journey this offseason has been his use of social media. And I know you're a huge proponent of don't press send. Did you have the don't press send? Did you have the don't press send conversation as he goes on TikTok and he goes on social media? Have you guys had that talk about don't press send? Because, Coach, whenever I'm mad at my employer, I'm mad at my co-host, I'm mad at the world, and I compose a tweet, I hear you in the back of my mind, Coach. Don't press send.
Look, I got two daughters, and one of them's getting ready to go to college. The other one's a senior now. She's going to go next year. And I tell them all the time, I said, hey, you can. It's all fun and games until you press send. Then it's out there. And you can't take it back. You know, and you can say you were emotional, but it's out there. And then you got to deal with it. But the crazy thing about the world we live in, it doesn't last long. Because somebody else presses something, and then we're talking about that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the world we live in. We live in a world of chaos. Of how do you get through all of this, you know? And you can pick and choose what you want to read, what you don't want to read. This person said that person said. And at the end of the day, it's just stuff. It's just stuff, right? I don't take it personal. I just think you can't, because this is how young people in this generation communicate. This is what they do. This is how they function. So you can't, you know, when you're an old guy like me, so man, I would be up. No, you just say this is what they do. Don't take it personal. They're pressing send way too fast. That's what they do.
Coach Herm Edwards. So I mean, Coach, like, you sound like you feel like this is all going to work out one way or another. Is that accurate?
That is correct. I just think at the end of the day, look, I've been around it a long time, guys. I was fortunate enough to be in that league coaching and playing for over 30 years. And I've watched it from afar now that I'm, you know, on television and doing that. And it always seems to just kind of work out at the end. It just, and, you know, this is what gets everybody crazy right now, you know, because, just relax. It's okay. It'll be fine. It's going to be good. At the end of the day, it'll all work out.
Yeah, we're hoping.
Yeah.
We're hoping.
How's Ricky's hamstring, by the way? Do you know?
I haven't, you know what? It's funny. And I told John and him, I mean, he's the guy you got to be careful with. He overworks. He's that kind of guy. And he had some hamstring issues when he was with us as well, you know, because he's one of the guys, doesn't want any rest. He goes 100 miles an hour. You got to protect him from himself. You know, and I told John and them that when they drafted him, I said, the thing you got to do with Ricky now, because he's going to go hard. He doesn't understand this is a walkthrough. This is, you know, that's how he functions. So he'll be fine. Guys, it ain't even. I mean, come on. It's
July,
it's
Coach.
August yet. When it really counts, the guys will be ready to play.
Everybody wants to see him, Coach. If camp open,
I know.
We want to see Ricky.
I know. He's a good player. They're gonna like him. Trust me. Yeah. I've talked to John and all the guys. They like him. He's a good football player. The 49er fans will love him.
We can't wait. We can't wait. And it is July, and so we're seeing the material you guys are putting out on NFL Live, and I saw your flag football team, and you had Kyler Murray as your quarterback. No thought about taking old Brock Purdy on your flag football team, Coach?
Oh, no. No, it's flag football, right? You got to have look, first of all, you know, they're going to you can't block the pass rush, so you got to have a quarterback that can play off schedule, flag football. You know, look, Ryan Clark and who was the other? And one of the other guys, our other hosts, you know, they asked me would I put them on my team. I said no, because they can't catch.
I saw you all. Yeah,
they're good defensive backs, but they can't catch. We don't tackle anybody in flag football. You got to be able to catch because the ball's in the air. You want guys to intercept passes, and they got to be able to catch. You don't want guys to knock the ball down. You want to take the ball away in flag football. You kidding me? If you can't catch, I don't want you.
You all had Justin Jefferson and Devontae Adams on your team, which is pretty good.
Yeah. Even defensive backs, they got to be able to catch the ball because the ball's in the air. Right?
Yeah.
Take the ball away. That's what I always say. If you take the ball away, you're doing good on it.
I want to say this to you before you hang up. I could listen to High Octave Herm talk about anything. Absolutely anything, Coach.
Well, you guys are nice, man. It's great to be on your show. Look, 49ers are going to be fine. Fans, just relax. They will be fine. They got a heck of a football team. These guys know how to win. They just, you know, the energy is going to be the key because it's a long season, right? It's a long, long season. And they went out and, you know, get Floyd. They help them a little bit there with the rush on defense. That will help them a lot. You know, Bosa obviously with only 10.5 sacks, so that's going to help him to get another guy over there that could go. You know, so all these things they'll come together, guys. I mean, like I said, you know, this is a really good football team. They know they're a good football team. They know how to win, but everybody's shooting for them, and they know it. And you when you have one of those games where you kind of let a team hang around, that gives that other team more momentum, you know. And the thing about the 49ers, they know every week we got to be at our best because people are giving us their best shot.
That's Herm Edwards. Great conversation with Herm Edwards. Of course, Brandon Aiyuk and Ricky Pearsall's former college coach at Arizona State. He was on earlier today with Willard and Dibbs. Willard and Dibbs also had on Aqib Talib, who made a little bit of news talking about the 49ers and a couple of 49ers players recently. He was on the Up and Adams show on FanDuel TV with Kay Adams. I'll just play it for you here. I don't have time to play the full Aqib Talib conversation with Willard and Dibbs, but I'll play you some of the key pieces. But we need first the context of what he said about Brandon Aiyuk. So here is Aqib Talib, the former cornerback, a great cornerback in this league for a long time. Here he is talking about Brandon Aiyuk.
Aiyuk is emerging. I think he's probably my top 3 receivers right now. If you get him with a real quarterback, he can go crazy.
Brandon Aiyuk is your top 3 receiver?
Man, I don't really go off the stats. I go off the player and his body control, his routes, his hands, his speed. He can easily be a top receiver in the league. If you put him on a team and you make him the focal guy, he'll go crazy.
Okay, so there's Aqib Talib, but you're not exactly quite sure what he's saying, because at the beginning he says, top 3 receiver in the league, and then near the end he kind of starts talking about, well, if he's in the right situation, and I see it for him, like potentially looking ahead to the future. So Willard and Dibbs wanted to get the full answer out of Aqib Talib. They had him on the show earlier today, and they asked him, hey, Aqib, could you explain a little bit more what's your feeling about Brandon Aiyuk? And here he is, Aqib Talib, talking about Brandon Aiyuk and where he might rank amongst other wide receivers in the NFL.
I don't go off stats. So if you go off the stats, you got to pick the top 3 guys who got the best numbers and say those are the top 3 guys. But me being a cornerback and I guarded a ton of good receivers, I just go off how much problem would this guy present for a defense. And I think Aiyuk is up there, man. He's going to present a lot of problems for anybody who lines up to guard him. He's going to present a lot of problems for him. So if I was creating a team, it'd probably be Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, and if Aiyuk ended up my third guy, or if he was my third guy on the board and Aiyuk was there, I'll be just fine with that. So that's kind of what I meant by it.
Wow. So Aqib Talib, his best receivers in the game right now, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, and then Brandon Aiyuk. So the guys, Willard and Dibbs, again, who had Aqib Talib on, asked, well, what about players like CeeDee Lamb? What about Tyreek Hill? What about Devontae Adams? I don't think they brought up the name Amon-Ra St. Brown, but he's got to be up there as well. Aqib, how would you rank all of those guys in relation to Brandon Aiyuk?
If I was naming my top receivers, I go Jamar, I go Jettis. At third, I put CeeDee, Tyreek, Aiyuk, probably my third. And then I come Devontae. And I think I take Aiyuk over Devontae. It's just young energy. Devontae not old yet, but he's getting in his days. He's older. You know what I'm saying? So I'm always take a younger guy over an older guy.
Wow. Okay. Aqib Talib saying he's putting Aiyuk over Devontae Adams at this stage, and he's right there on the same level as Tyreek Hill and CeeDee Lamb. That is very high praise for Brandon Aiyuk. Probably the highest praise we've heard any legit football player, give Brandon Aiyuk. And Aqib Talib, he's legit. He's a Hall of Fame hopeful. He was a fantastic cornerback when he played, and he is very, very high on Brandon Aiyuk, and that was just a taste of the conversation earlier today on Willard and Dibbs. If you want to hear more of it, and I suggest you do, it's available wherever you get your podcasts, including on the free Odyssey app. Just search Willard and Dibbs. You can also find it on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/957thegame. All right, that'll do it for Best of today. Thanks so much for tuning in. We're back as always tomorrow as training camp continues. Will Trent Williams show up? Will Deebo Samuel practice? I don't know. We'll find out. You have to keep it locked here to 95.7 The Game tomorrow, and we will keep you updated. Thanks so much for tuning in. This is Mark Randy signing off. We'll talk tomorrow.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently.